commentary position on TalkSport, just to the right of the halfway line, but we must be a good 100 yards from the edge of the touchline, where Steve Bruce, the Newcastle manager, with his grey hair and his club tracksuit on, is standing as the bubbles continue to flow. There's a big claret and blue running track in between the edge of the seats and the pitch. I hope you've got your binoculars, former West Ham striker David Connolly.
Well, you will need them here, that's for sure, especially with those Newcastle shirts. Some do us the honour of having a little block, don't they? A block colour on the back, so it's easy to see. But we're a fair distance away, that's for sure.
Well, let me give you the two sides ahead of kick-off. For West Ham,
We seem to have lost Joe Shannon and David Connolly there at the London Stadium, just as the players are getting ready for kick-off here on TalkSport, Game Day exclusive, our third commentary of the day. Earlier on we saw Arsenal beat Fulham 3-0, and then that absolute thriller at Anfield with Liverpool beating Leeds United 4-3. We're hoping that this third commentary game of Game Day is going to be just as exciting as those two, and we get just as many goals as well. We'll be back to our commentary team of Joe Shannon and David Connolly at the London Stadium as soon as we can. I'm just watching both managers, David Moyes and Steve Bruce, on the touchline just as the players stand around ready to take the knee. Oh, they've taken the knee already and it's kicked. The game has kicked off. No, they've forgotten. No, they forgot. That's very interesting. I've not seen that happen in the whole of lockdown. Usually the players remember to take the knee and then they take kick-off. They did it the other way round at the London Stadium, and this game has kicked off. We will be here for full commentary here on TalkSport, Game Day exclusive, as soon as we can. But we can go to Ian Abrahams, who's there reporting on the game. Ian, what can you tell us?
The FA pitch side here at the London Stadium. Hopefully we'll be able to go back up to the commentary box in a second or two with Joe and David Connolly. West Ham have an injury already inside the opening 45 seconds of the game. It was actually... I'm not quite sure what happened at the beginning there. The referee blew the whistle for all the players to take a knee, and Callum Wilson just got the game underway and then realised that when a couple of players went to take the knee, that actually that shouldn't be the case, and in the end everyone took the knee and we restarted the game. West Ham are now back to their full complement. It was Mark Noble who'd gone down with a slight injury. He's now up, and West Ham have a free kick midway inside their own half to be taken by Lucas Fabianski, their goalkeeper this evening. The referee just waiting to Stuart Atwell's our referee tonight, waiting to get inside the Newcastle half before he blows the whistle, and Fabianski can now take this free kick long downfield. I think we can go back up to the commentary box now with Joe and David.
Moose, thank you very much indeed. A minute and 30 seconds into the game. It's West Ham 0, Newcastle 0 in the third of our live and exclusive Premier League commentaries on Game Day, as Newcastle win a free kick deep inside their own half of the field. The Premier League is back well and truly, and no better place to hear it than on Game Day on TalkSport. We'll have brought you more than 10 hours of live football across the network once the evening is out. 10 goals in our live and exclusive top flight commentaries so far. And follow that, you say? Well, we'll do our best in East London tonight. Let me remind you of the two sides. West Ham, Fabianski in goal, Fredericks, Diop, Ogbonna and Cresswell, Souček and Rice holding, Bowen, Noble and Fornals behind Antonio. And for Newcastle United, Darlow is the goalkeeper, Manquillo, Fernandes, Lascelles and Lewis, Shelby, Hayden and Hendrick, Callum Wilson and Sam Maximan alongside Andy Carroll, the former West Ham player, up front. You're listening to TalkSport. It's 0-0. We've had 2.5 minutes of play under the dark East London skies with the floodlights on, and Newcastle have possession with Sam Maximan. The dreadlocks and the bright orange boots inside his own half, lip of the centre circle, and a first real touch as a Newcastle player for Jamal Lewis, the former Norwich left-back, signed for £15 million over the summer, and a summer, David Connolly, that has left Newcastle fans, I think, feeling a tad optimistic, dare I say.
Yeah, rightly so, and just looking at how they're lining up here, it is a front two for Newcastle, so you've got Carroll alongside Wilson. You can see Shelby just dropping in really deep, trying to get on the ball. West Ham particularly worried about him. Whenever he looks like getting on the ball, either Antonio or Noble's up, just trying to press and get in his face.
Up goes Carroll with Diop midway inside the West Ham half, and then Callum Wilson comes across and nudges it wide to Sam Maximan. Back in field to Isaac Hayden, who signed a new 6-year contract at Newcastle earlier this week. And now Hendrick, who is another of those Newcastle players making his debut tonight, the former Burnley man. Back to Lewis, 10 yards into West Ham territory. Still the score 0-0, and it's Shelvey with the shaven head at the lip of the centre circle. He looks up under the floodlights, forward towards Wilson, little ball back towards Hendrick, and now Shelvey again. And West Ham have 10 claret and blue shirts behind the ball as Manquillo crosses from the Newcastle right. It's over the head of Carroll. He left it for Saint-Maximin, deep inside West Ham territory. Into the penalty area he goes, twisting and turning onto his right foot, sliding in with Souček. They've knocked it wide though to Lewis with a first time cross, and the header wide at the near post from Callum Wilson, and it's a goal kick, and it's 0-0 after 4 minutes on Talk Sport.
Well, it's a really good move from Newcastle. Worked the ball from right to left. Eventually with Saint-Maximin, had space to run, got into the box, set it back for Jamal Lewis. First time cross onto the head of Callum Wilson, but couldn't quite direct it at goal. He actually just got too far across the near post. Very difficult once you're 5-6 yard past it to direct the ball back towards goal, but really good start here from the away team.
That's the voice of the former West Ham striker David Connolly alongside me, Joe Shannon. If you've missed any of the action so far today across the network, we brought you Fulham 0, Arsenal 3 live on Talk Sport in the first Premier League game of the new season, and an absolute thriller at 5:30 as the champions of England edged out last year's Championship champions, but only just. Liverpool 4, Leeds 3, the final score at Anfield. A hat-trick for Mo Salah. Meanwhile on TalkSport 2 of the big games in the Championship. Birmingham beat Brentford and QPR beat Nottingham Forest. Elsewhere in the Championship, wins for Rotherham, Luton, Bournemouth, Bristol City and others. We'll get to all that as the evening goes on. But here come West Ham on the attack with Fredericks down the right. High ball forward, well intercepted by Fernandes, and Newcastle have it back with Shelvey midway inside his own half. Good ball down the right touchline for Wilson. Has he got the pace to get there in front of Ogbonna? He has done. He's right of centre, into the area, swings in the cross, and it's knocked behind by Diop, and it's a corner to Newcastle on the near side of the field, still goalless.
Yeah, but again though, they've got something out of this. Newcastle, really good attack, lots of space in those areas in behind the West Ham fullbacks. Great run from Wilson, he did have the pace, streaked in behind, but he didn't really have anyone else in the box. Just Carroll just tries to help it across the 6 yard box, but West Ham just clear it for a corner.
Corner at the Bobby Moore end of the ground, with this bowl-shaped stadium, the lower tier just covered in claret and blue banners as Shelvey raises two arms into the air. The corner into the near post, and the goalkeeper has to tip away the header. West Ham still can't clear, and in the end the free kick is given by the referee Stuart Atwell. It was a good instinctive save by Lucas Fabianski at the near post. I'm not sure it would have counted though anyway, because the assistant was flagging in the build-up, and then eventually Atwell gives the free kick.
It was a great header. It's actually Fernandes just got across the near. Wonderful delivery. There's Fernandes, just gets ahead of, I think it's Fredericks at the near post. Fabianski just palms it away. But it's a really, really good start here from Newcastle. On the front foot, very direct, very attack-minded.
Yeah, they finished 13th in the Premier League last season, Newcastle United, 10 points above the relegation zone, but hopes are high that they'll do far better than that, or at least better than that this season. West Ham managing to survive relegation under David Moyes, 5 points above the drop. They finished in 16th. David Moyes finally getting a full season in charge, it would appear, at West Ham United. Both managers side by side on the near side touchline, which is a long way, 100 yards or so from our commentary position. Steve Bruce to the left and David Moyes just to his right in front of a big claret and blue running track, and there's a claret and blue crest of West Ham United just behind the two managers. West Ham in possession, 0-0 the score, lofted forward by Diop, little flick by Antonio, steered away by Jamal Lascelles at the heart of the Newcastle defence, and it's a throw to West Ham on the near side, level with the edge of the 18-yard box. The only other game in the Premier League today that we haven't mentioned, Crystal Palace beat Southampton by a 0-0. We were right across that on Around the Grounds on Game Day Live on Talk Sport. Antonio with his back to goal looked to have handled inside the penalty area, and indeed the assistant referee puts up that checkered orange and yellow flag, and it's a free kick to Newcastle and a first real touch for Carl Darlow, the pink-clad goalkeeper who hasn't played in the Premier League since February of 2018. Martin Dubravka has had such a good run between the posts, 88 consecutive Premier League games for Dubravka, but he has an ankle injury tonight as Darlow balloons the ball high downfield up into the dark night sky. It's chested down by Carroll. We've had just over 8 minutes of play. It's still 0-0, David Connolly, but Newcastle have been the better side.
Yeah, they really have. They settled ever so well here. Really good in possession, fantastic football. What they have up top as well is that man Carroll. He's won another flicker. I mean, the ref's just given the foul against him. up against Fredericks. But what he always does really intelligently, and everyone knows, he always pulls on a diagonal. He just works it. Have a look which centre half's going to get it. If it's the right side centre on right, I'm just going to pull over onto the West Ham right back, gets up really well, wins the flick, and then they're gambling in behind. Great start, really good start.
Elbows jutting out, Andy Carroll, tall and lean. This is 100th Premier League appearance, or 100th league appearance across the Premier League and the Championship for Newcastle tonight. Of course, the player who spent 6 years here at West Ham United. An empty London Stadium, of course, the absence of football supporters is so keenly felt. We will do our best to endeavour to bring you every kick with as comprehensive a set of coverage as we possibly can here across the Talk Sport network, live on game day, the first game day of the new season. And what a game day it's been so far, as Newcastle win the ball back on the halfway line. Lewis with the yellow boots will surge forward, can't get past Souček, who just put his arm across it in front of Lewis, the Czech Republic midfielder. And now West Ham have it on the far side of the field in their left back position with Aaron Cresswell. No great pace to the game at the moment. 10 minutes gone, West Ham 0, Newcastle 0. The one half chance that we've seen so far, Fernandes with a near post header, tipped away by Fabianski, but it wouldn't have counted anyway. All around us in these vast swathes of empty seats, there are one or two that are occupied by members of the press and cameramen down below us. Here is Fredericks for West Ham, right hand side, corner of the penalty area. Fernandes goes in, tries to make a challenge, can't do so, and here's an opportunity for Bowen, but the offside flag is up and Newcastle get themselves a free kick.
Yeah, it was unlucky. First time we've really seen West Ham in possession, building play quite well. They get the wingers to come inside, the fullback provides the width, almost like a winger. Weren't too sure who to mark there, Jamal Lewis, so in the end he had to go with Fredericks. Good first touch to take it inside, but in the end there was an offside.
If you want to have your say in terms of what you've heard and what you've seen across the country this afternoon, and as I say, what you've heard on the Talk Sport network, you can do from 10 o'clock tonight with Adam Cattrall and Gabiag Bon Lahore. 08717 223344, and the live football continues tomorrow on Talk Sport 2 with commentary of Ipswich against Wigan Athletic in League One. Administration hit Wigan Athletic. The throw to Newcastle on the halfway line, and Lewis will take it. An uneventful first 11 minutes or so. The throw hurled up to the midway point of the West Ham half, and the shaven-headed Italian Ogbonna will scoop it up into the sky. It's flicked on by Antonio, cleared away by Fernandes. Good covering from the Newcastle man. Comes back to Ogbonna in the centre circle. That's a good ball wide to Antonio once more. But West Ham have nobody in a focal position in that central striking area in claret and blue. Fornals takes over on the far side of the field. He skips in field and rolls the ball 25 yards low along the ground for Diop on this lovely lush green surface. Not a blemish on the field of play, or barely a blemish on the field of play. There's one small patch that has cut up a little, but other than that it's superb. And here is Saint-Maximin drifting over the halfway line, and he's fouled by Noble, and it's a free kick again to Newcastle.
Yeah, well, Noble just tried to pick a way through there. I mean, they've got this block in front of them, West Ham, this back four, then another midfield four, then Carroll drops in, they leave Wilson up top on his own, just as that out ball. They've got the ball back, and it's been a good start. Actually, West Ham have settled down a little bit. You just mentioned it earlier in terms of Antonio winning the flick on, but then there's no one really as a focal point, no one else gambling in behind.
That's the voice of the former West Ham striker David Connolly, part of our Talk Sport commentary team tonight. Antonio with his back to goal, a long way from goal, midway inside the Newcastle half, and then two in black and white converge on Antonio, Hayden and Lascelles. Antonio's fouled, and it's a free kick to West Ham and a yellow card for Isaac Hayden. 0-0 the score on Talk Sport. You're listening to West Ham against Newcastle on Talk Sport with Now TV. Don't forget you can watch this game live right now with a Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just £9.99. Search Now TV.
Well, Lascelles for me has got to get a lot tighter. He just stood off Antonio, and lovely little ball into him. He recognised Lascelles was about 5 yards off him, got it, was able to turn, no one around him, drew the foul. But for me, Lascelles, I'd want my centre half. They've only got one up top, you see, two centre halves, 2v1. Lascelles can afford to go and be brave and win that high up rather than sitting off and standing off Antonio.
Floodlights shimmering up ahead in neat triangular patterns. There are two players over this free kick for West Ham, which is just a shade right of centre, barely a touch right of centre, and midway inside the Newcastle half. Noble will whip it high and deep into the penalty area, and the header is off the crossbar. Angelo Ogbonna darting forward from central defence, and it was looping. It beat Darlow, the goalkeeper, but it didn't beat the woodwork, and it's gone behind, and it's still 0-0.
Yeah, terrific ball to the back post, lovely little pick out. Ogbonna got up ever so well. He's a long way out though, he had to generate a lot of power on that. In the end, he just went straight over the head of Darlow. I think he had it covered anyway. I mean, it is a blow, obviously without Dubravka, but such an important goalkeeper for them. I think he saved more shots or faced more shots than any other keeper in the division. I mean, that's it. I think as well that's because Newcastle last season played so deep, absorbing pressure and playing on the counter.
And it's still 0-0, but at the closest that either side has come so far. Angelo Ogbonna, who hasn't scored for West Ham since December of last year, December of 2019, seeing his effort crash off the top of the woodwork and loop over the bar. Here is Sam Maximan for Newcastle, having his shirt tugged by Noble, who appeals to the referee with his arms outstretched, but Stuart Atwell not impressed. Newcastle get a free kick, and Sam Maximan is lying down on the field of play on the halfway line.
Well, I'm surprised that isn't a booking. And that's a couple of times now. Obviously, Mark Noble's given the ball away, and then he's obviously trying to recover it. He's made a foul in the process of doing so, and probably a little bit fortunate he hasn't got a yellow.
Mark Noble, whose tenacity on the field was matched by the passion that he showed off it, following the sale of Grady Diangana, as Shelvey hits the free kick high and diagonal deep into the Newcastle half. Good covering header from Ogbonna. Yes, that tweet that went viral on social media from Mark Noble decrying the West Ham board for the sale of Grady Diangana, but here come Newcastle with Wilson right of centre and now into the 18-yard box. He's got Ogbonna to beat, plays it across towards St Maximan. Good clearance by Fredericks at the far post for West Ham, up towards the halfway line. You're listening to Talk Sport. Earlier on game day we brought you Arsenal's 3-0 victory over Fulham. Fulham crashing back down to earth as they resume life in the Premier League. And then Liverpool 4, Leeds United 3, the most extraordinary game at Anfield. A late penalty from Mo Salah separating the two sides. In the other game in the Premier League, Palace beat Southampton. Here is St Maximan for Newcastle, midway inside opposition territory, goes square to Carroll, now back in field to Hayden, and Shelvey takes over. The diligent number 8 with the shaven head. Manquillo, red boots, former Liverpool player, on the far side of the field. Into Hendrick with the long hair, once of Burnley, now of Newcastle United. Back to Shelvey, first time cross to the near post, through the legs of Callum Wilson, cleared away by Diop for West Ham, and the ball hoisted to the halfway line, but Newcastle get it back straight away. Now Hendrick, deep cross up to the edge of the penalty area, flicked by Wilson to find Andy Carroll, who spins and turns. Shot was blocked easily, and West Ham clear, who are stretching Souček, who's tripped, and then he wins a free kick, and it's still 0-0, and it's all rather stop-start at the moment, David Cole.
Well, it is, but there's been some promising signs, certainly for Newcastle. I mean, every time the ball goes wide, it was a lovely little set there from Jeff Hendrick, so Shelby could come onto the ball and whip it first time. Not the best control from Wilson, but the second cross came in, little soft layoff towards Carroll, and those two looked to have linked up really, really well. And just going back to Noble, he's made a couple of fouls, but also I think Antonio's had a little bit of rough treatment, in my opinion. Been brought down a couple of times. Obviously they recognise he's a real threat. I think he needs to be looked after out there on the pitch.
We'll have little monitors in our press area here, the rows of press seats where we're all sat at a social distance, and Steve Bruce, cheeks puffed out, less than impressed by the decision to award West Ham a free kick, but the home team had possession. And Bowen, the former Hull City player, slender and a little diminutive with that long sleeve claret and blue shirt, drops into his own half of the field and looks a little frustrated because West Ham, certainly in open play, haven't created anything at all just yet. It's still scoreless. Here is Noble in the centre circle. Noble dropping deep, plays it square to Diop. Diop just shy of the halfway line, and now he crosses into Newcastle territory. It's wide with Ryan Fredericks. His first touch is poor, cleared away by Fernandes, and it's a West Ham United throw midway inside the Newcastle half. Newcastle know all about beating West Ham. They have a decent record against them down the years, and they won this fixture by 3-2 earlier in the season. A 2-2 draw at St James's Park in July after lockdown. Newcastle now with Wilson just shy of the halfway line, a little shove in the back from Souček, and Sam Maximan went down earlier in the move, and it's a free kick to Newcastle in that left back position. 0-0. We've had 18 minutes.
Well, I think this is a really tough challenge on Sam Maximan. Lovely feet, just gets past Fredericks, who absolutely cleans him out, doesn't get the ball. I mean, I cannot believe that is not a yellow card, and I think that's what Lascelles, the skipper, is saying to the referee. That should have been a yellow.
So it's scoreless, and for the latest odds, head to Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get West Ham at 2.16, Newcastle at 4, the draw at 3.45, and that's all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. As Saint-Maximin limps gingerly to his feet, and David Connolly's spotted something out on the field.
Well, we just saw Stuart Atwell just saying to Ryan Frederick, maybe just next one you're going to get booked, but I think he's got away with that. That was a poor challenge on Saint-Maximin.
Free kick thundered high by Shelby. Dreadful from Shelby. More in hope than expectation, not befitting a player of his quality from set pieces, and it's straight through to Fabianski, all in green, the West Ham United goalkeeper. My, how they missed Lucas Fabianski when they didn't have him last season. West Ham, of the 13 Premier League games that he missed, West Ham lost 9 of them. I think it's fair to say that the likes of Roberto, who deputised the Spanish goalkeeper at times last season, was far from good enough. Well, West Ham have it though with Ogbonna, white boots as he motions towards the halfway line, forward to Antonio, chests it down midway inside the Newcastle half, but was that handball by Antonio? Looked like it. Referee says free kick to Newcastle.
Well, that's his evolution though, Antonio. I mean, I played with him at Southampton. He was a winger, but now he's a proper front man. Ball comes into him, makes it stick. That one might have had a little touch of his arm, but he's really grown into that role.
Outstanding, wasn't he, back end of last season? 8 goals in his last 7 appearances coming into 2020-2021 for Mikel Antonio. Long ball from Darlow, the Newcastle goalkeeper, hoisted high downfield. Newcastle playing from right to left in the opening half, and a slightly risky back pass by Souček, and the clearance sent skywards by Fabianski up to the midway point of his own half of the field. It's another hurried clearance by Souček. 0-0 the score on Talk Sport, live and exclusive, and Newcastle have it back. Lewis down the near side of the field, low ball into the near post, and it's steered wide by Callum Wilson, just darting in front of his marker. The angle's slightly against him, and it's a goal kick to West Ham.
Yeah, it's another good attack right down this left hand side. Saint-Maximin on the inside, Jamal Lewis, that's the trigger, goes on the outside. Another first time delivery towards the near post. Not the best ball, a little bit behind Wilson. Aimed a little swing at it, couldn't direct it on target. A promising play there again from the away team.
Remember, TalkSport 2 is your home of the EFL. We brought you 2 live and exclusive Championship commentaries today on game day. Birmingham beat Brentford in the early kick-off, and then QPR overcame Nottingham Forest at 3 o'clock. Elsewhere in the Championship, wins for Swansea, Norwich, Reading, Sheffield Wednesday, who are now up to -9. Bristol City, Bournemouth 3-2 over Blackburn. Luton beat Barnsley, and Wycombe's first game in the Championship ever ended in defeat at home to Rotherham United. It's been a very quiet first half of the first half at London Stadium. The only real clear-cut opportunity, and it wasn't even that clear-cut, Ogbonna's header off the top of the crossbar, and West Ham concede a free kick 5 yards from the edge of the 18-yard area, and this is within shooting range, David Connolly, for Newcastle United.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, just a little foul given away there from Souček, about 25 yards out. Obviously you've got a lot of talented players on the ball who would fancy this one.
And John Joe Shelby will be up there amongst them, and he's placed the ball down. It's a little further back than we initially suggested, between 25 and 30 yards out, still a long way from goal. Shelby with tattoos down his arms and the shaven head. Fabianski just marshalling this 4-man West Ham wall on the opening day of the Premier League season. Live and exclusive on TalkSport. Shelby strikes it right-footed, it takes a deflection and goes into the gloves of Lucas Fabianski.
I think the ball did its job well there. I mean, they didn't need to jump, so far out, stood together, just took a little nick and safely into the arms of the keeper.
What can West Ham do on the counter-attack? Cresswell on the halfway line. We'll go down to the touchline in just a few moments, and our reporter Ian Abrahams for TalkSport will tell us what's been going on between David Moyes and Steve Bruce, 2 of the Premier League's stalwarts in terms of games managed over so many years. And West Ham in possession with Diop just 10 yards shy of the halfway line. The score's still 0-0. Ogbonna trotting forward into Newcastle territory, very congested in the middle of midfield, very little space for West Ham to work with, and now Cresswell has given it away. and Newcastle have it back with Wilson. And here's Saint-Maximin inside the centre circle, skipping forward. Such a tricky, creative player, unpredictable Saint-Maximin, and he's got such a lovely touch and feel for the ball. He's nudged it wide left to Lewis, and now Saint-Maximin gets the return. He's reached the midway point of the West Ham half, but once again the home team have a sea of claret and blue shirts in front of it. Shelvey pings it cross-field to Manquillo. 3 in the middle for Newcastle. Manquillo's deflected cross, headed away by Bonner at the near post, and it's out of play for a corner to Newcastle, and it's still 0-0.
Yeah, really good football again from Newcastle. We're just looking at how West Ham are setting up without the ball. Obviously with the height of Rice and Souček, they just sit in front of the two centre-halves. It means Mark Noble's doing an awful lot of donkey work, trying to close the ball down, getting tight to Saint-Maximin, and that's a thankless task. He can turn on a sixpence.
There is an assertiveness about Newcastle, and a confidence maybe that was lacking at times last season. New signings, new optimism, and can they take the lead here from this corner? Shelvey drills it high to the centre of the penalty area, and it's headed wide by Andy Carroll. It's a goal kick, and let's go down to the touchline and talk sports reporter Ian Abrahams. Evening, Moose.
Good evening, Joe. Yeah, I mean, both managers down here have been quite animated. More so Steve Bruce at the fourth official, Darren England, because of some of those decisions that have gone against his team. And I have to give David Connolly a massive amount of credit. He said before the game Newcastle might target Ryan Fredericks, and right in front of me down this left-hand side for Newcastle, most of the players come.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, won't it, David, to see whether Newcastle can profit from that. There's a lot of talk about West Ham and James Tarkowski, but David Moyes told Ian Abrahams, told Talk Sport yesterday that they're not going to pay £50 million for the Burnley centre-half. He's just the sort of player they do need, you feel, though?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It'd be ideal for them. I think, look, West Ham fans know they probably need 2 full-backs and a centre-half at least, and just looking at them without the ball, I mean, they'll be delighted, you know, Newcastle, if they're dragging Souček and Rice so deep. And that's because they've got those 2 big centre forwards.
Manquillo crosses from the right for Newcastle, chested down by Carroll, then onto his left foot, goes wide Saint-Maximin into the penalty area, checks back onto his right. Does he lose the ball in front of the defender Fredericks? He does. Fredericks just hacks it clear, the former Fulham man with the bright orange boots on, out of play for a throw to Newcastle in front of this near side of the field, midway inside West Ham territory, and just in front of that big running track. And it's Newcastle who've dominated possession in the first period, but we're yet to see the opening goal after just under 26 minutes of play. Live and exclusive to National Radio on Talk Sport. Hayden for Newcastle, wide to the near side, the left, and Saint-Maximin again. That's a lovely overlapping run by Lewis, who crosses. Good block by Byrne on the slide. It comes back to Saint-Maximin again with his back to goal. Couple of step overs, always tricky, always unpredictable. Cuts in field onto his right hand side, tries to thread it through the middle, could drop from Manquillo via deflection. He pulls it back, away by Souček for West Ham. Still not fully clear yet though. Carroll, 30 yards from goal, has given it away, and Newcastle will go back wide to Lewis, and they'll come forward again.
Yeah, they've worked ever so well down this left, Lewis and Saint-Maximin. I mean, Bowen, he just about tracked that run of Jamal Lewis. He actually let him go, but he just recovered in the end to get a little block on the cross. But they've been superb so far. They really have, Newcastle.
And they have lost the ball though, and here come West Ham on the counter-attack. Antonio darting forward at pace down the left-hand side, into the penalty area he goes. He gets the shot away, and it's good save down to his left by Darlow, the Newcastle goalkeeper. Held it well. Antonio looked dangerous as he darted into the 18-yard box, but the shot was admittedly too close to the Newcastle goalkeeper. 0-0.
Well, actually Darlow did really well because he read where Antonio was going. Shelvey made a great recovery run. He was getting back in the space, so Antonio took the shot early, trying to bend it into that far corner, but Darlow read it. Good save. I
mentioned those 8 goals Mikel Antonio managed after lockdown. Only Raheem Sterling had a better record in front of goal, and Mikel Antonio, at 30 years of age, arguably West Ham, one of West Ham's most important players behind Declan Rice. And here is Cresswell for West Ham, diminutive left back on the far side of the field, a mainstay in the side over recent seasons. Newcastle have won themselves a throw. No, they haven't. It's gone West Ham's way. Manquillo just drops the ball on the field of play. We had 2 balls on the pitch momentarily, and a throw to West Ham in front of the cavernous Billy Bond stand on the far side of the field. And how we miss the impact of supporters on matches, atmosphere and the excitement that it brings. Empty seats on that far side as West Ham come forward with Souček, tall and gangly, wide to the near side, and Fredericks crosses, and Souček gets his head to it and nods it just wide.
What a chance that is. I mean, that is Souček in a nutshell. Receives it, middle of the park. Great run from Declan Rice, committing players, driving with it, gives it to Souček. Souček feeds it out wide, then he spins, continues his run in the box. It's a great ball. Just gets up above Lascelles and just tries to head it, guide it into that far post, and it just about a foot past it. Great chance. Great header. He is such a threat in the air, he really is.
Well, there's not been much, has there, David Connolly, in terms of new signings at West Ham. In fact, there haven't been any fresh faces over the summer, but Souček's loan move was turned into a permanent one, and he could prove to be one of their most important players. But they've got some defending to do here. Wilson looking to get on to a high ball inside the 18-yard box, but he's shrugged aside just about by Issa Diop. Ogbonna's gone down for West Ham, the central defender, and he's on his haunches at the moment, and Fabianski's going to have to put the ball out of play. But West Ham looked really nervy there, defending that long ball that was thundered forward, and some concern, it would appear, David Connolly, for Ogbonna.
I think he's going to be okay here, but just going back to that West Ham chance, because it was a really well worked move. Finally, first time we've really seen Declan Rice run with the ball, just trying to create something rather than passing sideways. What Newcastle want is West Ham to go wide, then they try and use a touchline as another sort of defender. That time Rice broke through the middle, fed it out wide to Souček. He gave it out wide to the fullback, then he continued his run. Great run. And well, to be honest, normally Souček would put that away. Really good header up above Lascelles, but just past the post.
Half an hour gone on Talk Sport, the third of the 3 live and exclusive Premier League commentaries across game day. West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 0. Earlier, a big win for Arsenal at Fulham by 3-0, a debut goal for Gabriel, and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang also on the score sheet for Mikel Arteta's side. And Liverpool beat Leeds 4-3 at Anfield, a hat-trick for Mo Salah, including 2 penalties. The other game in the Premier League saw a Wilfried Zaha goal, enough for Crystal Palace to see off Southampton. Still waiting for the first goal at London Stadium under the floodlights. Fornals, that's a neat ball into the area for Bowen. He pulls it back across. Can Antonio get there? Nudges it back to Souček, edge of the D, shoots left-footed on his wrong side, blocked by Lascelles. Comes back to Declan Rice. Touch was really heavy, and Rice is dispossessed. And now Newcastle can counter-attack. It's 2 against 2. Wilson with Shelby on his right-hand side. Carroll to his left. Wilson plays it wide to John Joe Shelby, who lashes it wide into the side netting. And Steve Bruce had his head in his hands there, and as well he might, because Shelby will feel he should have hit the target. It's still 0-0.
Well, he should have done a little bit better. I mean, heavy touch from Declan Rice, and they're 2v2. Those fullbacks are so high, really exposed. Just Carroll and Wilson. Wilson's just waiting for support. He's got Shelby on the outside, but do you know what? The pass is a little bit behind him. Shelby wanted that in front so he could actually come onto it. He had to wait for the ball. Really difficult strike. Went first time, tried to lace through it. Just came off the inside netting. Should have done a bit more with that, Newcastle. It's just that final ball from Wilson. It had to be in front of Shelby, and it wasn't.
Newcastle's most prolific Premier League scorer last season, John Joe Shelby, with just the 6 goals, which tells you everything as to why they've decided to bring in Callum Wilson over the summer. Newcastle, that deal was confirmed on Monday. Ryan Fraser, another new signing from Bournemouth for free, is on the bench. But the debutants have settled in well, haven't they, David Connolly?
Yeah, they really have.
Oh, and here's a chance for Carroll after a missed header into the penalty area. Andy Carroll juggled it onto his right foot, and his effort was deflected behind from 12 yards. Diop got completely caught underneath the ball, totally missed his header, and then Carroll in behind worked it onto his right foot. Effort deflected over the top for a Newcastle corner at the Bobby Moore end.
Well, look, any West Ham fans who saw the friendly against Bournemouth, it's nothing they haven't seen before, because he was all over the place there, and he is here. But what they got to do is get tight to Shelby. He dropped in around the halfway line, right hand side, under no pressure, and you've got to get tight to him. Noble did early in the game, but he's obviously tired now. Didn't get close to Shelby. Great diagonal. Carroll on his chest, and deflected shot over the bar. Great play from Newcastle.
Plenty of black and white shirts in the penalty area. 0-0. Shelby drills the corner into the near post. Headed away by Souček for West Ham United. Not once, but twice. It'll fall for Lewis, who's dispossessed by Fornals. And now it's West Ham's turn to counter-attack. 3 against 2. Bowen down the right-hand side. Antonio making a late run into the middle. Noble is forward as well. Bowen has checked back, and he's played it square to Rice. 25 yards from goal. Antonio into the penalty area. Left of centre. Can he work it onto his right foot? The shot is blocked by Hendrick. And Newcastle will get it clear, at least for now. Back with Rice though for West Ham. Far side of the field, a long way from our commentary position. He looks an age away, Declan Rice, like a small speck on a distant landscape. Here is Noble for West Ham, crisscrossing along the green turf from left to right, pushing it on to Bowen. He turns away neatly from Shelby, outside of the foot to Souček, wide to Fredericks. Fredericks low ball in, Souček misses it, and it's off the crossbar again. Fornals was lurking by the penalty spot, and a deflection took it over the top via the woodwork. It's a West Ham corner.
Oh, this is much more like it from West Ham. I mean, as weak, I guess, as Frederick has been defensively, a lot of their attacks that have been good have come down this right-hand side. It's another ball in the box. It's not the best ball. Took a couple of bounces before it lands at the feet of Fornals. Takes a little sweep at it. Seems to come off the bar. Does appeal to Stuart Atwell here, and obviously Stuart Atwell has might be getting some guidance here from VAR.
Pablo Fornals hasn't scored since February.
I think, is he saying took a little nick of Lascelles' hand maybe here?
Well, Lascelles
after the strike
was stretching, and both of his arms were outstretched, spread wide, and VAR content as it continues to check for a possible penalty kick for that handball or potential handball from Lascelles. This check continuing here,
wasn't it, Joe? I mean, it was very slight. If it was,
very difficult to see if there was any real contact.
Amazed. Yeah.
And no penalty. In comes the corner from Noble, high to the edge of the 6-yard box. Darlow all at sea, flapping around the goalkeeper in pink, and it was headed behind by Andy Carroll, and West Ham get their second corner in quick succession. West Ham 0, Newcastle 0. 10 minutes of the first half remaining, live and exclusive to national radio on Talk Sport.
Well, surely Lascelles, I mean, if you'd have seen, some of the goals earlier, probably didn't have time, but you've got to keep your hands down in the box. We've already seen that, haven't we, for Leeds?
Very crowded again in the 6-yard area. Bowen will take the corner, left-footed in, swinging to the near post, headed away by John Joe Shelby for Newcastle, then hoisted forward by Sam Maximan, who might get on the end of that back pass. He does. He beats Fredericks to the ball. Fredericks, can he force him wide? Sam Maximan still has it in the penalty area. Wilson to his right. Here is Callum Wilson on his Newcastle debut. Can he spin and turn and shoot? He's been forced wide by Cresswell. Good defending from the West Ham man. Back it goes to Manquillo. Manquillo's cross. Carroll goes in. Sam Maximan far post, and Fredericks sliding in. Desperate defending from West Ham United, and Fredericks has knocked it behind for a Newcastle United corner, and all of a sudden it's end-to-end on game day on Talk Sport.
Well, it's another counter-attack. I mean, another giveaway from West Ham. Really poor pass, and then Sam Maximan's away. You just thought he might be able to get it back at Fredericks, but in the end he recovered well and just closed out the danger on Callum Wilson. But I think there is a goal coming, Joe. Feels that way.
Had Newcastle been a little more decisive there, they might have got it. They might yet still. West Ham have got everybody back. Shelby pings in the corner, high to the edge of the 6-yard box, flicked up to the edge of the penalty area by a West Ham head. It'll come for Hendrick, and Hendrick sends it back over the halfway line, all the way to Darlow, the goalkeeper, standing alone inside his own half. He smacks the ball downfield. Carroll has kept himself onside, the far side, the right for Newcastle. Infield and square with the pass to Hayden, back out wide to the far side of the field. Hendrick's balloon cross, well taken by Fabianski inside his 6-yard area, under no pressure, albeit.
Yeah, closer, a little bit too near to him, wasn't it, to Fabianski, but a couple of really good breaks from both sides.
And certainly there's life in this game yet. 10 goals in the 2 preceding Premier League commentaries that we've brought you today on Talk Sport. 3 for Arsenal at Fulham. Liverpool 4-3 winners over Leeds in the 3 o'clock kickoff. Crystal Palace beat Southampton. Much needed win for Roy Hodgson after a dreadful end to last season. And West Ham similarly, when you look at the fixtures that they've got to come, they're desperate to get off to a good start on the opening night of the season here at London Stadium, because they have a nightmare run of fixtures to come. As Carroll tries to play the ball forward for Wilson for Newcastle, but it's much too long, and it trickles through to Fabianski.
He's had a good game so far, hasn't he, Andy Carroll? I mean, when it's come up to him, he's been under immense pressure, but he's taken an awful lot on his chest, as he likes to do, and retained it well. Always looking for Wilson to run in behind.
They're just on West Ham's next 6 Premier League games. They're all against teams that finished in the top 8 last season, so a daunting start to the season for David Moyes. Here is Fornals for West Ham. Golden boots, diminutive Spaniard, midway inside opposition territory. Lovely ball by Rice for Fredericks. He pulls it back, and Bowen steers it over, and Bowen should have done better, and he knows it. It was way over the top and up into the lower tier of the Sir Trevor Brooking stand.
Well, it's a wonderful ball, just a split pass there from Declan Rice in behind Sam Maximan, just switched off. Ryan Fredericks broke into the box, little cut back to Bowen, but again I just think that cross is slightly behind Bowen. He's disappointed, but it's a difficult finish. He actually wanted that ball a little bit more in front of him.
David Conley, the former West Ham striker, knows this patch very well. Alongside me, Joe Shannon. We've had 38.5 minutes of play as I drove up, and as we all drove up as a team on Talk Sport as we all drove up separately to the ground earlier on. There were a number of West Ham supporters protesting against the club's ownership. 1 or 2 banners had been unfurled. There were about a dozen to 20 that I saw. Still the score 0-0 on the opening day. Here is Lewis though for Newcastle, edge of the penalty area, nudges it down the left towards Wilson, who's left with the edge of the 6-yard box. He's wide left on the near side for Newcastle, skips away from one challenge, drives in a curling effort just over the top. What a debut goal that would have been for Callum Wilson. Onto his right foot, whipped the ball towards the opposite corner, the top corner, and Fabianski almost statuesque as it curled just over.
Oh, that was so close. Quality there from Callum Wilson. Just outside the box, little quick feet just to shift it by half a yard, looking to bend it into that far corner. The direction, but just a little bit too much height. But I think it's been a really positive performance so far from Callum Wilson. He's looked very sharp, hasn't he? His footwork as well, his touch has been good.
Dare I say it, a new lease of life?
Yeah, I think you're right. I saw him against Palace for Bournemouth, and he didn't have a great game. His hold-up play was off, and you can tell maybe he's a little bit low in confidence, but looks really good here.
And there's a throw to Newcastle on the near side of the field. 5 minutes of the first half remaining in an empty London stadium. There were 1 or 2 flags, supporters' flags, dotted around at the edge of the concourse areas on the far side, at the Billy Bond stands, crosses of St George with claret and blue West Ham United crests emblazoned upon them. They've done their best, the club here, to try and make it feel like home since moving here in 2016, but it still doesn't quite have the atmosphere of the old Upton Park. Less than 2.5 miles away, the site of the former ground, but it might as well be 25 miles away sometimes, you feel, for West Ham, who are on the back foot again here. Newcastle with Carroll, tries to nudge it up to the edge of the area, cleared skywards by Ogbonna. Dark night skies up ahead, and the floodlights on in these triangular shapes as West Ham win a free kick, a foul by Wilson on Ogbonna, and they take it quickly up to Fornals on halfway, and the referee is going to be a little pedantic about it, and West Ham are going to have to take the free kick again. And what's he doing here, Stuart Atwell? He's having a word with Angelo Ogbonna, maybe for something the Italian had to say to him. The live football continues tomorrow on TalkSport 2. Ipswich against Wigan. Game day back in all its glory from next Saturday. 3 live and exclusive Premier League commentaries for you once again. West Ham will be one of those as they travel away to Arsenal. That will be live on TalkSport. And remember, if you want to have your say at the end of the night here, then you can do so after 10 o'clock with Adam Cattrall and Gabby Agbonlahor. 08717 223344, the number to call on what has been an extraordinary first day of the top flight season in many ways. Here is Hayden for Newcastle, midway inside his own half, pokes it on with his toe towards Saint-Maximin, sandwich in between 2 West Ham players. Saint-Maximin goes to ground again and wins a free kick.
Not for the first time, Joe. I mean, obviously when he wins the ball, they know he is such a threat. He is so quick. They close him down immediately, and they'll take one for the team. They'll take a foul in around the halfway line. I'm just surprised no one has been. But look, that wasn't a yellow from Fredericks, but again, it's sort of, I wouldn't say cynical, but it's game management, just stopping the threats that Newcastle have, stopping them at source.
This is quite an assertive Newcastle, isn't it, though, so far? This is the kind of confident display away from home that we're not really used to seeing from them. As Darlow looks long, high and long and hanging up towards Andy Carroll, headed away by Ogbonna, who's backing towards his own goal. West Ham have won it back with Fornals, who whipped it off the toes of Shelby, sprays it wide to the near side, and Bowen, the former Hull City player. 1 goal for West Ham since signing in the winter transfer window. He plays it back to Noble. Noble sweeps it to the far side, the left, and Cresswell. Cresswell's cross is turned away at the near post by Hendrick, the former Burnley player. Tigerish in midfield, Hendrick, playing on the right wing tonight. And now Noble in the centre circle for West Ham can build again. Square to Rice. Rice with the dark hair. On to Fornals. Cresswell wide left once again. Left with the edge of the 18-yard box. 0-0 the score on TalkSport. Whipped in by Fornals. High towards Bowen, cleared away by Newcastle. It comes back to Declan Rice for West Ham United. We're trying to build something here, David Moyes' side. They ended last season pretty well, unbeaten in 4. Antonio shoots from the angle, well blocked by Fernandes. West Ham throw deep inside the Newcastle half. Goals.
Well, when Antonio just drops off to get involved, that's a trigger for Souček to make a run into the box. And actually, I just think there they went to Antonio's feet, but they had Souček just at the back, just put the ball into him. But defensively, I think Hendrick's done really, really well for Newcastle. Closed down Cresswell, prevented those balls coming into the box, but down this right-hand side, less so.
Remember, West Ham have hit the woodwork twice already tonight. Here is Ogbonna in the centre circle. He's drifting away from Wilson out towards the far side, the West Ham left, and Cresswell back across to Ogbonna again. Ogbonna with no pressure on him whatsoever goes square to Diop, and we're into the last minute of normal time at the end of the first half. Still looking for the opening goal of the game. Steve Bruce standing just next to David Moyes, or 15 yards to his left. The two managers, both with dark tracksuits on, both with hands in pockets. Throw to West Ham again on that far side of the field, beneath the floodlights of the Billy Bond stand and the red orbit tower in the distance, spangled 114 metres high. And Cresswell will leave the throw for Antonio to take, and there'll be a minute of added time at the end of the first half, we're hearing. We're not quite into it just yet. Noble for West Ham, centre circle, a bit leaden-footed West Ham at the moment in possession. Can they find that extra bit of energy and dynamism in the final third? It's with Fredericks on this near side of the field, still 0-0. You feel they need the home crowd behind them, urging them forward by Noble, headed away by Lascelles at the heart of the Newcastle defence, and now Cresswell. It's all a bit predictable, isn't it, David Connolly, as we enter that 1 minute of stoppage time?
Well, I think you've got to give credit to Newcastle here, you know, in terms of their away performance, dropping back in, 2 banks of 4, obviously the front two very deep. I mean, there's about 30 yards from back to front. Very low block for West Ham to try and break down. That's what they're hoping for, a couple of giveaways.
Given away by Diop, Newcastle given away themselves with Hendrick, and then it's one back by Hayden on the halfway line for Newcastle. 25-yard pass wide to the left, and Saint-Maximin. Lewis is making the run forward on the overlap, the former Norwich player. Saint-Maximin infield to Shelby, 25 yards out onto his favoured right foot, goes to the far side of Manquillo. Plenty forward for Newcastle in the 18-yard box. 0-0 the score on Talk Sport. Shelby pings the ball up into the area, won by Carroll. Up goes Hendrick, edge of the box, smacked up into the air hurriedly on the volley. There was an air of panic about that clearance by Fornals as he knocked it high up towards the near side of the field. And we're just about done as far as the first half is concerned. Stuart Atwell gives West Ham a throw on the near side in the right back position.
Well, there'll be a few concerns about Declan Rice here because he took a heavy challenge. I mean, his touch just got away from him. He actually intercepted the ball, and then I think it might have been, I think it was it Hayden who just stepped in on him. He looks to be struggling.
And it was a coming together at the lip of the centre circle. Hayden just stepped in neatly, and Declan Rice is bent double at the moment, and there may be trouble ahead for West Ham United as the half-time whistle goes. We've not seen the glut of goals that we've had across game day so far, but there may be yet plenty of them in the second half. West Ham have hit the woodwork twice, the crossbar on both occasions. Ogbonna with a header, Fornals off the bar too via a deflection off Jamal Lascelles. Souček's nodded wide from 6 yards. At the other end, Newcastle have looked the better team in possession. John Joe Shelby hitting the side netting, and Callum Wilson, who's looked lively on his debut, curling just over the top. Declan Rice trudging off, sandwiched in between two West Ham medical personnel. We'll see whether he'll reappear for the second half. At the break on Talk Sport, West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 0.
Thank you, Joe. So 0-0 at the London Stadium, as Joe said there. Not the glut of goals that we've seen across game day here on Talk Sport. However, I'm optimistic they're going to come, because actually as 0-0s go, David Connolly, it was pretty lively.
Yeah, it was entertaining. I think both teams have actually given it a really good go. You can see Newcastle, obviously, with their front two, they've got that threat. They can always, hit the ball up to Carroll, who'll make it stick. Wilson will run in behind. Saint-Maximin's been a real live wire. They've looked threatening on the counter. But actually, West Ham have grown into the game. Fashioned a few opportunities themselves, and they've looked a lot better as the half has gone on.
Which manager's going to be happier with that first half performance?
Oh, I think Steve Bruce, certainly, because, look, defensively, have dropped back in, tried to make things difficult for West Ham, and obviously they've had the threat on the counter. But you would say that an awful lot of attacks to West Ham come down this right hand side. I think Fredericks, defensively a little bit suspect, but going forward he's done really, really well. Put a couple of really good balls into the box, and it's finely balanced, evenly poised at the moment.
Yeah, that's what West Ham needed to see from Ryan Fredericks last season. Obviously, he had a bit of injury trouble, but it's exactly what he did when he played for Fulham. So, no reason why he shouldn't do that for West Ham. Are we expecting any changes at the break?
Well, I'd like to see West Ham be a little bit braver on the ball. We saw at times that, fashion some of their best opportunities was Souček's header when he got up above Lascelles, and that came from, Declan Rice driving with the ball, just trying to commit some players. We saw him split a ball in behind between Saint-Maximin and his fullback for, I think it might have been Fornals, or Bowen, that just swept his shot over the bar. So, as a built play, and risk possession, they've looked good. But then, when they've given it away a couple of times, obviously that's the threat that Newcastle pose on the counter, running in behind. So, yeah, it's a little bit of game of poker, a game of chess at the minute.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting second half. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you, David Connolly. But first, let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. Place a £20 bet on the Premier League today and get a £20 free bet. Minimum odds 1.5. Free bet valid for 7 days. Excludes cash out. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Hello, Barry Orr. How are we looking with our charity bets and in-game odds as well?
Yeah, charity bet struggling just a little bit at the moment, I think it's fair to say, Faye. But half-time betting on the Betfair exchange, 2.56, the Hammers to go on and claim all 3 points. That's 8-5. The draw currently trading at around a 3-1 chance. The Newcastle trading at 3-1. The draw currently trading as a 7-4 chance. In some sports books market, if you think it's going to stay 0-0, that's currently 11-4. A 1-0 win for the Hammers is a 4-1 chance, or a 1-0 win for the visitors is a 5-1 chance. In the overs-unders, if you think there's going to be over 2.5 goals in it, that's 7-2, or over 1.5 goals is currently 21-20.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Barry. That odds update, all thanks to Betfair. You can bet £20 on today's Premier League and get a £20 free bet. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. It's a minimum £20 sportsbook bet on EPL matches today only. Minimum odds 1-2 or 1.5. Free bet is valid for 7 days, awarded at bet settlement, and excludes cashed out bets. That's all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. Place a £20 bet on the Premier League today and get a £20 free bet. Minimum odds 1.5. Free bet valid for 7 days. Excludes cash out. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
So Game Day is back on TalkSport. It's been a cracker so far, and we have more to come for you across the TalkSport network over the weekend. On Sunday, Darren Bent hosts a brand new show tomorrow from 5. It's called Darren Bent's Boot Room. Former teammate Darren Ambrose and football reporter Alex Crook even will join him to review the return of the Premier League and discuss the boots that made Darren Bent's career, the thousands and thousands of them. You'll also hear an exclusive emotional voice note interview with former Manchester United striker Fraser Campbell. Find out about his tough season at Huddersfield and the boots that defined his career, as well as beating Darren Bent, beating each other at the credit card game. That is one to listen to, that's for sure. Darren Bent's Boot Room tomorrow from 5. Coming up here on TalkSport on Game Day exclusive, though, we'll have second half coverage of West Ham against Newcastle.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. The only place to watch West Brom versus Leicester and Tottenham versus Everton live tomorrow for just $9.99. Search Now TV. 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade-quality building products. In September, we've got 100mm Thermalite blocks for just 99p each ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com. Selco, serving the trade for 125 years.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Finding your perfect new home can be tough. So if you keep missing out,
it's time to search at On The Market.
There are thousands of new properties to buy or rent every month at onthemarket.com. 24 hours or more before they're on Rightmove or Zoopla.
On The Market.
See them first. Set up a property alert today.
Search onthemarket.com.
onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
If you're in the market, search onthemarket.com. See onthemarket.com/new and exclusive. Agents specify exclusivity.
As all the big games kick off across the nation, head to thesun.co.uk/football for all the fallout following another massive weekend of football in the Premier League and beyond. The hottest news, essential views, live blogs and the biggest opinions in the game from the biggest names in the game, including Alan Shearer, Danny Higginbottom and Alex Scott. And with a reporter at every game across the country, thesun.co.uk/football has all the football news you need. The Sun. We live it.
Did somebody say just eat?
Me, get delivery like a G. See, hungry dogs gotta eat. I get mines every day, every week. Chicken wings to the crib, I'm sitting in. Burger in the low. Hope they put the pickle in. Wonton on a catamaran. Oodles and noodles, thank you, my man. J-U-S-T-E-A-T.
Somebody say just eat.
Critics are saying Disney's Mulan is spectacular.
There have been many tales of the great Mulan.
It's revolutionary.
The loyal, the brave, the true.
A gorgeous, exhilarating experience.
It is my duty to protect my family.
Disney's Mulan, now streaming.
I will bring honor to us all.
Premier access to Mulan is exclusively available to Disney Plus subscribers for $19.99. Disney Plus subscription required. For more info, see disneyplus.com/Mulan info.
Game Day.
Game Day. Saturdays redefined.
Game Day exclusive on Talk Sport. 3 back-to-back live and exclusive Premier League fixtures.
Football on the radio doesn't come any bigger than this.
Listen to that!
Game Day exclusive on Talk Sport.
This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. I'm Faye Carruthers. Coming up, the second half of West Ham against Newcastle, finally poised at 0-0. Earlier, you heard Arsenal beat newly promoted Fulham 3-0 and Liverpool's thrilling 4-3 win over Leeds United. And we can hear from Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp speaking to TalkSport's Sam Matterface.
Well, I'm with Jurgen Klopp after probably the most thrilling opening day game I've watched in a while. I mean, it was brilliant for us to watch. What was it like for you to be involved in it?
As well. I liked it as well. True, of course. So I love football, and when you love football, then it's a nice game to watch. And in the end, it's all about winning. We won the game. I think we deserved the 3 points as well. It was, of course, a little bit lucky when you score late. And Leeds played a sensational game. We played how I think a sensational game, to be honest. I know people will now say, yeah, Leeds was brilliant and Liverpool, how can that happen? But I couldn't care less, to be honest, because I knew how good they are. And that will cause us all problems. That's how it is, just the way it is. And for the first game, I said before the game, it's not in my top 10 wish list for the first match day. It was not in my top 5, it was not in my top 3. It was just not in. It was just on the list because I knew they are so different to everything we will ever face that this is the toughest thing in the preseason. We all accepted the preseason like it. It was obviously with international, with the boys on the way. But then having only, after they all played different styles, Scotland, Holland, England, and then we have 3 days to tell them, by the way, Leeds United is completely different to whatever we played before. So that was the challenge. And that's why I'm happy, of course, so because the offensive performance was just really good because they defend incredibly well organized and with a massive, big passion. I like that, I respect that a lot. And defensively, yes, we conceded 3 goals, so obviously we made some mistakes.
Yeah, they did concede 3 goals. It was certainly a spirited performance from Leeds in their first Premier League match for 16 years. You were hearing from Jurgen Klopp there, speaking to TalkSport's Sam Matterface, who also spoke to Leeds winger Jack Harrison.
One of the days that you probably won't forget in a while. Is it a day of mixed emotions, scoring in the Premier League for the first time on the opening day of the season, yet not coming away with all 3 points?
Definitely a lot of mixed emotions. I think a lot of disappointment, losing at the very end. But I think there's a lot of positives to take from the way we tried to play today, and we have to use that going forward.
It's a terrific football match to watch. I mean, what was it like to play in?
It was incredible. A lot of back and forth football, a lot of attacking football, and as spectators, you love to see that kind of play. So it was tough to play in, but enjoyable at the same time.
Did you spend any time looking at Liverpool's defensive vulnerabilities? They conceded quite a lot of goals at the end of the season, and did you try and attack those weaknesses?
Yeah, definitely. I think with every game we always analyse each team and try and identify their weaknesses and find out ways that we can attack them, and we've been working on that all week. And we were able to score three goals against the top team last year, so it's definitely a positive for us.
Well, there's more than a few positives for you, despite the fact that you've been beaten here today, and of course your goal is one of those. It was a terrific goal as well. What was it like scoring in front of the Kop?
Thank you. No, it was an incredible feeling. I think it would have been a bit different if there was fans here, but definitely a very proud moment for myself and my family as well.
It would have been a very, very different game with fans there, that's for sure. But it was still a cracker nonetheless here on game day on Talk Sport. Liverpool coming out as 4-3 winners against Leeds United. Liverpool and Leeds fans, if you want to have your say on today's action, you can give Adam Catterall and Gabby Agbonlahor a call on the Sports Bar Weekender. That's straight after us, around about 10 o'clock after West Ham Newcastle. Get your calls in now though. 08717 223344 is the number to call to have your say. Right, David Connolly, former West Ham striker, part of our commentary team at the London Stadium. Just ahead of this second half, what do you think Steve Bruce in particular will have said to his players, bearing in mind how close they came to opening the scoring?
Well, I think he'll be really pleased. I mean, there's a stat I just saw there, which I won't take credit for, but I think they had 9 attempts there, which is the most they've had in the first half, I think since October 2018. That says it all. Look, they've got their tactics spot on. I mean, Jack Harrison there just saying, we looked at Liverpool weaknesses, which was obviously quick balls in behind the spaces, whether over the fullbacks or, the spaces they leave. And you can see that here. That's exactly what Newcastle are doing. Being deep, a deep block. Can West Ham break us down? If they don't, the fullbacks are so high. There's so much space for the likes of Wilson and Sam Maximin to run into. And, look, they've got it spot on so far. But, West Ham have had quite a few chances. You've got to say, a lot of crosses come in from this right-hand side. And you would say maybe they just, could have taken one of them. I think the Souček header was probably the pick of the bunch.
What do you think? Are we going to see Ryan Fraser feature in this second half?
I think we will. Look, both teams have got actually really talented benches, a lot of ball players, talented players on them. So yes, I think we will see, and you are going to see changes, and I think we will see goals. And I'd love to see Fraser out there. I really would. I think he's going to be a really good signing for Newcastle.
Well, we've seen before what Fraser can do with Callum Wilson when they were both playing at Bournemouth. So that'll be really exciting to watch what they can do for Newcastle. Joe Linton must be sitting there on the bench thinking, oh dear.
Well, I guess, what's great, I think, for Newcastle fans is they'll look at Callum Wilson coming in and they're playing a front two. They've been bold and brave away from home, trying to win 3 points and not set up, I guess, at times like they did last season with a 4-5-1 or whatever, just hoping, praying to nick a point. Here, they've actually gone, you know what, we fancy our chances against a side that, shipped a lot of goals last season. They really did, 62, conceded quite a lot. So they've gone for it, and they look a real threat on the counter. I've got to say, Newcastle.
Yeah, but as you said, West Ham had some decent chances as well. Perhaps need to be a bit more clinical. Hit the crossbar twice.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, they're not. You wouldn't say they're either blessed with prolific goal scorers either. But the balls in the box have been okay. They've made good runs in behind, especially down this right hand side. And it's so important they get the likes of Souček making those runs in behind. They get Fornals joining in the box. They get Bowen in and around Antonio, because at times he has been a little bit isolated, you would say, at times, and we haven't quite seen the best of him so far, Antonio.
Well, the players are on their way out, so at 0-0 it's time to hand over to our commentary team of David Connolly and Joe Shannon.
Thank you, Faye. Yes, the bubbles hurtling through the air again. The Newcastle players have emerged from the tunnel at the base of this main stand in a big cluster, a big group in their black and white striped shirts. We're just waiting for the West Ham players to come back out onto the field of play. A lot of optimism about Newcastle United in the latter part of the summer, despite the takeover, or that proposed takeover, falling through. The new signings have brought a vigour to the side that has been on display in the first 45 minutes in East London. But West Ham, David Connolly, arguably had the 2 best chances, the 3 best chances actually, because if you look at the 2 that went off the woodwork and then the Souček header from 6 yards that should have hit the target, David Moyes might feel his side should be at least a goal to the good.
Well, possibly. I mean, they have fashioned a few opportunities which have been hard trying to break down this Newcastle side, who do defend deep and obviously try to hit you on the counter. I think they've just got to be a little bit bolder, a bit braver in possession, West Ham, and risk the ball. The problem is those spaces that they leave in behind, and whether they can close that danger out quickly enough when Newcastle do break.
And the noise, the pre-recorded noise of the West Ham supporters booming out over the PA system as the second half begins. We hope it won't be long before London Stadium is rocking again, packed with supporters. Empty seats all around though, as West Ham go long downfield straight away at the start of the second half. Live on Talk Sport, West Ham 0, Newcastle 0. Earlier we brought you Fulham 0, Arsenal 3 and Liverpool 4, Leeds United 3. It's been some opening day of the Premier League season. Game day will be with you every step of the way. Here come Newcastle. Shelvey, right hand side, cuts onto his left foot, swings in across. Carroll at the far post, it doesn't reach him. Fredericks chests it down rather riskily, the West Ham fullback, but he hooks it clear high up into the dark night sky, and Hayden regains possession for Newcastle straight away. So the two sides, no changes at the break. West Ham with Fabianski in goal. Fredericks, Diop, Ogbonna and Cresswell. Souček, Rice and Noble. Bowen and Fornals in support of Antonio. For Newcastle, Darlow is the goalkeeper. Manquillo, Fernandez, Lascelles and Lewis the back four. Shelvey and Hayden in the middle. Saint-Maximin and Hendrick wide. Wilson and Carroll up front. And Rice, Declan Rice on the ball for West Ham, having re-emerged for the second half. There was a slight injury scare right at the end of the first period. He went off, not helped off by two medical personnel, but they were standing next to him and watching his every move. But he's fit and he's back on for the second half, which is 90 seconds old, and it's goalless on Talk Sport. David Conway.
Yeah, well, that's great news. Obviously West Ham fans listening in, because it was a heavy challenge from Hayden on him, but he looks okay.
Some big tough fixtures to come for West Ham, including a trip to Arsenal next weekend, live on Talk Sport. Then it's Wolves, Leicester, Spurs, Manchester City and Liverpool to start the season for West Ham, who've given it away through Noble, straight to Hayden, a poor pass, a sloppy pass, and Callum Wilson in possession on his Newcastle debut in the centre circle. Newcastle, who finished 10 points clear of the drop zone last season, and are looking, you would sense, certainly there was an assertiveness about their first half display. I'm looking for an improvement on that again this season, an improvement on that 13th place finish. They finished 13th in each of the last two Premier League campaigns. Here is Manquillo for them. Early ball into the feet of Wilson. Wilson onto his right foot. He's got Manquillo further wide. Whips in the cross towards Carroll at the far post, and Fredericks darted in as well to knock it behind the West Ham defender, with Fabianski spreading himself at the feet of Andy Carroll. And the former West Ham striker very nearly had a clear sight of goal there. It's a Newcastle corner, 2.5 minutes into the second half, 0-0.
Yeah, again, promising signs here. Wilson and Carroll linking up. I mean, Wilson, it was a heavy first touch, didn't really set himself for the cross, but took a little nick off Declan Rice. Looked like it was actually going into the path of Carroll, who missed it completely, but just came off the shin of Fredericks and out for a corner. And this is where, look, they've got really good height here, obviously with Carroll in the side, and that might be why he's in there, because West Ham are so big as well.
Corner which Shelvey will drive in high up to the edge of the 6-yard box, headed away by Issa Diop for West Ham, and Hendrick with the long shaggy hair sends it back to Manquillo, who will roll it all the way back into his own half and to the feet of goalkeeper Carl Darlow, all in bright pink. Unfamiliar name in the Newcastle side tonight, his first Premier League appearance since February of 2018, though he did sign a 5-year new contract, Darlow, earlier this week. Very much a reserve goalkeeper at Newcastle, such has been the form of Martin Dubravka, who's out injured tonight. Newcastle throw down the right, Manquillo takes it, flicked by Wilson, headed away by Ogbonna for West Ham, and now Carroll wearing number 7 for Newcastle. He's put in a rather dominating display tonight, Andy Carroll. He's been linking play between the midfield and the forward line for Newcastle United. He's had a couple of half chances as well.
Yeah.
All that he feel will be missing, David Conley, and you'll know this is a former striker, is a goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think the front two have done really well when they've had the ball. The problem is actually when one of them's linked it, when you look up in the box and the ball is wide, there's only really the other centre forward in there. They've really struggled to get players into the box, Newcastle, whereas West Ham have done it really, really well. Ball goes wide, you've got, you know, the winger, you've got the striker, you've got another midfielder, you've got then Souček as well. They do flood the box, West Ham. They've done it well.
You're listening to West Ham 0, Newcastle 0 on Talk Sport with Now TV. Don't forget you can watch this game live right now with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just $9.99. Search Now TV. Antonio back to goal, and he's done enough to shrug aside Manquillo. Antonio, great technician, burly, and now he'll get the pass from Noble in the left wing position Antonio looks up, swings it across, deep to the far post. Souček was coming in, so too Jared Bowen. The touch was off the West Ham man, and Saint-Maximin will reach the ball for Newcastle in the left-back position and will maraud forward at pace up towards the halfway line, and the chance is gone for West Ham. Half chance though it was.
Well, it was unlucky, wasn't it? Antonio drifting out onto this left, as he likes to do, cutting inside, bending that ball into the far post. Souček with that late burst into the box, but good defending from Newcastle.
Such an intelligent player, Mikel Antonio, who just seems to get better with age. 8 goals in his last 7 appearances at the back end of last season after lockdown. 10 goals in all. Best season of his Premier League career in terms of goal scoring, Mikel Antonio.
Well, he was so raw when he was at Southampton, but he's grown into a real technician as well. Yeah, and he's a lovely lad, but his game has come on so much, and he's now a terrific centre forward. He really is.
He's the proverbial fox in the box for West Ham, much like David Connolly was at one stage. Here is Antonio with his back to goal, lays it back to Rice, who steers it wide to the near side, and Cresswell. The floodlights on at London Stadium, this bowl-shaped former Olympic stadium with a big claret and blue running track in between the seats. The Orbit Tower in the distance, spangled in red, and dark night skies overhead, the electronic advertising hoardings on, and West Ham coming forward at very little pace here. 6 minutes into the second half on Talk Sport, live and exclusive on game day, and it's still 0-0. Arsenal, who beat Fulham earlier in the Premier League. Liverpool beat Leeds by 4-3. Palace beat Southampton by 1-0. You can have your say on the weekend's football in the Sports Bar Weekender from 10 o'clock tonight. Adam Cattrall and Gabby Agbonlahor, part of our team across Talk Sport this season. 08717 223344. Now then, Cresswell right in front of his manager David Moyes. He's got his hands in his pockets in his club tracksuits. Steve Bruce just 10-15 yards to the left of it. David Moyes looking a little irritable. West Ham not coming forward at any great pace. Bowen is back on the halfway line, which is not where they want him, and Ogbonna will angle the pass to Cresswell, who plays it back to Ogbonna 5 yards from halfway. Well, there's just a lack of invention at the moment.
Well, they just need that creativity. They need to get the ball to Declan Rice, actually, because you have seen him so far, tonight play a couple of really clever passes, just splitting lines, getting the ball in behind, and he hasn't really been able to get on it here. I mean, look, they've kept it, retained it quite well, picked up the second balls, but now they need a forward pass.
Rice, slip of the centre circle, curls the ball straight out of play, and it's
there's the kiss of death.
That's the curse of the commentator. Not for the first time this season, and I'm sure David Connolly.
No, he raises
the
an
end
arm.
of one of those.
I don't think that's to me, but I'll accept it anyway.
The West Ham analyst just in front of us just turned and smiled as Rice ballooned it out of play. Of course, very quiet in the stands. You can hear everything. Our colleagues from television are a few rows down below us as well. It's quite eerie at London Stadium. 60,000 empty seats, and it really feels empty tonight. Fredericks on the far side for West Ham. He's given it away. Saint-Maximin will win it back for Newcastle. What a buccaneering run that was forward from Saint-Maximin. He was tripped.
Well, finally, I think here Fredericks is going to get booked, yeah.
He does.
It's about time. Look, let's be honest, they realise he's a real threat, Saint-Maximin. Once he gets a head of steam up, he's a little bit cynical. He just skips on the inside, past Souček. There's Fredericks, a little flailing leg, takes him out, and to be honest, he should have had one in the first half. I don't think he can have too many complaints there.
Such an inventive player, isn't he? The ball just kind of seems to stick to his feet like glue, Saint-Maximin, sometimes, like it's on a string at the end of his boots.
He's so sharp, and he can twist and turn. He gets away from you, that little burst of speed, and he recognises where the space is, drives on the inside. He's had a little bit of rough treatment, I've got to say.
We've had 54 minutes. West Ham 0, Newcastle 0. Free kick Newcastle, pumped long by Shelby, high up towards Carroll, wins the header, edge of the D, and then it's played square, or attempted by Fernandes to play it square to his teammate Hendrick, but West Ham clear. Back on the halfway line with Shelby again. Trademark high diagonal ball up towards Manquillo over the head of the former Liverpool right back, and out of play for a throw to West Ham in their left back spot on this near side of the field.
Well, I don't want to say that they look leggy this early, Newcastle, but they don't quite have the same energy or tempo about them since they come out in the second half. That was a little bit of slower pass on the diagonal there from Shelby, whereas in the first half that would have been drilled out wide to his full-back. They just need to up the tempo here.
Didn't end last season particularly well. Newcastle failed to win in any of their last 6 Premier League matches. Here is Hendrick though, surging right into the 18-yard area, blocked off by Ogbonna at the near post, and Rice will get there for West Ham in the left-back position, a player of culture and poise. Rice will hoist it high downfield. Nobody there though in a claret and blue shirt. It's going to come back at West Ham. Here is Hendrick, right wing near side of the field, back heel towards Manquillo. Manquillo will keep it in on the near side touchline. He'll steer it back into the 18-yard box. Souček and Rice combine to clear for West Ham, and it comes back straight at them again. There's a pattern to the play now. It's all Newcastle in terms of possession.
But actually Callum Wilson done a really good job there in terms of putting Declan Rice under pressure in his own box. That forced the poor ball up to Antonio, and they've won it back.
Saint-Maximin spraying it wide to Manquillo with the red boots, the long sleeve shirt, skips away from Fornals, deflected cross to the near post. Carroll flicks it on, and it's turned in by Callum Wilson. A debut goal for the £20 million man, and Newcastle United, this new look side, take the lead. 10.5 minutes into the second half, and what a moment under the London Stadium floodlights for Callum Wilson. His first Newcastle goal. It's West Ham 0, Newcastle 1.
Well, Manquillo done really well out wide here, just to shift it past Fornals, delivers the ball into the box, takes a little nick off Fornals, then Carroll just gets in front of the goalkeeper, it's actually Hendrick, gets in front of Ogbonna, flicks it on. There's Callum Wilson, just tapped it home in front of Fabianski. He's about 2 yards out, absolutely delighted. And look, he's had a really good game, I think, Callum Wilson. He's looked so sharp. And sometimes when you work hard, we just spoke moments ago about putting Declan Rice under pressure in his own box, working tirelessly for his team. When you do that, sometimes as a striker, you get rewarded with a little tap in. It's exactly what he's got.
And it's 1-0 to Newcastle, and a poacher's goal for Callum Wilson. Newcastle, who struggled for goals so desperately last season, that's exactly the sort of motion of movement they were missing. And here comes Wilson again, darting forward. Can he get away from Ogbonna? Flicks it up towards Carroll inside the penalty area, blocked off by Fredericks, and West Ham get it away. But they're in trouble here. Live and exclusive on Talk Sport. A goal down on the opening day of the Premier League season, and Callum Wilson has got a debut goal for Newcastle. Here's Fredericks at the other end though. That's a good cross towards Souček. It's headed away to Bowen. Bowen from the edge of the D, can't find a teammate. Manquillo with a good interception for Newcastle, and now the game is really stretched. Saint-Maximin herring into opposition territory. Manquillo down the right hand side, 3 forward for Newcastle. Manquillo is one of them, and he's held up the play. Goes back to walking pace and steers it all the way back to the halfway line, and John Joe Shelby. But Newcastle very much in control as we tick towards the hour mark. West Ham 0, Newcastle 1.
Well, actually, I just wonder whether maybe Bruce might have just said to Manquillo, just retain the ball. There's no need to put that ball into the box. So it's only really Carroll in there. So instead, they just checked out, retained possession, sensible play, especially away from home.
Good flick by Carroll, who's been so dominant, to find Saint-Maximin. Early cross whipped into the box at pace, in swinging, headed away by Ogbonna from the edge of the 6-yard area. There's a slightly resigned and dejected look about some of these West Ham United players. A shrug of the shoulders from Ogbonna, who's got his hands on his hips. And Newcastle have got their 6th corner of the game on the far side of the field, and they've got the lead. Live on Talk Sport.
Well, actually, David Moyes just turned around, didn't he, and just threw his arms down. Obviously, sense of frustration here. Because they had the better opportunities, didn't they, in the first half, didn't take them, and as is the case sometimes, the opponents get one decent chance, get 1-0 down.
John Joe Shelby on the far side, golden boots, will take the corner, drives it high up towards the penalty spot, over the head of Jamal Lascelles, and there's a shove in the back from Lascelles on Antonio. West Ham have got a free kick, and they're in dire need of some inspiration here, West Ham United. Trailing by a goal to 0 with just under an hour gone. And is there any sign of activity on the substitutes bench, Ian Abrahams?
Yes, there is. David Moyes has asked Felipe Anderson and Andrei Yarmolenko to get warmed up. Yarmolenko actually running on the pitch a second or two ago, and I think before very long he will start making changes, David Moyes.
Thanks, Moose. Ian Abrahams live at pitchside for us on Talk Sport. Newcastle lead by a goal to 0. Here's Antonio surging towards the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, almost a one-man band, and he was blocked off by a combination of Hayden and Lascelles, and a long high clearance downfield by Manquillo up into Wilson. West Ham territory.
Look at Wilson again. I mean, he covers so much ground. He was miles away from Ogbonna actually getting on the ball there. Instead, put him under pressure, forced the ball back to Fabianski, and that's a top centre forward working really hard for the team. Newcastle fans would be delighted with that. Centre forward that worked so hard.
Joel Linton, who came in for double the price last summer, is going to be thinking, how on earth am I going to get in the team? And he won't. The way that Wilson has started his Newcastle career, at least.
He's definitely not going to get in the team. I mean, they've got a goal-scoring centre forward who works really hard. He's got good feet, can hold the ball up. He's a threat in the box, and he's settled in really, really well.
New dynamic about Newcastle. Here come West Ham, a goal down at London Stadium, without their own fans to buoy them and push them on and cheer them on. They have to find that energy from somewhere themselves, as Fernandes comes across to head clear for Newcastle, who won here 3-2 last season, and it's a throw to West Ham deep inside opposition territory, right in front of one of those claret and blue banners in the lower tier of seats, which spells out pretty bubbles in the air. And Antonio is going to take this long throw. He walks towards the edge of that running track, that claret running track. There's a lot of space for him to hurl this in, and West Ham have sent Diop forward from centre defence. Instead, the throw is short. He gets it back. Antonio drives towards the dead ball line. Shelby gets across. Ball goes out of play. West Ham corner far side.
Well, that was clever though from Antonio, wasn't it? I mean, fake to deliver the ball long into the box. Then took it short, got it set back to him. Tried to take on Shelby, didn't get past him, but it did win a corner. And they have got good height, West Ham, as well. I mean, both sides are big. I think that's why Carroll's actually in the team as well today, to provide height, but obviously to play with a two, but they'll need him here.
Two at the near post for West Ham, in swinging from Bowen, headed away by Carroll for Newcastle United. It'll come back to Cresswell, 15 yards into the Newcastle half. Newcastle lead by a goal to nil, live on TalkSports Game Day. Rice crosses in low, good defending by Lascelles inside the 6-yard box to steer it away. It was a cross rattled in at pace, Lascelles alone, but he knew that one false move might have sent it diverting towards his own goal, and instead he knocks it out of play into the seats for a West Ham throw.
Yeah, it's a good clearance, but West Ham had no one really gambling across the near post. It's a disappointing Moyes.
This one will go in long from Antonio. High towards Ogbonna at the near post. Souček's there as well for West Ham United. It's cleared away. Comes to Manquillo for Newcastle. Right back position. Squeezes it forward to Hendrick, who nudges it down the line and wins a throw. And Jeff Hendrick, industrious player, but very neat and tidy. Very good on the ball. Very clever player. You can already see he's making a difference for Newcastle as well, David.
Absolutely, but I mean, the ball went out for a throw there. Callum Wilson got it and then just kicked it about 10 yards away, and David Moyes gave him a death stare. Obviously the rest of his staff, so you know what you're doing. Manquillo bending down, then doing his laces, so already little signs of game management here, winding the clock down, wasting vital seconds.
Well, this won't please the West Ham hierarchy, nor of course the supporters. There were a dozen or so I saw protesting against the club's ownership when I arrived at the ground earlier. Hendrick down the right for Newcastle, who lead by a goal to nil. Plays it back to Manquillo, high looping cross up into the night sky, and Fabianski will just watch it drift over his bar for a goal kick.
Well, just another example of Newcastle, as great as they have done. Hendrick, little nutmegs, looked up, wanted to put the ball in the box. There's no one really in there, so I guess a couple of improvements would be maybe Hayden trying to break into the box and maybe get another player, the wide man in there. At times they just haven't had enough players in there to make the most of these opportunities, make the most of these attacks.
Dreadful clearance from Fabianski for West Ham, but an even more risky back pass from Isaac Hayden, and Antonio was almost on the end of it. Good goalkeeping by Karl Darlow, the Newcastle number 2 in the side tonight in place of the injured Martin Dubravka. Had to race forward, and he had a good starting position there, Darlow, and sliced it clear into touch for a West Ham throw. There might have been a chance there for Antonio, and West Ham really are feeding off scraps at the moment. With well over an hour gone, I think there might be at least one change on the way. We'll get the details from Ian Abrahams in a few moments, but West Ham readying reinforcements, and they do have attacking quality, or at least attacking potential on the bench. I can see Sebastian Haller stripped and ready to come on. Here is Antonio trying to get on the end of a long ball downfield. It's cleared by Lewis for Newcastle, making his debut tonight at left back, the former Norwich player. £15 million the fee that brought him to the northeast, and Shelby's sliced the ball out of play for Newcastle, and it's a West Ham throw. And your former side, David Connolly, desperately need a change of direction.
Well, they do. They just need to get the ball into the front, play forward a little bit quicker. I mean, at times they've struggled to get the ball, from the back into midfield, then into the front, just bypassing this Newcastle block. Someone's got to take a risk. Someone's got to thread a pass through somewhere, find a gap, find someone in a little pocket, get some support in and around Antonio. Another long ball up to him. I mean, it's It's a ball he's just got to chase into the channel. You've got to maybe curl that, leave it in there instead. I think there's maybe Diop's gone with his laces. It's always drifting out of play, and it's just not going to be good enough.
Well, instructions being passed on this near side touchline. Still, though, West Ham to make that substitution. 20 minutes into the second period on Talk Sports. This is Game Day exclusive. We brought you Fulham 0, Arsenal 3. The opening game of the Premier League season, a debut goal for Gabriel, Lacazette and Aubameyang, the other scorers. Then we went around the grounds in the Premier League and the EFL. Palace beat Southampton courtesy of Wilfried Zaha's goal, and then Liverpool beat Leeds 4-3 in an absolute thriller, again live and only on Talk Sport. Double change on the way for West Ham, but here's Callum Wilson, whose debut goal has Newcastle in front, trying to turn on the right hand side, smuggled away by Ogbonna for West Ham, who look like they're running out of ideas rapidly. There's no pace or rhythm to any of their possession at the moment. Here is Antonio, back to goal, on the halfway line with the throw off Lascelles.
He just needs a little bit of help up there, doesn't he, Antonio? I mean, the ball's gone off. He just had a little kick out there at Steve Bruce's number 2. He just wants the ball back.
Double change on the way for David Moyes. Here's Talk Sports, Ian Abrahams.
Yes, Sebastian Haller and also Andrei Yarmolenko are coming on, and not before time. West Ham do need some fresh blood. I presume it will be up front. It will be the changes. So I think Jared Bowen might be one of the players that's being replaced. Certainly Yarmolenko's come on, and now it's going to be Fredericks who comes off as well. So Yarmolenko and Haller on, Noble and Fredericks are the players that come off.
Well, a double change and much needed for West Ham United, trailing as they do by a goal to nil, and two players who've really failed to hit the ground running at West Ham in the last couple of seasons or so are the two who've taken to the field. In fact, it was Fornals who was the other player who came off, so Fredericks has stayed on. Fornals and Noble off, Yarmolenko and Haller onto the field. Antonio down the left hand side. It's an attacking double change for West Ham United as Antonio wins a corner in front of the empty Bobby Moore stand.
Yeah, they need something, don't they? A little bit of magic. I mean, obviously you saw Yarmolenko, a little bit of lucky goal, I guess, against Villa, but he ended the season on a high.
Yep. Haller not scored since February, though. So much was expected of him, the club record signing. Corner to West Ham. Cresswell will take it. Midway through the second half on Talk Sport, trailing by a goal to nil. Cresswell, left-footed out-swinging delivery. Rice far post nods it down. It's flicked goalwards. Scramble inside the 6-yard box. Newcastle can't clear. Couple of great saves from Darlow, and Darlow manages to hang on. West Ham appealing desperately for a penalty. Haller was in there, having just come on. Darlow made a couple of great stops. The referee has got a voice in his ear at the moment, no doubt, for VAR, but West Ham players up in arms appealing for a penalty. Stuart Atwell said no, and there is a little bit of confusion on the field at the moment because we're not being told whether anything's actually being reviewed. There's a yellow card coming up for Javi Manquillo after a foul on Jared Bowen on this near side of the field, but it was the most almighty goal-mouth scramble away to the left-hand side. Haller on the angle of the 6-yard box played it across, and the ball clattered off the mid-arm of Jeff Hendrick, but because his arm was by his side, I think that's why no penalty's been given. West Ham were furious about it, though.
Well, it was definitely the upper arm. I mean, Haller just keeps it alive, helps it back across goal, blasts it actually at Hendrick, but it's just the top of the arm. Maybe he just got away with it.
David Moyes is upset with the referee now, arms outstretched, speaking to Stuart Atwell. Controversy at London Stadium. West Ham 0, Newcastle 1, and the ball certainly struck the mid to upper part of Hendrick's arm, and I think because it was down by his side, that's why no penalty has been given. Kevin Nolan is appealing to the fourth official, one of the West Ham coaches, but I think the officials have got that one right.
Well, the only thing is I wouldn't say it was necessarily down low by his side, so I can see, obviously after the Leeds penalty today, I could see maybe why it could have been given, but it hasn't.
And now Newcastle have got a free kick and another yellow card out of the pocket of the referee, aimed in the direction of Thomas Souček, who's not happy. Again, Sam Maximan has gone to ground for Newcastle United. Souček protests his innocence. And let's go back to pitch side and talk sports. Ian Abrahams.
I think they're unhappy about that, Joe, because the first half, remember the shot from Fornals that maybe flicked the arm of Lascelles, went behind for a corner. They thought that should have been a penalty in the first half. I think they're feeling that they've been a bit unjust now in two cases which could have gone against them.
Is that fair, David Conley, do you think?
Well, possibly. I mean, just look, it's hard to see it from here, but obviously Allaire just keeping the ball alive, blasts it across goal, and I think it strikes his upper arm. I mean, obviously we've seen Leeds earlier, obviously with their penalty incident, and I don't think this is that dissimilar, to be honest. So it could easily have been a pen.
That's the voice of the former West Ham striker David Conley, alongside me, Joe Shannon. And Talk Sports, Ian Abrahams is with us as well. We've got 20 minutes to go. West Ham 0, Newcastle 1. And Callum Wilson's debut goal separates the two sides. West Ham getting increasingly frustrated. Another yellow card flashes out of the pocket of the referee, this time in the direction of Yarmolenko, as Ogbonna jumps to head clear from the edge of the area for West Ham, and it's hooked downfield, but back up to the edge of the penalty area for Newcastle from Shelby. Again Ogbonna there, towering away from Andy Carroll, and Rice can break for West Ham up over the halfway line. Now it's the Ukrainian Yarmolenko with the yellow boots. Allaire playing through the middle for West Ham, the tall, gangly striker. Cresswell, near side of the field, the left. West Ham are certainly going for it here, but they're leaving it relatively late. And here is Diop at the lip of the centre circle, nudges it on to Declan Rice. Rice down the right-hand side. He's got Cresswell on the Fredericks on the overlap. Back in field to Antonio right-hand edge of the 18-yard box. Rice with a first-time cross, deep to the far post, flicked away crucially by Hendrick for Newcastle. It'll come back to Bowen. Bowen on the near side, the left. He's skipping in field towards the edge of the penalty area, tries a cross, deflects off Hendrick and then Manquillo, and Manquillo clears, and suddenly Newcastle, David Conley, after that double change for West Ham, a little bit on the back foot, live on TalkSport.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've gone actually matched up Newcastle, which is good to see at home with two up top, but they've just got to get the ball, work that cross in the right way. There's a bit of an injury here, so West Ham have kicked the ball out, but in terms of that delivery, hang it up there, give the likes of Allaire and Antonio a chance. At times, Bowen there trying to deliver the ball, he's too close to the player, can't get it in, and just need to do a little bit better on it.
Isaac Hayden is down for Newcastle. It's currently West Ham 0, Newcastle 1. For the latest odds, head to Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get West Ham at 13, Newcastle at 1.48 and the draw at 4. That's all thanks to Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Both sets of players have come across to the near side touchline for water and to take on some instructions as well. Steve Bruce, arms outstretched, very expressive. David Moyes likewise as he talks to Mikel Antonio. What will be the message from David Moyes, David Conley, going into these last 17 minutes plus stoppage time? West Ham behind.
Well, what's interesting is that you'd say nearly all the players for Newcastle come over to the bench and spoken to Steve Bruce, but it hasn't really happened for West Ham. I think they've got to get the ball into the front two. They've got to risk the pass, risk it, take it, play a forward pass, get it into the feet of Antonio, or get it wide, and then really put a cross in that the front two can get on the end of. At times, I don't think they've actually selected the right sort of ball.
Do you expect West Ham to make moves in the transfer market before the start of October, before October the 5th?
Well, I think that it's only the first game and they had plenty of opportunities before Newcastle scored, but I guess if they have a couple of results like this, obviously Moyes can go to them and say, look, I need a little bit extra. If my subs come off the bench and Allaire doesn't have an impact, Yarmolenko, look, what can I do? You've got to back me.
Hayden is back onto his feet for Newcastle and is running freely. Newcastle yet to make a substitution tonight. West Ham 0, Newcastle 1, and it still could go either way on TalkSport. Here is Bowen for West Ham, just inside opposition territory, floated up towards Allaire, who nods it down, but Wilson's there to the second ball. He's worked so hard and he's worked so intelligently, Callum Wilson, tonight. His goal separates the two sides. St Maximin carries the ball 25 yards into West Ham territory. He finds Hendrick near side the right. Hendrick steers it down the right. That's a lovely ball for Manquillo. Wilson in the middle. There he is at the near post. Good save by Fabianski. Spread himself wide. Still not away yet for West Ham. St Maximin rifles one over the top. from the edge of the D, and Lucas Fabianski has kept West Ham in the match.
Oh, really promising move. Hendrick and Manquillo, lovely ball from Hendrick, dinked over the top, in behind, just slides it across the 6-yard box, but I think that's a bad ball from Manquillo. It's a little bit too close to Fabianski, half a yard away from goal. Callum Wilson will have had a tap in.
The first change for Newcastle, and TalkSport's Ian Abrahams can bring us the details.
And Alan Saint-Maximin, who's been lively tonight, is the man that's being withdrawn, and Joe Linton is going to play up front in a 3, which includes Callum Wilson and Andy Carroll. Just a quick one for both of you, Joe and David. Would you sell Declan Rice to raise the funds to get players into this team?
No.
Can't afford to, can you?
I don't think so, no, I wouldn't. I mean, I think that the owner's got to put their hand in the pocket and, retain the likes of Rice, certainly.
It's a good point, though, and an interesting point that the hierarchy may well be wrestling with, but surely not after the fury that came after the sale of Grady Diangana. Mark Noble was so vocal on social media about that, and that tweet was retweeted by a number of his West Ham first team players. There have been reports that what happened with that sale has brought this dressing room a little bit closer together. It's almost created a siege mentality, but you can't help but feel that they could do with a player like Grady Diangana tonight.
Well, someone to try and lock a door, I guess, but you look at Newcastle, new signing, 20 million, half the price of Allaire, and obviously he's come up with the goal, could be the difference. And you sell Declan Rice, what are you going to do? Waste 40 million of it on another Felipe Anderson? That's the problem with West Ham, making sure that recruitment, when it happens, it's right. They got it right with Souček. Just need to find another one or two.
So Joel Linton on for Newcastle. Just 2 Premier League goals last season. 40 million quid and 2 Premier League goals. On our monitor I can see a shot of the 2 co-chairmen at West Ham United, David Gold and David Sullivan, sat at a distance in the director's box, the leather claret seats, and Karen Brady is nearby too. Penny for their thoughts, of course.
Well, also penny for Mark Noble's thoughts. I mean, you don't think he's taken off because of what he said, do you? Or is it just purely football-y? You'd like to think not, but he spent an awful lot of time chasing the ball down when really, he needed the likes of Souček to get up to the ball. He needed Declan Rice to get up to the ball. But I think David Moyes was so worried about the big front two. He had the big tall midfielders sitting in front of him, and it just meant Rice. I think Noble just had too much running to do.
Talking of chasing the ball, David Moyes has just headed 20 yards down the touchline to retrieve the ball for a throw-in that West Ham have taken, but they're not coming forward at any great pace. It continues to be a little leaden-footed from West Ham. They need something from somewhere. A goal down on TalkSport. 13 to go. Antonio's cross up towards Allaire, headed away by Lascelles from the centre of the penalty area for Newcastle, who look really dangerous on the counter-attack. Wilson to Andy Carroll on the centre spot almost, dispossessed, but it's nudged downfield by Hendrick. Joel Linton will chase. Golden boots, still got that famous Newcastle number 9 shirt, spiky hair, edge of the area. Joel Linton shoots, takes a deflection, comes back to Hendrick, inside the penalty area, towards the dead ball line. Can he put it back? He finds Joel Linton, edge of the box, he sets up Shelby. Good block by Ogbonna for West Ham, as Newcastle threaten to extend their lead, and West Ham have cleared through Yarmolenko. Good ball to find Bowen, and now Cresswell 10 yards shy of halfway. Newcastle were nearly in again there, and you wouldn't bet against them getting chances on the break before the night is over. On TalkSport, here is Cresswell on the near side for West Ham. Early ball, high towards Allaire, chests it down. Souček with his back to goal, couldn't reach it. Shelby gets a foot in on Bowen. Good defending from Newcastle United. Hendrick though misses his tackle. Rice is there for West Ham, charges into the 18-yard box, trying to smuggle his way through. Can't get past Lascelles. West Ham still on the attack. 1-0 down. Cresswell, near side, flighted cross, high to the far post, headed away by Newcastle. It was Lewis with the touch, and Wilson hooks the ball over his shoulder to the relative safety of halfway. It's been quite a few nearly moments for West Ham tonight. David Moyes will point to the 2 efforts off the woodwork in the first half, the header from Souček wide, the 2 penalty appeals they've had that were both turned down. But it's all going to count for nothing at the moment, unless Yarmolenko can do something. Edge of the D, left-footed deflected shot, almost fell for Antonio, cleared away by Hendrick, up to the halfway line again.
Well, they're defending even deeper now, Newcastle. There's about 10 players just 5-10 yards outside their box. Very deep block that West Ham have got to break down. That's the challenge for them.
Antonio hugging the near side touchline. Good ball up towards Allaire, cleared behind by Fernandez, and it's a West Ham United corner in front of the Bobby Moore end on the near side of the field.
You've got to say they dealt with most threats that West Ham have thrown at them pretty well so far, Newcastle at the back, especially Fernandez. It's been fantastic there.
I'll bring you some clarification on that Jeff Hendrick handball penalty appeal in just a few moments. It was as we expected, as Cresswell swings in the corner for West Ham, out swinging, headed away by Carroll for Newcastle, comes out to Yarmolenko, left-footed effort deflected behind.
Yeah, he's such a threat, isn't he? Just sweeping up on the edge of the box for that second ball. Good first touch to kill it. He reads it's going to be cleared, just picks it up on the edge of the box on that hammer of a left foot, aims for the near post, but just a little nick wide.
Yarmolenko will go across to take the corner. It'll swing in towards goal, left-footed, up to the edge of the 6-yard box. Newcastle clear it once more, this time through Carroll yet again. Up towards the lip of the centre circle. Fredericks will have all the time in the world to ping it cross-field, and Cresswell caresses it onto his left boot, and then his second touch is dreadful.
Well,
and Keogh clears for a throw.
I think he has a little bit of frustration here, obviously having a little bit of an argument with Antonio, thinking, well, you know, you should have been there, but to me that was a poor pass from Cresswell. Antonio saying, look, just give me the ball, let me launch this into the box. They've already got the centre-halves up there from the corner.
Long throw coming up for West Ham United. The 18-yard box littered with claret and blue shirts, and Newcastle have got everybody back bar Callum Wilson. Long up towards Ogbonna in the penalty area. Headed away at the near post by Federico Fernandez. Picked up by Javi Manquillo for Newcastle. He balloons it high into the floodlit sky. It'll drop down for Antonio again for West Ham. 25 yards out, squeezed into the penalty area towards Bowen. Little ricochet and Newcastle clear once more. And now here's Shelby inside the centre circle, up to the relative safety of halfway, and Wilson again. Wilson dispossessed by Cresswell. This is a good spell for West Ham. 9 minutes to go. West Ham 0, Newcastle 1. Live and exclusive on Talk Sport on a bumper, blockbuster opening day of the Premier League season that we brought you on game day. Here is Yarmolenko, far side the right. All left foot at the moment, Yarmolenko. He plays it further down the touchline to find Antonio. Antonio, though, shrugged aside by Jamal Lewis, the young Norwich debutant, defends diligently and hoists it clear over the halfway line again.
Well, there's nobody up there, though, up top for Newcastle. Despite three centre-forwards being on the pitch, it's just, you know, wave after wave of West Ham attack at this moment in time.
Wave after wave of claret and blue, but it's Rice who has to retrieve the ball on the halfway line. VAR at Stockley Park, led by Peter Banks, have clarified that, as we suspected, the penalty appeal against Jeff Hendrick wasn't given because his arms were by his side. So, no great surprise there. As Carroll tries to reach a hopeful ball downfield for Newcastle, easily intercepted by Ogbonna, and Diop will steer it back to Lucas Fabianski. Newcastle are going to make a change of their own in just a few moments, I think, as Souček nudges it forward to Yarmolenko, midway inside the Newcastle half, going forward at pace. Fredericks with the cross, up towards Antonio, cleared away at the near post once again, this time by Isaac Hayden. Little touch off Jamal Lewis though, and it's another West Ham United corner, and they're building up ahead of steam with 7.5 minutes to go, despite being a goal down.
They are, but again, Newcastle just defend the cross well. I mean, look, Lewis swept it out for a corner, but every ball that's come into their box, the likes of Lascelles and Fernandez have done really well so far.
Plenty forward for West Ham, everybody back for Newcastle. Corner's taken short, Fredericks, corner of the penalty area, right-footed delivery up towards Allaire, and the goalkeeper plucks it out of the air, Darlow, and the chance is gone.
Oh, that's a good header. The cross actually falls short, but Allaire just gets across the near, good contact on it at the near post. It's just dropping under the bar, but fairly comfortable in the end for Darlow.
Been relatively steady, the stand-in Newcastle goalkeeper. You'd expect Martin Dubravka to retain his place when he returns from that ankle injury, having before tonight played 88 consecutive games in the Premier League for Newcastle, who at the moment are just about, I mean, are they hanging on, David Connolly? Is it into that sort of territory yet, Newcastle?
I wouldn't say they're hanging on, but they do look a little bit leggy. I've seen that in the second half, and no surprise there's going to be a change, because I think they need some fresh legs out there, and I think this man will certainly give them that.
It's a significant change. Let's get the details from Ian Abrahams.
Well, Callum Wilson is the man who's coming off, and well, West Ham might be glad to see the back of the debutant goal scorer. Miguel Almiron is certainly going to get them the run around for the last 6 or 7 minutes of this game, plus added on time. He really is rapid, and West Ham still have one more change to make, but interesting boys up in the press box. Neither Felipe Anderson or Manuel Lanzini, who are available for transfer have got on the pitch tonight.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting, Joe, because I thought they might actually change Andy Carroll because he was the one lying down, maybe a touch of cramp or whatever, but Steve Bruce has stuck with the substitution and has taken Wilson off and Almiron on.
And as debut performances go, Callum Wilson looks a different player to the man that seemed quite dissatisfied with life at the end of his time at Bournemouth. He was very magnanimous, and there's no suggestion that he didn't give anything less than 100%, but he looks a different player all of a sudden. He looks a revitalised player.
He was excellent.
Newcastle.
He was excellent, Joe. Really was. Worked ever so hard for his team. Put a real shift in, and sometimes you get a bit of luck, and he got his goal.
Here's Joel Linton down the left for Newcastle. Has kept himself onside. He skips into the penalty area, finds Almiron straight away. Shot at the near post is blocked. The offside flag is up against Joel Linton, I think. And West Ham have got themselves a free kick. They've got 5 minutes plus stoppage time to salvage a point here, West Ham United. They were beaten in this fixture last season, and they're about to be beaten in it here again tonight on the opening day of the Premier League season, West Ham. They haven't won on the opening day since 2015. They certainly look unlikely to do that, but they've had a succession of heavy defeats on the first day of the season in recent years. They might be about to lose again. Here is Fredericks, led with the edge of the 18-yard box, back to Declan Rice, and now Yarmolenko. Another change on the way shortly for Newcastle United. It looks like Sean Longstaff is stripped and ready to go in black and white. Lovely ball towards Souček by Yarmolenko, a reverse pass, but Darlow was quick off his line to claim.
Well, it should have been a lovely ball. I mean, pretty simple ball from Yarmolenko into the front to Souček, but it's too far in front of him. He can't do anything with it, and again, just that final ball, someone with a bit of ability to open something up, creativity, just hasn't quite been there for the Hammers.
Long from Darlow for Newcastle, high downfield. It's been a very disciplined, diligent defensive display from Newcastle, but they've looked impressive going forward as well, and I think that will really encourage Steve Bruce. They only managed 38 Premier League goals in the whole of last season, Newcastle, but there's a sense they'll do better this time around. And here's Almiron surging into the penalty area, onto his left foot. He finds Hendrick square. Hendrick shoots right footed. What a goal! It's game over. It's another debut goal. It's Jeff Hendrick into the top corner from 15 yards out. It's a dream opening day for Newcastle United. It's turning into a nightmare for West Ham United. A first Newcastle goal for Jeff Hendrick, and it's West Ham 0, Newcastle 2.
Well, this is a stunning strike made by the sub Miggy Almiron. Lovely little give and go. Then he just cuts the ball back into the box. There's Hendrick. First touch is a little bit behind him, but he digs it out and then rifles it into the roof of the net. You could say Creswell doesn't close the ball down quickly enough, just allows Hendrick that half a yard just for him to go to the left, just creates that gap, and then he angles it, drives it back across goal. Goalkeeper had absolutely no chance, Fabianski. It's a brilliant goal.
And the new boys are doing the business for Newcastle. Wilson and Hendrick on their first appearances for the club. It's 2-0, and surely Newcastle are going to take all 3 points back to the northeast. They have made a change right after that second goal, Ian Abrahams.
Longstaff is on and Andy Carroll's off. West Ham about to bring on Felipe Anderson. Too little too late, boys?
Looks like it.
Yeah, I think so, but obviously I guess, look, Moisey probably doesn't trust Felipe Anderson anymore, does he? But he's probably saying, what other choices have I got? I think the team that he put out there was probably as good as it can get, and they're probably the ones he trusts in.
Not scored since New Year's Day, Felipe Anderson. Jared Bowen is the man he's replacing, but I mean, I don't know whether it's too much necessarily, David Connolly, to say that it's a statement result for Newcastle, but they did only win 5 away games in the Premier League in the whole of last season, and Steve Bruce will be delighted because 2 of his key new signings have started the game, and they've got the goals.
And I tell you what, it'll make Mike Ashley happy as well, because when you're a manager, you know, and your chairman puts his hand in his pocket and you make those signings and you keep them on the bench, you don't start them, you know, that's one way not to keep them on side. They played, they both had an impact, both scored, the likes of Hendrick obviously and Wilson. Really pleasing for him.
Here is Almiron on the far side, the left, Newcastle, who look dangerous still. They look capable of scoring more. And when you've got a player like Almiron, the Paraguayan, tricky and nippy, very intelligent player, reads the game well, terrific technician, but you've got a player like him to bring off the bench. Well, it says something about your squad depth, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I guess Newcastle fans are question why he didn't start.
Well, Mikel Antonio's won a corner for West Ham, far side of the field, last minute of normal time, and it doesn't get any easier for West Ham after this.
Well, what they don't have though, Joe, now is Andy Carroll back there. He's done really good in both boxes, but he's not there to head these clear.
That's very true. Plenty of height in the West Ham side. Newcastle with everybody back. West Ham 2-0 down. Yarmolenko's corner to the near post. Squirts high up into the penalty area. Newcastle can't get it away. It's come for Rice. Corner of the 18-yard box near side. Back to Cresswell. Now Rice again. Very congested in that penalty area. Cresswell's cross to the near post. Gathered easily by Carl Darling.
Far too close to him. Little give and go with Rice out wide, but he's got to wrap his foot around that and know that he can't put it that close to the keeper. Straight into his arms in the 6-yard box. Disappointing. And actually the delivery from the corner was disappointing. Didn't beat the first man.
Into 5 minutes of added time on Talk Sport. 08717 223344 to have your say on a game day, a first Premier League game day of the season with so many talking points. Adam Cattrall and Gabby Agbonlahor will take your calls. We had a big win for Arsenal at Fulham. Palace beat Southampton by a goal to nil. Liverpool 4, Leeds 3, live on Talk Sport. In the Championship, Birmingham and QPR victors in our 2 live Talk Sport 2 commentaries. In League 1 there were wins for Charlton and Hull. In League 2, big win for Harrogate in their first game in the EFL. So much to talk about. And West Ham trailed 2-0 here to Newcastle, whose 2 debutants have scored both goals, as a cross is drilled in low from the right by Antonio, steered away by Manquillo inside the 6-yard box. And there are 4 minutes of injury time to go. Joel Linton looking to hold the ball up for Newcastle. Wouldn't it be something if he got in on the act? Forward by Shelvey, down the middle of the field, up towards Sean Longstaff, and Shelvey's got it again. Walking pace midway inside the West Ham half, and West Ham look as though they're a beaten side. Newcastle, you're right, David Conley, do look a little bit leggy, but the adrenaline of 3 points will surely make up for that.
Well, absolutely, and look, you've got to say it was a good change, wasn't it, from Bruce, bringing on Almiron. He knows, obviously, he runs all day, got that energy about him.
Allaire down the left for West Ham, corner of the 18-yard box. His efforts look like they're going to be forlorn and in vain now. Just over 3 minutes of stoppage time to go on Talk Sport. West Ham 0, Newcastle 2. The sports bar weekend to come. Yarmolenko's cross to the near post. Doesn't find a claret shirt. Cleared away by Fernandes with ease for Newcastle, who are desperate to keep a clean sheet, I'm sure. Here is Almiron for Newcastle. Quick feet, 1-2 with Shelvey. Can he reach the ball over the halfway line? Fredericks slides in, wins it back. Almiron goes down. Fredericks, furious, just waves his arm towards Almiron casually and looks at him with disgust as the Paraguayan slowly gets to his feet.
He's looked so bright though, Joe, hasn't he, since he's come on. Almiron giving him real energy and quality, gets on the ball, makes things happen, so busy.
Here is Hendrick crossing halfway for Newcastle. He runs into Cresswell, and now Felipe Anderson. We've got 2.5 minutes of stoppage time to go. West Ham need to score twice. Souček wide to the far side of the field, and Yarmolenko inside the area. Shot is saved by the goalkeeper, and then it's hacked away by Sean Longstaff up towards the halfway line, and Newcastle got away with that one. But here's Almiron on the counter-attack with plenty of pace, surging into the penalty area. Left-footed shot deflected behind. Ogbonna defending desperately there as he tried to keep up with the fleet-footed Almiron, who skated across the turf and now looks down at the field as the ball goes behind for a corner to Newcastle.
Well, Ogbonna did absolutely brilliant here just to dig his teammate Diop out of troubles. It was an awful defensive hit, clearance header on the halfway line. Almiron straight onto it. Kirkin's a flash, streaking away 1v1 with the goalkeeper, just about to pull the trigger, and Ogbonna flies in with that block. Brilliant. At the other end though, you've got to say Jamal Lewis, he'll learn from that, allowing Yarmolenko to cut inside. Got to keep him going down the line. Good save though from Darlow.
And John Joe Shelvey hardly in a rush to take the corner kick. There may be 60,000, near enough 60,000 empty seats at London Stadium. I venture that even if supporters were allowed in, there would be plenty of empty seats anyway, given how West Ham have faded in the end. Corner to Newcastle, taken short by Shelvey to Joel Linton, who'll keep the ball down by this corner flag. Just over a minute to go. Shelvey inside the penalty area. Will he drag it across? He'll drag it across, and it's saved by the goalkeeper at the near post, Fabianski. There was no angle for Shelvey there. It was quite selfish, really. He should have pulled it back. In the end, he just lashed it towards the near post, and Fabianski spread himself and made the save. West Ham, though, surely back to the drawing board for David Moyes. with 6 really tough games to come. Fredericks in possession on the right for them. Swings in a high cross, well taken by Darlow on his goal line.
Well, look, they're the sort of crosses that you do in the warm-up. We've seen that from Creswell, we've seen it from Fredericks, especially in this second half. The balls into the box have just been awful, I got to say, catching practice. And when they've gone in the air, they've always gone to the goalkeeper, or they've been cleared easily on the deck. The quality hasn't been there either, been drilled across, no one's really been picked out. Quality in the final third's been really sorely missing, got to say. 6 games against 6 teams who finished last season in the top 8 to come for West Ham. It could be a long, tough autumn for them heading into the winter as the final whistle goes. And no problem for new look Newcastle. The new boys have clicked straight into gear. 2 goals in the second half. The first from Callum Wilson, the second from Jeff Hendrick, and it's a comprehensive away victory for Newcastle United, who impressed throughout. New season, new hope and new optimism in the North East, that's for sure. For West Ham United, it just felt like more of the same. Final score on Talk Sport: West Ham 0, Newcastle 2.
Thank you, Joe. Even the sound effects put the boos in from the West Ham fans that weren't there. I'm sorry, West Ham fans, but we also have your next 2 matches live on Talk Sport as well, if you can handle it. Tuesday in the Carabao Cup against Charlton from 7:30, and then we're back with them next Saturday as they travel to a resurgent Arsenal in our 8 o'clock kickoff on game day. David Connolly, it was very much a new Newcastle and same old from West Ham.
Well, possibly, yes. I thought Newcastle, the statement of intent was in their team selection. Going with 2 up top, they really fancied their chances here to be direct, sit in, hit on the counter. They had a nice mix, I guess, a nice balance of everything. Obviously, Wilson giving them that injection of quality that they haven't really had, that threat. Runs, chases, lost causes. I thought it was absolutely outstanding. And credit for that, for a top away performance. It was superb, I think, from 1 to 11. Absolutely brilliant from Newcastle.
And, both of their debutants on the score sheet as well. And they really made a difference. 8 goals in 9 games against West Ham. Callum Wilson now. Yeah. Obviously, 7 of those when he was playing for Bournemouth. But he certainly likes scoring against them.
Yeah, he does. And, it looked like he liked actually having a target man up alongside him, or another, centre forward alongside him to relieve a little bit of the pressure. Someone to link with. I thought he'd done that ever so well. I thought his touch was terrific. His hold-up play, his manipulation, he could work his way out of trouble, fed the ball wide, got in the box, read things, just got his toe in front of Fabianski just to tap it home. But I think as a centre forward, sometimes you might not be having the best game, but you work hard, you chase things, you force things. He forced so many turnovers, and one of them actually ended up in his goal, and in a goal for him, and you just think, sometimes in life you get what you sort of earn, and he really earned a goal today, because I thought his work rate was exceptional.
I've just watched the West Ham players walk off the pitch, and Ryan Fredericks ranting at Declan Rice, all of their heads down. And when you look at their next 6 in the Premier League, Arsenal, as I said, on game day next week at 8 o'clock on Saturday. That's away from home. Then Wolves at home, Leicester away, Spurs away, Manchester City at home, and then Liverpool. This could be a horrible start for them.
Yeah, and I think this is where, Moyes has got to be bold and brave, because obviously he's got the Charlton game, the Cup game, which I guess, he'll want to make changes for that, but he won't want to lose, because obviously he's got one eye on the game against Spurs. So it's a tough one. Look, they could have scored in the first half, but you would say that they never really looked a threat. They didn't seem to have the quality to break a side down. They didn't have anyone really to unlock a door. And when the ball went wide, the crosses at times in the first half were good, but in the second half they were atrocious. They was catching practice for Darlow, or it was the wrong selection. It was dinked when it should have been rolled on the ground. It went along the ground when it should have been cut back, etc. They didn't have that ability to pick someone out and open them up. And in the end, Newcastle looked pretty comfortable in the second half, I've got to say.
They certainly did. Some work to do for David Moyes, for sure. Thank you, David Connolly. Always a pleasure.
Cheers, Faye. Lovely.
So from 1 o'clock this Sunday, and every Sunday actually from now on TalkSport, Sam Matterface, former Arsenal midfielder Perry Groves, and Manchester United treble winner Andy Cole will guide you through the day's Premier League action. Tomorrow they're going to have updates from West Brom Leicester. I'll be at Tottenham versus Everton, providing updates on that match as well. They'll also keep you in touch with all the other scores from the EFL and the WSL. By the way, one horrible score, another bad result for West Ham fans, I'm afraid, but the West Ham women were beaten 9-1 by Arsenal women in the FA WSL earlier on. But the team will also be picking their heroes and villains and winners and losers from a breathless opening game day here on TalkSport. It's been fantastic. You can have your say on the opening game day of the weekend on the Sports Bar Weekender with Adam Cattrall and Gabby Agbonlahor. That's up next here on TalkSport. Get involved. Give them a call. 08717 223344.
1976, April 76, before I was even born, the last time that Newcastle lost at home to Burnley in the league. They've played 7 times at St James's. What are your score predictions and why? Mark, I'll start with you. I know you loved this question when I asked you last week.
Look, I'm hoping we're going to get goals. By the way, John and I are getting absolutely drowned here. I know we shouldn't complain. We're so lucky a bit of the football, but the heavens have opened and we are getting very wet.
Thing is, Mark, there's not a hair on our heads to get wet, by the way.
Yeah, well, cheers. I thought I had at least 3. Anyway, moving on.
Are you buying time before your answer here, Mark Wilson?
No, I am going for goals. I'm confident we're going to get some goals. I'm going Newcastle 2, Burnley 1.
I'm going to go the opposite to Mark. I actually look at these teams, and I think Burnley just looks slightly stronger. I think I like Westwood and Stevens. They defend really well. Tarkowski, Bardsley, experienced, good goalkeeper in Nick Pope, and they've got the 2 big lads up front. And as I said earlier on, I alluded to the fact you get balls in the box, and I just fancy Burnley. I think on paper they just look that little bit more stronger for me.
We shall wait and see. Burnley last lost 3 straight games to start a season in 2003 in the Championship, and they picked up 10 points in their last 5 Premier League away games and scored in all of them, which possibly adds more. To John's point, we shall see. Players just about to come out. I'll quickly remind you of some of our live sport coming across the TalkSport network. Of course, later on tonight, once we're done and dusted with the football, day 3 of the USPGA Tour's Sanderson Farms Championship Golf from Jackson, Mississippi. And then tomorrow at midday, TalkSport exclusive Leicester West Ham, TalkSport 2 Southampton against West Brom at the same time. 3 p.m. Gallagher Premiership on TalkSport 2 Saracens Bath on the final day of the regular Gallagher Premiership season. It's all followed from 5 with the NFL Red Zone. Brilliant coverage of all the touchdowns, extra points, you name it, with Nat Coombs in the team, and the conclusion of the golf thereafter as well. We've got it all covered, but the football is our focus. The Premier League, St James's Park, Newcastle and Burnley. We hand you over to our match night commentator on TalkSport 2, Mark Wilson.
Cheers, Russ. 2 teams out on the field in front of us, the black and white stripes of Newcastle, and it's the claret and blue of Burnley. And Burnley, who make 2 changes and 2 welcome ones as well. James Tarkowski, his first Premier League start of the season. Burnley not won any of their last 19 Premier League games when he hasn't featured. Sean Dyche will be delighted that he and Ashley Barnes are both in his starting lineup tonight. And 4 changes for Newcastle United. Had a couple of injury problems while Manquillo and Almiron dropped to the bench. The lineup's then Darlow in goal. It's Kraft, Fernandes, Shah and Lewis at the back. Hayden, Shelby, Hendrick and Joe Linton across the middle. Callum Wilson supported by Alan Saint-Maximin. Burnley in goal, Nick Pope. It's Bardsley, Long, Tarkowski and Taylor at the back. Brownhill, Westwood, Stevens and McNeil in the middle. And Ashley Barnes plays his first game since New Year's Day as his first Premier League game since New Year's Day. He partners Chris Wood up top. John Hartson, former Wales striker, alongside us. John, wonderful ground. All right, it's wet, it's raining, but the players will be hoping the ball's going to zip around. The conditions, from their point of view, are pretty good.
Yeah, every time I come to this ground, I got hairs on the back of my neck, and I'm very lucky to play at most of the grounds around Europe. But this is a fantastic place to play for. We'll listen to Going Home now. It's Mark Knopfler, isn't it, on the guitar? I love this. What a tune to come out to. If this can't raise, if this can't lift the players, I don't know what will. And of course, there's no supporters here tonight, but hopefully we get a good game in. Although the weather is absolutely atrocious here, it's bucketing down.
It is indeed. What are you expecting? Obviously, Burnley, no wins in their opening 2 games, but they do welcome back Tarkowski and Barnes, and that does add to their strength.
Yeah, it makes them a little bit stronger, tighter at the back, obviously, with Tarkowski. And Barnes, I mentioned earlier how much I like Barnes. He's old school, he's rugged, he gets right in amongst it, attacks crosses. I'm expecting it to be, not a high-scoring affair personally, because I don't think either teams are renowned for their goal scoring. But I just got a little clutch for Burnley this year. They've got to respond, don't they, from losing their first 2 games. And of course, Dyche will be looking for a response tonight.
They will. They've never lost their first 3 games in the Premier League era. Sean Dyche down below us. Steve Bruce just slightly away to our right-hand side as we await to get underway. Newcastle defending the Gallagher end away to our right-hand side. A bright pink kit for Carl Darlow. We won't lose him in the dark. Noel Green away to our left of England's Nick Pope as we are about to get underway here, and the players down below us take a knee on the field. Officials as well, and the 2 managers.
Enjoy the game.
We are about to get underway. We are underway here on TalkSport 2. Newcastle knocking the ball long. Joe Linton wins the header into the midfield, but it's cleared away. But here's Sir Maximan trying to get on the end of it. Bardsey just eases it down the sideline, and it's picked up here on the halfway line by Newcastle, who will go back to their goalkeeper. They don't eventually go all the way back. They're just playing in front of their own 18-yard box here, and they have it on this near side. Jamal Lewis looking to get the ball away. They're almost trying to draw Burnley out here, aren't they? Newcastle playing the ball around at the back.
Yeah, they won't want to be doing that, too often this evening with Wood and Barnes, chasing them.
You won't. Here is Sir Maximan, who's taken up residence on the left-hand side. Wilson is up top, and Joe Linton up in support of him, so maybe a little bit slightly different than we thought ahead of kick-off. Newcastle dominating the early proceedings here. They have it wide with Hendrick over on the far side, but Burnley finally picked the ball up. Here's McNeil down that left-hand side, and linesman on the far side said the ball had gone out, but all Newcastle early stages, John Hartson.
Yeah, Newcastle seem to have started well. They look comfortable at the back with Fernandes and Shah. They're popping it about nicely. And now we see Jamal Lewis looking to play long. Yeah. Callum Wilson with the run. He'll do that all night, Callum Wilson. He's a really good game runner in behind.
He is. It was Tarkowski that clears it away. He fed the ball into Barnes, who was bundled over on the halfway line, and that's a free kick for Burnley. You just wonder there, Tarkowski just showing his quality at the back.
Yeah, well, he is quality, isn't he? He's been linked with a lot of big money move to West Ham. West Ham have bid several times for him. Burnley obviously rates him, high, very, very highly, and just a case of would West Ham go in with one massive bid, while the window is still open.
Well, we'll find out about that over the next few days. But here, Burnley have got a free kick just on the about 5-6 yards inside the Newcastle half. They're going to float the ball towards the edge of the box. Tarkowski is there, wins a header, loops up in the air. It's headed partially away by Newcastle, then cleared midway inside their own half. Brownhill hooked it over his shoulder, but it's picked up, and now Newcastle will drive forward from deep inside their own half. They're up to the halfway line. 0-0 if you've just joined us here. 2.5 minutes gone on TalkSport 2, and the ball works its way back to Nick Pope, who clears left-footed and away over on the far side. It's out for a throw-in. Burnley yet to really have any real possession at the moment.
No, not yet. The ball's been up in the air quite a lot. The defences and Nick Pope there just sort of splashed that one just inside his own half, out for a Newcastle throw-in. So Newcastle here, chance to get back on the attack.
Yeah, they do indeed. Ball over on the far side. Still 0-0. Plenty of goals this afternoon in the Premier League. Chelsea beat Palace 4-0 earlier on. You heard that one on TalkSport. And then Everton 4-2 winners over Brighton. It's just finished. Leeds 1, Manchester City 1. Another good result for Leeds United. But here, goalless at the moment. Ball back to Pope on his 6-yard box, and Wilson's closing him down quickly, and the clearance bounces off the striker and goes behind for a goal kick. Well, Nick Pope there took an eternity, and Wilson racing across blocked it. It could have gone anywhere, John Hartson. He went wide.
Nick Pope, very, very lucky man there. He just ambled. He got the touch. His touch took him really wide, but in fairness to Callum Wilson, his sort of burst of pace there got there, and he closed him down like a block tackle. Could have ended up back in Nick Pope's net, that one.
Yeah, Nick Pope it was, who relieved to see the ball go past his left-hand post. 0-0 here, as now it's Wood closing down at the other end, blocks it out for a throw-in over on the far side, and The two managers look on in the rain that continues to fall here. It's getting heavier around us here. You can probably actually hear it on the desks in front of us here. It's the first time I've ever been at a ground, John, where someone's come around with a squeegee to clear the desk ahead of kick-off.
Well, they need to come round again. My desk is so...
Yeah, ball down the left-hand side for Burnley, trying to get it in from that left-hand side position, but it's cleared away by Newcastle. It's out for a throw-in over on the far side, and it remains goalless here. No real efforts on goal as yet, but Burnley are loading bodies into the area. It's laid back by Stevens, worked its way back, and they're going to go all the way back to halfway. And now they'll play it forward with Tarkowski. He's looking for Barnes, who tried to chest it down, but now Joe Linton on the break will play it out for Wilson. Wilson goes forward down the right hand side. Joe Linton makes a good run to the right corner of the area. Nobody yet in the box. Wilson will get there. So Maximan at the far post is loitering as the ball goes out wide on the right. Can Hendrick supply it across or get it to the byline? Cross is blocked initially and it goes behind for a corner. That was better from Newcastle.
Yeah, good play from Newcastle. Hendrick decided to play the ball forward rather than get it out of his feet. Wilson and Joe Linton were both in the box. I'm going to go on about this all night tonight. Midfielders, wide players, your job is to make your centre forwards a goal. Get that ball in the box and provide. Give them service.
Well, here's Shelvey. We'll certainly be looking to do that from this corner. He's going to whip the ball in towards the 6-yard box near post. Taylor heads it away. It'll fall to Lewis, edge of the area. He just backs off about 30 yards out. We'll feed it on this left-hand side. Cross goes back into the box, headed away well. And now Barnes will look to break forward for Burnley. He's got support. Westwood on one side, McNeil to his left. He goes to McNeil now, advancing in on goal. 25 yards out into the area, shoots across goal, and it fizzes all the way across. And there was a touch on that, possibly from Darlow, and it's gone behind for a corner. Good break from Burnley.
Yes, it was. It was directly from a Newcastle corner. Burnley broke. It was Ashley Barnes who ran forward with the ball. McNeil pulled wide, took the ball into Newcastle's penalty area, hit it across the goal, and then took a slight deflection out for a Burnley corner from this right hand side.
Yeah, they're going to wander across to take it. It's going to be McNeil, I think, who's come across to this near side to whip this one in. Everybody back for Newcastle. Early chance here. 6.5 on the clock. Corner floats towards the back post. There's a header on goal, but it's straight into the arms of Darlow, and it's a comfortable one in the end. I think it was Long who had the header, and Newcastle survive, and they'll come out from the back here. And here now comes their new signing, Jamal Lewis. Gets it to John Joe Shelvey, feeds it into Joe Linton. Just miscontrolled it momentarily, but then works the ball out wide on that Newcastle right hand side. Ball comes in field, and Newcastle happy just to keep possession at the moment. And you just see the ball and the water just flicking up off the surface. It's very, very wet out there now.
Well, I wouldn't want to tempt fate, Mark, but if this rain carries on and we start seeing a few puddles, pitch is actually holding up okay at the minute, but it's absolutely, look at that. It's bucketing down, isn't it?
It is. Sean Dyche is stood out there. He's got his coat on. He's soaking wet through. We've got a free kick here for Newcastle United. Sean Dyche just questioning that. Here's Lewis, quickly takes it, runs past the Burnley manager who's on the edge of his technical area. Here's Joe Linton, gets it back to John Joe Shelvey. Shelvey, though, goes now back to Federico Fernandez, and here now is Shah, who will advance over halfway. Just rolls it out on the far side for Kraft. Back now to Shah, and Newcastle just happily passing the ball around here. Now they'll look to switch play, and Joe Linton is on this near side. He takes it on his chest, rolls it back here now for Lewis. Lewis looking for a ball forward, but they'll go back again. They've been very patient here, aren't they, Newcastle?
They are, and actually they're passing the ball really well. They're making angles for each other, really crisp passing on a difficult surface.
Yeah, indeed. You're listening live on TalkSport 2. That was the voice of the former Welsh international John Hartson. And now here forward comes Brownhill, driving through the middle of the centre circle, cuts infield, tries to feed the ball into McNeil, 25 yards out. He then will switch play out wide. Here's Charlie Taylor. Taylor with a left-footed cross, stands it up towards the back post, but Barnes and Wood were both at the near post, and it goes out harmlessly for a goal kick. There'll be a little bit of disappointment there. That wasn't the worst ball in, and both the forwards in the wrong place, if you like.
It was nicely clipped in, was a nice little clip into the edge of the 6-yard box, right on the corner, and Barnes and Wood actually made the same run. One of them's got to say, I'm going to go big, I'm going to go right, and arc his way around the back for the one that's flicked on maybe. But no, both centre forwards early on It's Burnley. Although Newcastle have had a lot of the ball, Burnley have had the best opportunity with Dwight McNeil.
They have indeed. Ball cleared forward. Darlow's clearance comes off the head of Tarkowski. Joe Linton will chase it, but Taylor just eases the ball back to his goalkeeper Nick Pope, who clears it long and downfield. Lewis did well under the challenge of Barnes, but picked up by Brownhill. He's dispossessed by Saint-Maximin, who's quick across the turf. He skips infield and he finds a teammate here in Hendrick. Hendrick will look to move it wide on the right as Kraft, the right back, advances forward. Looks up, Wilson and Saint-Maximin edge of the area, but it'll go back to Shelvey, who will come out to Lewis on the near side. Lewis will roll it down the touchline for Saint-Maximin, who's up against Bardsley. Just waits, almost waiting for Bardsley to make a run. He feeds in the ball, but Lewis has gone a yard too early and he's offside. Frustration there, and it's a free kick for Burnley as the rain again continues to come down in the northeast.
Yeah, good play there again from Newcastle. Jamal Lewis looking really positive, wants to get forward, but just edged slightly offside.
He did. Long ball over the top for Burnley, but a free kick. I think it was against Barnes. Wood is remonstrating with the official. I think it was Barnes who committed the foul, and it is a free kick for Newcastle. It is 0-0 here. A reminder what we've got tomorrow, 12 o'clock start, Leicester West Ham. That's live and exclusive on TalkSport. Here on TalkSport 2 tomorrow lunchtime. Southampton looking to build on that win over Burnley last time out, take on West Brom. Ian Dancer and Alvin Martin, our commentary team for that one. That's followed up by the Rugby Union. Saracens against Bath tomorrow is live here on TalkSport 2. Mark Wilson and John Hartson live at St James's Park. 11 gone in the rain. Newcastle 0, Burnley 0 as Darlow launches it towards Kraft on the far side. McNeil wins a header and it's out over on the far side for another free kick. Throw-in, sorry.
We can't really overemphasise how difficult the conditions must be. The ball is slipping away. I've seen it hold up in one or two places, and it's a ridiculously wet night here in the northeast.
It is indeed. It's all right, the surface being wet and the ball zipping around, but as you mentioned, John, just a couple of areas it's just started to hold up a little bit. It makes it really difficult for the players. But Newcastle have got to throw and level with the edge of the Burnley area. They have it over on the far side. Kraft nods it down the sideline. They're trying to get the cross in from the right. Little back heel there was trying to find Kraft, but it's cleared away up towards Barnes, whose first touch is good. And then he feeds it infield. That's a poor challenge though there. Hayden, I think, who slid in. And that was a foul and a free kick, and no complaints from Newcastle. All played forward here, looking to get away over on that far side of Burnley. Shelvey picks it up. Here is Hayden, rolls it forward. Now Joe Linton, middle of the park, feeds it to Saint-Maximin. Strong challenge from Barnes, who come across, and now going the other way. Burnley look to knock it long for Ashley Barnes. He takes it down. Wonderful first touch. Is he going to break the ball? He charges a clearance. He gets it to Wood. Wood with a shot. He stumbled, and it's a harmless shot into the arms of Darlow away to our right. But Barnes there proving what a real nuisance he is.
Yeah, he was. He won two good dogged tackles. It comes wide to Wood. I'm not quite sure whether...
Oh, the keeper's come out here and there's a chance. They've gone round the goalkeeper. Can they pull it back? Newcastle, they pull it back for Joe Linton. He's poked behind by Charlie Taylor. Well, a real miscommunication there. It was a long ball forward. Nick Pope came out, misjudged it. Newcastle got round the side of him but didn't get the shot away on target, and Joe Linton beaten to its behind for a corner.
Yeah, Callum Wilson didn't make the most of the opportunity. I don't know whether the ball got stuck in the water a little bit, but Joe Linton was coming into the penalty area. He was on the edge of the box, and Callum Wilson looked to cut it back, couldn't quite get a shot on target, and it got kicked out for the Newcastle corner.
Here's Saint-Maximin down the side of the area, pulls it back again, but this time Burnley will clear it away. Well, Nick Pope's had a couple of worrying moments early on in this one, hasn't he?
Looks a little bit shaky, yeah, already.
He does.
Conditions are not great for goalkeepers, I wouldn't have thought.
No, they're not.
So there's a couple with his feet, isn't there?
Yeah, all cleared away by Darlow at the other end. It's headed forward by Brownhill, who's trying to get it to Wood, but it's eased back by Fernandez and cleared away and forward by Newcastle. Wilson did really well under pressure there, held off long, feeds it to Saint-Maximin, 25 yards out from goal. Is he going to have a shot? He gets it onto his left foot, back onto his right foot, pulls the trigger and finds the bottom corner, and Alan Saint-Maximin has opened the scoring for Newcastle. He comes across to the dugout to celebrate. He points to his manager, who comes out and gives him the high five. It's a wonderful piece of skill from Saint-Maximin, and Newcastle lead 1-0.
Sean Dyche is absolutely going mad with the officials. He thinks that was a foul by Callum Wilson on Kevin Long in the build-up, and it's Kevin Long who put in Maximan, who actually did brilliantly well. He cut it back, took a touch, and he bent it past Nick Hope in off the post. A brilliant finish from St Maximin. But Sean Dyche is absolutely going crazy with the officials.
Well, he's gone to get a drink down below us, and we're back underway, so there is no VAR controversy here. But Sean Dyche almost there, John. He felt he needed to walk away from the official, didn't he? He walked away, grabbed a drink, and now he's gone back to the edge of his technical area. 1-0 Newcastle. Well, you can see why Steve Bruce is so keen to get St Maximin back in his side. What a finish.
Yeah, it was a great finish, but Maximin can do that. I think he's got the talent, and hence why he started the game this evening.
Here he is again, this time on the left-hand side. Cuts in. Newcastle lead by a 1-0, live on TalkSport 2. Lewis has it on the near side. Well, they've had a couple of chances through errors at the back from Burnley, but that was down to a neat bit of skill. But there was controversy in the build-up. Burnley appealing for a foul, and Dyche's protest fell on deaf ears here. And it's a wonderful start for Newcastle, looking for their first home win in 6. And now they have it over on the far side with Kraft, who advances forward. Good defending from Tarkowski, but the ball played quickly back in. Barzi tries to bring it down, edge of his box. He's played into trouble. Here's Wilson, edge of the area. Feeds it now. Joe Linton trying to get on the end of it. And it's through to Pope. And Burnley just look a little bit shell-shocked at the moment, John Hartson.
Yeah, they do, yeah. Literally, you can go back to the goal even where Callum Wilson has just out-muscled Long, if you like. Yeah, okay, you could argue maybe he was a bit strong and he could have got a foul. But I think if you're Kevin Long and you're a big centre-half, you've got to be ready for the centre-forward. You've got to match his physicality and go and head the ball. Not almost, gamble on getting a foul off the referee. You don't always get them. No. And it's certainly a decision that's gone against Burnley.
Yeah, it is. 1-0. Here's the scoreline as Joe Linton pops up again with the ball, feeds it to Jeff Hendrick. He looks around him, drives forward through the centre circle. He's 25 yards out, feeds the ball out wide to Kraft. There's plenty of black and white shirts forward here. Shelvey is one of them. He's got Hayden to his side, but he'll go instead to St Maximin on the near side. 2 Burnley players come across. He's right on the corner of the area, lays it back here to Hayden, back to St Maximin, and just there took his eye off the ball. It rolls straight under his boot and out for a throw-in.
Yeah, Burnley just need to settle for 5 minutes here. Newcastle, again, we said earlier that they're passing the ball ever so well. They're dealing with the conditions better, and now they've gone in front. It's up to Burnley now to respond.
1-0 if you've just joined us. Almost 17 on the clock. Free kick against Ashley Barnes here, and again Sean Dyche is remonstrating with the 4th official. He's getting more and more frustrated down below us.
What he's saying is how on earth can that be a foul, and obviously the foul on Wilson on Long, how can that not be a foul? So we've started now to...
Yeah, well, I must admit I'm surprised they didn't at least have a look at that one, but the official said not, and they moved on. David Cook, the man in the middle today. There's a ball forward for Hendrick. Won the header, but it's picked up by Dale Stevens in the midfield. But one of the few players that Burnley have been able to bring in this window, and they'll go back with Long to Pope, who this time confidently clears right-footed downfield, and it remains 1-0. Barnes this time wins the free kick. You can see why Burnley have missed him. He's just a threat. I mean, I labelled him a nuisance. That's probably been a bit disrespectful.
No,
he's very good at his job.
Not at all. It's okay. There's that's a word that's used quite often. You mean nuisance by he doesn't give the centre half a minute. He chases down every ball, and he's jumping, and he's physical, and he's very difficult to play against, is Ashley Barnes.
He is, and he may just help Chris Wood up top, who last week failed to score for the first time in 5 successive Premier League games. But here now a free kick. It's fully 35 yards out, and it's centre of goal here. The Burnley players have split left and right. There's a line across the 18-yard box of Newcastle shirts. Darlow waits on the edge of his 6-yard box. Here comes the whistle, and they're going to float it towards the left-hand side. It's headed partially away. Barnes follows up, wins the header in the air, but it's headed away by Joe Linton. They need to try and clear it, but Charlie Taylor did really well. Left-hand side, pulls the cross back. Darlow beaten by Wood, but Wood has challenged the goalkeeper. And more frustration for Burnley. That was a good ball in from Charlie Taylor.
Yeah, it was. Charlie Taylor got himself up the field in Newcastle's defensive third. Good ball in. Not sure if that was a foul. We're just seeing the incident again.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing the goal.
It's a foul. It's a foul for me.
Wilson, he only backed into it long.
Callum Wilson, I think he's fouled him. I think it's clear to see. I think he's shoved him about a second or two before the ball actually got to Wilson.
There were 4 Burnley defenders in front of St Maximin and goal. I think that would annoy Sean Dyche as well.
I should be sticking up for the centre forward, really, Mark, but I think Callum Wilson's got away with one there.
Well, now John Joe Shelvey has gone down in a heap in the centre circle. It is 1-0. If you've just joined us, St Maximin on 14 minutes, a wonderful finish. Burnley appealing for a foul in the build-up. The whistle never came, and St Maximin found the back of the net, right in the bottom corner, past Nick Pope, and it is 1-0 to Newcastle, who lead here, looking for a second league win of the season. Through to the quarter-finals of the League Cup, of course, Newcastle. So Maximin takes the ball on his chest. Wonderful first touch. Then he skips away, feeds the ball to Joe Linton. He now feeds it. Here's Jamal Lewis. He's into the edge of the area. Good sliding tackle. Tarkowski just denied him as he was about to pull the trigger. And then Tarkowski then takes the ball off him. And Lewis's chance is gone. That was wonderful. St Maximin and Joe Linton. Should Lewis have pulled the trigger, John Hartson?
Well, St Maximin, he's flying now. He wants the ball. He's confident. He's taking players on. The wonderful ball through to Jamal Lewis, and Tarkowski took a little bit of a risk going to ground in these conditions. Sliding tackle, got the ball, and then he was actually fouled, and that let Burnley come out. But good attack again. Maximin on this side wants it every time Newcastle's got it, and that's what I would do now. When Newcastle have got it, keep giving it to Maximin.
Yeah, well, Burnley going forward. Barnes again wrestling for possession. Can't quite win the free kick or the throw-in. You're listening to Newcastle versus Burnley on TalkSport 2 with Now TV. Don't forget, you can watch Newcastle against Burnley live right now with a Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just $9.99. Search Now TV for more details. It is 1-0 to the home side here. Huge weekend of sport on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport, of course. Ball forward for Wilson. Rather turned his back on the ball, and as a result Long brings it away from him, and Bardsley will feed it forward. He was looking towards Barnes. Lewis on this near side brings it forward. Signed from Norwich, of course, in the summer, and you can see him and St Maximin being a real threat on this left hand side as they learn to play together.
Yeah, we spoke about Fraser, who's arrived from Bournemouth earlier, and maybe he's not in the team tonight, and obviously might just need some more minutes, but definitely Maximin this evening, he's on fire.
Well, he just played it forward for Joe Linton. He was eased off it, but Joe Linton wins it back, wins a throw-in down by the edge of the penalty area.
You know what I've noticed about Joe Linton already? He doesn't half work hard, He doesn't half pop up on the left, on the right. He's been back defending, gets himself in the box. All right, for his lack of goals, you could criticise him.
He's not hiding though,
for
John,
the money that he cost as well. But got to say, his work rate, he doesn't stop running.
He got 2 goals against Morecambe, didn't he? His Premier League record, I think it's 1 in 37.
That's not enough, obviously, in any position, along the front or midfield. But Steve Bruce seems to like him.
Yeah. Well, they've got that threat of Callum Wilson up top now, and they lead here by a goal to nil. So Maximin with a wonderful finish as Shelvey has it. Gets it back over on the far side to Shah. He goes long, and they're looking here to get Joe Linton in. Takes it first time, but the ball just run away from him, and there was Long to nick it back and get it away to Pope. But it's another good run in behind as Lewis will chest the ball out for a throwing down away to our right as Burnley with Wood look to attack. But that's the type of thing you're on about, John. He's not hiding, is he? He's on the move all the time.
Yeah, you can see there his touch. He tried to take his first touch across Long there, just couldn't quite find the pace to get in front of Long to go and get an effort on the Newcastle goal.
John Hartson.
The Burnley goal, should I say.
Yeah, John Hartson with us here on TalkSport 2 tonight. Great to have his company here. And Newcastle lead Burnley by a goal to nil. Burnley have lost their opening 2 games in the Premier League, never gone 3 successive defeats at the start of the season, and the last time they lost their opening 2 games was the season they got relegated, so they're hoping that fate isn't going to repeat itself, as there's a challenge on Barnes again, who wins a free kick this time. John Joe Shelvey just asking what was wrong with that challenge from Shah, but the referee David Cook not having any of it.
No, I think Shah and Fernandez have actually coped okay in this first 25 minutes with the physicality of Barnes and Wood. we always felt that would be a big, a good battle this evening. But the Newcastle defence are holding up right now, very good.
Free kick is in the centre circle. 24 minutes gone here at St James's Park. McNeil floats the ball towards Tarkowski, gets it down on his first touch, and it's poked behind for a corner. It would have been, but Burnley offside from the free kick. They'll be furious about that, and it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Probably allow a defender just to creep offside, but again, Newcastle good defending, holding that high line. Tarkowski offside.
Darlow going long here. Wilson was outnumbered by Long and Bardsley, and the ball brought down by McNeil, but Hendrick picks his pocket, gets it back to Shelvey. Shelvey then threads the ball through to Kraft, and Kraft now is off down that right hand side again. Plenty of black and white shirts in the box. It's laid to Hendrick, edge of the area. Look to lay it back to Shelvey. He's got St Maximin on this near side. They'll go through Hayden first. Hayden then gets it to St Maximin. Bardsley has got help here arriving on this near side, but St Maximin easing his way, a couple of step overs. Then he lays it out to Lewis. Lewis hammers the cross across goal, and it's headed away by Tarkowski, but it's recycled by Shelvey. Here now is Kraft, stands it back up, and Tarkowski again heads it away. Two really good headers from Tarkowski, but there may be more to come here. But Taylor will tidy things up and will hammer it forward, and it's hooked back by Newcastle. McNeil heads it, but at the moment they can't quite clear their lines. They'll get another chance here, but Shelvey steps in, and Shelvey gets the ball back. Good pressure, good defending from Tarkowski.
Yeah, and they've come out the other side now to Jamal Lewis. Maximan on the ball into Joe Linton. Yeah, they're really fizzing it about now, Newcastle. Look a good confident side. The goal has given them a huge lift, Mark.
It has indeed, and every time St Maximin gets the ball now, Bardsley's got help from Brownhill, hasn't he? And just interesting watching him there. He's going to get another chance maybe to run at Bardsley, but the ball won't reach him. Bardsley cushions the header back to Pope. It's interesting, St Maximin, he's doing all the step-o. He didn't move, he was actually waiting for the defenders to move out of his way, wasn't he?
He could be one of them players, Maximin. I think he is, that when he's in confident and he's scoring goals and he's feeling confidence, his confidence is sky high. That's when he's one of these players that is exceptional in terms of his talent. You see him there winning a foul for his team, taking players on. Bardsley fouling Maximin that time.
Yeah.
We're all confidence players, but some just need that goal, need a good early first touch. He seems to be that type of player.
He does. He's just joined us. Newcastle 1, Burnley 0. 26 on the clock at St James's Park. St Maximin's goal on 14 minutes. A wonderful bit of quality on his left foot, then onto his right foot, and fired it in the bottom corner as Tarkowski ducks underneath one. Long will sweep up and goes back to his keeper Nick Pope, who hammers it straight downfield, and they're going to have to deal with this Newcastle. Lovely cushioned header initially, and a foul again by Barnes, this time on Fernandez, and it's another cheap free kick for the home side. He's trying to compete for everything. I mean, you'll know as a centre forward, John, you like to compete for the ball. It's tough to do nowadays, isn't it?
It is, because sometimes that physicality. Mark Hughes used to say to me when Wales, my Welsh team manager, was a brilliant centre forward himself, Sparky Hughes. He used to say, John, if the defender nudges you, go down. And I just couldn't go down. I just couldn't fall. Maybe Honest John, they used to call me, Mark. But sometimes when you play against the foreign teams, the Spanish team, no disrespect to this is not labelling the Spanish players, but in any derogatory terms. But sometimes a little nudge, they're clever. Maybe I played as Cannavaro once, and I'm thinking, well, I'm too big, I'm too strong for him. I didn't get a kick. Every time I went near him, he went down.
Yeah,
it was clever from him, really, because he kept winning free kicks for his team.
Yeah, we see it a lot now, don't we? When defenders are under pressure, they get a hand on the back, they fall over, they get free kicks.
Fall over, and that's frustrating, for your manager. You say, John, stop fouling. You're hardly touching them, and so you just got to be clever.
28 gone, 1-0. The voice of John Hartson, former West Ham, and we'll hear West Ham in action tomorrow against Leicester, live and exclusive on TalkSport tomorrow from 12. Matt Saggers, Joe Shannon and David Connolly, our commentary team there, and we've got Southampton West Brom live on TalkSport 2 as Newcastle clear the ball away. Here's St Maximin again his first touch. Bardsley just holds off, he doesn't want to commit to anything, and now he retreats back in his own half. Bardsley, St Maximin gives it to Shelvey, played it just behind Isaac Hayden, who will retreat into his own half and rolls the ball across the edge of his 18-yard box. You're listening to Newcastle against Burnley on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Get a quote in 60 seconds at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Ball played forward by Newcastle, headed away by Long, picked up in the centre circle by Hayden, feeds it to Joel Linton, who drives down this left-hand side, gets the ball back in field. Hayden will look to switch play. That's a good ball. Kraft, can he keep it in? He will, right on his instep. Drives towards the right corner of the area. Squares the ball off to Hendrick. He rolls it back to Shelvey. Again, plenty of Newcastle shirts in and around the edge of the box. Burnley with work to do here. Ball now with Shelvey, right on the corner of the area. Looks to get the cross in. Near post, headed down. And behind by Wilson. It was a good chance. Didn't quite get enough on the header.
Good build-up play from Newcastle. It was Kraft who had several opportunities to put it in the box. Wilson and Joe Linton are in there. Shelby gets on the ball, shifts it to his right. Brilliant cross in. Callum Wilson gets above Tarkowski, I think it was. Couldn't quite direct the header on target. But that's what I'm saying. Shelby, he will put the ball in the box. He appreciates there's two big centre forwards in there that thrive on service in the air. And that's what he done. Whipped it in with quality. That's where you get goals, with that type of quality from your midfielders.
Still 1-0. Burnley clear their lines with Pope. Ball bounces over Chris Wood. Brownhill will drive forward, picks it up though, feeds it into Barnes, edge of the area, just miscontrolled it right at the crucial time. Tarkowski wins a header, gets it wide to Charlie Taylor. Taylor gives it to McNeil and then goes off looking for an advanced pass, but has to check back. Feeds it back across. There was a real threat, Charlie Taylor, last week in the defeat at home to Southampton on that left-hand side. We've not seen too much of him, just that one ball in when Wood was penalised for the foul on Darlow. There's now a ball in for Barnes, who looks for the bounce, gets it. There's a nudge in the back there, tries to put the cross in, it comes off the defender and it's behind for a corner. That was intelligent play there from Barnes, allowed the ball to bounce and wins his side a corner.
Yeah, but when Barnes does that, Mark, it's very important that Westwood, Stevens, McNeil, they've got to get in the box for him. One of their midfielders has got to be, working his socks off there just to get into the box, work that little bit harder, because Barnes needs players in there.
Cross comes in towards the far post. Burnley head it up in the air. It's not yet been cleared. It is by Joe Linton towards the edge of the area. It's back into the edge of the box, headed away powerfully by the Newcastle defence, and the ball now with Bardsley. Just looks to stand it up. He's asking Tarkowski to get on the end of it. He'll head it across goal, and it's headed powerfully away there by Fernandez. And now forward comes Joe Linton, feeds it infield. Hendrick just pokes the ball back now to Kraft. He comes forward. Our TalkSport colleague Graham Courtney's just messaged me. That's 4 shots Newcastle have had on target this season. They've scored with all 4 of them.
What does that tell you? You've got to shoot more.
Yeah, the ball's just been rolled out of play here. There is a Newcastle player down away to our right. It's one of the defenders. I think it's Fabian Shah.
I think it is Shah. Fernandez is here, so it is Shah. Yeah.
And the players come across to get a drink down below us. The rain, you'll be able to hear it lashing down here in the northeast. Tough conditions, of course. Let's remind you what happened earlier on in the Premier League. Chelsea 4, Palace 0. You heard that one live on TalkSport at lunchtime. Chilwell, Zuma, and a double for Jorginho with the goals. And Everton 4-2 winners over Brighton. Their great start continues. And Leeds 1, Manchester City 1. Rodrigo with his first goal, cancelling out Sterling's early opener. And earlier on TalkSport 2 this afternoon, we heard a Wayne Rooney special free kick outside the box, beat Norwich by 1-0 at Carrow Road. Leeds have made a decent start to life back in the Premier League, haven't they?
Oh, Leeds, yeah, brilliant, great result today. Man City, 1-1. They took the game to Liverpool, didn't they? In the first game at Anfield, Liverpool, of course, they ended up winning that game. But they've been very good, Leeds. They've literally not changed, have they, since the Championship? Players work extremely hard. He's added 1 or 2 bits of quality. Bielsa, everybody says he's an absolute genius. And when you hear managers like Guardiola and Mourinho saying that he's the best, he's the greatest, and listen, he has to stand up, them type of comments, and he's doing a great job at Leeds, isn't he?
He is.
Can they finish? How high can they finish? If you're a Leeds fan, can they finish in the top 6? It'd be an absolute wonder season, wouldn't it, if they could do that?
Yeah, it would be. Teams like Everton, who've also started very well, will have a say in that. Well, players just filing back onto the field. 33.5 gone here. It's Mark Wilson and John Hartson with you live at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, Burnley 0, the latest score. So Maximin with the goal has fired Newcastle in front. and we're still awaiting play to get back underway here. The one saving grace with this weather, it's not too cold up here in the northeast, and Burnley will roll the ball all the way through to Darlow, away to our right hand side, and I think Newcastle are going to make a change here. Steve Bruce has just signalled to his substitute, so this could be an interesting move. They are looking like they're going to make a change here, Newcastle. We'll get more on that in a moment. Ball played forward looking for Wilson. Long is there. Ball rolled through to Pope, and again he took a long time, didn't he? The ball wasn't going to roll in his area. He knocks it long and downfield, and they may benefit from that, but the ball is cleared away by Hayden. Over on the far side, Kraft has it. It's a shoulder problem that we understand for Fabian Schär. As the ball comes forward now on the left-hand side, can Taylor get the cross in? It's a race between him and Kraft. He got past him, plays it into Barnes. He's on the byline, tries to pull it back here for McNeil. Lays it back now. Stevens with a shot, deflected, bounces, chance here, and it's put in the back of the net. And it's Barnes who celebrates, but the flag went up after the ball in the net. So the referee and the assistant referee on this near side allowed play to continue. Burnley put the ball in the back of the net. So they will, no, they're not even going to look at that. They're happy that they got the decision right. Offside, goal won't count. Still Newcastle 1, Burnley 0.
Yeah, it looked as if Barnes was standing in an offside position. It was initially Stevens with the shot for Burnley. It got blocked by a Newcastle player near the penalty spot. Fell to Barnes, and obviously the linesman, I think, has got that spot on, standing in an offside position.
Yeah, well, last week the complaint at Burnley was when Chris Wood scored the goal that the flag went up and the referee blew the whistle, and they were frustrated that play wasn't allowed to go on. This time it was, and we got the right outcome. Ball played forward by Darlow. Joe Linton flicks the header on, but Westwood tidies things up. Joe Linton again is there, watches it out for a throw in, and Schär looks okay at the moment. He has just come back from a shoulder injury, dislocated his shoulder. He must have banged it there. He fell quite heavily, didn't he? But he's up and about and looks as though he's going to carry on. So maybe the initial worry has been overcome, as Lewis has it inside his own half. He will go back to Darlow, who left-footed will clear it towards Wilson and Joe Linton. Tarkowski just comes between the two, powers the header away. And it's a bit of head tennis going on at the moment. Can Wood bring the ball down? He can, and Westwood wins a free kick just inside the Newcastle half. And, well, Joe Linton's going to get booked there for bouncing the ball away in frustration. Well, he bounced it straight to a Burnley player, but the referee, regardless, has shown him the yellow card.
Just daft. You can't do that. You can't just slam the ball down on the floor there, right in front of the referee. He's frustrated, of course, but it's just a yellow card.
It is. Ball played towards the far post by Burnley, headed into the edge of the area, but again there's a free kick, this time against Tarkowski, and there's another player down injured, and there is more activity down on the Newcastle bench, and there's another player down injured on the edge of the 18-yard box. Just got a little bit stop-start at the moment, this. Newcastle leading by a goal to 0. John Hartson, your thoughts on the opening 37 minutes?
Well, I think Newcastle took a huge lift from Maximan's goal. Since then, they've looked lively. Players want to get on the ball. Their passing has been good. Callum Wilson looks a threat. Joe Linton there just picked up a stupid booking. And Burnley have huffed and puffed, really, haven't they? You know, the endeavour is there. They're playing it forward into the two big centre forwards, trying to get Brownhill on the ball, Westwood on the ball. Not quite happened for Burnley, but Newcastle, again, Shelvey will keep the ball all day and frustrate the Burnley players, but I think Newcastle just deserve their lead.
Yeah.
After what we got, 38 minutes almost.
Yeah, Emil Kraft this time has picked up an injury, the Swedish international.
See what Joe Linton did there, Mark? Martin O'Neill would have fined you for that, because Martin didn't mind you. Most managers don't mind you maybe getting booked if you just miss time a tackle. You know, when you go in physically, you just miss time one, but you genuinely want to go for the ball and you get booked. He'll accept that. But you know, will discipline and dissent. Yeah. Absolutely hated it.
Yeah.
Hated it.
Picking Steve Bruce won't have been too happy either, as Charlie Taylor now goes down that left-hand touchline, feeds it back in. Can Burnley fashion an equaliser here at St James's Park? Good skill from McNeil, initially gets him away from his man, but then they'll roll it back to Tarkowski, who's deep in his own half here. What will the next 48, 72 hours hold for him? Will he still be a Burnley player? And again, you see the ball just holding up on the surface as Long and Tarkowski interchange passes, and he's lost it. Now here to Wilson. Wilson will come forward. He's looking for options. They're arriving late as Kraft gets forward down that right-hand side. He looks to put an early ball in towards Joe Linton with a header, and it's down towards the corner. And there was the keeper, Pope, to save it comfortably in the end, but he did the right thing there, Joe Linton. Headed back across goal, but not the power to beat Pope.
Yeah, decent effort. Just couldn't quite generate the power on the header.
He did pretty much what you would have wanted him to do. I'll probably imagine what you would have done in that situation.
I think most centre forwards, if you can get on the shoulder of a defender that comes in from an angle, just head it back where it come from. Joe Linton did that.
Yeah, it's a free kick and a booking for Ashley Barnes, and I understand that Sean Dyche has been sent packing by the fourth official here. Our producer Carl just said the fourth official said, I'm not even interested to have a conversation with you down at the side of the pitch. So Sean Dyche growing increasingly frustrated, and I think the fourth official's had enough of him at the moment.
He does get a bit irate, Sean Dyche, doesn't he, to say the least.
Yeah, he does.
He almost plays the game from the technical areas, heads every ball, and he's moving around, and I quite like that from the manager, showing that passion.
Yeah, he's on the edge of the technical area now. Ball is with Hendrick going the other way though, gets it out to Kraft. Again, there are 2-3 black and white shirts waiting edge of the box, but there was Westwood to tidy things up. Signed a new contract, long-term contract with the Clarets about 10 days or so ago. And the ball now picked up in the heart of the midfield, and Burnley will move it with Long, and again the ball just holding up here, and it causes Barnsley problems, but Wilson tried to hit it against him. He just hits it out for a throw. It's becoming an issue now, John, isn't it?
Yeah, conditions are getting really heavy now, and the ball seems to be holding up slightly. You've got to make sure now that when you are passing the ball, you really put a lot behind it. You pass it firm and crisp. Make sure it gets to the player that you're passing it to.
4 minutes to go in the first half. We'll have quite a bit of injury time. I've had a couple of injuries here to Newcastle players. It's Saint-Maximin's goal, the difference so here on TalkSport 2. Don't forget a double header tomorrow, Leicester West Ham on TalkSport at 12, and Southampton West Brom live and exclusive on TalkSport 2 as Barnes on the turn is beaten to it there. There's a foul against Hayden this time, and Barnes is saying, well, why have you not booked him, sir? And they'll get on with it, and they'll play from the free kick. But as we said before, when Barnes is in the team, he does make things happen, doesn't he?
He does, but that won't be good. Him getting booked after 40 minutes, you know, he'll have to be careful now. One missed time challenge or any aerial threat, and his arms are up, maybe, you know, a yellow. He's got to be careful.
Here comes a cross aimed at Tarkowski. Again, he wins the header, but it loops into the area. Joe Linton allows it to bounce and then volleys it clear towards McNeil, who lets it bounce. Wilson is challenging him. Headers back to Taylor. Taylor back now into Westwood. He goes over the top. There are no runners on the end of it. Garlow's got all day to come out and collect it, and he will bowl it out instantly as Newcastle come forward. 3 to go to the break. Steve Bruce looks on. I think he's reasonably happy. His side has scored a good goal. Not had too many scares at the other end, as now here comes Hendrick. Good layoff again from Joe Linton. Hendrick is brought down. Referee lets play go on. Shelby picks up the ball in the heart of the midfield, and Newcastle have it at the back. Here now is Fernandez. He gets the ball away on this near side. Here's Saint-Maximin. Barnsley is straight into the back of him there, and Steve Bruce is a little bit more animated this time. You get the feeling Barnsley's been wanting to get that kind of challenging on Saint-Maximin all evening.
One of them where Barnsley has got away with that. It wasn't too physical, it wasn't too cynical, if you like. He's just gone in the back of him, and maybe fortunate not to get a booking. You normally see a booking for that type of challenge.
It's one I'm sure Steve Bruce in his career made many, many, many times.
Yeah, they're all hypocrites, aren't they? We're all hypocrites. It's like telling our kids, don't do that, don't do this, and we did everything, you know.
Yeah.
It's the same with managers, you know. Brucey was one of the most physical. I played against Steve Bruce a couple of times, you know. Bruce and Pallister, what a good pairing they were. My early days for Arsenal, and Brucey for somebody that's not the tallest, he was great in the air, you know, great time when he could jump.
Well, Saint-Maximin is down here, and this is a huge concern, and Steve Bruce looks on quite angrily at the moment. He's turning to speak to his backroom staff. The physio looked quite intense in their initial treatment here. So Maximan has rolled on his back, he's got his hands on his face, and I know they sometimes do go down quite a lot, the footballers, but I think Barzi did catch him there, didn't he?
He didn't look too soon. We're just seeing it on the screen here. Yeah, he's gone right down his Achilles. I think it's Achilles or his calf.
Well, he has had a calf problem, hasn't he?
Well, with his studs, I think he's hobbling off. He might be struggling. Maximan here. Well, Bardsley certainly, looking at the replay, didn't think it was much when I initially saw it, but certainly a yellow card there. Bardsley's quite fortunate.
Well, they've got a minute of normal time to go, and I think we're going to get 4 added on minutes. We've seen a fourth official signal down below us, 4 added on minutes, so 5 minutes to go to the break. Are they going to push him back out? He's hobbling up the touchline like he can barely walk at the moment. Hendrick wins a header inside Burnley's half. It's headed away by Bardsley, picked up at the back. Fernandez heads it. We've got a little bit of head tennis going on here. 7 or 8 headers on the trot. Ball knocked back though by Stevens, and he gets it to Bardsley, who'll go back to his goalkeeper. So Maximan is wanting to come on, it seems. The official, just now said he can come back on. He hobbles onto the field. I think, John, maybe they'll hope to get him to half time and maybe get some treatment into him then.
Yeah, and they wouldn't want to the balance of the team is very, very good with Maximan on this left hand side. They wouldn't want to toy around now with the balance and make changes just before half time. So I think you're right, Mark. Get him in at half time, have him looked at, and
well, it is, we're in 4 minutes of added on time. Welcome along to our listeners on Talk Sport. Newcastle 1, Burnley 0. A goal for Alain Saint-Maximin on 14 minutes. Burnley appealing for a foul in the build-up. Saint-Maximin got the ball, moved one way on his left foot, then onto his right foot, and curled it beautifully in the bottom corner. And John Hartson, former Welsh international, it's been the one genuine chance at either end, and it was a moment of real quality from Saint-Maximin.
It was a wonderful finish. I actually thought, and the centre forwards out there are gonna sort of give me a bit of stick for this. I actually did think it was a foul from Callum Wilson. I think there was a nudge there, and the referee missed it. Very clever from Wilson, got away with it, but take nothing away from Maximan's goal. Wonderful strike in off the post. Even Nick Pope with no chance.
1-0 Newcastle lead. The game is live on TalkSport 2, live and exclusive on TalkSport 2 with John Hartson and myself, and it is Newcastle 1, Burnley 0, approaching half time. Into the 4 added on minutes we go, and Burnley will bring the ball forward with Long, who just almost, he played his way into trouble there, and all he's done is played the ball out on the far touchline. Hendrick has picked it up, but then Taylor got back, and Taylor should see the danger away here. Rolls it forward. He hasn't seen the danger away. He's given it to Newcastle. Here now is Shelvey. Shelvey slides it in. Joe Linton lays it off. They're trying to get the shot away, trying to work their way in. Falls back to Joe Linton. Can't control the edge of the box. Shelvey pops up on the near side. Ball with the outside of his boot played in. Here's a chance for Hendrick to score against his former club, and he's hit the side netting. And that was a huge chance for Newcastle to go 2-0 up.
Oh, the ball's bobbling around in the box. Eventually it falls to Jeff Hendrick's feet. He just seemed to have all the time in the world, didn't he? Just took his time. He took a touch, he weighed the shot up, and he smashed it, and it's into the side netting. But what an opportunity there for Newcastle and Hendrick to go 2-0 up just before half time.
And he scored at West Ham, of course, Jeff Hendrick, and he will have had thoughts, I'm sure, in the build up to this one about scoring against his former club, but he missed the target, and that was a genuine chance for 2-0. 1-0 it is as we move deep into the added on 4 minutes here. Burnley come forward again. Here's Dale Stevens, plays it towards Westwood. I think the ball seems to be sticking a little bit more in the Burnley half at the moment. There's a ball forward to Wood. Did well to hold off the initial challenge. Shelvey then wins a header. So Maximan, who looks to have recovered from that knock, is running now at Barzi, who tried to bring him down. He skipped past him, and then he is brought down, this time by Long, and it's a free kick for Newcastle. And St Maximin has gone down again here, but Barzi there, his intent was clear, wasn't it, John? But he didn't quite get the job done.
No, exactly right. But Maximin there again, confidence now, got the goal. He's running at the Burnley defence, winning free kicks. Bardsley was lucky, he didn't get booked 3 or 4 minutes ago for a tackle on him. He's limping around now as well, so I don't know how many knocks this Maximin can actually take.
Well, we are in the added on time here. Ball is back inside Newcastle's half from the free kick. They lead by a goal to nil. Live on TalkSport 2. There's a ball played forward by Burnley, so we play on. Barnes gets a hand in the back. He went down very easily. The ball breaks to McNeil. He has the ball, and then he loses out to Hendrick. And now the ball coming forward. Just apologies if you heard any choice language. We are right by the dugouts here at St James's Park, and Sean Dyche, it's fair to say, is a very, very frustrated man as the half-time whistle blows and the managers disappear down the tunnel. Steve Bruce just having a word with a couple of his players. Newcastle, a couple of early worries for Nick Pope away to our left. He was charged down once by Callum Wilson, but the ball, luckily for Pope, ricocheted behind. But the one moment of real quality in the game, did it come on the back of a foul by Callum Wilson on long? Ball broke to Sam Maximan. 4 Burnley players between him and the goal, worked his way into the box, onto his left foot, onto his right, curled it into the bottom corner and put them in front. Barnes did have what he thought was an equaliser at the end, but the offside flag had gone up at St James's Park. So far so good for Steve Bruce and Newcastle United. It's Newcastle United 1, Burnley 0.
Mark Wilson, thank you very much indeed. Plenty more from Mark here on TalkSport 2 as we build up to the second half. John Hartson stays with me for a second at St James's. And John, I guess one of the main talking points, Sean Dyche, as we hear, not happy. That foul or lack of foul by Wilson on long in the build up to the goal, what did you make of it?
I thought it was a foul. I don't know what you're thinking there in terms of, we've not seen many angles of it, but the one angle I saw, I thought Wilson had shoved sort of Kevin Long, a good shove. Kevin Long just slightly goes over, and it's one of them where sometimes as a centre forward you get away with it. Barnes has been similar for Burnley, trying to win fouls against Fernandes and Shah. Not quite got away with any, but it'll be talked about more because the goal came from it, you know. But for me, and as a centre forward, I should be in the strikers' union, which I am. But I did think that there was a little bit more than just a little bit of contact. I thought it was more of like a push, a shove, and I thought Wilson was very, very lucky to get away with that.
And as you say, as an ex-forward, if you think that, then fair enough. Yeah, our feeling here is possible foul, but one that could be given, could be not. And if you're Burnley, if it's hanging on such a tight moment and such a slender thread, you almost need more, don't you, to make sure that the odd 50-50 not going your way doesn't cost you another defeat, if you know what I mean.
No, well, in the olden days, the referees, you could talk to the referees, and you could, as a centre forward, I remember playing against the likes of Colin Hendry and Razor Ruddock and these type of guys, and one time the referee would give a foul for them, and I'd say, "Oh, come on, ref, any chance today? You've given him everything." And he'll say, "Right, wait there, John. Wait for your chance." And then the next time he comes into me, maybe he'll give me one then. And that's the way it used to be, because sometimes there's very little in these challenges between centre halves and centre forwards. You're both physical. You're both going up fairly to win, to get an advantage and to win the ball and to show your strength. But nowadays, sometimes you get away with one and sometimes you don't. But I think Burnley have been a little bit one-dimensional at times. They try to get it forward too much, a little bit too many long balls into the front, knowing that Barnes and Wood are very good at getting hold of the ball. But the conditions are awful here at Newcastle, so maybe that's part of the reason, that it's not really a pitch to pass the ball on, and that's why maybe they're going long too much. Whereas with Newcastle, they seem to have a bit more of a threat with Maximan cutting inside and joining in with Callum Wilson, and I think Joe Linton has actually looked very good tonight. The work he's got through has been very impressive.
Must have purged you, mustn't he? And upped his work rate as a result. Just a quick word to finish off for now on Alan Saint-Maximin, the goal scorer. From your eye as an ex-player, do you think he'll shake this off and play on or not?
Well, this is when the heart comes in, isn't it? This is when, if he's struggling, he's been out with is it a calf or an Achilles? And that's a tricky one, your Achilles, it's quite panicky, in the back of your heel there. If he's took a knock on that, the sensible thing would be, to come off, and obviously don't keep him out for any longer than what he's been out. But also, if it's just a little knock on his ankle or on his calf, maybe he might just say to Steve Bruce, "Look, I'm confident, I've got the goal, we're 1-0 up, I want to come out this second half and be part of things. But listen, his injury might just, play a major part. I actually am going to say I think he'll come out for the second half.
OK, we will wait and see. John, thank you very much indeed. That second half is about 10 minutes away with Newcastle a goal up against Burnley here on TalkSport 2. And just hearing, by the way, that the Leicester midfielder Adrian Silva, the Portuguese, has joined Sampdoria on a permanent basis, and Spurs close to loaning Ryan Sessegnon to the German side Hoffenheim. Don't forget, Monday, of course, is when the transfer window shuts in the Premier League. You're listening to TalkSport 2. In a couple of moments' time, we'll react on the 5:30 kickoff in the Premier League. Man City 1-1 at Leeds.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. They settle any outstanding finance so you don't have to.
As all the big games kick off across the nation, head to thesun.co.uk/football for all the fallout following another massive weekend of football in the Premier League and beyond.
That is a fantastic goal!
The hottest news, essential views, live blogs and the biggest opinions in the game from the biggest names in the game.
They've done it!
And with a reporter at every game across the country, thesun.co.uk/football has all the football news you need. The Sun. We live it.
Finding your perfect new home can be tough. So if you keep missing out,
It's time to search at On the Market.
there are thousands of new properties to buy or rent every month at onthemarket.com. 24 hours or more before they're on Rightmove or Zoopla.
On the Market.
See them first. Set up a property alert today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
If you're in the market, search onthemarket.com. See onthemarket.com/new and exclusive. Agents specify exclusivity.
Did somebody say just
Me, get delivery like a G. See, hungry dogs gotta eat. I get mines every day, every week. Chicken wings to the crib, I'm sitting in. Burger in the low. Hope they put the pickle in. Wonton on a catamaran. Oodles and noodles, thank you, my man. Justeat.
Somebody say just eat. We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In October, we've got 12.5mm fireboard plasterboard for just £7.49 each ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com. Selco, serving the trade for 125 years.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
VAT charged at 20%.
Impress your friends and seriously irritate your competitors with a hard-working, cost-effective custom ad campaign on TalkSport. Find out what we can do for you at advertiseontalksport.com.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with the Now TV Sky Sports Pass. Only pay for the games that matter to you from just $9.99. Search Now TV. 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2.
McNeil now advancing in on goal, 25 yards out into the area, shoots across goal, and it fizzes all the way across, and there was a touch on that, possibly from Darlow, and it's gone behind for a corner. Good break from Burnley. Forward by Newcastle. Wilson did really well under pressure there, held off long, feeds it to Saint-Maximin, 25 yards out from goal. Is he going to have a shot? He gets it onto his left foot, back onto his right foot, pulls the trigger and finds the bottom corner, and Alan Saint-Maximin has opened the scoring for Newcastle, and Newcastle lead 1-0.
Sean Dyche is absolutely going mad with the officials. He thinks that was a foul.
Stevens with a shot, deflected, bounces, chance here, and it's put in the back of the net, and it's Barnes who celebrates, but the flag went up.
Dulcet tones of Mark Wilson there, and at half-time it is Newcastle leading Burnley by a goal to nil here on TalkSport 2. Let's get the half-time odds then with 888 Sport. So full-time, Newcastle to win, 5-2 on. So looking pretty good for the Magpies, according to our betting partners at 888 Sport. Burnley slipping to 19-2 to get the job done. The draw is 29-10. And in terms of the next goal scorer, Newcastle 6-4. Burnley not far behind, to be fair, at 11-8. That one is pretty tight. And the draw is 14-5. Who's going to get the job done, I wonder? Those are the latest odds with our colleagues at 888 Sport. Play responsibly. 18+. BeGambleAware.org. Then it's the fourth of 4 Premier League games, as we well know today. We've seen Chelsea stick 4 past Crystal Palace and Everton get a 4-2 victory against Brighton to go back top of the table until tomorrow at least. And in the 5:30 kickoff on TalkSport, Leeds continuing their impressive return to the top tier after that 16-year absence. The newly promoted club coming from behind to draw 1-1 at home to the might of Manchester City. Again, that one live on TalkSport exclusively as part of Game Day.
De Bruyne over the free kick, 2 in the wall, and De Bruyne goes for goal. It's off the inside of the near post, and he almost caught out Meslier, who scrambled across. A wonderful piece of Kevin De Bruyne, quick thinking there, and it deserved to be the opening goal. Sterling again coming in field beyond one man, right foot shot from him. Fantastic finish from Raheem Sterling, and that goal has been coming from the very first whistle. Leeds United have not been able to live with Manchester City so far, and Raheem Sterling finally gets the goal they deserve. Phillips with the corner, high into the penalty. Ederson comes and flaps, and Rodrigo has scored the equaliser. His first goal for Leeds United, and it comes against Manchester City. Ederson with a hapless flap at the ball, and it was Rodrigo who was quickest to react, and Leeds are level. It is Leeds United 1, Manchester City 1, and Mike Dean has blown the full-time whistle. Honour satisfied between Bielsa and Guardiola. It's another night which tells us that Leeds United really belong in the Premier League as Manchester City's faltering start to the season continues. It is finished. Leeds United 1, Manchester City 1.
Former Manchester City winger Trevor Sinclair alongside that man Nigel Adderley on commentary duty on TalkSport a little earlier. Well, that's now 5 points dropped in the opening 3 games for Manchester City so far this season. Not exactly the kind of form you'd expect, particularly with City so hell-bent on regaining that Premier League title from Liverpool maybe. But manager Pep Guardiola, short but sweet, not concerned, he says, with this start to the season.
So we analyze the road. We are here to analyze the drop points. Yes, 5 points less. It's third game. We have 1 less game. We are going to see what happens in the future.
Spiky Pep there. That's all he had to say. What about Leeds defender Luke Ayling? The right back certainly satisfied with the result.
I think after the first 25 minutes, I think we really come into it. 20 minutes maybe. Then I think we made a real fist of it. Didn't go down so early, but to stay in the game and then make many chances ourselves and. We'll look at it and take a point and be happy with a point, but there was chances for us to win the game.
So 1-1 the final score in that one as we return back to the boys at St James's Park. John Hartson with us. And John, to be fair, 1-1 in the end was a very decent effort, wasn't it, from Leeds, and they could easily have won it.
Yes, I think Leeds will be a force to be reckoned with this season. I know that might be big talk. They've just won and come up from the Championship. But I really do. I think they've been ever so impressive. Bamford looks a different player, doesn't he?
It's taken long enough, hasn't it? But
it has
is nice
taken
that
long enough. He's had several.
Yeah,
but I just think he seems to have found the right manager. He believes in him. He plays in and around him. He's almost built his team around him, if you like. And I genuinely think they'll have a really good season. I really do. I think they've shown early signs of not changed an awful lot. Their work rate is incredible, and as I said on air in the commentary with Mark, I think Bielsa, he's at a platform now, the Premier League, to show how good he is, although people knew how good he was anyway, listening to Guardiola and the top coaches saying how fantastic he was, and they respect him so much. But now he's got the Premier League platform to really show what he can do against the world's best coaches.
And a quick word on Man City. They've chucked a bit of cash at the problem again, haven't they? But they're not where they want to be, it would seem.
Yeah, Man City, they've got issues, they've got problems there, haven't they? To concede 5 against Leicester, the discipline wasn't quite there on that particular day. They've missed Aguero, even last season in the Champions League. They miss his goals. Jesus as well now is out. Sterling scored a really good goal today, but I just think there's probably a little bit too much expected now from Sterling. He plays every single game. He's got better, of course, in terms of his goal scoring, but without a natural number 9, a goal scorer, for me, I probably wouldn't have gone in for a defender. I would have probably gone and got a front player, a striker. if I'd had £65 million to spend. But listen, I'm not going to tell Pep what to do.
No, don't do that. He doesn't like it. John, thank you very much indeed. So Sean Dyche making his way back out just to the side of the playing surface. The Burnley players back out there as well as we build up to the second half here on TalkSport 2. At the break, it's Newcastle leading Burnley by 1-0 in the Premier League. This exclusive part of Game Day is brought to you by John Hartson and our commentator, TalkSport 2's Mark Wilson. Mark, back over to you, sir.
Cheers, Russ. Burnley just out on the field, warming up ahead of the second half. Sean Dyche was furious in that first half. Look, we've had a chance to have a look. There are no monitors here at St James's Park, which is quite unusual, so we didn't really get a chance to look at that perceived foul in the build-up to Saint-Maximin's goal. You've had another chance to have a look at it. Your thoughts again, now you've seen it a couple more times?
I still think it's a foul, but I also think Kevin Long, the centre-half that Callum Wilson bumps into and fouls, I think what lets him down is he plays for the foul. If he stands strong and then goes over because of the force of Callum Wilson's shove, then I think he might have got it. But I think he goes down slightly too easy, but I still think, from my eye when I'm standing here, I think it's a foul. I'm not sure what the lads on Sky, what the boys think watching it from the studio.
Right, we're looking out on the field here. All the players have come out, barring Alan Saint-Maximin.
You got it wrong again then.
And here he is, last one out. He kept everybody waiting.
I got it right, boys, I told you.
There you
go. Lay on the young man.
No changes. Darlow in goal, back four, Kraft, Shaw, Fernandez and Lewis for Newcastle. It's Hayden, Shelby and Hendrick really in the midfield three. Wilson up top, Saint-Maximin and Joe Linton up in support. And for Burnley, Nick Pope in goal, Barnsley, Long, Tarkowski and Taylor at the back. Brownhill, Westwood, Stevens and McNeil in the middle. And it's Wood and Barnes up top as we get underway. Ball played forward. Newcastle attacking the Gallagher end away to our right as they do in the second half here at St James's Park. They lead by that goal to nil. Saint-Maximin with a goal. Have Burnley got at least one goal in them? They're going to need it here. They scored a couple at Leicester, didn't they, in their opening fixture, but came up dry last week against Southampton. What do you think Sean Dyche would have said at half-time, John?
Well, first 10-15 minutes, stay calm, let's not concede a second, and then we've got to try and make the game a bit more open. We need a goal, of course. We're 1-0 down, so we're going to have to throw some more bodies when it goes forward into the Newcastle box. I thought in the first half Stevens, Westwood and Brownhill never got in Newcastle's penalty area enough when the balls were coming in to help the strikers, and second balls bouncing in and around the penalty area. So they'll have to push for an equaliser, but in the first 10-15 minutes play yourself into the game, and it's imperative they don't concede a second.
McNeil knocked to the floor by his former teammate Jeff Hendrick. Hendrick rather sportingly hauls him off the floor, and a free kick right in front of Sean Dyche as the rain, which eased off at half-time, is coming down again here in Newcastle, who lead by a goal to nil. They've got some defending to do early on here. McNeil is going to take the free kick. He's a metre in from touch, 2 or 3 metres inside the Newcastle half. He swings it towards the edge of the box. It wasn't a bad ball in, but Hendrick manages to clear it away from the edge of the area where Westwood will head it back in. Tarkowski tries to get it in. There was a raised foot from Kevin Long, who actually went on to miss the target anyway, and it's a free kick on the edge of the area. And again, Sean Dyche just turns round and says, was that a free kick?
I know, I think Sean's got half a point. I just think sometimes when the defender, when the head is really down, it's sort of, your hip level, or the refs will always give a foul, won't they, against the player with his foot up type of thing. And that can be infuriating sometimes, because if the guy's head is really down low, different if if he's up a bit higher. So I can understand Sean Dyche's frustration there a little bit.
Yeah. Voice of former Welsh international John Hartson with us on TalkSport 2 tonight. Ball with Nick Pope, clears it long and downfield towards Barnes, who was booked in the first half. Takes that one nicely on the chest. Ball worked out by Stevens. Here's Charlie Taylor. I think if Burnley are going to do anything, they need to get Taylor forward more, although that ball won't do his causes any good. He plays it behind for a goal kick to Newcastle. Tomorrow, TalkSport exclusive, 12 o'clock, Leicester West Ham. Mark Saggers, Joe Shannon, David Connolly at that one. And here on TalkSport 2, we've got live and exclusive commentary of Southampton against West Brom at 12 o'clock. Ian Danta and Alvin Martin, our commentary team for that one. A couple of minutes gone. Carl Darlow about to take a goal kick away to our left. He hasn't had that much to do, just that one save in the first half from that McNeil shot across goal, but other than that he's not really had a lot to do, has he?
No, he hasn't, and I've been disappointed a little bit with the lack of efforts on goal from Burnley. You know, they've had a little bit of the play, they've not really got decent service in for the two front men, but you know, not had an awful lot to do in the Newcastle goal. Darlow.
Ball forward with Burnley. They had a throw-in over on the far side, a bit of a pushing and shoving. It's out for another throw-in. Barnsley went to take it, it slipped out of his fingers, but there'll be a free kick here, and there's a card coming out here, and it's going to be a yellow card. Is it Jamal Lewis or is it Isaac Hayden who got shown the yellow card in the end? There was a challenge off the ball there. The ball went flying in the air, John, and the player went down, and straight away it was Barnes who went down. It was Jamal Lewis who's been booked for a challenge on Barnes, so an early booking there.
Yeah, and Barnes just sort of rubbing his face as if it's like an injury to his face. But Jamal Lewis certainly in the book.
Yeah, it's his third booking of the season. In comes a free kick, but it's too deep. Darlow spills it. He was running back towards his back post and he dropped it on the goal line. It was cleared away by Newcastle. Ball back into the area. Here's Barnes. Shot initially blocked. Trying to get another shot away. John Joe Shelvey somehow hooks it away. And the ball back in there and Shelvey clears it away. So two good blocks there. But Carl Darlow, we just mentioned he's had nothing to do, John Hartson, and he nearly threw it in his own net.
Well, I think that's both keepers have made errors, haven't they? And more Nick Pope on the ground in the first half made a couple, and that's Darlow. But, you know, can you blame him? It's rained constantly. The ball must be, you know, horrendously difficult to grab a hold of, and Darlow's a top-class goalkeeper, and
I think he was just worried he was going to run into the post, wasn't he?
It's the conditions, Mark, they're horrendous here.
Well, here's Barnes, gets another header on. Darlow is going to come off his line. This time will slide out safely and picks the ball up. 5 gone second half. Mark Wilson and John Hartson live here at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, Burnley 0. We have 3 bookings. Joe Linton and Jamal Lewis for Newcastle. Ashley Barnes for Burnley, who are chasing an equaliser, and they've had a little bit more possession in this second half. But here now comes Callum Wilson, drops deep in his own half, gets the ball away to Saint-Maximin, the goal scorer. He skips away over the turf. He's 25 yards out. He tried to play the ball in down that far side to Lewis, but he showed too much of it to Barnsley, who brought it away. You could see the defenders were backing off him there, Joe. I just wondered if he was going to have a shot from distance.
Yeah, and I don't think Jamal Lewis, they were not quite on the same wavelength there, because he tried to sort of diagonal the ball back into Jamal Lewis. Thought he was making an overlap run, but the form that he's shown, Maximin, you're right, Mark. I think he might have cut inside and had a shot there.
I don't think anyone would have blamed him if he had it done. Here's Darlow, right-footed, clears it towards the halfway line. The rain again comes down here in the northeast. It's been wet, I think, everywhere today, hasn't it? As the ball now on this near side with Charlie Taylor. Back now to Tarkowski. Tarkowski back in the side, his first Premier League start of the season. There'll be a lot of people wondering if it'll be his last one for Burnley, but I guess that will plan out over the next 48 hours or so. We'll have all the updates here on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport, of course, about the transfer comings and goings as Taylor gets the ball over the halfway line for Burnley, feeds it into Barnes. He tried to lay it off to McNeil. Shelvey slid in, beaten to it by Stevens. Westwood on the ball now, will roll it out wide to Bardsley. Bardsley will cut back in field, and Westwood will have to stand up the ball. He's looking for Barnes, who's made another decent run, takes it down on the right hand side of the area. Can he fashion a chance? He puts a cross into Wood. Wood with a header, and it's palmed away. Good save there from Darlow at the near post. It was a tight angle for Wood, but he got a good header on target, and it's cleared away for a throw-in.
Two strikers linking up there. How Barnes manages to get this cross in. It's a one. He's dug it out, and a brilliant cross. Wood gets above Shah, powers a header, and it's a good save on his near post from Darlow. Good play from the two front players for Burnley.
It is. Here's Taylor again, moves it out to McNeil. McNeil cuts in field, lays the ball off. Stevens ball forward, it's Shelvey straight in the face, but Newcastle will play on with Wilson. He's got Joe Linton up in support. Joe Linton into the area, tried to go past his man, and it was taken off him by a long. That was a little bit too easy, really.
Bit slack there from Joe Linton. He did neither. He didn't look to run in behind, didn't look to take the man on. Just gave the ball away, did nothing. Very slack play from Linton there.
Yeah,
big opportunity that was to go and attack the Burnley defence.
8 on the clock. Here now is Jamal Lewis, slides the ball across the 6-yard box. We are about to get a change for Newcastle. Harry Manquillo is stripped and ready to go. He was one of the 4 changes Steve Bruce made, so this is going to be an interesting one. As the ball now goes forward here with Burnley. McNeil in the centre circle, looks for support, finds Charlie Taylor, former Leeds man, not scored for Burnley, but creates quite a few chances down that left-hand side. Here now is Stevens, ball with McNeil, and Shelvey again turns him back inside. Ball though breaks for Brownhill. Brownhill to Taylor, did well under pressure. Ball back on the halfway line with Stevens. Newcastle waiting to make a change. Ball over the top, Wood heads it down. No one near enough to him to pick up on the pieces, and it's cleared away. Chris Wood just signs he's getting a little bit frustrated. There's a ball played into Barnes. He may need to get back on side here, Wood. Barnes has it, he feeds it into Chris Wood. On the turn, goes past his man, and it's poked away from him right at the last minute. And behind for a corner, I think it was Emil Kraft who just got his toe in the nick of time. Chris Wood there, John Hartson about to pull the trigger. And Fabian Schär at his who goes off. He had that shoulder problem first half. He will make way, and on comes Javi Manquillo.
Yeah, really good play there from Chris Wood. He showed good feet for a big man. Sort of got inside, took it away from Fernandez, and it was Schär that came across. Sorry, I think it was Kraft. Just got in and intercepted right in the nick of time.
That was a good challenge, a perfectly timed one. Fabian Schär, who's making his first Premier League appearance of the season, comes trudging off. Looks disappointing, doesn't he? He's had injury problems. It looks like he's got another one now.
Yeah, I think he must be struggling, because actually he played very well up against Barnes and Wood. You know, he gave as good as he got, didn't he? Aerial challenges, won a few, lost a few.
Yeah, well, he's gone off now, so the first change made by Steve Bruce.
Kraft will go in alongside Fernandez now, won't he?
Yeah, he will.
Come out on the right hand side.
He will. That's exactly right. It was the voice there of John Hartson. 10 gone second half, and Burnley, they're certainly having more of the ball and having it higher up the field here. They're starting to enjoy a bit of possession. They need to turn that into chances. You saw Wood denied as the ball cleared away, and here now forward comes Newcastle. Shelvey has it, gets the ball away over on the far side to Saint-Maximin. He skips forward down that left hand side. Brownhill goes to close him down, as to be fair he's done pretty much every time he's had it. And the ball with Isaac Hayden. Hayden gets it back, and Newcastle will build from the back again. And here is Kraft now playing at centre half, gets it to Manquillo, did well, feeds Hendrick down the right hand side, and now Manquillo's continued his run. Tarkowski should cut things off here, eases it back to Nick Pope on his left foot, who rather spoons the clearance towards halfway. Hendrick heads it, and it's out for a throw-in on this near side. Steve Bruce getting a little bit more animated. His side, John, not having as much of the ball as they did first half.
No, well, in all fairness, you'd expect a little response from Burnley, wouldn't you? Burnley are the team that's chasing the game. You would expect Burnley to up it a little bit, up the tempo, and get the ball forward and get more midfielders up supporting Wood and Barnes.
Well, sorry, John, here's Barnsley making a run down that right-hand side. He's got about 60 yards. He'll cut back in field. He'll find Westwood. Puts in the cross. Barnes is in on goal, but just couldn't get his leap right. It was just a little bit too deep. And Darlow came and collected it, and Barnes fell into Darlow. Darlow just has a smile, and they get on with things. But that was better, a little bit more direct from Burnley on that occasion.
It was, yeah. A little bit more desire to get the balls into the Newcastle box, and they cause him problems.
Yeah,
that's what Steve Bruce is just getting a little bit hot under the collar here on the touchline.
Yeah, Westwood again it was from that right hand side. Here now is Taylor on the left. He's going to look to put the ball in as well. One at the near post, cleared edge of the area. Here now is Westwood. Will roll it out on that far side. Are they going to put the cross in again? No, they'll feed it to Brownhill. Lays off the ball. Here now it's moved out wide by Bardsley to Charlie Taylor. Taylor level with the left-handed side of the penalty area. Away to our left here. Burnley trailing by a goal, but Taylor breaks into the box, puts in the cross. It's headed away 6 yards out by Newcastle. Joe Linton takes it on his chest. Stevens tried to ease him off the ball, but there was John Joe Shelvey. Just brought it down casually. Feeds it now to Wilson. He turns it to Joe Linton. Linton, if he looks up, has got Saint-Maximin over on the left, and he feeds it into Saint-Maximin. His touch just takes him away from the penalty area, but he's in the area now. On the left-hand side, little step over, drives into the area, wants to get it on his right foot. He's gone down, and that's good defending in the end from Kevin Long. And the ball brought away, and here now is Chris Wood, brings it down on his chest. Game just opening up a little bit there as Burnley commit more bodies forward, but against Saint-Maximin there, John, I think we're all waiting for him to pull the trigger like he did in the first half.
Yeah, we was. It was really exciting the way Newcastle broke there, wasn't it? It was Linton into Maximan. In the end, it came to nothing.
It did. Still 1-0 Newcastle lead. 13 gone on TalkSport 2. Mark Wilson and John Hartson live at St James's Park. Charlie Taylor feeds the ball in. Here now forward goes Dale Stephens, looking for the return pass from McNeil. McNeil has a bit of space, gets to the edge of the area, floats across in far post for Wood. Darlow spills it, but will pick it up on the bounce. Wood was causing a problem there, and Darlow in the end did well at the second attempt.
Yeah, McNeil there, he's got better quality. I just think he overhits the cross. There's 2 or 3 lining up to, if he can just put it in a decent area. And McNeil's normally got really good quality, but a bit wasteful with that ball into the box.
It was indeed. Ball high towards Callum Wilson, beaten to it by Tarkowski, and it remains 1-0 here to Newcastle United. Earlier on, Chelsea beat Palace 4-0, Everton 4-2 winners over Brighton and Leeds 1, Manchester City 1. All headed forward here by Brownhill. Wood takes it on his chest and then gets it at the second attempt, feeds it into Barnes, and he's beaten to it, and the ball is away for a corner kick here to Burnley. They're looking more of a threat now. Wood and Barnes getting more of the ball into the area for them to feed on.
They absolutely do. They are looking now as if they're really searching for this equaliser. There's a bit more tempo to their play, more direct. Their passing is good, it's crisp. They look very dangerous. They certainly look like the team that look more capable of scoring the next goal.
Well, here's a corner whipped into the near post. Joe Litton's headed it straight up in the air. Darlow's going to have to touch that behind. He couldn't risk catching that right under the crossbar.
No chance. He's already dropped one. He's got Joe Linton. Sorry, he's got Barnes and he's got Wood. So he had to tip that one over, did Darlow.
He did. Another corner here on the near side. The referee's seen Ashley Barnes, who was doing a little bit of stand-up wrestling with some of the defenders in the box, and he just goes and says, look, I've seen it, fellas, let's cut that out and get on with it. He's speaking to the Newcastle defenders now and saying he's got an eye on them as well. David Coote, the man in the middle tonight. And we're going to get the corner on the near side for Burnley, looking to level things up. They trail by a goal to 0. An hour gone at St James's Park. Corner is deep. Darlow tries to come, gets a punch on it, punches it down into the floor. Here's Bardsey, miscontrols it, but it falls to Brownhill. Right hand corner of the box, gets it to Bardsey, stands up the cross, big chances, comes off the top of the head, following in, chance on the shot, and it's blasted in by Westwood on the volley from the edge of the area, and Burnley have got their equaliser. What a finish from Westwood, edge of the area. Darlow no chance. It's Newcastle 1, Burnley 1.
That's great technique from Westwood. We did say it, didn't we? Newcastle were getting more camped in their own 18-yard box. Burnley, corner on the right, then a corner on the left, comes out, the ball goes in, is headed out, and Westwood has great technique. He's hit it on the volley, through a load of bodies across the goal. Darlow's side netting, great finish from Ashley Westwood. 1-1 here, but Burnley looked like scoring. They were well on top for that 10 minutes.
They were indeed, and the chance came, and that is a wonderful finish, John. We were right behind that. As soon as he hit it, you knew that was going in the bottom corner, and it's 1-1 here at St James's Park, and a wonderful finish from Westwood. Got a new contract recently as well, and that is a great strike. Burnley have equalised here. I wonder what Steve Bruce is thinking now here. Now we're all level as he looks on from pitch side. Ball played forward. Again the rain continues to fall here in the northeast. The conditions brutal at the moment, but it's 1-1. Ball down at the back with Darlow, who will clear the ball forward.
Just wonder, Mark, with Shah going off, just that little change to the Newcastle back four. The ball came in the box and it's come out. It's not really got a lot of power behind the header defensively from Newcastle, and you just wondered if Shah was in there, they might have just dealt with it a bit differently,
Yeah, possibly. Let's check the latest odds with 888 Sport then. Newcastle 13-5, the draw is 41-50, and Burnley 16-5. We'll get back to that in a moment, because Burnley on the attack again here. McNeil, edge of the area, will lay it back to Westwood. Feeds the ball in. It's not dealt with. They're trying to feed it through to Chris Wood. It was Barnes whose pass was intercepted, and Newcastle coming forward again here down this near side. Hendrick, the man with the ball, he will wait. He goes back to Kraft, who's under pressure, but Shelvey did really well. Sean Dyche is encouraging his players to close the ball down as they go back to Darlow. So the Lady Stods with 888 Sport. Newcastle 13-5. The draw 41-50. Burnley 16-5. Those are the Lady Stods from 888 Sport. 18 plus, please. Gamble responsibly as Newcastle now come forward. And here's Saint-Maximin. He's got Hendrick with him. Drives forward into the edge of the area, feeds it out now to Manquillo. Manquillo pulls it back. Here's a chance for Shelby to hit one from 20 yards out. Feeds it back to Saint-Maximin on the right hand side. Can he stand up the ball to the far post? He will. It's just over Wilson and skims off a Burnley defender. And away over on the far side for Joe Linton, who keeps it in down the left. He tried to play the ball in and he's given it away, and Burnley will clear their lines. Well, they had bodies in the area there, but they didn't get a shot on target.
No, he just couldn't quite pick Wilson out on the back post, could he, Maximin?
Welcome along to our listeners on Talk Sport here. We are live on Talk Sport 2 at St James's Park, where it is Newcastle 1, Burnley 1. The goal in the first half from Saint-Maximin had Newcastle in front at half-time, but we've just seen Ashley Westwood with a lovely volley from the edge of the area after back-to-back corners. Newcastle didn't clear their lines. Westwood with a shot right in the bottom corner. John Hartson, part of our commentary team on Talk Sport 2. It was a wonderful finish.
Great volley from Ashley Westwood, really was. And it's a good response from Burnley. They come out in the second half. They look the more likely team to get the equaliser, and they've got that. And now they look a threat. They look like maybe they could go on and nick this game away from home today against Newcastle.
Yeah, the full game is live on TalkSport 2. Newcastle looking for a response. Here's Saint-Maximin into the area, squares it across, chance, and it's a goal. Callum Wilson tucks the ball in right in the 6-yard box. Steve Bruce applauds. His new big money signing scores his third Premier League goal of the season. The response was instant. Newcastle 2, Burnley 1.
Commentators curse that Burnley could go on and get the winner. Brilliant again from Maximin. Down the right hand side, he plays a ball across the face of the 6-yard box, and it's Callum Wilson on the end of the cross. Good striker's goal with a tap in, but the weight of the cross is magnificent. Maximin skips past the Burnley defender, and it's a great ball right across the face. The goalkeeper doesn't know whether to come for it. Nick Pope, defenders are struggling to defend that one. It's a brilliant ball, and Callum Wilson's got the simple tap in. 2-1 Newcastle.
Newcastle back in front. Callum Wilson's third goal of the season. The game live and exclusive on TalkSport 2. Newcastle 2, Burnley 1.
What about that pass, Mark?
Oh, wonderful.
Striker's dream.
Yeah.
Brilliant again from Maximin. Delighted he came out for the second half, eh?
Yeah, so is Steve Bruce, I think, as well. He was clapping his hands. It was a bit of magic again, but well, you mentioned it. Callum Wilson there, he dreams about balls into the box. He couldn't miss, could he?
That's where you get your goal tally up. You get 6 or 7 of them a season, little tap-ins. That's all the strikers do. It's not all 20-yarders and great headers. You've got to get your tap-ins.
Here come Burnley then. Charlie Taylor going forward, lays it back to McNeil. That's a good ball in. Here's Chris Wood with a header, loops over the top. Sean Dyche in agony down below as he thought that was a good chance for Wood, but he couldn't direct it on target. Well, so long here, you know, they've longed for a striker who puts the ball in the net regularly, John, and Callum Wilson, 3 goals now in 4 games. That's some start for him, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you know, I hope he can just rekindle that form that he showed a couple of seasons ago at Bournemouth, where he was outstanding alongside Josh King for several seasons. You know, he's earned his move, if you like. Bournemouth now playing in the Championship, and he's a terrific striker. You know, he's got everything. He's got power, he's got pace. 20 million. You know, it wasn't a few years ago they were talking 60-70 million for him when he got in the England fold. So I hope he can get on a run of goals now, because I like Steve Bruce. I like Newcastle as a football club.
Yeah, Steve Bruce now is talking to the 4th official this side. Have just conceded a free kick. Nick Pope will come out and take it nearer the halfway line than the edge of his area. 2-1 here. Newcastle United lead. They were in front, pegged back. Now they're back in front. Wood chasing the long ball forward. He's headed away by Fernandez. Taylor cutting in field wins it, but then it's won back. And here's Hendrick coming forward, but he's beaten to it. He just caught McNeil, and that will be a free kick. You are listening to Newcastle against Burnley on TalkSport 2 with Now TV. Don't forget you can watch Newcastle against Burnley live right now with a Now TV Sky Sports Pass for just $9.99. Search Now TV for more details on that one. And don't forget, tomorrow live on TalkSport, exclusively live, Leicester West Ham at 12, and here on TalkSport 2 more exclusive live Premier League action as Southampton take on West Brom. And here we're about to see a change, and it's Dale Stephens who is going off, and it's Johan Berg Gudmundsson that's coming on. What do you think about that one, John?
That's like for like, isn't it? Gudmundsson, a midfield player, Stephens as well, Dale Stephens. He's done okay today. I think he struggled with the pace a bit at times, I think, in the middle of the park with Burnley alongside Westwood.
Here's the ball into the air, it's headed away. I expect we'll see Brownhill now play more central and Gudmundsson over on the right hand side. But here's Saint-Maximin, who's having his shirt pulled by McNeil, who will be the 4th player in the book. 4 bookings tonight, John Hartson. I don't think we've seen one bad tackle, have we?
No, not really, and that's what maybe Bardsley on
and he didn't get booked.
He didn't get booked for that one, of course not. But no, considering the conditions, awfully slippery, 4 bookings, you maybe expect more than that with the conditions, but there's not been a bad tackle all night, really.
Here is Newcastle on the halfway line. They lead by 2-1, looking to join Chelsea and Everton as the winners today. Manchester City drop points at Leeds, 1-1. You heard that live on TalkSport earlier on, as here now goes Hendrick. May have got in just behind momentarily, turns edge of the area, and Keogh made a good run forward, but Hendrick couldn't find him. Hendrick, though, gets the ball back off the boot of Brownhill and then wins a throw-in, and good play there from Hendrick. Didn't panic under pressure.
No, and he kept it. He kept the ball. He didn't give it away, and he's won a throw-in for his team.
Ball on this near side for Newcastle throw-in. They lead by 2-1. And the ball fed in field is hooked away. Chris Wood takes it on the chest, did well. Can he now find a teammate? He does. It's Tarkowski. Just stood on the ball. He saw Saint-Maximin come in and just nicked it away in time. Here's Brownhill now, who's, as expected, is in the middle of the park. Signed from Bristol City last season, gets the ball away. Here now is Westwood, whose goal got things level here at St James's Park, but it was only momentarily as Barzi puts in a great ball for Wood, headed away by Fernandes at the near post. With that, an arm on the way down. Sean Dyche, I think, is just asked the question. Referee says play on. Here forward now goes Wilson. He's got nobody near him, and Bardsley's brought him down. There were 6 Burnley players around Wilson, and Bardsley fouled him.
Good play though from Wilson, good front play, play winning the free kick on the halfway line for your team. Takes the pressure off.
Quickly taken free kick finds Saint-Maximin. He's down the left. He cuts back onto his right foot again. He's thinking about laying it back. Here's a chance for Hayden. Edge of the area. Goes for the curler straight into the arms of Pope. It was worth the effort. Maybe just lacked the conviction.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, he had to go through a crowd of bodies. He never really threatened Nick Pope too often, did it? And decent effort.
Yeah, straight at the keeper. Still 2-on, 20 minutes left. Plenty of time left for Sean Dyche, who points Charlie Taylor down the sideline. Get forward, he says. He comes back in field here to Westwood. Back to Brownhill. Brownhill looks up and gets it away here now to Gudmundsson, who just came in field looking for a touch. And now back to Tarkowski, plays it out wide. McNeil over on that far side has picked the ball up, did well to hold on to it. Plays in the cross, it's over Wood, he's having to race out of the area, hits him on the back, brings it down, finds Charlie Taylor. Taylor down the left will swing the ball back in. Darlow, good hands in the 6-yard box there. He was positive and got up high to take the ball. Good goalkeeping.
Yeah, it was. It's got to be a better ball in from Taylor. In terms of it's got to be away from Darlow. Ashley Barnes, Westwood trying to fill up Newcastle's penalty area to get this equaliser.
Here they go forward again. We're going to knock the ball out. We've got a man down, and it is Alan Saint-Maximin, who for the 3rd time this evening has gone down. Westwood hauls him to his feet just as the physio comes on, but it looks like we are going to get a change here. There is a substitute stripped and ready to go down below us. I think it was Ryan Fraser who's stripped and ready to go. Can't quite see the number at the moment, but I think that could be Saint-Maximin done for the day. The numbers are going into the 4th officials board, and the man who scored the first, created the second, is ambling off to this near side and is about to be replaced. Alan Saint-Maximin then lasted 72 minutes a goal and an assist, and it is going to be Ryan Fraser that comes on. Not a bad sub to be bringing on, but John Hartson, your thoughts on the performance of Alan Saint-Maximin?
Absolutely outstanding. I thought he was brilliant in the first half. Quiet first 20 minutes, and then when he got his goal, he just grew into the game, started taking on the Burnley defenders. He was confident, he wanted the ball, twisting in and out. And then the second goal for Wilson, brilliant play, played a fantastic weighted pass across the goal and made the second goal as well. Scored one, made one. Good night's work.
Yeah, very
for Maximin.
Yeah, very good. And you can see what he brings to this Newcastle team. You can see why the fans who would be here under normal circumstances love to watch him playing. His night is done. Steve Bruce, I'm sure, we're hoping there's no lasting damage. As the ball played forward by Burnley deep inside their own half. Brownhill wins the header. Westwood flicks it forward, but Wood was beaten to it. Good header there from Brownhill again. Finds Barnes. Barnes advancing over halfway. Manquillo eased him off it. And I think Manquillo then, as he fell over Barnes, got an unfortunate kick there. He's gone down at the moment. He's going to get up in a minute. Barnes just, I think, laughed at him. Like you mean centre-forwards used to do, John Hartson. He just had a look at him, ran past and laughed.
Mean centre-forwards.
Well, they've got a set piece here, Burnley. There's still plenty of time, John. It's 16 minutes of normal time left, and they have been better second half, Sean Dyche's side.
Well, they have, and I think Newcastle hit them on the break for Newcastle's second goal. But Sean Dyche will be saying, look, just keep going, keep getting them balls in the box.
Well, here's a chance again from the right. Westwood puts the ball in. Darlow comes, he gets a punch. It wasn't the most convincing, but John Joe Shelvey, not for the first time tonight, right place, right time, nicks it away. It was a ball down the sideline, trying to get Shelvey forward. He just looked at Fraser to say, you can't surely expect me to get on the end of that. It's cleared away.
Exactly, and I think Steve Bruce now will be looking for the experience of John Joe Shelvey and Hendrick just to calm things down now, get on the ball, make some passes, finish the game really strongly for Newcastle. Don't be under the cosh for the next 12-13 minutes that's left in this game.
Yeah,
use your experience, get on the ball and get some passes in. Hayden, Shelvey, Hendrick.
2-1. We've got 15 minutes left. There's Manquillo on the near side. I think Sean Dyche possibly thinking about a change as well. I think the difference at the moment, you look at that Newcastle bench, the likes of Almiron, Fraser, Murphy, Carroll to come on. There's plenty of Premier League experience there. There's the ball headed towards the Burnley goal. Pope gets a back pass, he's miscontrolled it. It's a chance, it's hit the post. Fraser, is this going to be a penalty? It is. It's a disaster for Burnley. The back pass from Tarkowski. Pope miscontrolled it. Fraser raced in on goal. He poked it past the keeper as he went down under the challenge. It hit the post, bounced to safety, but the referee here has given a penalty to Newcastle, and Pope, not for the first time tonight, has come up with a bad touch inside his own 6-yard box.
Yeah, it's a bad touch, and then he's out of control. Fraser, normally you'd think, well, that's a simple tapping, but he's tried to play it in. It's come off the post, and then Pope, his feet are in the air. He's almost made contact. He's made contact with Fraser. Of course he has. And the referee had no hesitation in giving the penalty.
And it's Callum Wilson who will step up. He scored that all-important penalty last weekend at Spurs to wrap up a point, and he waits in front of the Gallagher end here. It's him against Pope, two England teammates. As the whistle goes, here he comes, right-footed, and just dinks it down the middle. That's a striker full of confidence, and Callum Wilson has his second and may well be taking the points. It's Newcastle 3, Burnley 1.
Great penalty. It's a poor touch from Nick Pope, and then he's out of control. He just takes Ryan Fraser out. Yeah, perfect decision from the referee. Wilson with a double.
It's 3-1 here. You join us live on TalkSport 2 here. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport. Newcastle have just scored a third goal. Tarkowski's back pass to Nick Pope. Well, the England backup goalkeeper miscontrolled it inside his 6-yard box. Ryan Fraser advanced on goal, nicked it past the keeper, hit the post, but he went down under the challenge. Referee had no hesitation in awarding a penalty, and Callum Wilson, the coolest of finishes, his second of the afternoon. John Hartson, surely this is game over.
Well, 3-1, you'd think so. Sean Dyche just made a change. He's just brought Vidra on. Surprised he's took Barnes off, mind you. You know, we thought he might have kept another striker up there. You know, looking to go for it now, and you know, in the last sort of 12 minutes or so. But it's Vidra on, lively striker alongside Wood.
And your thoughts on Pope? It's not the first time tonight he's miscontrolled it in his 6-yard box.
He's been very sloppy. All right, he's been very sloppy in the first half. On the ground in particular, he made a couple of mishaps with his feet. And then that one is a dreadful touch from Nick Pope.
And Callum Wilson with a little dink penalty finish, calm as you like.
And I'm never that calm, I can never do that. But in all fairness, when you've got one goal in the game, it just makes you a little bit more confident. But still, you know, the audacity to try it, and when it comes off, it looks brilliant.
It does. There's 12 minutes left. The game is live and exclusive on TalkSport 2 tonight. It's Newcastle 3, Burnley 1. Got an injury here. Emil Kraft has gone down, taken a knock inside his own half. And well, you mentioned about old heads and wise heads, and that was a great finish from Wilson. 4 in 4 now. He will be absolutely bouncing, won't he?
Absolutely. You know, there's people like myself, you know, questioning is can he score goals? He's brilliant at Bournemouth for a period. Can he score goals? 20 million price tag. You know, the Newcastle have got him here, but he's already proven 4 goals in 4 games. You can't ask any more than that. Not so much his goals, you know, it's his running power, it's his running in behind, it's his all-round play that he will look to improve in this spell while he's at Newcastle.
Ball played forward here by Burnley, cleared away by Manquillo, knocks it up the touchline. Here's Joe Linton, back to goal, takes it on the chest, feeds it forward. Here's Fraser now, looking to burst. He's gone for the chip from 30 yards out, and Pope has to clamber across his line and palm the ball away. Well, that would have been some finish from Ryan Fraser.
Well, he's been involved. But first touch he hits the post, creates a penalty. His second touch he tries to lob Pope from about 30-40 yards. I actually don't think this is going on target, but Pope doesn't think so. He obviously does, because he rushes back and pushes it out for a Newcastle corner
About to be taken.
What an impact from Ryan Fraser.
Well, we mentioned it, we're about the strength of the bench that Steve Bruce has got now. Here is Fraser on the right, puts the cross in, it's blocked. You are listening to Newcastle versus Burnley on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Get a quote in 60 seconds at WeBuyAnyCar.com. 3-1 Newcastle lead, 10 left here. A double for Callum Wilson, so Maximan with the opening goal. Westwood, remember, equalised on the hour mark. It looked to that point that Burnley were on top, but Newcastle have responded with that Wilson double. The first to tap in after Sam Maximan's cross, and the second of his goals, the third Newcastle goal, a penalty. Wonderful finish, just a little chip finish, and now a free kick given against Brownhill, down about 6 yards away from the corner flag, and could be more treatment needed here for Newcastle United. It's Manquillo, I think, who's gone down. Steve Bruce will be pretty happy, well, he'll be very happy with the response having gone 1-1.
Yeah, other than the probably 15-20 minute spell in the second half where Burnley came out, got the equaliser, I think Newcastle have probably been the better team. I think they passed it better. They looked more of a threat. Certainly, I thought when Burnley equalised, just before the Newcastle's penalty, that Burnley looked more likely to go and get the second goal. It's been that type of game, really.
Here is Shelby with a free kick, rolls it short to Fraser. He'll square it off. Here's Manquillo. He's going to float the ball to the far post. It's not the best cross. Wilson will sprint away and he will kick this in. He then goes down and he's won another free kick. And Burnley at the moment just giving away too many silly fouls.
Yeah, again, the conditions now are atrocious. But going back to Steve Bruce, he'll be absolutely delighted with 3 points. And when Newcastle and Burnley, when they look at the fixtures, Mark, they think to themselves they're not going to finish in the top 6 this season. So from Newcastle's point of view, they look...
Well, sorry John, here was a chance, ball fizzed in, and there was Hendrick, just couldn't get a touch on it. That could have been 4.
Couldn't quite get a touch, but Newcastle would target Burnley as a potential win, you know, and the same for Burnley against Newcastle. So that's how they look, the managers, because they know that they're not going to be top 6 this season. And it's a great win for Newcastle and Steve Bruce, a much needed win as well.
It is. Vidra's just been caught offside, so it's a free kick which Darlow won't be in a rush to take. The referee's just come and said, look, get on with it as quickly as you can. Just a word, you make some big money moves yourself. How relieved, pleased will be Wilson with his start. 4 in 4, great effort.
Delighted. It's just a shame that the supporters are not in the ground to watch the lad play, because you always want support from the new fans, from your new supporters that you're playing in front of. But all he can do is score goals. He's been brought here to score goals. As I said, his all-round play will improve, and he will have aspirations of trying to get back into the England fold. If he keeps banging them in, then Gareth Southgate can't ignore you forever.
Yeah, that's right. The goals are going in. 3 for Newcastle, 2 for Wilson. They lead 3-1 earlier on. Chelsea 4, Crystal Palace 11, 4 Brighton 2, Leeds 1, Manchester City 1. The Premier League football comes thick and fast across the TalkSport network tomorrow, live on TalkSport. 12 o'clock, Leicester West Ham, live and exclusive on TalkSport. And here on TalkSport 2, live and exclusive, Southampton West Brom. Southampton who won at Turf Moor last week. West Brom will let that 3-goal lead slip. Will be desperate to get a win on the board sooner rather than later. The rain again bounces off the desk in front of us. It's been that kind of night, but Newcastle, to be fair, have got 3 goals. It looks like seeing them to 3 points here. Been poor at home of recent months, but this is more like it. And as John mentioned, the fans will be gutted they're not here, but they'll be cheering on from home, listening on the radio. And what's been a really good performance by and large. Ball played forward. Lewis was cool under pressure there. He saw where Gudmundsson was and just skipped away from him.
He's looked a good player tonight for me, Jamal Lewis. He's looked very comfortable, done everything really good. Not give it away. Young. Tall, good left back, good on the back post, in the air.
Yeah.
He looked a fine player tonight for me, Jamal Lewis.
It's become a really important position, hasn't it? Full back, and Newcastle look like they've got themselves a good one there. They're just under a little bit of pressure here at the back, but Kraft showing his quality, plays it forward. As I say that, he then hits it straight to Westwood, but then manages to poke it clear. It's headed back in, and here now is Manquillo driving forward. He's up to the halfway line. He feeds Joe Linton. He's got Fraser out to his left-hand side. He's coming back in. He's seen the run of Wilson. He tried to get it to his teammate, and maybe that wasn't the best pass at the time, as it's cleared away by Burnley, who trail here by 3-1. Here's Shelvey, gets it to Isaac Hayden to Hendrick. Hendrick now rolls it across to Lewis. Lewis goes out wide to Fraser. Fraser just rolls the ball into Joe Linton. He gets it back to Fraser. Fraser just popping the pass off. There's no rush now, John. 5 minutes to go. Newcastle feel fully in control of this game.
Yeah, they're just passing it around now. Steve Bruce is shouting, keep the ball, make angles. They wouldn't want to concede a second now to Burnley and make it a really nervy last 4 or 5 minutes. Let's go and win the game comfortable, no crazy silly mistakes defensively, and Newcastle should see this game home now.
Well, Wood is again offside from a long ball forward. Steve Bruce applauds his defenders for getting that right. Plenty more football to come as well throughout the week. On Tuesday we're live on TalkSport 2 in the EFL Trophy, Southend taking on Portsmouth. We've also got England on Thursday in action against Wales, friendly international. Mark Saggers commentary from Jim Proudfoot and Stuart Pish. You'll be looking forward to that one, John.
I'm doing it for the Welsh speaking. I'm fortunate I can speak fluent Welsh, and my native language, and I love doing the games for SOC, the Welsh channel. We'll be doing them from the studio up in Carnarvon in North Wales. So looking forward to it. No Gareth Bale. Obviously I'd love to see Bale playing.
Well, here's Fraser. We'll come back to that in a minute. Pulls it back. He's looking for Hendrick. It's hammered away. Well, exciting times. Obviously the Euros to come, albeit delayed at the end of this season now.
Yeah, Wales in the group with Italy, of course. Unfortunately, but it's all getting done again next year, 2021. So there's something to look forward to there with the Euros next summer.
There is indeed.
Yeah, and I'll talk about the Welsh team a little bit. Aaron Ramsey's back for Wales. Enjoying his football again now under Pirlo at Juventus. He's in the team, doing well. But again, it's a shame that Gareth Bale won't be fit, because I think even at Wembley against England, for Wales to compete against England, you need your best players, and he certainly is one of them.
Yeah, we'll be desperately hoping he's fit right at the end of the season, right when they do need him. Wales in action. You can hear them against England on Thursday right here on the TalkSport network. Shelvey clears the ball away. Callum Wilson, who will have designs of getting himself a hat-trick. Strides away from one, neat, close control. Did he keep that in? He did. Not only did he keep it in, he finds Hayden. Hayden feeds it through to Fraser, just had to check back. Ball nicked away. That was good defending actually from Bardsley, because Fraser was in behind him, but the pass just a touch behind him, a yard behind him. John needed to be a yard in front of him.
It did, absolutely. Yes, it did.
Ball going forwards. Here now is McNeil. Is a late hope. 2.5 minutes of normal time left. Ooh, that was a strong challenge from Jeff Hendrick on Gudmundsson, who looks rather ruefully at the official. But get on with it is the call. Throw in. McNeil had that shot in the first half, didn't he, that Darlow got a touch on to put behind. Here now is Gudmundsson. Can he create something here? Moves the ball out wide on the right. Here now is Westwood. His equaliser seems a long time ago. Vidra, good first touch, but couldn't get the ball away, and it was brought away nicely at the back by Fernandez, who you mentioned earlier in the first half. Fernandez has done pretty well tonight, hasn't he?
Yes, I think Newcastle, we mentioned the threat and the physical presence of Wood and Barnes, who started the game, and Shaw and Fernandez, they've been right up to the test, which you have to be when you come up against two physical centre forwards. And also, when it's been on the floor, I think Fernandez has used the ball extremely well.
Here comes across for Burnley towards Wood. Keeper comes out, spills it, but dives on it at the second attempt. He's had a couple of those tonight, Darlow, where he hasn't quite tidied things up, but he comes away with it. And we are about to see Sean Longstaff come on, the third change, or another change for Newcastle, who are about to make a change here. We're just waiting to see who will come off next time the ball goes out of play. We're into the 89th minute. Pope out of his box will bowl the ball away, and here now is McNeil, but he's deep in his own half. 3-1 Newcastle lead. Callum Wilson's second half double, his third and fourth goals in the Premier League for Newcastle have got the home side heading firmly for their first Premier League win of the season. Vidra tried to feed the ball out to Hendrick. Hendrick feeds it into midfield. Shelvey ran past it there. He had the ball available and he wasted it. Now Burnley will come forward. They're trying to slide Chris Wood in, but Hendrick nicks it away from Wood, and they'll play on. And Sean Dyche, not for the first time tonight, looks away in frustration at another half chance gone begging. Joe Linton holds things up, and now they'll go all the way back to the keeper.
Well, I think Mark as well. I think Sean Dyche is standing there. He's probably thinking, I'd love to have had a Callum Wilson, just to add to what he's got in terms of further up the pitch, top end of the pitch, which is so important that you've got a centre forward that can score goals and give you that threat.
Not only that, John, he can stretch the play as well, can't he? If they look to go over the top, he's got the pace to get in behind.
Gives you that option, of course, yeah.
4 added on minutes here at St James's Park. You're live on TalkSport 2. Mark Wilson and John Hartson. 3-1 Burnley trail here. Wilson with a double in the second half after Alan Saint-Maximin had put Newcastle in front. Ashley Westwood levelled things up on 61, but then the double, Wilson. And now the cross comes in looking for Wood, beaten in the air, and Darlow this time will fall on the loose ball. The rain, if anything, is heavier than it has been tonight. I don't think you need to worry about throwing your notes in the bin, John. I think they'll disintegrate if you leave them there any longer.
You should see where we are, by the way, the listeners. You should see where we are. We've got no cover.
No, they'd love to be here, the fans. We've got to say that, but we are very, very wet.
Do you know what?
As we still haven't seen the substitute made, as Wilson now is chasing Tarkowski, did well actually to head the ball back. And Sean Longstaff's smiling. I hope he's not on appearance money, because he might not get on at this rate. He's smiling on the sideline, but he wants to get out there.
I'd be kicking Steve Bruce now. If I was Longstaff, I'd be nudging him away. Come on, Gaffer.
Well, the ball's got to go out of play, hasn't it? That's the trouble. It's still in play at the moment. Here comes Vidra. Vidra stumbles as he went. Now we've got a free kick, so will Steve Bruce make the change? We're inside 4 added on minutes, and the official has just said, are you making the change, Steve? And not yet is the answer, so still he waits. And we've had almost 2 of the allotted 4 added on. This is a free kick. This is last chance saloon now. 30 yards out. McNeil is over it. What do you think he is? He going to have a shot or just float this in?
I would be having a shot here with the wet surface as well. He's about 27, 28 yards out.
Here he goes.
Shift
going
up
to
to
float
cross
it towards the far post. There's a header on target, and it's punched away by Darlow under pressure. Ball bouncing edge of the box, and it's karate kicked over by Kevin Long, and it's behind for a goal kick. And finally, we will get the change, and it's Joe Linton who's coming off, and it's going to be Sean Longstaff who goes on for the final 90 seconds or so here at St James's Park. Look, he's not got a goal again. People will always point that stat at him, but he's given his lot for the cause tonight.
He has. He's put a really good shift in tonight, Joe Linton. He's been all over the place. He gets a tap on his back from his manager there. Well done, Joe. And as I said, you know, he's not a prolific goal scorer, and you know, nothing like it. And now you've got Wilson and Maximan to do that. That have come into the club. But as I said, he's had a good night's work. Be proud of himself. It's a good win. He's played his part.
They are, and here is Longstaff driving forward. He might get a chance to shoot here. He shoots bottom corner, and it's just wide of the post. I thought for a moment as it bounced back off the advertising hoarding he'd stuck it in the back of the net, but it is behind. It was a chance. And you can hear the rain again really coming down here in the northeast. Well, you've not parked too far away in the car park, John. You could be pretty wet by the time you get back. Ball now goes forward. Wilson is offside, and that will be a free kick. And Newcastle, on the back of this, will go 6th in the table. Early days, but always better to have the points on the board, John.
It is. It's early days, and it's a good win for them. Good win at West Ham. Decent point that Spurs got the bit of slice of luck that you need in life, certainly in football. And another good win tonight for Newcastle. Steve Bruce will be delighted with the start they've made.
He will.
And of course in the quarter-final of the Carabao Cup. Good draw, Brentford.
Yeah. Ball played forward, and there goes the full-time whistle. Sean Dyche goes to shake hands with his Newcastle counterpart Steve Bruce. A game that was in the balance after the hour, but Alan Saint-Maximin's goal had Newcastle in front on 14. Lovely skill edge of the box, fired the right foot shot into the bottom corner, but Westwood with a lovely volleyed goal after a couple of back-to-back corners for Burnley weren't cleared. He volleyed in from the edge of the area to level it up. With half an hour left, it was firmly in the balance. But 2 goals for Callum Wilson. The first put on a plate by Alan Saint-Maximin, who got down the right-hand side, crossed the cross goal, and there was Wilson to tap the ball in at the far post. And then after Nick Pope miscontrolled in the area, Fraser burst in on goal, hit the post, was brought down while he got his shot away. Referee gave the penalty, and Wilson was there to chip the ball confidently in for his 4th goal of the season. It's all smiles for Newcastle United. 6. It might be early days, but they'd rather be up there than down at the bottom. Still no win for Burnley, who for the first time in the Premier League era have lost their first 3 games of the season. Work to be done for Sean Dyche. Steve Bruce, I think when we speak to him on TalkSport 2, will be a happy man. It finishes here at St James's Park. Newcastle United 3, Burnley 1.
This is 5 Live for the BBC and BBC Sounds. We are live this Friday evening at Selhurst Park, where it's cold, and Newcastle have made the trip down from the northeast and hoping to get back in form. There's been quite a bit of criticism for Steve Bruce and his lineup, and there's a jiggle tonight. It looks like they're going to start with a flat back 4. Kieran Clark alongside Federico Fernandez. Jamal Lascelles is not involved for Newcastle. He came off at half-time against Chelsea on Saturday with a sore thigh, so perhaps been forced into this change a little bit. And for Crystal Palace's point of view, they've been really short on central defenders all season. Czech Kouyaté has played centre-half for most of the campaign, but Gary Cahill is back tonight, and indeed James Tompkins is back on the bench. He hasn't played since February. So slowly but surely those defenders are coming back for Crystal Palace, and maybe we are yet to see the best of Roy Hodgson's side. As the players ahead of kick-off take a knee at Selhurst Park, the message is there's no room for racism. Roy Hodgson, who is at 73, not only the oldest manager in the Premier League, he's the oldest manager in all top 4 divisions of English football. As we get underway, Crystal Palace playing from right to left as we look down. And the oldest manager tonight names the oldest team we've seen in the Premier League this season. Gary Cahill, who turns 35 next month, is dragging up the average age. Palace already had been the oldest average age through the campaign, but these starting 11 are the oldest starting 11. Mind you, when Roy looks at them, he probably feels they're all, fresh, young things, but certainly when you're 73, you probably look at someone who's 28 and think, whoa, I'd love to be back at that condition again.
I'm sure he is, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt about it. When I was at Fulham under Roy, it was the same then. You looked at him as a very much a fatherly figure. For some of the boys, it was like a grandfather to them. So, yeah, definitely.
So Newcastle with possession on the halfway line with Javier Manquillo, who's wearing the gloves tonight. And as he tries to play it forward, it's straight into the face of Ebrici Eze, who just feels the sting of that, and he's rubbing his head, a little smile afterwards. That's talk about welcome to the game. Get a ball lashed at you straight into the face. As it is, the ball ends up in the arms of Vicente Guaita, the Spanish goalkeeper. 4th time he's played against Newcastle in his career. He's only conceded 1 goal in the 3 games against them in the past. To give you a full rundown of the teams in just a moment, as Jordan Ayew plays the ball out of play on the far side. That's going to be a throw into Newcastle. So Guaita, Palace goalkeeper, back 4 tonight. Klein, Cahill, Dan and Van Aanholt. Van Aanholt, who had a loan spell at Newcastle over a decade ago. In midfield, James MacArthur with Cheick Kouyaté, and then Andros Townsend, Jeffrey Schlupp and Ebrici Eze in support of Jordan Ayew, who's the striker. Cross into the penalty area for Newcastle from the left-hand side, trying to pick out Callum Wilson, who'd made a surge into the 6-yard box, and Palace relieved to get it away. That's been the first chance of the game so far. Newcastle come again. Lewis crosses from the left-hand side, this time looking for Joe Linton. Came off the side of his head, and it's easily gathered by Guaita, but that's a positive start for the visitors, Mark. 0-0.
Yeah, very positive. Joe Linton down the left-hand side, really good run, and he looks to whip the ball into the near post really early, just a fraction too early for Callum Wilson to get across, and it was in the end a last-ditch sort of defensive tackle that cleared the danger. But very positive so far for Newcastle.
The Newcastle team, Carl Darlow is their goalkeeper. He started every Premier League game this season. Back 4, Manquillo, Fernandes, Clark and Lewis. Shelvey and Longstaff, Sean Longstaff in the middle of the field. Then Hendrick pushing forward, Almiron, Joe Linton sitting in behind Callum Wilson, and no Alain Saint-Maximin tonight. The official word is that he's injured. His recent performances have not been of his highest standard, and there had been deep suggestion he was going to be dropped anyway, but he's not involved tonight. A little bit like Zaha. You look at recent performances from Newcastle, they haven't won many when Maximin's not been in the team since he's been at the club. Strong play here by Kouyaté, and as much as anything, I mentioned that Kouyaté's been filling in at centre half. Palace have missed his bite in midfield, and that should give them a stronger platform in the middle tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Gary Cahill coming in at centre half is, I think, a positive for Crystal Palace, and which enables then Kouyaté, like you're saying, going into that midfield role, which is for me definitely his stronger position.
Since the start of last season, Newcastle have won just 1 of the 13 Premier League games they've played without Alain Saint-Maximin. Which is interesting, because he does get his criticism, but he can spark things too. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0 here on 5 Live. Don't forget you can listen to the BBC Sounds app, which is well worth downloading, not just for the live football but for the various podcasts and all the other BBC content you can get on there. As Callum Wilson attacks down the right hand side, chance to look up for Newcastle, at 3 waiting in the middle, but he's well closed down by Patrick Van Aanholt, and the ball goes out of play for a throw in to Newcastle down the right hand side. Mark, I want to ask you a question about the goalkeeper Carl Darlow. You get all these stats, and there's so many of them, you try and make sense of it. Carl Darlow has made more saves than any other Premier League goalkeeper this season. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's a great thing if you're right up near the top of the table. I think what that tells you is that obviously Newcastle are a lot of times under a lot of pressure, and therefore you've had Scott Darlow in goal to keep his team in it for most of the time.
And we always hear, if a team is dominating and the goalkeeper doesn't have much to do, that's difficult to switch on when you are called upon. If that's true, does it then mean if you're busy all the time, in theory, is it easier to stay sharp?
It is in a lot of ways, yes. I mean, that's the difference, more often than not, than going from a team that's sort of a middle-of-the-table team to a top-of-the-table team that's always fighting for trying to win the title. Is you have less to do, therefore the concentration levels are equally as tough, but in terms of actual physical involvement, there's far fewer opportunities. So then, I remember Petr Cech when I went to Chelsea saying many goalkeepers have come to this club, tried to be a number 2 or tried to play, and then have struggled for the lack of involvement in the game, and they've had 2 or 3 saves to make and have struggled with that.
That's the voice of Mark Schwarzer, former Middlesbrough, Chelsea, Fulham goalkeeper, watching this game with us here this evening at Selhurst Park. Palace have possession. Van Aanholt on the near touchline, near side to us. Shelvey has a real nibble at him, just kicked him on the shin. Play on, says the referee, because Palace still have possession. That was a blatant foul by Jonjo Shelvey, just letting Van Aanholt know that he was there. As the ball goes out of play right in front of the dugouts, and Steve Bruce down there up against his old club this evening. Was manager of Crystal Palace for just 5 months, 18 games. That was 20 seasons ago now. 20 seasons ago. Remarkable, but he's back tonight with Newcastle.
Just that element of that play there with John Joe Shelby lashing out there, and a very late challenge on Patrick Van Aanholt. That's where we talk about, the discipline, the question marks over John Joe Shelby's mental approach to the game at times. He lets himself down with silly little challenges like that. Had he have got a yellow card, which he could really have easily have had, he would have been up against it already at this very early stage of the game.
Almiron for Newcastle encourages Jamal Lewis to attack down the left-hand side. Newcastle hold on to possession, but they're forced back to the halfway line. You might remember last season, incredible scenes when Newcastle played against Palace, because Miguel Almiron scored his first ever goal for Palace. He'd waited ages. I think he joined the previous January, and he was waiting and waiting to score, and he really lost it in the celebrations. It was wonderful to see when these sides met last season. Here's Joe Linton, another who's found it very difficult to get up and go. At least Almiron, once he scored 1 or 2, they started to flow for him. Mind you, he hasn't scored in the Premier League this season, Almiron. And poor old Joe Linton. His stats, also no goals in the Premier League this season, just 2 in the League Cup for him, and just 1 goal in his last 43 Premier League matches for Joe Linton. But he does have extra company up top now these days with Callum Wilson, as Newcastle have possession of the back here. Federico Fernandez 0-0 at Selhurst Park, rolls it to his left to Kieran Clark, who played the full 90 minutes against Chelsea last weekend. That was his first Premier League appearance since February. Here's Gary Cahill, who's also had a long absence out of the first team, just sweeping across. Great positional knowledge. Gary Cahill, legs might be getting a little bit older now, but his positional sense will get him to most things in time. And he doesn't do anything fancy there, just puts it out for a Newcastle throw on the right-hand side, which Javier Manquillo will take. Started against Chelsea on Saturday, which was his first Premier League start since September. Keeps his place for Steve Bruce tonight. Clark, near the centre circle, to his right-hand side, to Federico Fernandez, almost closed down by Jeffrey Schlupp, and the pressure from Schlupp was enough to force that clearance by Fernandez straight out of play, and Palace will regain possession 0-0.
Yeah, that's what you've already seen in the early stages of the game. Crystal Palace looking to sit back at times, let Newcastle have the ball in their own third, but the minute they start to progress forward, they're putting a little bit of pressure on. Jeffrey Schlupp there on that occasion, Jordan Ayew on other occasions, so they're going to definitely be working hard to try and put Newcastle on a bit of pressure when they're in possession.
Jeff Hendrick with a decent ball forward for Newcastle, picking out Callum Wilson, and Joe Linton is in support, and he gives it the big swing of the left boot, and he balloons a terrible shot, sliced and ballooned all in one. And if ever a moment summed up his time at the club, that was it. He had Almiron outside him screaming for it. Joe Linton goes for a goal, and it just won't happen for the big Brazilian.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for him there. He had an opportunity, he could have played it out to Almiron on the left-hand side. That's a sort of a attempt at goal. Normally when you're in high on confidence, you fancy a shot from that sort of distance. The ball got stuck under his foot a little bit, and at that stage there, he was always leaning back a bit, and as he did, he leant back way too far and ended up in the back of the stadium.
His 2 goals, Joe Linton, this season came against Morecambe in the League Cup. He got 2 that night, but as I said, 1 goal in his last 43 in the Premier League. But he keeps getting in the team for Steve Bruce as MacArthur plays it forward here, floated in front of Jordan Ayew, who's got good pace as we know, and he gets to it ahead of the byline. He's dragged Fernandez out of position, rolls it back to Van Aanholt, midway inside the Newcastle half. Really good left-footed delivery, which just for a moment had Clark scrambling, and from the edge of the 6-yard box he puts it out for the first corner of the game. Corner to Palace on the left-hand side. 0-0 on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Yeah, really good ball in the box there from Patrick Van Aanholt. Just the run from Coyote, just didn't quite read it, needed to make that real quick run to the near post. Had he have done so, he would have got ahead of the defender and could have caused Newcastle all sorts of trouble.
I was at Turf Moor on Monday, where Palace were poor in the first half. They finished the game much better. They'll love to start at full metal tonight as the corner from Townsend is headed away, comes out to the edge of the 6-yard box where Nathaniel Klein, recently joined from Liverpool, is the deepest lying defender. He tries to hoof it forward. Townsend will stretch, won't keep it in play, and that goes out for a Newcastle throw, right full-back position for them. It's the start of a very busy weekend on 5 Live. Tomorrow we've got Manchester City against Burnley, commentary at 3 o'clock, the usual round-the-ground service with Ian Dennis. There's also Formula 1 qualifying tomorrow on Sports Extra from 2 o'clock. We'll have the first half of the Autumn Nations Cup in Rugby Union, Wales against England on Sports Extra. Second half of that game will be on 5 Live, and the live sport just continues right across the weekend. here on this network, as Manquillo takes the throw in for Newcastle, flicked on by Jeff Hendrick, not much distance on it. Callum Wilson battling now for Newcastle, good commanding header by Gary Cahill to prod it back towards the halfway line. Bit of head tennis until it eventually drops down to MacArthur, and he's got Townsend outside him on the left hand side. And Crystal Palace have got possession, and then it's played into space and a bit of room here for Scott Dan in a more central location. FA Cup second round game tonight, Tranmere against Brackley Town up and underway, and Mike and Mine's watching this one.
Thanks, Connor. Edgy this one. Tranmere 0, Brackley 0, quarter of an hour played. Couple of corners to the National League North visitors. Enlove with a testing fiery shot from the edge of the penalty area for Brackley. Looked for the near post, deflected away from goal. A couple of half chances for either side, but it is Tranmere 0, Brackley 0.
Place in the third round for grabs there. Brackley have never made it to the third round before. Here comes Ayew for Crystal Palace, trying to break into the penalty area left hand side, and he runs into Fernandes and he fouls Fernandes, and that is going to be a free kick to Newcastle. Right, we're up and going. We've played 11 and a half minutes. How have you seen this settling down, Mark Swartz?
Well, I don't think it has settled down just yet. I think it's been pretty hectic from both sides every time they've got possession. It seems a little bit rushed. Probably Newcastle had the better of the play so far. A couple of half chances, good delivery in the box, but at the moment pretty frantic pace.
So the goalkeeper Darlow, who, well, in a way this is where it all began for Carl Darlow. He made his senior debut against Crystal Palace back in 2011. That was when he was with Nottingham Forest. He came on as a sub for Lee Camp on the day that Forest secured their place in the playoffs in the Championship that year. Here he is in the Premier League wearing a very bright, luminous pink shirt. You are not going to run him over in the dark. He absolutely stands out tonight, Carl Darlow. Away to our left-hand side. That theory, I guess, Mark, that when strikers are coming through, if you're wearing a really bright colour, the ball is attracted. You attract their eye and they hit it towards you. Do you give any credence to that?
Or it gives the opportunity for the striker to make sure he doesn't miss you.
Yeah.
And therefore he's able to place the ball easily in the corner.
He can identify where he doesn't want to put it.
Exactly,
right,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I can't remember you in any particularly bright colours. You're more old school.
Yeah, I do like the old school approach. I mean, they say I think percentage-wise, there's a say that the green, the all green, is probably the best one for a goalkeeper. That's pretty plain
Classic,
these days.
isn't it?
It's pretty plain these days, though, isn't it, for people?
It is. You don't see much plain in football these days. As Van Arnold in his bright orange boots plays the ball. Poor pass, actually, almost gave it to Wilson on the edge of the penalty area. Wilson couldn't control, and Goit is able to clear the ball away. Good touch by Kouyaté, but in slides Longstaff on him. It's quite feisty in the midfield here in the early stages, as Mark's been saying. Hasn't really settled down so far. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle United 0. MacArthur will play a decent ball over the halfway line to Ayew. Shelvey comes back and leans into him, but it's further forward to Schlupp. Back to Ayew. Slightly behind him, though, so he won't control it. And Fernandes will clear away, and Ayew's up for this, and he barges all the way to the sideline and slides in and blocks the attempted clearance. So he's showing a bit of industry and a bit of intent to get involved, and the ball has gone out for a throw into Newcastle. Right full back position for them. Newcastle, who have lost their last two games by a 2-0 scoreline, beaten 2-0 by Chelsea, beaten 2-0 by Southampton. Newcastle have only kept one clean sheet in the Premier League this season. I was at that game actually against West Ham on the opening weekend of the campaign back in September. I have to say, back then it had the feeling that night that things were going to click. Callum Wilson scored on his debut, and you thought, that's a good signing. And I think, did Hendrick score in that game as well? And he was another signing. You thought, this could be a good season for Newcastle, but they find themselves, the start of this evening, 3 places above the relegation zone as Wilson is challenged by Kouyaté, and slowly but surely Newcastle are working their way up the field into the Crystal Palace half.
Yeah, they have been, and they definitely started this game a lot more positively as they have in the last couple of weekends. And I think the key is also having Callum Wilson this side, and I think the working rate on the relationship between Joelinton and Callum Wilson needs to be on song.
Goal in the Championship tonight. Brentford have taken the lead at home to Queen's Park Rangers. That was a 7:45 kick-off. Here in the Premier League, we began at 8. Quarter of an hour played now. Still Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0. Newcastle in possession with John Joe Shelvey, left-hand side of the midfield, gives it to Callum Wilson, who ran 10 yards outside the penalty area to collect, but he's been allowed to turn. He's got Almiron outside him to the left-hand side. Palace have dropped very deep here, and then as Newcastle retreat to the halfway line, Palace push up a little bit, not huge though, 10, 15 yards outside their own penalty area. Gary Cahill very vocal back there and bellowing the instructions of Scott Dan alongside him as Newcastle here try to come forward on the right-hand side. Manquillo drops it back for Sean Longstaff, and under pressure from Ayew, he'll give it back to the halfway line once again. Both teams being cautious here, trying to hold on to possession. These two sides who've had very low possession stats this season. I guess in that regard, something has to give tonight because they can't just let the other have it, as has been the pattern in many games so far this campaign. Darlow, right-footed clearance from outside his penalty area, looking for Joe Linton, comes awkwardly off his knee. But then comes back to the Brazilian a second time and he controls it much better that occasion. Here comes Manquillo down the right hand side, running along the choke of the touchline. Van Arnold says the ball has got out and he roars something at the linesman. The linesman gives a little roar back at him as well. He leaned forward and said, I saw that, the ball didn't go out. And ultimately it did eventually, and Newcastle got their throw.
Yeah, I think Joe Linton has done pretty well so far. I mean, he's a big guy, he needs to hold the ball up well. I think a couple of times there he did well just to get something on under a lot of pressure.
Manquillo's crossed into the penalty area from the right-hand side, is headed away by Scott Dan, collected by Ibrice Eze, who's not really been in the game so far in this opening quarter of an hour. Schlupp tries to charge down the left-hand side. Federico Fernandez comes across to him. Free kick has been given, and not only that, it's going to be a yellow card too. A yellow card for the Argentinian who was wearing the number 10 shirt in the warm-up. A tribute to Diego Maradona. But that was deemed to be a sufficiently cynical foul there to draw the first yellow card of the evening.
Yeah, he definitely knew what he was doing. Jeffrey Schlupp is he's a very quick player, and the minute he knocked the ball past him, there was only one winner to it, and it would have been Fernandez out of the game. So decided to try and run his luck there and step across the line.
Here come Newcastle, Callum Wilson into the penalty area. Oh, his cross took a deflection, that took it away from Joe Linton, otherwise he'd have been in. Almiron collects it on the far side, back to Jamal Lewis, he hangs in a high cross, up goes Joe Linton, he gets the header, but very typical Joe Linton, it's well wide.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure there, have to be fair on him. It was a lofted ball up to him, a little bit difficult on that occasion. I tell you what, it's a last-ditch toe from Scott down there to prevent Joe Linton having a tap-in from about 6 yards out. Really good play, very positive play there from Newcastle. Callum Wilson was with the cross, he quickly broke, they won the ball high up in Palace's half. Just a little bit unfortunate there for Newcastle.
0-0 here, 2 goals in the first 26 minutes at Brentford. It's now 1-1 after an equaliser for Queen's Park Rangers. In League One, still 0-0 between Fleetwood and Sunderland tonight as Longstaff wins a header bang on the halfway line for Newcastle. Joe Linton gets it down on the deck and feeds Almiron. Now out to the left-hand side to Jamal Lewis, who played against Palace for Norwich last season. Palace won that game by 2-0. He gives it back to Almiron, back to Shelvey again, and it's quite considered this from Newcastle. They're holding onto the ball, but they're retreating, and ultimately they end up back inside their own half again. John Joe Shelvey gives it back to Kieran Clark, and then over to the right-hand side and Manquillo, and it's almost like Newcastle are trying to draw Palace out here, and eventually the Palace defenders push all the way up to the halfway line. 0-0 on 5 Live. Newcastle come forward, chested down by Callum Wilson for Joe Linton. He wasn't expecting that. Palace get it back immediately. Nathaniel Klein, who's making his 5th appearance in the Premier League this season, a player who's missed so much football in recent years due to injury. Andros Townsend is going to give it away cheaply here on the halfway line. Now he runs back to try and get it back off Almiron. Almiron feeds Lewis, who's up from left back. 3 waiting in the penalty area for Newcastle if they can get it in here. Joe Linton's on the edge. Hendrick was in the middle. So too Callum Wilson, but no crosses. Once again, in order to hold on to the ball, Newcastle have to retreat to the halfway line. John Joe Shelby's got a bit of room here. Lays a good pass to Joe Linton. He turns on the edge of the D and he hits it, and this time it is on target, but it's saved by Vicente Guaita. Better from Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely. Very positive play there. We saw earlier on there when Callum Wilson chests the ball down to Joe Linton. Joe Linton's just caught out a little bit. I think he loses his footing slightly. Those two tonight, they need to work together closely. When they do, they're great out for Newcastle. Great target men, chest the ball down. It's very difficult to defend against. So far, it's worked quite well for them.
20 minutes played. Crystal Palace have yet to touch the ball inside the Newcastle penalty area. This is Eze on the halfway line. Rolls it over to Klein, who's up from right back. He gives it first time to Kouyaté in a more central position, and now it's Newcastle's chance to drop deep and allow Crystal Palace just a little bit of possession here on the halfway line with James McArthur, who scored twice against Newcastle here in a game 5 years ago this month. It was a game that Crystal Palace won by 5-1. Many of their fans will remember that one. Here he is again, James McArthur. Just glides past Joe Linton, gives it to Van Aanholt on the left-hand side. Van Aanholt, who's still involved with the Dutch national team, played for them during the recent international break, played in the wins against Bosnia and Poland. Now Scott Dan has it. Palace ever so slightly creeping their way into the Newcastle half now, and Newcastle are dropping much deeper and allowing them to do that. This is Tim Cahill, not Tim Cahill, that would be a shot. Gary Cahill, his first second appearance of the Premier League this season. Eze, 10 yards outside the penalty area, veering into a central location. Clips one, asking an awful lot of Klein down the right hand side. Klein sprints and does get there, but he was at full pelt and he couldn't get any control of the cross. But it does take a deflection, and that goes out for a Crystal Palace corner on the right. Still 0-0, Mark Swarcher.
Yeah, again, for Palace, this is the first real meaningful attack for them. Almiron does really well. Firstly, you can see gets across over there, gets across Nathaniel Klein, and I think Almiron does really well to get back and make the block.
Andros Townsend takes the corner towards the back post, and well gathered by Carl Darlow, just stretching his back as he arced and gathered it high up above his head. This, by the way, the longest run of Premier League starts in Carl Darlow's career. Often has played second fiddle to others in the past, but getting a run in the team now. Dubravka, who's injured at the moment. Clark has possession for Newcastle on the edge of their penalty area, and he gives it left-footed up towards the halfway line to the busy Joe Linton, who's certainly been involved in these early stages. Not necessarily saying there's been quality about it, but he's been getting into positions, he's been having attempts at goal. Here is Kouyaté for Palace in the bright orange boots, and he rolls it into some space for Gary Cahill on the left-hand side. No high press from Newcastle here, allowing the Crystal Palace defenders to have it. Kouyaté to Dan. Now Joe Linton runs to put a bit of pressure on him. It's played forward towards Jeffrey Schlupp. Heavy first touch. Finds Townsend though. And then good out numbering by Newcastle as they regain possession and come back on a counter-attack. Really good ball played by Clark here towards the edge of the penalty area to Joe Linton again. Almiron shouts for it. Reverse pass to Almiron, who wanted to return it to Joe Linton, but he was off balance as he tried to do so. Again, promising build-up from Newcastle, but just lacking the bit of quality in the end. Let's get a check-in at the Super League Grand Final. St Helens and Wigan Warriors. Here's Matt Newsom.
Yeah, we've played 19 minutes here. It's already been an absolute cracker. No points on the board, but St Helens dominating Wigan in attack, applying plenty of pressure. The Wigan defence has had to be honest, and boy is it so far. A real gem of a final as we speak. 19 gone, 0-0.
St Helens, who won the last grand final meeting of those two clubs 6 years ago. We'll be back with Matt for regular updates. You can listen to that game live now on 5 Live Sports Extra, our sister station on digital radio, or indeed via the BBC Sounds app. McArthur here for Crystal Palace on the halfway line, where it is still 0-0. Palace have never won a top-flight game on a Friday. Jeffrey Schlupp gives it over to the right-hand side to Nathaniel Klein. He's attacking the edge of the penalty area, works it for Van Aanholt, who's popped up on the right wing of all places, but he can't bring the ball with him into the penalty area, and Almiron clears it away. But it's immediately won back by Crystal Palace, who are now trying to lay siege to the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. Newcastle have remained deep and allowed those forward-minded Palace players to remain up around the box. Townsend gives it to Eze on the edge of the D. Shelby's in front of him. It's low to the feet of Jordan Ayew. Back to Eze, the former Queen's Park Rangers man. Shelby sticking to him like glue at the moment. Eze twists one way, then the other. Now he sets off towards the wing, and all the time he's been tracked and has been prowled after by John Joe Shelby. That might free up some space in the centre. Kouyaté. Now they get it back to Eze again. Hits a really good shot and saved by Darlow, diving to his left. He was outside the penalty area, Eze, but we were right behind that. It was heading for the top corner. Carl Darlow's made the best save of the game so far, as down the other end Newcastle come on the counter-attack, but Joe Linton beaten for pace by Nathaniel Klein, and the game now beginning to stretch and open up a little bit.
Yeah, very good save there from Carl Darlow. You could see that ball dipped and swerved. It was a really good shot from Eze from the edge of the box there. Very little backlift. Came through a host of players. I don't think Darlow would have seen it until very, very late. but does well to get both hands behind it.
Eberechi Eze, who got 14 goals for Queen's Park Rangers last season. That's why Crystal Palace spent the money on him. Biggest fee that they've paid for his signing in the Roy Hodgson era. And Eberechi Eze, who did get his first Premier League goal in Palace's last home game here, when they got 4 goals against Leeds United. But that was an absolute sting. It's one of those where it didn't deviate, it didn't curl, didn't bend, it was just arrow towards the top corner and a good save for the keeper.
Yeah, fluttered a little bit there. You could see it as it was flying there through the air, and you can see Carl Dale watching it all the way carefully, getting both hands behind it, and it's a pretty good save in the end.
Let's get an update again from the FA Cup second round. Back to Tranmere and Mike Maine.
Battle of the long-range shots at the moment in an open game as Tranmere swing a ball in from the left, cleared away. They're starting to also assert their authority, the League Two side. James Vaughan's had a bicycle kick that wasn't really troubling Danny Lewis in the Brackley goal. Cold here tonight. The Brackley bench are all sporting red and black bobble hats. For now, the bald-headed Tranmere manager Keith Hill is braving this one out, 0-0.
And that game you can watch right now on the BBC Sport website as well. Tranmere Rovers against Brackley Town in the FA Cup. This is the second round. After this, it's when the big boys join in. And the third round of the FA Cup. We're not missing any action here. There's been a delay for an injury treatment. Several of the players have come over to have a drink, and play will resume. Far side of the pitch from us, Newcastle's left. Jamal Lewis wanted to take the throw in a bit quickly for the referee's liking there. Graham Scott, by the way, who's the referee, and he just tells him to take it again, and for only 2 balls on the pitch. But we are now back underway. Kouyaté for Crystal Palace, playing from right to left as we look down. To his left is Gary Cahill, over the halfway line to Van Arnold, 30 years of age now. Scored the winning goal against Newcastle in this game last season. That was back in February. Hasn't scored since. Van Arnold, who, as defenders go, does get a lot of goals. Palace attacking down the right-hand side here with Andros Townsend. Pressure being applied onto him, though, to try and force him back. And Jamal Lewis does order Palace to retreat, and they must do so, and eventually all the way back to Guaita, away to our right. His clearance is high and hopeful, and just giving possession back to Newcastle. Manquillo's head comes down to the halfway line, controlled by Eze. Eze, who's played in all but one of Crystal Palace's Premier League games so far this season. Tonight his 5th start, which means he's now started more games than he's been a sub in, but you can definitely see he's got something about him. 22 years of age, and just that little fizz of electricity whenever he's on the ball. Cahill again, no urgency, unruffled, rolls it to his right-hand side to Scott Dan. Dan, who has scored a goal against Newcastle in the past, back in his Coventry City days, much earlier in his career. He also scored for Newcastle when he was a Blackburn player, Scott Dan. This is MacArthur, and back again to the edge of the penalty area, and just the game's gone a little bit flat again. There was a brief moment there around the chance of that Eze shot where things livened up, but now it's gone slow again.
Yeah, very little movement in front for Crystal Palace there. You can see that's why they're finding it difficult to get out at the moment. Newcastle, they've got their 2 banks of 4. They're shuffling across. They're working quite hard up front. Jolinton, Callum Wilson, they're making it more difficult for Palace to get out.
0-0, 5 live for this Friday night. As Ayew, 10 yards inside the Newcastle half, left of centre, receives possession, manages to turn around and face the direction that Palace are playing in. Eze now on the left wing, and not much movement ahead of him as he looks up and tries to see what options are available. Again, Eze on the ball, head was up, couldn't see anything, so turns and rolls it back to Gary Cahill. Palace will come forward down the right-hand side now as Dan clips it into the centre circle, and too close to Longstaff, but Longstaff's not dealt with it well. Chance for Schlupp here, attacking the penalty area, sits up on his left boot, good shot, good save again. Darlow at his near post, pushing it out for the corner. Good acceleration from Schlupp to get there, and he really put his laces through the shot as well.
Yeah, he did. It was a really good shot there. You could see it all came from Callum Wilson, actually trying to win a ball in midfield there, and it ends up falling right in the place for Jeffrey Schlupp.
Palace have taken the corner quickly. Eze into the penalty area, goes down under a challenge, and I think he's looking for it, and the referee Graham Scott says no penalty, goal kick. I'm saying looking for it, I mean maybe he's just lost his footing there, but he seemed to dramatically go down. There wasn't a foul. Let's see. Yeah, well, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but down he went, and referee takes no further action.
No, I think
it's just a goal kick to Newcastle.
I think it's a good challenge there. You can see there, Callum Wilson gets his foot on the ball firstly, makes the interception there, and it goes off Eze's foot and goes out for a goal kick, and it's a collision afterwards, but it's clearly he's won the ball, and it was a good challenge. I tell you what, go back to that Carl Darlow save there. It was a very, very good save, near post. Jeffrey Schupp, he hit that ball with some ferocity, and it was heading for the back of the net. It was a really strong hand and a very good save from Carl Darlow.
He did hit that well, and you know, as he ran into the penalty area to take that, he looked like Wilfried Zaha, didn't he? You can see that's the role that Roy Hodgson is trying to get Jeffrey Schlupp to play, and it very nearly gave a result there. No Zaha tonight, no Luka Milivojevic as well. He's serving the last of a 3-game suspension tonight. Newcastle are missing quite a few players as well. Ryan Fraser was due back tonight, but he hasn't been fit enough to take even a place on the bench this evening. Jamal Lascelles is out. Matt Ritchie, who hasn't played since September, is among the substitutes, and there's no Dwight Gale this evening. I'm sure would have loved to run out against his old club, the former Crystal Palace striker. 0-0 here on 5 Live if you're just joining our coverage on this Friday evening. Van Aanholt for Crystal Palace, behind closed doors at Selhurst Park, up to Jordan Ayew, skips away from Longstaff, left wing as Palace come forward, turns to face the penalty area, still in possession as he rolls it towards Eze. Strong challenge from Shelvey. Referee says fair challenge, and Newcastle regain possession. Jeff Hendrick, the summer signing from Burnley, who didn't play last weekend against Chelsea, had a busy international break with the Republic of Ireland. Jeff Hendrick, he was sent off against Wales 2 weeks ago. Almiron on the far side gives it into John Joe Shelvey, and Newcastle again just struggling to make that transition. When they win the ball inside their own half, to get it up to the likes of Joe Linton and Callum Wilson and Almiron. It's all happening in stages. It's not very fluid from Steve Bruce's team tonight. Here's Eze, chance to turn and run towards the Newcastle penalty area, tries a little trick on Sean Longstaff, who just stretches out a leg and tackles him. Palace get it back immediately with MacArthur. Right-footed cross from Van Aanholt, never as deadly with his right as his left, and that spins in too close to the goalkeeper, and Carl Darlow makes the save. 0-0.
Yeah, it was a good ball in the box there, just that didn't have Andros Townsend in that far post. Had he made that run there, could have caused Newcastle some problems. But you can see there just before John Joe Shelvey losing the ball in midfield, trying to play Longstaff from a very close range, under too much pressure there, and easily was intercepted. So Newcastle at times they're playing themselves into a little bit of trouble.
Newcastle on their travels in London tonight. They have lost 5 of the last 7 matches in the capital of Newcastle, as down goes Jeffrey Schlupp, looking for a free kick on the left-hand side, but the referee's not interested. Fernandes was the defender. Federico Fernandes is already on the yellow card, but that's just going to be a goal kick to Newcastle. Away to our left, and 0-0 it remains. 2 seasons ago these sides played out a scoreless draw here at Selhurst Park in the Premier League. Not many goals between them. The last 4 games between Palace and Newcastle, there's only been a total of 3 goals across the match, so that sort of pattern continuing. So far this evening we've played 33 minutes now. Darlow prepares to take the goal kick away to our left, gives it a good wallop. So used these days to seeing goalkeepers taking short goal kicks and splitting the centre halves inside the penalty area, the new rules, but it's almost a rarity when they wallop it up over the halfway line like that. Townsend back in a right full back position at the moment for Crystal Palace, and the ball goes out of play, and that will be a Palace throw on the far side.
Yeah, it's understandable though. Newcastle will look to play that long goal kick when you've got Callum Wilson, Jolinto up front, the 2 of them side by side, or one dropping in behind the other. They should be being able to retain the ball more often.
Here's Van Aanholt on the left for Crystal Palace. Newcastle players shuffling back into a defensive formation. No great momentum about the game at the moment. Scott Dan near the centre circle. Jolinton comes to put a little bit of pressure on him. Kouyaté to Nathaniel Klein, who clearly had a big fan in Jurgen Klopp. He's been injured for so long. He was kept around the club. I think Klopp would have loved to get him back fit again, but isn't it funny how things happen? Had Klein been fit all these years, I wonder would Trent Alexander-Arnold ever have got the opportunity and what an incredible player he's turned out to be once given his chance at that young age.
Yeah, sometimes it's all about the opportunities they put in front of you. Sometimes you get it because of the injury, and if you injury of a player in front of you, you take your chance. It's very difficult for people to win their places. But Alexander-Arnold obviously is a phenomenal player, and I think one way or the other he would have still
found his way.
He would have found his way in. Absolutely.
But maybe not as young as he did. I mean, he played in 2 Champions League finals by the time he was 20. I mean, so that acceleration was in inverted commas helped by the injury for Klein. As Newcastle attack down the right hand side here and win a corner, and a chance for them to bring the big man up from the back here, and Clark will trudge up. Fernandes as well. Federico Fernandes, whose last goal was almost a year ago, scored a late winner against Southampton last December. He's up in the penalty area. Palace, not surprisingly, have brought everyone back apart from Eze. Eze's going to stay up on the halfway line. Everyone else is back inside the penalty area defending it. Jonjo Shelvey will take the corner, bounces it twice on the turf before carefully placing it. Short run up from Shelvey. Here it comes, played in low. That's a terrible corner, straight to Townsend, who puts it out for a throw.
Yeah, I don't even know who he's aiming for there. There's no one anywhere near Townsend in the 8-yard box. The way they set up there, the 2 bounces of the ball generally means a certain type of set play. Horribly wrong that went for Jonjo Shelvey in that instance.
So presumably someone was supposed to make a run towards him there, but no one did. As it is, Newcastle will remain in the attack. It's 0-0 here at Sellers Park. Throw in for the visitors. Manquillo gets challenged by MacArthur. Ball goes out of play for another Newcastle throw in. Newcastle are away again next weekend. They travel to Aston Villa. The next home match is when West Brom visit in mid-December. It's going to get very busy now through December, as it always does, but particularly this year with the delayed start to the league not beginning till September. Here is Hendrick for Newcastle, tries to cross right-footed into the penalty area. It's blocked down. Hendrick tries to get it back again for Newcastle. Ball brushed against his arm, but not intentionally. Play on to the referee. Kouyaté lobs one over the top. Ayew will chase after it, but Clark comfortably gets there first for Newcastle, and cushioned header down to Fernandes, who sends it into the Crystal Palace half. Joe Linton does well. Lays it off to Hendrick, but Hendrick can't hold on to the ball. There's a chance here for Palace as Schlupp will attack down the left-hand side. Good tackle on him from Manquillo. We go back to the Super League Grand Final and Matt Newsom.
Still 0-0 here, 10 minutes to the break. Wigan 0, Saints 0. Zach Hardacre held up just a moment ago in the corner, having made a real surge towards the line. Saints putting bodies on the line to stop him. It's a real humdinger, this one, but no points to show for it. Wigan 0, Saints 0.
And remember, you can listen live to that right now on 5 Live Sports Extra. Here is Scott Dan for Palace. Centre circle, MacArthur alongside him. Over to the right to Townsend. Pressure applied on him by Jamal Lewis. And then back, retreat Palace once again into Gary Cahill, 10 yards inside his own half. Just slips as he tries a crossfield ball. What a ball, though, from Cahill to pick out. That was brilliant. That must have travelled 60 yards to pick out Klein. Klein sends it back in. First time. Schlupp can't control the edge of the penalty area. Kouyaté comes forward. Now Van Arnold on the left-hand side. 10 yards outside the box. Plenty of defenders back for Newcastle. At MacArthur onto Townsend. They're moving from left to right across the edge of the penalty area. They're attacking here, Crystal Palace. MacArthur involved again. Back to Townsend. And eventually a cross comes in, but it's tame. And it's cleared away by Clark. Not the most convincing clearance, just up into the air. Wilson is going to battle here, and maybe a chance for a counter-attack now for Newcastle, but Wilson gets held up in heavy traffic. Klein with some good defending, and Palace regain possession. Still 0-0, half-time approaching now. We've got 7 minutes to go until the break in South London. Klein onto Townsend on that right-hand side for Crystal Palace. They're trying to inject a bit of pace into the game, but it's just not happening. This is Eze now, after another good crossfield ball, stretching things just a little bit. Eze attacking the left-hand corner angle of the penalty area as Newcastle defend. He's got Van Arnold outside him. Ball is played into the penalty area. Schlupp won't control. Shelvey nicks in. Newcastle have regained the ball, and they'll give it away cheaply again on the halfway. That's been the pattern of the game. Teams winning it, but then giving it away quickly. Let's see what Longstaff could do here. Plays it over into space for Almiron on the left. Jamal Lewis has made a strong run outside him, but it comes infield to Joe Linton, and he gives it away cheaply. Very straightforward, not disguised ball forward, which Dan was able to nip in and cut out at source. 0-0 it remains.
Yeah, just lack of care on the ball there a couple of times there from Jonjo Shelvey. Then obviously up front there for Joe Linton. Just get hold of the ball, get your foot on it. if you have to turn around, look for support. Instead, they tried to force the pass more often than not, and it gets cut out, and it's pretty easy defending for Crystal Palace in the end.
Crystal Palace have only had one draw in the Premier League this season. That was when it was 1-1 against Brighton last month. But 0-0 here for now, and flurry of early chances from Newcastle. Joe Linton had a succession of opportunities off target, but it's been a while now since either goalkeeper has been tested. Darlow down the other end has made two very good saves, denying Eze and denying Schlupp. And Keogh has the ball on the halfway line with the grey boots. Just drags it under his studs. New contract recently for Javier Manquillo. Back to Fernandes behind him and over into space for Kieran Clark. Slow build-up again for Newcastle. Long pass then played by Shelvey, and Almiron was on his wavelength. He's done well to scamper onto it. This is an opportunity. Swings it across from the left-hand side. It was behind Hendrick. Palace haven't fully cleared it yet, but Kouyaté has nudged it away. Falls for Lewis outside the box. Onto his right boot. Hits it quite well, Jamal Lewis, but it's his weaker foot, and Guaita gets down to save on the left-hand side. Jamal Lewis has only ever scored one Premier League goal. I remember being at the game at Carrow Road last season. It was a winner against Leicester last February, but he didn't get the power on his right foot there. And we're going to have a delay because Kouyaté fell awkwardly when he tried to head the ball away in the edge of his own penalty area, and the referee was just making sure that he's okay, but he's back up on his feet.
Yeah, it's better play from Newcastle again, this time down the left-hand side there. Almiron makes a really good run down the side there. John Joe Shelvey, fantastic ball over the top, and he whips in a really good ball, just unfortunately gets behind Jeff Hendricks a little bit and unable to get a head on it. But it was, again, positive signs from Newcastle.
So play will resume with Palace's goalkeeper, Guaita. And he bowls it out underarm to James McArthur. A little bit more of a high press this time from the visitors. John Joe Shelby goes sprinting in to put pressure on the goalkeeper. Guaita's clearance down the other end over Lewis, picked up by Clark, and he'll touch it back to Darlow once again. It's not a thriller, Mark Sorcher. I'm not going to lie to the listeners. It's not a thriller.
No, it absolutely isn't. No, it started off obviously, like a house on fire. Both teams high intensity, just not really getting control of the ball. We saw Palace have had the better chances. Darlow's made a couple of really good saves. Other than that, it's been a real battle, and a battle for teams to keep hold of the ball at times, just trying to rush things.
So tonight in the FA Cup, still 0-0 between Tranmere Rovers and Brackley Town. Over the weekend, there are 12 different FA Cup second round games that you can watch on the website, or indeed the BBC iPlayer. So check out if your team is involved in the second round. You might be able to watch that. McArthur, midway inside his own half, plays it up to Andros Townsend, who is of course a former Newcastle player. He had a brief loan spell at St James's Park, scored a winning goal for Newcastle against Palace during the 6 months, I think it was only about 5 months that he was at Newcastle. Ball played forward by Van Arnold, and again it's not an accurate pass, and it just carries through to Carl Darlow. 0-0. Oh, Callum Wilson tried to get in around the back of Van Arnold there, and a pass which I don't know if it was intended to him, but it nearly squeezed through to him. And then that sloppy defending from Palace, and Joelinton pounces on it, and he shoots left-footed. It's saved by Guaita. I'm convinced Joelinton's had more shots in this game than he has in any Premier League game I've seen him play for Newcastle. I mean, not that they're great shots or anything, but he's had a lot of them.
Yeah, he has. He's worked really, really hard. He's got himself in some really good positions there. I mean, he's under a lot of pressure from James McCarthy. He just sort of gets off a shot, but it takes a bit of a bobble, and he doesn't quite collect it as well as he can. But the signs are there. The work rate is there. The positional play is very positive. Just got to keep going at it.
Klein for Palace. Good ball into the penalty area to Jeffrey Schlupp, who receives it with his back to goal. He's been veered out of the box on the right hand side, but he's still going here, Schlupp. He still has possession, and he's given it back to Andros Townsend, and here comes the cross now, looking for Eze. He controls on the edge of the box. Very good footwork. Kouyaté is with him in support on the left hand side. Palace though can't pick out that killer ball that might create a shooting opportunity. They still plug away. Kouyaté crosses from the left, header from Schlupp is away off target, but it's not too bad. That's better. That's more inspiring from Palace, but it remains 0-0.
Yeah, it was a decent chance there for Palace. Jeffrey Schlupp on the end of it, not really his strongest part of his game, trying to head the ball, but it's a really positive play. It's the danger there. You get the right delivery, get the runners in there, you can cause some problems.
Back to Tranmere, half-time now in the FA Cup. Mike Maine.
The National League North side so far, Brackley holding their own, have had the occasional spell going forward, playing attractive football and defending solidly for the most part. Since you were last with me, Tranmere have finally registered a shot on target. Liam Feeney just short of 18 yards on the half volley, but that was straight at the goalkeeper. It's nicely poised. The League Two side have asserted their authority at times. Brackley have never made the third round. They'll be happy with the score at the break. Tranmere 0, Brackley 0.
Thanks, Mike. Back for more FA Cup updates in the second half. We kicked off a bit later at 8 o'clock here in the Premier League at Selhurst Park, so not quite half time yet, but any moment. And referee's whistle is blown for a foul on Eze, and we'll soon be moving into stoppages. As my television monitor in front of me showing Christian Benteke down there, who still gets his game for Belgium. Christian Benteke, he's not scored in the Premier League this season, but he keeps getting called up by Roberto Martinez. I mean, there's no shortage of talented attackers in the Belgian national squad, but Benteke still get his place there. He has scored more goals in recent times for Belgium than he has for Palace, as Federico Fernandez comes across and heads the ball out of play, and that is a throw-in, and we've moved into just the 1 minute being added on for stoppages at the end of this first half. I think this is a game we want to turn it off and turn it on again. I think the 15-minute break might be the best thing for it, Mark Swarcher. 0-0.
Yeah, it could well do, and I think both sides, I think both managers would be reasonably pleased to be at 0-0. Certainly Steve Bruce, but they're definitely positive for both sides, and also things to work on.
Is that the problem tonight? Is the problem that both of them are kind of happy with 0-0?
I don't think so, no. I particularly, I mean, Palace at home, Newcastle not particularly in a great run. You would think Palace would be fancying themselves to pick up 3 points. For Newcastle, it's an opportunity to try and be a bit more positive on the front foot, and they have shown signs so far tonight.
I mentioned earlier on I was at Turf Moor on Monday, and Palace were much better in the second half. That has been the pattern this season. Palace have scored twice as many goals in the second half of games in the Premier League as they had in the first, so their fans will hope for better. There is the whistle for the break. Darren, there's no point summing it up. It wasn't great. 0-0.
So it seems as though we've lost the commentary at Selhurst Park. 0-0 between Crystal Palace and Newcastle, and you've got to say at the moment it's not the best of games in the Premier League tonight. Not too many chances for either of them. Still 0-0 in the grand final as well between Wigan and St Helens. You can hear commentary of that over on 5 Live Sports Extra. Mark Schwarzer and Conor McNamara are with us. Mark, you were discussing there towards the end of the half exactly what the situation is with regard to why the game might be a little bit flat. Do you think there's anything in it, in the fact that teams are having to play so regularly and so often, and that it's just wearing them down to a certain extent?
That has a big part to play, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the amount of games these guys are playing, then the internationals. I mean, most teams had 3 games on during the international break, which is just outrageous, I think. No one's prepared to give anything, and I think at a time like we're in right now with a pandemic, I think international football needs to take a little bit of a back seat, particularly the friendlies. I get qualifiers and all that sort of stuff needs to be played, but in terms of numbers of games during this period of time, it needs to take a little bit of a back seat, and club football needs to take a little bit of a priority.
And just on the situation with Newcastle, we spoke before the match and made the suggestion that they looked like they were going to be a more attacking team tonight. Seems to me to a certain extent that the will is there, but it's not working out that way, is it?
No, it's not. But, there are positive signs, definitely. I mean, Almiron down the left-hand side has been positive. I think the combination of Wilson and Jolinton needs to improve. They need to get next to each other more often. I think it's a good target, the two of them together. John Joe Shelby's a little bit off at the moment. I think if he gets himself sorted out, gets into the game a bit more, Newcastle definitely can be more dangerous.
OK, so second half commentary to come tonight in the Premier League. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0, and we can only hope that the second half has a little bit more in the way of goal-mouth activity. OK, we're going to talk about fans being allowed back into the stadiums at half-time. Jermaine's going to rejoin us for that part. There is going to be a situation in the not-too-distant future where supporters are going to be back in, albeit in a limited capacity. We'll have a chat about that after the latest 5 Live news from Shojo Saka.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. Sir Philip Green's retail giant Arcadia is said to be on the brink of collapse after talks to secure emergency funding ended without agreement. Administrators could be called in as early as Monday, with 13,000 jobs at risk across the group, which owns Topshop, Burton and Dorothy Perkins. Official estimates suggest the R number for coronavirus in the UK has fallen to between 0.9 and 1 for the first time since August. The R rate represents how many other people each infected person passes the virus on to. Boris Johnson has indicated that some areas of England which have been placed in Tier 2 or 3 under the new system of restrictions could move to a lower level before Christmas. The Prime Minister acknowledged the frustration of businesses and many within his own party, whilst insisting the rules were necessary to provide clarity. And Wales is to impose new national coronavirus restrictions next week, with details being worked out over the weekend. The Welsh Government said gains made during the recent firebreak lockdown had been eroded when the controls were relaxed.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
Welcome to The Players, the podcast that flips the script on how we talk football.
I know in my mind, and I'm very clear what do I have to do.
I've experienced a lot of stuff that no one should ever experience.
I'm passing the mic to those who know it best, the players themselves.
We are expected to win. Our federation, our country expects that from us.
What really goes on and off the pitch.
Why did I put the cowboy hat on?
I'm Beck Smith, and this is The Players. Subscribe on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport, Friday Night Football Social, with Darren Fletcher and Jermaine Genus.
So half-time in the commentary match, 0-0. Elsewhere in the Football League tonight, Brentford are being held 1-1 at home to QPR in the Championship. Fleetwood Town versus Sunderland is currently goalless in League One. And in the National League, Notts County lead Wealdstone 2-0. In the Women's European Championship qualifiers, Scotland are losing away to Portugal by 1-0, while Northern Ireland are beating Belarus 3-2. They're in the closing stages of both games. In the cricket, Johnny Bairstow made the highest T20 international score as England beat South Africa by 5 wickets in the series opener in Cape Town. In Rugby Union's Gallagher Premiership tonight, Newcastle 10, Sale Sharks 0. And in the Super League Grand Final, half-time in that game as well. And that's 0-0 also, which you might not have expected for a Super League Grand Final. Bit of half-time social. Suleiman says, I won't be surprised if this ends goalless with 2 very good goalkeepers on both sides. Willem says, Eze sloppily losing the ball a few times already. I think both Batshuayi and Benteke would be better options. And Rich, as a Newcastle fan, said, how can an entire professional football team constantly pass to where the recipient is rather than where they will be when the pass gets there? It's painful to watch. Not a great deal happening so far in the first half, Jermaine, in the commentary match.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've not been watching it. But it's just one of those games, isn't it? I think if you look at, you know, what I suppose Palace bring to the table without Zaha and Newcastle's form, it was pretty nailed on to be a pretty poor start to the game. I'm sure both fans will be hoping it opens up a little bit in the second half.
Well, as I say, we are hoping for better. We'll rejoin Connor and Mark for the second half. Now, the first Premier League fixture to welcome back fans once lockdown ends could be West Ham against Manchester United on the 5th of December. As it stands, from December the 2nd, half of the Premier League clubs will be allowed up to 2,000 fans. The other half in Tier 3 won't. So the clubs with fans will be Arsenal, Brighton, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Everton, Fulham, Liverpool, Southampton, Tottenham and West Ham. And the teams who've got to play without fans in their home stadium: Aston Villa, Burnley, Leeds, Leicester, Manchester City, Manchester United, Newcastle, Sheffield United, West Brom and Wolves. So an example, Jermaine, would be Fulham in a relegation battle can get fans in. Sheffield United and West Brom, who are down there with them, can't. It kind of got me thinking today, and I know that a lot of people are having this discussion with themselves to a large extent, whether it's right or whether it's wrong. And I'm coming at this from a point where I'm desperate to see supporters back in stadiums because the game is crying out for that. We need it. And I can see it further down the pyramid. National League, League 2, League 1. Teams that need to get supporters through the gates for revenue. But I'm looking at the Premier League and I'm just wondering what this is going to do for the competitive balance element of the league. And I don't quite know where I sit with the notion that some clubs can have fans and some clubs can't. What do you think?
I think that we shifted heavily on the I suppose the fair nature of the competition last year when I suppose there was 3 teams that got relegated, Norwich, Bournemouth and Watford, that would have maybe had a better fighting chance to stay in the league had their fans been allowed in the stadium. Granted that during that occasion it was the same for everybody, but it still had an impact on the fair nature of the competition due to the fact that earlier on in the season, when they would have played away at certain fixtures, they would have been up against opposing fans, and then when that return fixture came home, they didn't have that support. So the fairness thing, in my opinion, kind of went out the window a little bit. And I think we spoke about this a couple of, I think it was last week, in terms of the moving nature and the way that decisions need to be made. And in my opinion, I look at it from 2 points of view. First and foremost, as a former footballer, I would love to hear that fans are coming back into the stadium, whether I had fans in my home stadium or whether I was going to play in a stadium where I knew there was going to be 4,000 fans. That would excite me after not being with fans for so long. And then obviously the other side of the coin is the not that, I don't know if needs the right word, but fans are so desperate just to get back into football stadiums, and I know it's going to be a small amount, but it's something for them. And obviously there will be a number of fans that will be bitterly disappointed, due to the tiers that they have been placed in. But something is better than nothing in this occasion. On this occasion, in my opinion. But I can only speak, from a footballer's point of view, really. I suppose in terms of, honestly, if I couldn't have home fans and I was going to play at a ground where I knew there was going to be 4,000, Liverpool fans against me, I'd rather that than nothing. As a player, I really would. And I'm sure you'll mention that it's just maybe it's not Liverpool that will be affected. It may be some other situations, but it's a tricky one, and I get. There's going to be a lot of opinions on it, but I just want to see some fans get back in, and I think they deserve it. I really do, yeah.
Okay, well, let's get Jurgen Klopp's take on the situation.
We are all really waiting for little steps in the right direction, not only in football, in all parts of life. So I'm happy, obviously, that we can bring in 2,000 people. Nobody knows how long we can do that, but I don't even know in a moment for which game it would be the first time and all these kind of things. I just think we should discuss this not on the basis of an advantage or a disadvantage for this or that team.
See, I think this is why we're going to get this difference of opinion, and you can see it from both sides. Jurgen Klopp saying something very similar to what you said there, Jermaine, but then there's some quotes this afternoon from Marcelo Bielsa, the Leeds manager, who says clubs not able to have fans back are being penalised. It shouldn't be about the category or the consequences of being in a category. It should be about trying to maintain the competition as equal as possible with things that are controllable. And people are going to see this from both sides, aren't they?
I think people will see it from both sides, and understandably so. I'll just keep going back to kind of the fluid nature of what this league needs to be right now for it to be able to, I suppose, just find itself again. I think that, I've seen the amount of joy being brought to just human beings for the ability for a football season to be continued in the first place. When during lockdown, a lot of people were lost without sport. To the point where when even the German league came back, the excitement that there was some form of live sport and in particular football on the TV, and now that's been knocked on a level where certain, obviously, groups of people in different tiers have the ability to go and watch their teams. It's unfair to those that can't, and I feel really bad for those fans, but I feel that we still need to keep knocking the can down the road a little bit in terms of get fans in stadiums, and just for the good feeling of people of the country, really, more than anything.
Well, this has just been announced this evening from the ticket office at West Ham, who we mentioned might well be the first club to be involved in doing this. So this has just been announced. So no fans are allowed into the stadium from Tier 3 areas. They've got to arrive supporters at least 30 minutes before the kickoff. There'll be limited food and drink, no alcohol and no programmes. There'll be a ballot for season ticket holders, and those who are successful can't go again until all season ticket holders who want to go to a game have been to one. So the reality is here that between now and the end of the season, if you're a Newcastle, or rather a Liverpool season ticket holder, The likelihood is you're probably going to, unless this changes, you would think it would at some stage. We hope it will anyway. But the possibility is that you would only be able to probably attend one game anyway.
It's one game though, Fletch. You know, I mean, obviously, I'm in a very fortunate position, as are you, and I know that I don't go to as many live games as you do, because you do commentary every single week. And even when I walked into St James's Park last week, it just put a smile on my face, just seeing a pitch, you know, in a stadium. And you know, I don't think we can underestimate those minute moments for people right now. You know, whether it's one game or whether it's 45 minutes, I think they can have a huge impact on people's lives. So I think it's really important that where we can, we do that. And that is how the system is going to be. It'll probably be, well, I know that when teams get to finals, it comes down to loyalty and obviously season ticket holders and so on and so forth. So if it's one game that they get for the rest of this year, it's more than they thought they were going to get. So
yeah, all I would say though, Jermaine, on that is that this has to be accessible to everybody, in my opinion.
Correct, yeah.
And that is that if you can't afford a season ticket, you now won't have the chance to go and watch your team. Now that can't be right either, because that's
I agree.
That's creating a divide that shouldn't be there. So if you're a casual fan and you can afford to go to a few games a year, but you can't afford to shell out for a season ticket, forget it, because you're not going to get in the ballot. Because all the season ticket holders are going in. So you are going to eliminate people who might not be able to afford to consistently go to games because of the prices, and that's very understandable, particularly in the current climate. They're not going to be able to get the chance at all.
Totally agree. And then you're going up against an argument of this super fan that has been to every single game, home and away, for the last 5-10 years. And, you know, then putting that argument against somebody who just all of a sudden decides, you know what, I won't mind going to watch a game of football. And, you know, I don't know. It's a difficult argument, isn't it? And it's one that the clubs are going to have to sort out in terms of loyalty and the, I suppose, ability financially for, you know, fans who would desperately want to go and watch their teams play week in, week out, but maybe just in these certain times and not having that opportunity to do that. So that is something that the fans are going to, the clubs are going to have to do. Hopefully they're very... good in doing that, and more importantly, we just get some fans back in the stadium, in my opinion.
We clearly don't have enough time to solve the problem, and we probably aren't qualified to do it anyway, but it's been interesting chatting about it, and I would think it's the kind of conversation that's going on up and down the country. Really enjoyed your company again tonight, mate. We'll be back next week.
We will indeed, mate. Top man.
Have a good day tomorrow. We've got to hand back to the commentary team at Selhurst Park. It's 0-0 between Crystal Palace and Newcastle. Conor McNamara is alongside Mark Schwarzer.
Thanks very much, Darren. Back underway for the second half. Two teams who have scored most of the goals they've got this campaign in the second period. So fingers crossed, Mark Schwarzer, this might take an upturn. It wasn't the best first halves of Premier League football we've ever seen, but here's hoping as Schlupp comes on the first attack of the second period and his cross is deflected for Carl Darlow. But Palace certainly showing an intent here to go and attack at the start of the second period.
Well, I'm certainly going to be positive. I think it's going to be they're going to be goals in the second half, Connor. Only one way for it to go. I think Andros Townsend needs to get involved more for Palace. If he does, Jeffrey Schlupp get down that left-hand side there, put pressure on that Newcastle defence. Fernandez, particular yellow card already, could cause some problems. So I think we're in for an entertaining second half.
Here's a quirk for you. Any points that Palace have got this season, they've been leading in half-time in those games. Any game that they've been drawing at half-time or losing, they've ended up empty-handed. Interesting to see how this will develop. 0-0 at Selhurst Park as Clark plays it forward. Good ball, picking out Almiron. 10 yards outside the Crystal Palace penalty area. He's got Lewis outside him, but between them they can't control it. And the ball goes out for a throw-in. Throw-in to Crystal Palace on the right-hand side. No changes in personnel over the break. We'll give you a full rundown of the teams again. Guaita in goal for Palace. Back forward tonight. Klein, Cahill, Dan and Van Arnold. In midfield, MacArthur with Kouyaté. Kouyaté, who has been playing centre-back a lot lately, but with the return of Cahill, he's been released back into the midfield. Then Townsend and Eze have been on the flanks. Schlupp has almost got a free roll in behind Jordan Ayew. And the best opportunities of that first half for Palace came for Eze and for Schlupp, who had shots on target that were saved by Carl Darlow, who is the Newcastle goalkeeper. They've got a back four tonight, which is a change in tactic from Steve Bruce. Manquillo, Fernandez, Clark and Lewis. And the midfield, Shelby's alongside Longstaff. Then Hendrick, Joe Linton, Almiron is an attacking midfield three. And Callum Wilson spearheading the attack. Newcastle playing from right to left as we look down in this second half. Longstaff goes to put some pressure on Van Aanholt on the right hand side, releases Eze, who has a lovely spin but then can't pick out Ayew with the pass. But there's something explosive just brimming and bursting to get out of Eze, and will he be able to release it in this second period? 0-0 as Townsend flicks it on for Crystal Palace against his old club. MacArthur, that looks like a foul on the halfway line on Joe Linton. Referee hesitated just a moment to see if there would be any advantage for Newcastle. There isn't, and that comes back for a free kick.
Pretty much the identical start we had to this game, isn't it? A bit of a flurry from both sides, a lot of frantic play in midfield, no one really grabbing hold of the ball so far. Let's hope it improves.
Fernandes for Newcastle to Manquillo on the right hand side, just a little back heel. Hendrick has not been involved all that much on the right hand side for Newcastle. Plays a pass into the centre, and it breaks down, and Palace regain it, and then that quality control. Van Aanholt, who's normally such an accurate passer of the ball, gives a dreadful ball way behind Ayew, and it goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle.
I think pretty much for the whole game so far, both sides at times, or for the vast majority of the time, tried to force things rather than actually getting hold of the ball, looking up, keeping a calm head. It's been too frantic at times, so they just need to calm down a little bit, get control of the ball, and let it play out in front of them.
Steve Bruce, who's been getting a bit of stick lately, but if you compare the table right now to where they were this time last year, Newcastle are 3 points better off at the moment. Forward, it's played. Long searching ball from Kieran Clark, but can't get in around the back of that Palace defence. He was looking for Callum Wilson. Palace mop it up and they give it to Van Aanholt on the far side. He gives it back to Gary Cahill inside the penalty area, clears up towards the halfway line. Almiron stretches and gets a touch. Hendrick back into Longstaff, now to the feet of Joe Linton. Better neat passing this from Newcastle. It does break down as Van Aanholt nips in, but it was a good interception. He's been caught and he's hurt and he goes down, and Van Aanholt may need a bit of treatment here. Early stages in the second half at Sellers Park. Steve Bruce, who doesn't have a great record against Roy Hodgson as a manager in the Premier League, has only had one win against him in the past. It's the 10th time they've met in the top flight. That one win was last season at St James's Park. Van Aanholt's okay, back up on his feet, wants to continue. Free kick to Palace, thumbs up from Van Aanholt. Gary Cahill, back of the Crystal Palace team, takes the free kick deep into the Newcastle half. Fernandes gets up, wins the header and puts it out of play. Throw into Palace on the left. Van Aanholt will be the man to take the throw-in. Busy weekend of football coming on 5 Live tomorrow. We've got Manchester City against Burnley at 3 o'clock. It's our Premier League commentary. 3 commentaries on Sunday on 5 Live, starting with Southampton against Manchester United at 2. A big game at 4:30. Chelsea against Tottenham. And we've also got Arsenal against Wolves. That's the evening game, 7:15 kickoff on 5 Live Sport. There's also a game on Monday, West Ham against Aston Villa. That's also a commentary on 5 Live. Throw in for Manquillo for Newcastle on the far side. Flicked on by Joe Linton. Can't pick out Callum Wilson. He's been very involved tonight, Joe Linton, but he's not had too many passes that he's been able to feed Callum Wilson. Here comes Schlupp down the other end. Good close touch control to get into the penalty area. Sells a dummy which Fernandes buys, and he goes around him, but then when Schlupp tries to release the pass, Clark is on hand to clear it away for Newcastle. His header falls for Van Aanholt. Palace have it on the left hand side. MacArthur back to Van Aanholt, pushes it to the byline. Schlupp tries to get there. Federico Fernandes goes with him, and that goes out for a Crystal Palace corner.
Yeah, good play down the left hand side from Jeffrey Schlupp. Really good run, good dummy, sells the dummy to Fernandes, goes to ground. His ball into the box is a good ball, but Kieran Clark just reads it well.
Right, no time to waste for Andros Townsend. He places the ball for the corner. Here it comes, left footed and out swinging, and a header that's up and over the top from Gary Cahill, who's never scored for Crystal Palace. Got a lot of goals in his Chelsea days, but that was never really threatening to go under the crossbar, sails over the top.
Yeah, it was a decent chance there from Gary Cahill, but you could see there Czech Kyoto he's turned to the referee to complain about a foul, pushing on his back, and it turns out it was Gary Cahill, his teammate, over the back of him. The referee did have a bit of a laugh.
Gary Cahill's last goal was for England when he scored against Nigeria, and that's 2.5 years ago now. Hasn't scored in club football since. That's his first opportunity of tonight as Clark plays it forward for Newcastle. Callum Wilson gets a touch and has been allowed to turn here. Oh, but again, how many times has that happened today? Someone does a decent bit of skill, but plays a pass behind a teammate and it goes out for a throw-in. It's just absolutely killing the momentum out of the game time and time again as Klein goes down and he's claiming he's been fouled. And the referee was quite a way away from that, Graham Scott. But he just give a free kick to Palace in right full-back position for them. Still 0-0 here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Guaita's going to come out of his penalty area to take this free kick. It's in the right full-back position. Palace send everyone up over the halfway line to wait for it. Jordan Ayew, who is the main central striker but hasn't had a proper shot at goal himself so far tonight. Schlupp has. Through a good save out of Darlow. That's a good ball, and Ayew's onto it, into the box, but he was stretching all the time, and it sort of came off his shin and wide of the target. But good pace from Ayew, and that was unlucky for Palace.
Yeah, he tries to just toe poke the ball past Darlow in goal there, and I think they just got very lucky there. I'm not sure if it was Jeffrey Schlupp who actually toe poked the ball through, or if it was a defender from Newcastle. Either way, Ayew has a good chance there, just a little bit too far in front of him.
Back underway in the second half of the second round of the FA Cup. Tranmere against Brackley Town. Mike Miney.
Yeah, I tell you what, Connor, Brackley haven't come here to ride this one out. They've come to have a go. Murren Bedsy in the midfield's a handful. Armson, Mitford and Love frustrating the Tranmere defence. The League Two side have peppered the Brackley box a little at the start of this second half. We're 10 minutes in, but no real threat from the home side. It is Tranmere 0, Brackley 0.
And half-time as well in the Super League Grand Final. We're getting underway in the second half. Wigan Warriors 0, St Helens 2 remains the scoreline there, and they can wait for the first try, and you can listen on 5 Live Sports Extra if you prefer, as Joe Linton takes a tumble now. This is interesting. It's 7 or 8, maybe 9 yards outside the penalty area, central position. This is a shooting distance, and it's really the first time in the game that either team has been given a free kick in a shooting distance, and immediately John Joe Shelby is over and he wants the ball, and I would be very surprised if he doesn't have a crack at goal from here.
Yeah, definitely in the range of having a shot directly on goal there. I thought the referee was a little bit quick at blowing his whistle. It looked like Newcastle had a bit of an overload on the right hand side. I think Palace are pretty happy that he blew his whistle.
Right, this is slightly left of centre. It's a perfect position for a right-footed strike. Guaita has erected a 4-man wall. Referee just putting down the spray to ensure that they remain in their position. The wall is erected inside the box, and Shelby's the only Newcastle player standing over this. There's no decoy. It's definitely going to be him, and on his day he is a very good set-piece taker. Let's see if John Joe Shelby can deliver here, looking for his first Premier League goal of the season, but he drills it into Schlupp, who is standing beside the wall. Brave defending by Schlupp, but not a great free kick from Shelby. Never really caught hold of that, and it goes out for a throw-in on the far side. 0-0.
Yeah, a bit of a strange decision really. He's gone for power, he's gone for the open side where the keeper is. I don't know if he's hoping for a deflection or something, I'm not really sure, but he really needed to get up over the wall behind in the far post, and elects to go for the straightforward one, but Schlupp was pretty easily in the right place to deflect it away.
As a goalkeeper, Mark, did you prefer to have a big wall, or did you want to see more of the shot?
It definitely helps when you can see more of the ball. I mean, there's finding that balance, isn't it? Depending on how far away the ball is. If you're not having a big enough wall, then you're left too exposed. So it's finding that balance, having the right numbers in there, the position right, and obviously you taking up the correct position so that you're giving yourself a chance of all angles of the goal.
That's the voice of Mark Schwarzer, former Premier League goalkeeper, who I've discovered, and you can find anything on the internet, kept 7 clean sheets against Newcastle in your time, Mark?
Yeah, probably, pretty much enjoyed playing against Newcastle for most of those who was playing for Middlesbrough, obviously, big rivalry in the northeast, but I really enjoyed playing against Newcastle.
And just 1 goal against Palace, but mind you didn't play Palace that often. I think it was sorry, not 1 goal, 1 clean sheet in four matches against Palace.
Yeah, so it wasn't too many games. Yeah.
Let's check back into the Super League Grand Final. Matt Newsom.
It's still West Wigan trail Saints by 2 points to 0. Lachlan Coote penalty goal at the back end of the first half. The only points of the game so far. It has been exceptional fare though. Both sides really hammering at each other. But points at a premium, but quality certainly isn't. 2 points to 0.
That's the big prize of the 2020 Super League season. We'll be back if there's any update there. Joe Linton thought for a moment he was going to get a chance, but he couldn't bring it with him into the penalty area after good work by Almiron in the build-up for Newcastle. Just quality control has been the issue. There's been a game of football threatening to break out here, and we just need someone to to gain a bit of composure here and to drag it kicking and screaming, because someone could be the hero here. They can get a very important 3 points. One goal could very much be enough to win this one. Jamal Lewis, left-hand side, steadies himself onto his right boot. Not the best delivery towards Joelinton, but not high enough, and cleared away. Now this is Townsend. Now, this is the position where if it was Zaha, he would launch a counter-attack. Townsend's unable to get over the halfway line, and it goes out for a throw-in right in front of the dugouts, and the two coaches down there, both wearing their warm winter coats now, Steve Bruce and Roy Hodgson. Palace get it back on the field, and MacArthur over to Gary Cahill, who'll dribble up towards the halfway line and lay it off to his left-hand side to Patrick Van Aanholt. Palace always seeking the safe pass where possible. They come back and retreat once again rather than gamble on losing possession further up the field. Dan goes long, too high for Schlupp, floats over him and through to the arms of Carl Darlow, the Newcastle goalkeeper who turned 30 last month. He pulls it out low for Federico Fernandez. Crystal Palace, who travel to West Brom next weekend. The next home game will be to welcome Jose Mourinho and Tottenham here to Sellers Park. I remember commentating on a Chelsea match here away to Palace a number of years ago, and I remember Mourinho was the manager and Palace beat them. Mourinho will be back here soon. Things beginning to click, it would seem, for Tottenham. He's that second season Mourinho syndrome seems to be kicking in. Here is Van Aanholt, crossing position for Palace left-hand side, but he can't get it beyond Manquillo. Newcastle sitting deep on the edge of their own penalty area, and Palace holding on to possession around the halfway line. Scott Dan forward to the feet of Eze. Sure, they got to get Eze involved a bit more. Goes around Longstaff, stretches out and trips him. Free kick now on the edge of the penalty area for Palace, and that's going to be a yellow card too. Booking for Sean Longstaff. And just as we had with Shelvey down the other end not so long ago, Palace are now going to get their first free kick in a shooting position.
Yeah, it's a really good turn from Eze. You think he's gone from Longstaff. I actually think he's really unlucky, Longstaff. I think that's a really good challenge. I think the referee's got that one wrong. Longstaff puts out a long boot there, gets his clear toe on the ball there. Yeah, I think he's really unfortunate. I think the referee got that decision wrong. Yeah, I think you got that right. That was a stretch, and he does get the ball. However, he has been shown the yellow. Sean Longstaff, who got the first red card of his senior career last season against Wolves. He's now part of a wall that's been hastily erected inside the Newcastle penalty area. Newcastle wearing the change strip tonight, the yellowy green. Darlow has been over to his post on the left to make sure that the wall is correctly positioned. Now he scampers over to the other side. Van Aanholt might fancy this. He knows how to crack a free kick. Eze standing over it too. Not surprisingly, Newcastle have brought all 11 players back into the penalty area to defend this. Patrick Van Aanholt has scored the most goals in the Premier League from a defender over the last 5 years. So can he hit the target here? It looks an inviting angle for him. It's a good distance to it. It's far enough out to get over the wall and get a bit of dip back on it again. Here he comes, Van Aanholt, and it's so poor. It's into the wall, hits the knees of the player in the wall. Sums up the quality of the match tonight. Van Aanholt trying to resurrect the chance, but all he could do is hit the side netting with a cross, and it goes out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Gave him the big build-up, Mark. That was a disappointing free kick. Yeah, very disappointing. I actually thought he was going to dink it over the wall. You could see Kurte's just free at the edge of the wall, making the run in behind it. It looked like all for me that he was going to dink it over the wall. He didn't. He goes for the shot. Really poor execution. Easy for Newcastle to defend against. And to be fair, it shouldn't have been a free kick in the first place. So I think it's only fair that it didn't actually end up in anything.
20 goals he scored over the last 5 years in the Premier League, Patrick Van Aanholt, which is one more than Marcus Alonso. He's the next highest scoring defender in that period. Van Aanholt, who did score the winning goal in this game last season, but that was a disappointing free kick from him there. Some of the Palace substitutes have been warming up. Riedewald is amongst them, the Dutchman, but no indication that any change is going to happen just yet. Free kick for Palace taken by Scott Dan towards the edge of the penalty area. Kouyaté tries to flick it on. He got it in between the two central defenders, but out came Carl Darlow, and sliding on his knees, he's able to gather the ball into his chest. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0. We've played over an hour now. If you're just joining our coverage on 5 Live, a couple of decent chances in the first half. Eze had a shot saved by Darlow. Jeffrey Schlupp had tried to beat the keeper at the front post. That was a good save as well from Darlow, getting down to his right. The best chances this evening for Newcastle have fallen to Joe Linton, the Brazilian who Newcastle paid £40 million for, not renowned for his accuracy of shooting since coming to the Premier League, and he hasn't been able to hit the target tonight. Here comes Van Aanholt down the left-hand side, cross clips Manquillo, and that goes out for a corner to Crystal Palace. Let's see if they can deliver something with this.
Well, I think it's a bit harsh on Joel Linton. He has actually hit the target, just not in the back of the net. That's been the problem at times. The shot hasn't been as well executed as you would have hoped, or he certainly would have hoped.
No, fair point. He's had it on target. He's not threatened the goal, though, has he? I mean, let's be honest. Here comes the cross from the left-hand side. Townsend plays it in. Cahill jumps. Was he leaning on the defender? Play on, says the referee. Schlupp had his foot ready to swing at it, but it wouldn't come down. And then Eze tries a speculative volley, which he skews. It's one of those that was so far off target, it nearly went for a throw-in. But he'll be relieved to see it did go the correct side of the corner flag, and it will be a goal kick. Well, look, he took it on, Eze, but it's outside of the boot. And it very nearly went for a throw-in.
Yeah, it almost hits that corner post. Listen, you've got to go for it. If you don't score, the way you score spectacular goals is you take that risk. Just happened to not work for him on that occasion. But you know what? That summed up pretty much the way the game has been. Ball up in the air, no one really getting hold of it, and really just by chance having a go at goal and goes well wide.
Yeah, well, we've been speaking about Joe Linton and his accuracy or otherwise in front of goal. Christian Benteke, another who's struggled to find the back of the net in recent times. He's getting ready to come on as a substitute for Palace. That's about to happen. Now, while we wait for that, let's nip to the FA Cup. Tranmere against Brackley Town, and Mike Maine.
Big chance for the visitors. Free kick from the left caused problems when it was floated into the box. It fell nicely for Shetmurum Bedzi, 16 yards out. He drilled it, hammered it just wide of the left-hand post. Keith Hill, the Tranmere boss, has blinked first. Double substitution from him. Tranmere 0, Brackley 0.
Thanks very much, Mike. No replays of the FA Cup this season. That'll be decided tonight, one way or the other, to discover who goes into the third round. Brackley have never been to that stage of the competition. Here in the Premier League at Selhurst Park, Andros Townsend comes forward for Palace, plays a crossfield ball which brings Van Aanholt into the penalty area. Now he's got Manquillo in front of him, tries to get into a position on his left boot, cuts back across, that's straight at Longstaff, and anywhere will do for Newcastle as he clears it out for a throw into Palace, and they will remain on the attack down the left-hand side. Benteke is ready to come on. Only one goal in his last 11 games. That was against Chelsea in July. Palace take the throw in short. Clipped in then by Van Aanholt. Sits up in front of Kouyaté. He tries a shot, and again, decent idea, but couldn't quite get the execution. Difficult one, and he puts it wide. So here comes the change. And Christian Benteke is going to come on in place of Jordan Ayew. So it's a straight swap. Ayew, who got 2 goals against Newcastle in the past, one of them for Aston Villa, one for Swansea, never really threatened the goal tonight. Let's see if Christian Benteke's presence can make a difference, and certainly he'll hold it up a little bit better. All right, we were wondering would it go to penalties or beyond. I'll tell you what, there's been a breakthrough at Tranmere. Mike Maine.
There has. It'll break the Brackley hearts. Tranmere 1, Brackley Town 0. Kane Woolery, the substitute, one of that double substitution from Keith Hill is the difference. Out on the left-hand side of the penalty area, right on the white paint of it. He curled it nicely from the left into the bottom right, past Danny Lewis. And it's Tranmere 1, Brackley 0.
Thanks very much. 0-0 here between Crystal Palace and Newcastle. Benteke's on. Riedewald is about to come on now for his 8th appearance in the Premier League this season. And Riedewald will be coming on in place of Andros Townsend too, against the club that he had a loan spell at in the past. It hasn't really happened tonight, Mark, for Andros Townsend. Hasn't been able to deliver any quality to the penalty area.
No, he hasn't. He's been pretty much out on this right-hand touchline in the first half. Really not been involved enough. Hasn't then come looking for the ball.
Manquillo crosses on the right-hand side. Wilson gets up and heads it just over the top. That's better from Newcastle. And Wilson, who's only had scraps to feed off tonight, jumped around the penalty spot and tried to get the header down, but it just sailed slightly wide and slightly high.
The chance comes about because of the early delivery in the box. Manquillo on the right hand side whips in a cross, and it's Wilson who makes the delayed run, gets up above everyone else, and it just goes over the crossbar. I mean, I think Goeta would have probably saved it. but it's the fact that he looked to whip that early crossing that caused the problems for Crystal Palace.
Steve Bruce has just made his first change. He's taken off Almiron. He brings on Matt Ritchie, who's been out with a shoulder injury he picked up against Tottenham in September. This is just his second appearance in the Premier League this season, so he'll come on to bring some fresh legs to that wide area on the left-hand side where Almiron was playing. Steve Bruce gave a big thumping pat on the back to Almiron there. I think he wanted to let him know that he's not disappointed with his performance, but just wants the fresh legs on there. So Matt Ritchie, whose last cap for Scotland was 2.5 years ago, he might regret retiring from international football now, given the excitement that they've had in more recent times, and the Euros coming up next summer. MacArthur stretches and clears away for Palace up towards Benteke, and brave defending by Fernandes to stoop in and put his head in danger. I think he might have got a little kick there, but he's back up to his feet, Fernandes, and it's going to be a throw-in right on the halfway line, a throw-in for Palace, wearing their blue and red stripes, playing from left to right as we look down on this Friday night in the Premier League. Don't forget, match of the day tomorrow, 10:25 on BBC One. You'll see the highlights of this. Hopefully there'll be a stunning goal to watch tomorrow between now and the 90 minutes. And of course all the goals from tomorrow in the Premier League as well. That's 10:25 BBC One tomorrow. Riedewald has come on now. His passing stats are up there with some of the best in the Premier League, so let's see if he can start pulling the strings. There's Benteke. That's what's about holding it up. He chests it down for himself and lays it out to Van Arnold on the left-hand side, just outside the penalty area, into the feet of Benteke. I think he was trying to leave it for Eze. Eze wasn't expecting it, and Newcastle were able to get it away. So slightly new focus now for Palace. It is obviously, you look at the moments, like they've 4 players up front all in a line. I think Roy Hodgson's going for this now. He thinks, well, come on, let's see if we can get a winner here at home. And they scored 4 times in their last home game here against Leeds. Van Arnold, crossing position on the left-hand side, plays it in. MacArthur flicks it on, and then a header from Benteke that he can't keep down. But that is better for Palace. At least they're trying to create something here.
Yeah, another good ball in the box. Yeah, got a little bit of a fortunate flick on. I think it was from Jeffrey Schlupp there. You can see actually from McCarthy. Tell you what, Jamal Lewis does well for Newcastle, just to put Benteke off enough that he can't get really any control on the header.
20 minutes to play. These are the 2 teams this season that have conceded the most number of goals in the last 5 minutes, so maybe a pattern there, a history of defences switching off late on. Can either side capitalise against the other in that regard? 0-0 for now. Darlow rattles his studs against the post and then takes the goal kick, right-footed, up over the halfway line. One in the air by Kouyaté for Palace. Longstaff nods it on to Joe Linton. Newcastle have possession now with Jonjo Shelvey, and that's a good bit of vision from Shelvey to spot Manquillo on the right-hand side of the midfield. Eze tracking him, injection of pace by Manquillo to run towards the penalty area, runs into Van Arnold, who's done well to keep it alive, pinned in close to the corner flag that Palace are defending. He's got Eze with him, up towards Benteke, firm chest to the ball. And then he gives it to Kouyaté in the midfield, and Palace are working it up towards the halfway line here. And they're trying to, you can see they're trying to inject a bit of pace here, both teams now, but will we get a winner from either side? Let's go for an update to the Super League Grand Final, Matt Newsom.
Still, Wigan Warriors 0, St Helens 2. It's a proper arm wrestle of a game. Saints have had a try chalked off. Zeb Tyre was offside when he took a kick and grounded it in the in goal. So no points there, but both teams are giving absolutely everything. No points to follow that. Wigan 0, Saints 2.
Thanks very much. Here on the Premier League, 0-0 between Crystal Palace and Newcastle. By the way, I just want to give a nod to the new podcast, The Players, which is presented by former Kiwi captain Bex Smith. It's a pod that gives fans the opportunity to hear from some of the biggest names in women's football, and there's new episodes out every Wednesday. You can download the BBC Sounds app, you can subscribe to them, and then every week that new episode will pop in to your device as Newcastle cross from the right-hand side towards Gary Cahill on the edge of the box, but he clears it away straight to Jeff Hendrick. I've already mentioned Hendrick's name in this second half. Ritchie will try to cross from the left. That's a really good delivery, and so close for Joe Linton, but he can't put his forehead on it. That skimmed his fringe. It was so close, and maybe you got to start putting these away. Another chance for Newcastle's Joe Linton, but it remains 0-0.
Yeah, I think he just gets a little bit of touch on it. It's slightly over him, he's really stretching. He's almost actually no, it's actually gone through him almost. I don't know how he's missed that. Steve Bruce can't understand.
It's a sitter.
Yeah, he can't believe he's missed that. And
for a moment, I thought it was Callum Wilson. I mean, they're similar in appearance. I thought that was Callum Wilson, and you know what? Wilson would have scored it.
Well, at the very least, got it on target, and then Wilson was at the far post, and just because he was also so surprised that Joelinton misses it, that he also misses the ball.
Callum Wilson, who is Newcastle's top scorer in the Premier League this season. Here's Benteke down the other end, controls it well in the box, gets a scuffed shot come cross that just fizzes around the 6-yard box and eventually goes out for a throw-in. Benteke's made an impact, though, a little bit more presence since he's come on up front for Palace.
I think he's been very good since he's come on. His touch has been very good, very, very clean. He's laid off, kept it simple. He's had a couple of half chances, got on the end of the ball. The intensity of which he's been playing at has actually lifted the players around him as well.
Richie, good header into Longstaff. Will this game stretch a little bit now as the clock ticks on? We've still got 17 minutes or so to play. Van Aanholt makes an interception, another careless pass for Newcastle. Manquillo and then Longstaff both work hard to try and win it back again, but Palace have possession at the back with Cahill. He's played it very far forward. Schlupp will gamely sprint after it, but there's a big head start there for Clark, who was able to comfortably get there first and help it back to the goalkeeper Darlow. No goals at Selhurst Park. Shelvey tries to dig one out and send it forward. Too high for Joelinton, headed down by Cahill, and then Eze picks it up for Palace at the halfway line on the left hand side and gives it up to the feet of Benteke, who turns. Benteke wearing the short sleeves and the gloves. Did a little nutmeg there, I think, on Jeff Edrick. You'll have enjoyed that. Eze back to Riedewald. Palace seeing more of the possession now. Newcastle's back four, holding a line 10 yards outside their own penalty area. Temperatures dropping at Selhurst Park as the evening continues. 9:30 now. Here is MacArthur into the penalty area, does a little step over, tries to go around Fernandes. Fernandes stuck to him like glue. Good defending. Corner to Crystal Palace.
Yeah, it was important for Fernandes to get that challenge in, stay on his feet as long as he possibly could, and does so. It was vital, because you see Benteke, Jeffrey Schlupp, they were lining up for the cross.
Fernandes, who wore a blue shirt in the warm-up with number 10 on the back of it, tribute to his fellow Argentinian Diego Maradona. And this is a corner to Palace on the left-hand side. BBC Television earlier on, they showed the full 90 minutes of that famous Argentina-England game at Mexico 86. Still finished the same scoreline. Here comes the corner, delivered into the centre. Clark does well for Newcastle, gets up and win a header, and this is a chance of a counter-attack. Jamal Lewis is stopped by Riedewald. What an important tackle that was, because it would have been 2-on-1 if Riedewald had allowed Lewis to escape. Wilson was up with him as well, and that was a very important challenge.
Yeah, brilliant challenge from Riedewald. Tell you what, that was a game-changing challenge. Does really well, wins the ball cleanly as well, keeps possession. Unfortunately, they lose it very quickly. You can see there, Coyote gives away the free kick as a foul on Richie.
Palace 0, Newcastle 0. Darlow prepares to take the free kick. Left full-back position for Newcastle. He kicks it up over the halfway line. Joelinton will jump, flicks it on, but straight to Cahill. Locked up by MacArthur and then Klein, and Palace come back into the Newcastle half once again. Header won by Kieran Clark, and then he gets possession of the ball. It comes over the halfway line with Richie available on the left-hand side. Newcastle's number 11. Klein is backing away off him, so Richie keeps going forward. Now he's got Joelinton with him. 3 in the box. Here's the cross, looking for Wilson. Good defending, good positioning again from Gary Cahill on his return to the Crystal Palace team. He's done well there to keep close to Callum Wilson. And now there's a bit of room for Eze as he comes over the halfway line for Palace. Gives it to the feet of Jeffrey Schlupp, midway inside the Newcastle half. Back to Riedewald. Van Aanholt makes himself available on the left-hand side. Benteke waiting patiently in the penalty area. That ball was intended for him, but he doesn't run onto it, and harmlessly through to Darlow once again. Mark Swartz.
Yeah, you know, both sides are really looking like they're trying to get forward, trying to cause each other problems, getting balls into the box there. You could see with Newcastle, on that occasion, was Joelinton with a really good delivery into the box. The centre-halves from both sides have defended really, really well.
Hendrick chests it down for himself for Newcastle near the centre circle. Jamal Lewis, the Northern Irish left-back, onto Richie, who's challenged by MacArthur, but Jamal Lewis was on hand for Newcastle to ensure that MacArthur wouldn't get away down that right-hand side. Lewis plays it up over the halfway line. Joelinton scampers after it, but comfortably beaten to the ball by Scott Dan. The clock ticks on, 14 minutes to go now. Riedewald Low to the feet of Benteke, midway inside the Newcastle half. Shelvey picks his pocket immediately. Longstaff now with an injection of pace over the halfway line. Benteke's trying to keep up with him and he can't. Longstaff gets to the D of the penalty area, goes down inside the D of the box, and it's a free kick, and the referee's going to have to show a card here as well. And it is a yellow card for Scott Dann. And Longstaff, who began that run on the halfway line, nearly broke into the Palace half. That's much. Where's that been all game? Someone just taking the game by the scruff of the neck.
I think just the way the game's gone on, players have dropped off a little bit, a couple of tired legs out there that allowed some space. Scott Dann at the edge of the box, you can see there, sticks his foot out. Riedewald goes with him as well. It looked like he may have gone a whole slalom run into the box and finished off with a shot. But in the end, Scott Dann brings him down.
That's the first yellow card for a Palace player tonight. Fernandes and Longstaff have both been booked for Newcastle. Right, John Joe Shelvey had a disappointing free kick earlier. Since then, Matt Ritchie has come on, so he's come over to be part of the conversation. He's saying to Shelvey, any chance you give me a crack at this? Don't know if Shelvey's giving him an ear. But Palace, apart from Eze, have brought everyone back. They're erecting a really big wall. Free kick inside the D, so it's going to need a delicate touch here. Difficult to get it over the wall and back down again. Do they try to blast it low and hard? Do they try to float one? It's a short run up from either Ritchie or Shelvey. They are the two players standing over it. And Guaita is a cat on a hot tin roof as he tries to keep things. It's drilled in by Ritchie straight to the goalkeeper and saved by Guaita, who was probably relieved to see that right into his chest.
Yeah, it was the right idea. To be fair, you could see it there. There wasn't a lot to aim for. Didn't have the opportunity to dip it over the wall there, too close. And Ritchie's gone for power. He just hit it too straight. He was hoping for maybe a bit of a deflection, and Newcastle unfortunately didn't get it.
Ritchie looking for his first goal of the season. He kept it low, he kept it powerful. Hit straight at the goalkeeper, and Guaita was able to make the save. We've got just over 10 minutes remaining. If there's going to be a goal here at Selhurst Park, it's going to be a late one. Newcastle haven't kept a clean sheet in their last 8 Premier League games. Can they keep a clean sheet away from home here? MacArthur, 15 yards outside the Newcastle penalty area. Van Aanholt gives a poor ball again from Van Aanholt, and easily cleared away for Newcastle. It's just boomed long back into the Palace half once again. Scott Dann, right-footed ball towards Kouyaté, beaten in the air by Kieran Clark. John Linton will control the halfway line. Crystal Palace are preparing to bring on another centre forward. Batshuayi, who started the game on Monday against Burnley, is going to come on for the last 10 minutes here. As Jeffrey Schlupp rolls her in front of Van Aanholt. Now, can he deliver a good cross? That's not bad. Benteke's header, saved by Carl Darlow. Palace's best chance, the game's best chance in some time. Van Aanholt's cross was really good that time, and Benteke's header was good too. Excellent save for the keeper. As Newcastle trying to counter-attack, Callum Wilson picks it up 10 yards outside the box, gives it to Manquillo. Here comes the cross, blocked by Cahill, and out for a Newcastle corner. What about that save from Darlow, Mark Swartz?
Yeah, very good, very important save. They're difficult ones to make. The header was a good header down into the turf, skids off it. Darlow gets behind it, makes a really good save again. But again, shows you, get the delivery right.
Yeah.
Van Aanholt from the left-hand side gets in a really good ball. Benteke has threatened since he's come on. Give him the right service, and he's going to cause Newcastle problems.
Yeah, that was one of the best moves of the match. A quality cross. Benteke met the header with downward motion. He was doing everything right. And Darlow was able to get down to his right-hand side and make the save. 0-0 in the closing stages at Selhurst Park. Newcastle preparing to take their corner. Palace preparing to make a sub, but Batshuayi won't come on yet. Ritchie's delivery. Federico Fernandes steps over it, but it pops into the arms of Guaita. That could have gone anywhere. He throws it out to Eze, and Jamal Lewis comes and crunches in with a tackle on him. Klein will keep it moving for Palace. Lewis, who's having a good game, wins it back again for Newcastle on the halfway line, and then Jeff Hendrick prods it back to the goalkeeper Darlow, away to our right-hand side. Still Batshuayi waits for his introduction. The ball is still in play. Kieran Clark, just outside the Newcastle penalty area, gives it to John Joe Shelvey. This is all at a pedestrian pace as Newcastle creep up towards the halfway line. Manquillo back into the middle again. Fernandes. Longstaff has dropped in between the two central offenders. Sean Longstaff to Clark. All still inside the Newcastle half. Now he gives it over the halfway line to Callum Wilson. Little layoff to Joelinton. Joelinton is fouled. Free kick to Newcastle inside the Crystal Palace half.
Yeah, I think we'll see here two up front for Crystal Palace. Here you can see McCarthy's coming off. Batshuayi will go up front for sure as a second striker, and Jeffrey Schlupp will drop back into midfield.
Commentary of the Super League Grand Final is live right now on Sports Extra. Matt Newsom's got the latest.
Wigan have just taken the lead for the first time in the game. Wigan 4, St Helens 2. A beautiful move out to the right side. Bevan French's pass to Jake Bibby saw him coast to the line. Zach Hardacre missed the kick just to keep up the jeopardy here. Wigan 4, Saints 2, 12 to play.
Thanks, Matt. We'll go for an update in the FA Cup in just a moment, but Newcastle have got this attacking free kick here. Matt Ritchie is standing over it midway inside the Crystal Palace half. Batshuayi has come on in place of MacArthur for Palace. Ritchie takes the free kick short. I'm not sure if that was the best idea. And then it's third time lucky. He does manage to deliver into the penalty area. Joe Linton stretches, no room to shoot. Longstaff shoots, comes off the leg of a defender, and Palace are relieved to see that one away. This could still go either way, as both teams threatening to get a late winner here. And it was pinball in the penalty area, but Newcastle just couldn't squeeze a shot through on target.
Yeah, just wouldn't fall really, would it? For Joel Linton in there in a decent position in the box, and then Wilson wasn't far off the initial flick on it at the near post from the corner before that. So it's a bit unlucky for Newcastle at this moment in time, just not quite falling for them.
Back to the FA Cup League 2, Tranmere against 6th tier Brackley. Mike Mane.
Yeah, Brackley have lost some of their emphasis since going behind to that Kane Woolery strike midway through the second half. They have played well, which means you probably feel they'll get one more chance in this game. 56 places below Tranmere, don't forget. The home side are looking perhaps the most comfortable they have done all game. Tranmere 1, Brackley 0.
You can watch the closing stages of that live right now on BBC 2 and indeed on the BBC Sport website as Van Arnold plays it forward. Batshuayi down to Kouyaté. This is the chance. Brilliant defending. It's blocked in front of the goalkeeper and away for a corner. And Federico Fernandez, he actually threw himself like a goalkeeper there to make that block with his body. Kouyaté for a moment thought he was going to score.
Yeah, it's a huge chance, isn't it? Really good defending. Gets his arms out of the way as well. Make sure there's no chance of a handball. And it was a great chest down from Batshuayi.
That's a good point about the hands. Here comes the corner. Played into a busy penalty area. Newcastle repel it away. Jamal Lewis's header is soft though, and Riedewald will allow it out for a throw-in, knowing that it'll allow Palace stay on the attack. Fernandez threw his body in the air but tucked his arms right in and made an excellent block. That was one of the better chances of the match. Here's Schlupp in the penalty area, runs into Ritchie. Hendrick gets it back for Newcastle. Anywhere will do as he clears it away down the field, and Newcastle are digging in a little bit here. They're under pressure. Eze forward to the edge of the penalty area, picks out Benteke just inside the box. He's got Shelvey to deal with, 2 former Liverpool players. Now Schlupp takes it off Benteke, and he has got Eze with him, and still they come, and this is Van Arnold. Oh, and it was almost turned in. Batshuayi sliding but couldn't get a touch. And Crystal Palace, that's as close as they've come to a goal in this game. It remains 0-0.
Wow, how close can you get? I mean, I think Patrick Van Aanholt just overhits this. He gets in a great position. There's plenty of room in the midfield. He smashes it across the goal there, and Batshuayi's got no chance to get on the end of that. Just way too. I actually think he's going for goal. I think he's going for that far bottom corner. He's not looking up. But had he have looked up and looked to find Batshuayi, it could have easily been a tap in at the far post.
That was agonising for Crystal Palace fans. Drilled in by Van Arnold. Sliding in was Batshuayi. He was close. He was a whisker away, but he couldn't get a touch on it. And Newcastle relieved to see it out for a goal kick. Batshuayi did score 2 goals against Newcastle, a game for Chelsea in the FA Cup a few years back. Referee gives a free kick here for a foul by Joe Linton on Scott Dan. And the clock ticks on. And we've got fewer than 5 minutes to go now. Palace have got Batshuayi and Benteke, the 2 Belgians, and they've got Schlupp, and they've got Eze, and they've got plenty of attacking players. Can they get a winner here? And increasingly Newcastle have had to withdraw into their shell a little bit. Over the course of the game they've had decent chances, but now they're defending. This is Kouyaté, edge of the Newcastle penalty area. Eze outside him, crossing position on the left-hand side. Gets around Hendrick, can't get around Manquillo. Ball comes off the heel of the Spaniard and out for a throw into Palace.
So what Benteke's made a big difference is he's come on there. He's won another ball up there up to him. Great chest down. He's been big. He's been a real presence.
Ball into the penalty area, hits the arms of Fernandez, but it's unintentional, bounced up in front of him. Just for a moment, Hards would have been in mouths from a Newcastle point of view, but the referee is happy for that to continue. And the ball is out of play on the far side, and there's going to be just a little delay here because one of the Newcastle defenders has got a problem. Eze's been named man of the match, I see on my screen in front of me. But it's a game really when no one's really stood out. Two teams who are, I guess, would you say, Mark, they've cancelled each other out?
A little bit. I think as the game's gone on, Crystal Palace has certainly been the more adventurous by bringing on Batshuayi, bringing on Benteke, showing the intent that they want to try and go on and win this game. They've definitely been the more threatening as the game's gone on. Newcastle have just sort of been holding on at times, and just through poor decisions. And I think it's pretty much been the way the game's unfolded the whole night has been a series of final delivery, poor decisions that have led to still no goals.
Yeah, you're right about Benteke. Since he's come on, he's had 3 shots, and that's more than any other Crystal Palace player. Here, though, down the other end is a chance for Callum Wilson, and he will score for Newcastle. A complete counter-attack against the run of play. Newcastle, who were absorbing pressure. Palace, who had been attacking, have been caught cold at the back with 2.5 minutes to go. Callum Wilson, Newcastle's top scorer in the Premier League this season, gets his 7th goal in 9 league matches, and surely that's going to win it for the visitors here. Against the run of play, Palace 0, Newcastle 1.
And all it does, it comes from a throw-in. Tell you what, it starts with Joel Linton. He does really, really well to win the ball from the throw-in, and his reverse pass into Callum Wilson is superb. And Callum Wilson obviously then one-on-one with Gaeta, then plays it almost through him. But tell you what, you can't underestimate how important the play was from Joel Linton just there.
Callum Wilson, who'd never scored against Crystal Palace in his career before tonight. That's the first proper chance, proper clear-cut opportunity he's been given. And one-on-one with a goalkeeper. He tucks it away confidently. Steve Bruce will be absolutely loving this, because this was a game that seemed destined to be a share of the spoils. Suddenly, it looks set to become 3 points for Newcastle that'll move them, propel them up the table. They're going to go above Leeds, Man City, Arsenal, Palace. They're going to go up above Manchester United and up level with West Ham and Wolves. This could be a huge 3 points if Newcastle can hang on. Shelvey will bring it out of defence. There was a bit of, mass crusader there as they came forward, and hang on, they might build on it. Here comes Joe Linton, bearing down on the penalty area, gets into the box, left-footed shot by Joe Linton, and it takes a deflection and it's in! He will claim it, the big Brazilian, but a wicked deflection has helped. And what about this for a late slam from Newcastle? They've scored 2 goals in a minute, and Palace don't know what has happened. A game that they looked the likely team to get a late goal in. Suddenly they've conceded twice in the closing minutes, and it's definitely going to be a Newcastle win now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know what? They've taken their chances. They've been presented with a couple of good ones there, and they've taken it. It's about Palace getting forward, trying to put pressure on Newcastle to get a goal back into this game. Instead, Newcastle break. And I tell you what, Jolin, he deserves it. Gary Cahill with the final touch. Ball is on target though, but he's worked really hard. And it's great to see him hit the back of the net, albeit through a big deflection.
Yeah, it clips the heels definitely of Cahill on the way through, but I'll tell you, you would not be able to wrestle that goal away from Joe Linton. He will insist that it's for him. The shot was good on target anyway. The deflection helps it beyond the goalkeeper. And what a last few minutes he's had, Joe Linton. He assisted the goal for Callum Wilson. He has scored the second for Newcastle, and quite remarkably, a game that was so low in incident and low in goal-scoring opportunities produces 2 late goals, and they've done it again, Palace. They score late goals, and Newcastle have done it again in regards that the other way around. Newcastle have scored the late goal. Palace have conceded the late goal here twice in the closing stages. And Roy Hodgson, I think back to Batshuayi sliding in a moment ago. We thought that could have won it down the other end. Suddenly, Newcastle have scored twice. And Crystal Palace, this is going to hurt them in the dressing room after this.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, you can see, with the substitutions, Palace looked more likely. The impact that Benteke had when he came on. Batshuayi, like you said, was on the end of, or very close to being on an end to a cross-field pass in the 6-yard box. But then what Newcastle didn't do was they didn't switch off. They didn't resign to the fact of trying to hold on to a 0-0. They had the threat going forward in Joe Linton and Callum Wilson, and they make the most of their chances.
We're in the 3 minutes that have been added on for stoppages. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 2. Wilson and Joe Linton, the goal scorers for Steve Bruce's side. They have both come so late in the match. Wilson's goal was the 88th minute. Joe Linton's goal was the 89th. And it's only the 3rd time that Joe Linton has scored a goal in the Premier League, and it'll be a long journey back up to the northeast, but a journey that Newcastle are going to thoroughly enjoy now with the 3 points surely in the bag.
Yeah, you can't see it going any other way now. I mean, you can see Jeffrey Schlupp there fouling Callum Wilson as he has a shot on goal and gives away a free kick, and this will just wind the clock down a little bit more. You can see John Joe Shelby running over to the ball because he wants to have that last opportunity to get a strike on goal.
So Newcastle are going to run the clock down. Joe Linton's going to come off. He'll get the hero's reception in the technical area. A goal and an assist for the Brazilian, who gets an awful lot of stick, but he will be so pleased with that tonight. A game in which he's continually made himself available. He's continually ended up with chances, and he's been able to tuck one away late on. And Fabian Schär will come on as the late replacement, so a defender on for a striker. Steve Bruce wants to shut up at shop of the back. All over the FA Cup, Brackley Town are out. They won't be going to the third round for the first time in their history. Tranmere have beaten them by a 0-0. Tranmere into the hat for the third round of the FA Cup. As here John Joe Shelby stands over a free kick which he hits and which is saved away. Good save by Guaita, diving to his right hand side. But it's also comfortable for Newcastle now, and if you just tuned into this match at this stage, the scoreline does not reflect what we've seen here over 90 minutes, but they have come away with a late victory here in Newcastle, surely, by these two killer goals that has just knocked Crystal Palace for 6.
Yeah, and it's been one of those games that could have gone either way. Could have easily ended up in a 0-0, and I think nobody would have been really too disappointed with that. But Newcastle, they've snatched it.
They hadn't scored in the 2 games before tonight. They have scored twice here. There is the full-time whistle all over. There'll be a big post-mortem of this in the Crystal Palace dressing room. They've let it all slip late on. 2 goals in the last 2 minutes from Wilson, from Joe Linton. It finishes Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle United 2. Let's go straight to the Super League Grand Final.
Newcastle fans, Dion, will expect to see them going at West Brom here. This isn't a game to be set up tight and keep your shape and this, that and the other. If you're a Newcastle fan, OK, right, we accept you have to play certain ways sometimes, but not at home to West Brom. That's what they will say.
No, they've got to be at it today. They've got to go for the throat, so to speak. I think Newcastle are at home. They have to make it very uncomfortable for West Brom. West Brom will be thinking, right, we've got a chance here as well, but this is St James's. It should be a very difficult place to go and get anything at all, at any time, regardless of who you're playing. Newcastle, this is a chance for them. As Ozzy just said there, they can get themselves onto 17 points, which is what sort of 10th, 11th place in the league. Yes, there's other games to be played, but what a good start to the season that would be for Steve Bruce. And fair play again. And I know the hierarchy of Newcastle have had a barrage of abuse over the years, but to get Steve Bruce in, I think, is a very, very shrewd appointment.
Right, thank you very much to you two. Dave, do you want to end on a killer stat before we say bye?
We're going to go with a Newcastle United stat, and hopefully, Rob, this one's correct. Again, I really enjoyed Rob's goalkeeping analysis this week. Just wanted to say that to him on air. But Newcastle picked up 13 points in 5 games when Callum Wilson has scored this season, only dropping points to league leaders Spurs. And we'll leave on that note.
Dave, well done. Excellent work as usual. Round of applause for Dave. Leon, Dion, we will see you soon. I do like the Statman Dave Rob Green relationship where they just basically put each other away every time they're on, don't they? Every time they're on air. Let's just go back to the Rugby Union and the Champions Cup. It's all over at Bristol. Chris Jones.
Bristol 38, Clermont 51 after the attritional fare of the Autumn Internationals. A welcome reminder that Rugby Union can still be played in a number of different ways. Clermont at times sublime, a proper statement on the opening weekend as they bid for that elusive Champions Cup title. 7 tries in all for the French, 3 of them by the Japanese star Kotaro Matsushima. And while this will serve as a reality check for Bristol about life at the European top table, they were enterprising throughout, scored 5 tries of their own to grab a bonus point. Johan Lloyd and Siali Pietau crossing late on. The excellent Max Malins with a hand in both. Lots of fun here, marking the sunshine. Bristol 38, Clermont 51.
Aston Villa won at Wolves in the Premier League earlier with an injury time penalty. Both sides reduced to 10 men in that game. Swansea won 2-0 at Cardiff. So that takes them into second on 33 points after that win in the South Wales derby. They are a point behind the leaders Norwich. and Bournemouth are 3 points behind Norwich. Let's start with the top of the table team then, who are at Blackburn. Tom Gale.
Where I'm going all in on the commentators' curse, Mark. This should be good. I'll leave it at that. Two of the division's most attacking sides, almost 550 shots on goal between them this season. I'll leave XG and all that good stuff to our friend of the show, Statman Dave. Despite at times having up to 13 first-team members unavailable for various reasons, Daniel Fox guided Norwich to the top. 1 defeat in the last 13, 9 wins. Blackburn are 10th. They've won their last 3 here, but the last time they beat Norwich was April 2012, when this was a Premier League fixture.
Let's go to Bournemouth then. In third, 3 behind Norwich. Aaron Paul's watching them at home to Huddersfield.
Yeah, where 1,200 fans are braving the cutting wind off of the Channel and hoping their side can continue their charge for the Premier League despite picking up just 5 out of a possible 12 points in recent games. But only Blackburn have scored more goals than Bournemouth this season in the Championship. Dominic Solanke has fired 6 of those. He's also got 5 assists, his best stats in English senior football. And may I just say, Mark, there's a particularly tedious quick-fire interview with him in today's matchday programme, with a final question asking what his plans are for when he hangs up his boots. He's 23. Talk about like planning for the future already. Anyway, he starts. So does Championship Player of the Month David Brooks. For Huddersfield and Carlos Corberán confirmed that Josh Koroma would miss 3 months with a hamstring injury. He's their top scorer and is replaced up top by Danny Ward in 6 changes to the Terriers on the South Coast this afternoon, with the injury list slowly getting bigger.
Thank you, Aaron. Now, Birmingham have had back-to-back away wins, but they're at St Andrews this afternoon, where they've taken just 1 point from their last 4 at home. Watford are their visitors, Sahel side.
Yes, they are, Mark, and they're up against a Watford side who, despite winning once on the road and scoring a measly 3 goals in 8 games, find themselves in 4th with a chance to go second if they can make it win number 2 away from Vicarage Road. Birmingham, they're enjoying life away from home, as you mentioned, Mark, and so much so that when they played Coventry here as the away side, they nicked a point. Figure that out. And they'll be missing their captain, Harley Dean, who was sent off in the midweek win away to Reading with 2-goal John Torrell on the bench. And I hope you don't mind, Mark, if I give a radio thank you to Aaron Paul today. He helped me all the way from junction 2 on the M40 to junction 15. And then he helped me put oil in my car as well via the phone. Otherwise, my car would have blown up. Yeah, my car. I've never done it before in my life. And Aaron was on the phone to me, and I really panicked. The smoke started coming out my engine, and he taught me all the way through it. About 13 junctions, told me where to pull off, told me where to get my oil and how to put it in, and how to check the dipstick.
Well, yeah, I'm going to leave that there. There are just too many jokes, Sahel. Thank you very much. Sahel mentioned Birmingham winning at Reading during the week. So it means that Reading have taken just 8 points from the last 27, if you are looking at it from a negative way. However, that defeat against Birmingham for Reading was their first defeat in 5. So as they go to QPR, positive or negative, John Southall?
More importantly, I cannot believe Sir Hale has never put oil in his car. That is remarkable.
That's why I moved on from that's why I moved on from the dipstick line quite quickly, really.
Grief. Positive as ever, chappers, this afternoon. Actually, this fixture, they're like a draw in this one. 4 of the last 5 have finished level, so we shall see. But neither is ripping it up. QPR's form is the more concerning. 3 defeats from the last 4, 1 point from 12, 1 win in 7. Whichever way you look at it, it's not good. Just 1 change for them from the draw at Millwall. Chris Willett comes in for Dominic Ball. And you were talking earlier, Mark, with Clem about the relentless nature of the Championship, the constant midweek Saturday games, and that may well be catching up with Reading. They're missing key players this afternoon through injury. Both their leading scorers, Lucas João, 11 league goals, and Jakub Mete with 6. They are both out, so that is a real blow for them. 1 of 4 changes from the home defeat against Birmingham. Michael Elise drops to the bench, as does Thomas Holmes. In come Aluko, Semedo, Bulldog and Estevez. And as you can probably hear in the background, fans are back here for the first time.
Good stuff. Now, like Watford and Reading, Bristol City are also on 30 points. They've struggled for consistency of late, but they are looking to make it back-to-back wins this afternoon. Rotherham and Maz Faruqi's at the New York Stadium.
Yeah, Bristol City have had a slight wobble of late, but those 2 defeats in the last 4 games are the only 2 they've suffered since the beginning of November. And compare that to Rotherham's form over the same period. They've picked up just 4 points since the start of last month and are just 1 above the bottom 3. And Rotherham boss Paul Warne says he's missing nearly half a team, but there's still no room for top scorer this season, Freddie Ladapo, in the starting 11. There are 3 changes, though, from the side which lost at Watford in midweek, including a change of goalkeeper with Victor Johansson in place of Jamal Blackman. Bristol City also have some key men out, but have the luxury of naming an unchanged team to the one which beat Blackburn on Wednesday. And they know that after that win for Swansea in the early game today, 3 points might really help bridge that gap to the automatic promotion places.
Nottingham Forest have lost 5 in 6. This afternoon, they're at home to a Brentford side who are unbeaten in 10. Katie Shanahan.
Yeah, afternoon, chappers. Nottingham Forest boss Chris Hughton says we can't deny we're on a bad run of results. They sit 1 point above the relegation zone after a miserable start, like you say, to the campaign. They've only won 3 games in all competitions, but Forest are good at home, having only lost 1 in their last 6 at the City Ground. Brentford, though, as you say, are on fire. They're 6 points off leaders Norwich, and Thomas Frank's side will be looking to extend their impressive unbeaten run, which stretches back to before Halloween. 3 changes for Brentford. Captain Pontus Jansson is out, so Henrik Dalsgaard will skipper the side. 1 change for Forest. Ryan Yates returns to the squad after serving his ban for a red card. Lots of stats being thrown around the press box today. Chappers, you'll like this one. If Brentford win today, it'll be their 100th away league win in the 2nd tier.
Thank you very much, Katie. Derby a point behind Forest, 3rd from bottom, but they're unbeaten in their last 4. Stoke visit them today, but the home side without their captain, Pat Murphy.
Yes, Curtis Davis, or as you and I know him, Mark, 5 lives, Curtis Davis, one of our many doyens. He's got an Achilles problem, going for a scan. Derby worried. Stabilised it, Rooney, yes. Is it enough, though, to get him the job? 6 points out of 4. Jury's out. As for Stoke, they're also missing a key player. Tyrese Campbell, 20 years of age. I think he's a very promising player. Got a knee problem. He misses out. Fletcher, the experienced Fletcher, comes in for him.
Now, next to bottom, Wickham welcome a Coventry side who are looking to extend their unbeaten league run to 7 matches. Emma Saunders is watching this one.
Yep, I'm in good company as well. 2,000 home fans returning to Adams Park today, watching Wickham in Championship action for the first time ever. One of those supporters said to me on the way in, let's just hope they give us something to cheer about, as Wickham do come into this one winless in 7 in the bottom 3, whilst Coventry look to have adjusted to life in the Championship that bit better. They sit 4 places higher, 7 points better off. 4 changes to the host, bit of rotation there, as Gareth Ainsworth admitted they did look tired midweek. A busy week for him too, I should mention, following the release of his Christmas single. Whilst 2 changes to Coventry from their midweek draw at Luton. Mark Robins hoping to find a way past Wickham and get a first away win of the season with just the 1 striker in Walker.
Sheffield Wednesday are bottom, 1 win in 12 for them. They have a South Yorkshire derby this afternoon against Barnsley. Nesta McGregor is at Hillsborough.
Good afternoon, Mark. The team news, Sheffield Wednesday make 2 changes from last time out. The most significant, a debut for defender Shay Dunkley. His first competitive game since February when he suffered a double leg break, so a big day for him. Barnsley make 1 change from the team that beat Wickham in midweek. Austrian Dominique Frieser replacing Luke Thomas in midfield. Now, Sheffield Wednesday, bottom of the Championship, just eavesdropping on a few conversations here. The feeling is scrap away until January and then Tony Pulis can work his magic in the transfer window. Remember, he's never been relegated as player, coach or manager, a record which may be under threat.
Also in the Championship today, Luton against Preston, Middlesbrough against Millwall. When the goals go in, you'll hear them with Ian Dennis and Rob Green, who are at St James's Park for Newcastle against West Brom. Will be there shortly. Let's go into League One. Leaders Hull are at home to next to bottom Shrewsbury. The first of our 2 feature matches comes from Sinsel Bank. Second place Lincoln at home to Sunderland. Nikesh Ragani.
Yes, Lincoln City unbeaten in their last 5 league games and could go top of League One with a win today if Hull also lose to Shrewsbury. Michael Appleson's side welcome a Sunderland side in a bad run of form, although a win would see them remain in and around the playoff places. New manager Lee Johnson, though, has still got big injury problems with Jordan Willis and Lyndon Gooch still missing. As for Lincoln, Lewis Monsma and Tayo Idun are both back after injury. Sunderland have only won 1 of their last meetings with Lincoln. Mind you, they've only ever ever played each other 4 times in total, and Sunderland's win was in their most recent meeting in January. They'll have their work cut out today, though, against a very strong Lincoln side. Kick-off in around 3 minutes' time.
Ipswich-Portsmouth is 3rd against 4th. Mark Webber.
Ipswich expects 2,000 tractor boys back at Portman Road today, here to see a side that struggled to beat those teams around them, chasing that League One promotion. These two teams have already had a game with Needle in this season, Portsmouth knocking Ipswich out of the first round of the FA Cup with a controversial extra-time goal. One change for Town, Andre Dozel replacing Brett McGavin. Portsmouth unchanged, both sides seeing this as a big game.
Difficult games for the top 2 in League 2. Newport, who are 4 points clear, are at Leyton Orient. Cheltenham in 2nd are at Salford. 3rd place Forest Green Rovers are at home to Cambridge, who are 7th. Hamish Marshall.
Afternoon, Mark. Forest Green are unbeaten in 4, but their away form is actually better than the results here. Just as well, they can have fans back in for the first time this afternoon this season. They've been among the front runners all season, and they faced Cambridge, who've actually never won here in 11 previous attempts. The visitors were top earlier in the season, but 2 points from their last 12 has seen them slip off the pace. They do have the EFL's eco-top scorer in Paul Mullen. He's got 14 in the league and 2 more in cups.
Southend have won just one of 20 games this season in all competitions, which was against Walsall in the middle of November. They're 7 points adrift at the bottom of the table. They're at home to Scunthorpe this afternoon. If any goals go in there, we'll bring them to you here on 5 Live Sport. In the Scottish Premiership, Rangers are at Dundee United tomorrow before Celtic host Kilmarnock. So this afternoon, Hibs will go above Celtic into 2nd if they win at Hamilton. Also, Aberdeen against Ross County, Motherwell versus St Mirren, and St Johnstone against Livingston. Wherever the goals go in, you will hear them first this afternoon here on 5 Live Sport. Later on, it's the Manchester derby. John Murray there for us. Everton-Chelsea is at 8 o'clock. But our base now, Newcastle against West Brom with Rob Green and, first of all, Ian Dennis.
Thank you, Mark. We're about to get underway here at St James's Park, where the rain has just started to fall, and even darker, threatening skies hover over the Gallowgate end away towards our right-hand side here at St James's Park, where a Newcastle United side returned to action after their last game against Crystal Palace, which was a victory. And certainly as far as Slaven Bilic is concerned, he's looking for a response from his team, because he said their last game against Palace was unacceptable. So the two sets of players have just taken the knee. The game is underway with Newcastle defending the Gallowgate end away towards our right-hand side. Black and white striped shirts and black shorts against a West Bromwich Albion side in their green and yellow striped shirts and green shorts. And already Wilson coming forward for Newcastle United. And there's an opportunity for Joel Linton, who's played it to Almiron, and Almiron has scored. What a start that was from Newcastle United. I reckon it was about 20 seconds, and Almiron, left-footed, has made the most perfect start for Newcastle, and West Bromwich Albion are left looking at themselves. They're shell-shocked.
What an incredible start then. It's come from West Brom's kickoff. They've lost the ball, gone forward early, and Newcastle have broken, and it's the physical nature of Callum Wilson. We talked about Joel Linton enjoying himself up front more with Callum Wilson than when he's on his own, and he brushes Ivanovic off the ball. And then they would play a combination around the edge of the box and slide it through to Almiron, who tucks it home so neatly and as coolly as you like. It's an incredible start. What a start West Brom would have been hoping to keep it tight, keep themselves in the game for as long as possible. Well, they've given it enough time for themselves to get back in it.
It's amazing, actually, how many of the West Bromwich Albion players, but they're checking a goal for possible handball, so VAR is now intervened. They're checking that, but a lot of the players are looking up at they won't get a good view of it because the giant screen is on the side of the Leazes end away towards our left-hand side. We don't actually have any monitors today because of the safety aspect here, because we're in the rain. Decision goal, no handball by Wilson. So the goal stands and Newcastle do lead, and Almiron, his 50th Premier League appearance, he's marked it with his first Premier League goal of the season. And what a start. Slaven Bilic had said that Newcastle would come out of the traps quickly. Steve Bruce had said yesterday he was having to keep them reined in a little bit after their return to training during the week, but I don't think anybody expected a start like that.
It's an amazing start for them, such that would have always wanted. And you look at the way Newcastle play, the way that they sit, they're so comfortable now. They will soak up the pressure and say, we rely on the defence, we rely on resoluteness, and come and break us down.
I was actually surprised that it was 20 seconds. It felt so much quicker, and I was thinking, I mean, Shane Long's got the quickest goal in the Premier League, hasn't it? What is it, 7.69 seconds? But I'm thinking, and I look down, and to see 20 seconds, I mean, that still is a hell of a start for Newcastle.
Well, it's a hell of an effort from West Brom to have kick-off and concede within 20 seconds. I mean, you think and you prep and you plan as a manager and you do all this stuff, and one of the things is kick-off. You plan this kick-off, and they set off with their planned kick-off. That's what they did. But they just lost the ball. Ivanovic went to challenge with Callum Wilson, just got shrugged off it really, and stumbled and fell, and they were through.
But Slaven Bilic saying he wants the performance against Palace was unacceptable. He wants to see a big response. The last thing you want as a manager who's under pressure, and he is under pressure, the last thing you want then is to then concede a goal as quickly as they have.
Well, there's some things that are out of your control, and that's certainly one. You can kick off, they set it up, and they went long early, and they had 3-4 players on one side, went that way, and just lost it.
Let's go racing. It's the international hurdle. It's at Cheltenham. Here's John Hunt.
Yes, and they're just to the top of the hill now, coming down it with only one flight of hurdles to jump here, Ian, because the final flight is omitted because of the low sun is directly in their eyes. And all eyes here at Cheltenham on Goshen, the favourite for this afternoon's international hurdle. He's in third place, but the worrying thing for him is that he pulled very hard in the early stages. Exactly how much energy has he got left here for the thrust home? He's coming back now to dispute the lead with Ballyandy. Song for Someone's right there on the outside as they take what is now the last flight of hurdles. They take it safely. Goshen's going to have to dig deep. Silver Streak's in behind him, looking menacing. Verdana Blue, Chittibello as well, as also towards the inside. So Royal tries to improve. This develops into a flat race, a sprint for home, and so far Goshen is not passing his test. Goshen, in fact, stopping very, very quickly indeed. Drops back to last. The favourite is beaten. He cannot avenge last year's misfortune in the Triumph Hurdle, and he's looking so weary that Goshen might even be pulled up. What a shame here for this high-profile horse. That bubble appears to be burst, so now it's up for grabs. A furlong left to go. Song for Someone, Ballyandy, followed then by So Royal, also Silver Streak, Chittibello and Somerville Boy. This is developing into a 5-furlong sprint, and it's Song for Someone, tackled now by Silver Streak, the popular grey, who was second 2 years ago. Song for Someone maybe just, but it's a tight photo. Song for Someone and Silver Streak, they were clear of Ballyandy and Somerville Boy. The dream looks over for Goshen, who before today was fourth favourite, Ian, for the champion hurdle. He's run really, really poorly, but it looks as though Song for Someone has won the international hurdle in a driving photo finish with Silver Streak. Ian will be back to confirm that shortly.
Thank you, John. Meanwhile, Crewe 0, Northampton 1. Sheffield Wednesday lead Barnsley by a goal to 0 and will stay in South Yorkshire. A goal at Rotherham. Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, Tommy Rowe has given Rotherham an early lead from here. A header from a Dan Barr laser free kick at the right-hand corner of the Bristol City box. It was a needless foul given away by Bristol City, and an early sucker punch here for Rotherham. Rotherham 1, Bristol City 0.
6 minutes played here at St James's Park. Newcastle United, who made a rapid-fire start, still lead by a goal to 0, but they've got to defend a free kick. I told you that Sheffield Wednesday, bottom of the Championship, were leading. We'll get news of that goal in a moment after this free kick, because Newcastle United, defending the Gallagher end away towards our right, in their black and white striped shirts, have got to try and deal with this free kick that is midway through their own half. It's going to be played in now by Phillips. Didn't beat the first man. Comes off the head of a freshly shaved Sean Longstaff out towards that far side. Cross is hoisted in from the left. Darlow gets a punch on that. Came a long way out. Fired back in by Gallagher. Blocked by Shelvey. Krovinovic goes all the way back to Sawyers, and in the green and yellow stripes, West Bromwich Albion keep the ball, but they're being forced away. We welcome listeners to the BBC World Service, wherever you are in the world. Good afternoon from a very grey and dark and wet St James's Park in the northeast of England, here on Tyneside, where Newcastle United, threw that very early goal from Almiron, lead by a goal to 0. However, It's West Bromwich Albion with Robinson to Gallagher just outside the penalty area. The interception from Hayden, who's playing at the back. I actually haven't even read through the two teams. Such was the nature of Newcastle's blistering start to this game. And we'll get you the goal as promised from Hillsborough with Nesta McGregor.
Sheffield Wednesday 1, Barnsley 0. The bottom side in the Championship taking an early lead. Captain Barry Bannon with the assist from the centre circle. He chipped a ball over the Barnsley defence. Josh Windass ran in. The keeper came out, touched it to the side and then rolled it into an empty net. Simple as that.
Up to have clocked that Almiron goal at 19 seconds. It was Newcastle United's 1300th goal in the Premier League. Liam O'Brien scored their first one back in 93-94, and John Hunt can tidy up the finish of that photo at Cheltenham.
Confirmation the winner was Song for Someone, trained in Herefordshire by Tom Simmons, his biggest ever success. The victory ridden by Aidan Coleman, a nose in front of Silver Streak in second place. Ballyandy was third. The favourite Goshen finishes last at 6-4.
Richie's going to take a free kick for Newcastle. Peterborough lead Rochdale by a goal to nil. Aberdeen 1, Ross County 0. Richie with a free kick, curls it deep, headed away at that far side by West Bromwich Albion. Goal at Bournemouth now in the Championship. Aaron Paul.
Bournemouth 1, Huddersfield 0. Dominic Solanke with his 7th of the season, played in down the middle by David Brooks and just dinked the ball over the goalkeeper. Bournemouth 1, Huddersfield 0.
When I heard John Hunt say sunshine, I thought, what's that? I was on Drive yesterday and I said to Tony Livesey, I said, the forecast is good for the northeast because we've got this new feature on Drive with Anna and Tony, and it's his basically what it is, it's his fact of the day. And if you get the opportunity to use or refuse, and if you get it right, I thought, I'll be a rebel, I'll refuse it. However, as the ball is played forward, play is just being intercepted, this little tail. Just hold that thought as Wilson manages to get away in towards the penalty area and Ajayi takes it away from him. Anyway, I won, basically. John Murray's bottom of the league tables. I won this little fact. I guessed correctly of the three options. So I thought, I'm going to be a rebel. I'm not going to tell this story, because you need a little bit of jeopardy in any quiz, don't you? Anyway, I saw Steve Harper, the Newcastle first team coach today, and he said, are you going to mention the fact about the windscreen wiper? So I felt compelled to say that then, because it was basically invented by a guy called Gladstone Adams, who on the way back from the 1908 Cup final designed the windscreen wiper. I never knew, and I said to Tony, I said, don't worry, we won't need that on the way to Newcastle today. Boy, we do. Anyway, Tony has since received, this is the power of radio for you, just been listening to Tony's, this was an email he received yesterday, just been listening to Tony's Football City Facts feature. I'm a friend of Roland Adams, a native of Whitley Bay. Roland is the grandson of Gladstone Adams, the windscreen wiper inventor. Gladstone hailed from Whitley Bay and was an avid Newcastle fan. I've just emailed Roland now, who lives in Canada, to tell him his granddad has been mentioned on national radio. Gladstone was a notable local photographer. Great, that was from Dave Hall in Wallsend. The power of radio. It's you will need your windscreen wipers if you are listening, Dave, out in your car today in Wallsend, because it's tipping it down.
Does his family still get royalties?
It's a good question. Well, Tony Livesey's doing his part to make sure that is the case, I think. Anyway, it's around 5:20 on Drive every Friday with Tony and Anna on BBC Radio 5 Live. And crucially, I didn't forget. 11 minutes played. Newcastle lead by a goal to nil. A goal from Almiron after 19 seconds against a West Bromwich Albion side that's dreadful away from home. Just 1 point out of possible 15 on their travels before today. Slaven Bilic just in his suit, standing in the rain, shifting from foot to foot. As on that far side, the right, there'll be a free kick offside, free kick to West Bromwich Albion. Real body blow for them, isn't it, Rob?
Yeah, not just that. You look at the manner of their defeats this season and how difficult they found it coming back from behind in games, and I think they've only scored 2 goals when they're behind all season, so it's going to be a big ask for them. And also the way that Newcastle have started, and they're finding the ways through the West Brom midfield, the passing, they can go back to front, not in terms of long balls, but just straight balls through the midfield. They don't even have to try that hard. And West Brom, because in the complete opposite sense, Newcastle, when they haven't got the ball, are very narrow, very compact. The midfield 4 are very compact. It's what they ply their trade off, and West Brom are really struggling to get through them, break them down in that way. So a really confident start from Newcastle, and that's a worrying sign for West Brom.
Bristol Rovers 1, Plymouth 0. Latest score in League 2. Exeter City 1, Tranmere Rovers 0. Burton Albion have taken the lead at MK Dons. MK Dons 0, Burton Albion 1. Oldham Athletic 1, Bradford City 0. Bradford, who are in their lowest league position since 1966. They've lost their last 5 as Gallagher chips the ball and it's caught by Darlow, and Stuart McCall's side could be heading for a 6th straight defeat there. Carlisle leads Stevenage by a goal to 0, and it's Peterborough 1, Rochdale 1. Rochdale have equalised at London Road, but Peterborough now back in front, 2-1. Peterborough lead, and Hamilton 0, Hibs 1 in the Scottish Premiership. And whilst we've been rattling through those goals, there's been another goal elsewhere. And it's at Bournemouth. Aaron Paul.
It's a second for Bournemouth, it's a second for Dominic Solanke. Jefferson Lerman on the edge of the area, picking up a loose pass from Naby Sarr. Solanke screaming for it to be played into his feet. It was duly done so, and there was Solanke just to tap it past the goalkeeper. Bournemouth in control here. They lead Huddersfield Town by 2-0.
Here Newcastle United leading by a goal to 0, but they're on the defensive. Phillips far side, plays it back. O'Shea rolls it forward. Sawyer's now in the centre of midfield. I did a Q&A for some students at Huddersfield University during the week about the art of commentary, and I said at the very start, get your basics done. Set the scene, provide the colour, and try and get the teams done as early as possible. Whilst we were away to Aaron Paul, Rob's just leaned across, and he's just said, we've still got to do the teams. So 13 and a half minutes in, for the benefit of 5 Live and BBC World Service, here we go. Darlow is in goal. A back 4 of Kraft, Clark, Hayden and Lewis. Ritchie, Shelby, Longstaff and Almiron, Wilson and Joel Linton. That's for Newcastle. Black and white striped shirts, playing from right to left. For West Bromwich Albion, in the rain, in the green and yellow striped shirts and green shorts. Johnston is in goal. It's a back 3 of Ajayi, Ivanovic and O'Shea. Furlong and Phillips are the wing-backs, right and left respectively. Krovinovic, Gallagher, Sawyers, Robinson and Carlon Grant up front. And thank you for the reminder, Mr. Green.
You did bring me a chocolate bar, so I'll let you off. But it's interesting when you said it's a back 3, and when they lose the ball, West Brom, it's actually a back 5, and it's quite flat at times. And the midfield 3 of Krovinovic, Sawyers and Gallagher are getting stretched across the park. That's why it's so easy. At the minute, I think West Brom have to be a little bit braver off the ball and press a bit higher, because the midfield 3, can't cope with the midfield 4 of Newcastle.
Korinovic's forward ball laid off by Robinson. Gallagher quickly has Ritchie snapping at his heels, but on loan from Chelsea he runs out, plays it out to Phillips on the far side. Middlesbrough lead Millwall by a goal to 0 at the Riverside. It's Walsall 0, Bolton Wanderers 1, which is the latest score in League 2. Barnsley have just equalised at Hillsborough. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Barnsley 1. Tony Pulis still looking for that first win. Tough, I think, is a word that you would describe the situation that he's inherited down there at the bottom of the Championship. And here at the bottom of the Premier League, Slaven Bilic has now decided to put on a woolly hat to match his dark suit as he watches on the bespectacled West Bromwich Albion head coach as Ritchie plays it back, scooped away by Clark. Ivanovic gets himself in front of Wilson. Ritchie's ball inside. Almiron now takes it on. Almiron bursting forward for Newcastle. Almiron towards the penalty area. Gets the shot away, but it was straight at the goalkeeper, and Johnston, all in pink, made the save.
No, it's a steady save from Sam Johnston. He backs himself on that angle. Almiron does really well, breaks from midfield, that energy, that drive to get up with Callum Wilson, to get through the defence. It's good play. His touch took him a bit wide, but what Callum Wilson does really well there is Ivanovic is going for the ball. He just doesn't allow him a free header or allow him a free clearance. It's challenged, he's under pressure, much like the goal. It's a scruffy clearance that allows Newcastle to break.
Middlesbrough have got a second goal at home to Millwall. Millwall without a win in 9. Middlesbrough very strong at home, and at the Riverside it's 2-0. Krovinovic comes onto this ball for West Bromwich Albion, and that was closed down by Hayden, who's playing at the heart of Newcastle's defence with Kieran Clark in the absence of so many for this testing period of time for Steve Bruce. We mentioned that Barnsley were level. News of the equaliser, Nesta.
That's right, Sheffield Wednesday won, Barnsley won. A goal that looked straight from the training ground. Barnsley had a corner, clipped into the near post and flicked on, and Cauley Woodrow seemed to know exactly where to be to run and poke it home from about 6 yards out. That's his 8th goal of the season. All level here. Sheffield Wednesday won, Barnsley won.
Stay in the Championship as well. It's Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 1. Brentford, who are unbeaten in 10, are leading. And one of our featured games in League One, there's been a goal at Sinsel Bank. Nikesh Rugani.
And it's Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 1. It's gone slightly against the run of play, this one. It came from the penalty spot. Josh Scowen with a brilliant run into the box, beat a couple of players, was brought down. Grant Ledbetter stepped up for the spot kick, sent the keeper the wrong way. It's Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 1.
18 minutes played in the rain at St James's Park. Newcastle United leading through that 19-second goal from Miguel Almiron. As Sawyers plays the ball out towards this near side, and running forward was Furlong, but Ritchie was quickly back at him, and Sawyers and West Brom are forced to go back. So let's get news of that Brentford goal from Katie Shanahan.
Yes, and Brentford are up and running. It's Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 1. A simple goal that came from a set piece, whipped in from a corner, and Henrik Dolsgaard with a fine header from close range. His first goal of the season. Forest 0, Brentford 1.
Wigan Athletic, who got their first win in 14 against Sunderland, are leading Accrington Stanley by a goal to 0. Accrington, who are unbeaten in 7, that's in League One. West Bromwich Albion coming forward. Robinson to Krovinovic, the Croatian is bundled over, and the referee Darren England will give a free kick, a direct free kick to West Bromwich Albion. It's left of centre Rob Green. It's what, 25 yards out from goal?
Yeah, it's one of them ones. You're looking at it and you're thinking, oh, he's not going to shoot from there. As a keeper, you're lining up. You're like thinking, how many am I going to get in the wall? You look at the players over the ball. Looking at the West Brom players now, they're looking in the box. I don't think they'll shoot. Carl Darlow won't want to take a chance, but it's better from West Brom.
West Bromwich Albion then have this free kick. Newcastle have everybody back. They've got the wall just outside the penalty area. It's the end in front of it's the Gallagate end of St James's Park, for those of you who've have been to this terrific stadium right in the heart of the city of Newcastle. And West Bromwich Albion with this set piece. Carl Darlow just trying to peer over the wall. Darren England making sure that everybody's back the full 10 yards. It's not going to be Phillips in the end. I think it was Grant who got the shot away. Into the wall it goes and deflected behind for a corner kick.
That's the wrong choice. Wrong choice. He not only did he hit it into the wall, Carl Darlow had it covered. He knew when the shot was coming, it was fairly comfortable. He went wide in the end, but at the far post, 2 West Brom players free and unmarked.
Carlisle 2, Stevenage 0, latest score in League 2. Stevenage, who are yet to win away this season. Corner kick for West Bromwich Albion, left-hand side curled in. Little flick by Ajayi, didn't quite come off, blocked, cleared then by Almiron, drops on the edge of the area. Lewis with a back header away, almost gets in Ritchie, still trying to get there, and they do break. Joe Linton lifts it forward. Wilson's going to continue the run, but O'Shea is covering, but also with his anticipation was Sam Johnston, who's clattered that ball away downfield, and then there was a foul there by Carlon Grant on Kraft, and that will be a free kick to Newcastle United. Let's get an update from Queen's Park Rangers. John Southall.
QPR 0, Reading 0, but great chance for Reading. Corner on the left-hand side. There is Michael Morrison, unmarked, 6 yards out of the far post, but he headed wide. Sonny Luco's also just smashed a shot wide, and Deno, great noise inside Loftus Road. QPR 0, Reading 0.
Yes, we're still behind closed doors here because Newcastle is in Tier 3. The fear for West Bromwich Albion is that they could be in Tier 2 next season. That's what they're trying to avoid. Another goal at Bournemouth. Aaron Paul.
Bournemouth 3, Huddersfield 0. What a goal. David Brooks, player of the month for November, has taken the ball inside the D and just curled the most delicious strike past Ben Hamer. Bournemouth, they are, they're motoring in front if we're going with the car theme here. Ian, Bournemouth 3, Huddersfield 0.
Phillips has just let one fly from midway through the Newcastle half, a long way out, must be at least 35 yards out, right-footed over the top, as Newport County, the leaders of League 2, are leading at Leyton Orient by a goal to 0. but there are signs, Rob, that West Bromwich Albion are coming back into it.
Yeah, they've been on top for the last 5 minutes. They've kept the ball, but as we've seen with this Newcastle team time and time again, when they're set narrow, they defend the goal so well. Ajayi there broke down the right, the centre-half overlapping Darnell Furlong down the right wing, got a crossing, but he's still got all 4 defenders in the middle of the goal. They're all still waiting for that cross. It's so well organised.
Middlesbrough 3, Millwall 0, 3 goals in the opening 20 minutes, and also in the Championship, Luton Town lead Preston North End by 1-0. Luton just 1 win in 7. West Bromwich Albion coming forward. Gallagher on that left-hand side, plays it in field. Kravinovic, the Croatian, then they go back. There's been a goal at Ewood Park. Tom Gale.
The leaders are ahead, Ian. Blackburn 0, Norwich 1. Timu Pukki on his 100th appearance for the club. Unmarked inside the 6-yard box, back to goal, finds the bottom corner. Blackburn 0, Norwich 1.
Norwich had their lead at the top, cut to just a point after Swansea City's victory in the South Wales derby, beating Cardiff by 2-0 earlier. But West Brom are seeing a lot of the ball.
Yeah, the manager of West Brom is getting so frustrated with Kravinovic. He's getting in advance of areas, and Slaven Bilic wants him to play forward. He wants him to take a chance. He wants him to take those risks, because that's the only thing that are going to break Newcastle down. He keeps getting the ball and turning back, and he's losing his mind here on the touchline.
Wigan 2, Accrington Stanley 0 is the latest score in League One. BBC Radio 5 Live. We've got the big fight for you tonight. Anthony Joshua against the Bulgarian Kubrat Pulev. Mike Costello and Steve Bunce amongst the commentary team there. Build-up will start from 10 o'clock on BBC Radio 5 Live. But should you want to hear from Joshua himself and get a flavour of all the big match build-up, of course, you've got the boxing podcast, Bunce and Costello, available through BBC Sounds, the app that, of course, you might well be listening to 5 Live Sport this very afternoon. As West Bromwich Albion, Ajayi, 6'4", very tall and lean, plays it forward, cut out though by Lewis. 24 minutes played. Peterborough United 3, Rochdale 1. Crawley Town are leading Barrow by 1-0 in League 2. Barrow, who without a win in 8, and they are behind at Crawley. As the throw on the right-hand side, played back, Furlong stretching when he presents it to Ritchie. Ritchie, as he looked up wanting to hit it long, just bounced away off his foot and gently rolled out of play for a West Bromwich Albion throw. Taken on still on this near side. Furlong quickly closed down by 2 players, and Ritchie then will hook it away up towards Wilson. It's gone out of play, I think. It'll be another throw. West Bromwich Albion have penned Newcastle back in their own half, haven't they?
Yeah, I think you're looking at it, I'm watching the benches here, and Steve Bruce is, I think, judges by his body language, his lack of movement and motion towards the players, he's fairly comfortable with this. He knows that, looking at his back four, they're all set, they're all okay, they're not being caused many problems. Yes, West Brom can have the ball, they can play, they can do what they want. We'll be okay as long as we defend that goal fine, and so far they have.
Furlong unable to control the ball around knee height on this near side, the right. It rolls out of play for a Newcastle throw. Newcastle still lead by 1-0. Certainly Alan Shearer in the build-up to this game, very at the start of today's programme with Mark, was full of praise for Steve Bruce and the attitude of the Newcastle players, because the message clearly has been there are no excuses, despite the fact that they haven't been able to train for 10, 11 days, as Almiron latches onto that with his pace and his endeavour, and he holds onto it and he's going to shoot. Bounces just in front of Johnston, and it was a comfortable save for the West Bromwich Albion goalkeeper. Another goal at Sincil Bank, Nikesh Ragani.
Yes, and it's now Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 2. Charlie Wyke with a neat finish. It was a cross that came into the right, a good layoff right into his path in the 6-yard box, just flicked it into the back of the net, and it's now Sunderland who are 2-0 up. Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 2.
Lincoln, who had won their last 3 in League One. Ajayi plays it forward. That was cut out by Lewis. Lewis now will run forward. His forward ball finds Wilson, controls it in the centre circle, gets a nudge in the back from Ivanovic, lays it off towards Almiron, running forward. Wilson's gone out towards the right-hand side. Wilson now waits. Kraft also coming up on the overlap slowly. Here he is, level with the penalty area as Newcastle play from right to left. Kraft delivers the cross and it sails behind, hits the top of the roof of the net, and out for a goal kick. Rob?
Yeah, it's interesting watching how the two teams are defending, but also how they're approaching it. Moments ago, John Joe Shelby got the ball, saw where the space was, over the top, and just shelled it. He just booted it. He knew where the space was. Just get it over the top. West Brom are playing a lot of neat, intricate passes. It's taking them maybe 20 passes to get to the edge of Newcastle's box. Newcastle is taking them 2 or 3. They're not protecting the back three. Those centre halves, the midfield can't protect them. So it's just one pass into the centre forward, and they're away.
Lewis forward for Newcastle United, still leading through that. Almiron goal. Lewis then goes back. West Brom working hard, but Newcastle playing it patiently from the back, using Sean Longstaff, and then out towards Kraft on that far side. Hull City, the leaders of League One, are behind. Shrewsbury Town lead by a 1-0. Ball lifted over the top on the right-hand side. Almiron, the goal scorer, latches onto it, right corner of the area. He sends over the cross. Ritchie was there, back in the side after injury. He's missed the last 7 with a shoulder injury. He was a substitute against Crystal Palace before the enforced break. Sean Longstaff to Lewis on this near side the left, attacking the Leazy's end here at St James's Park. Played back to Sean Longstaff, controls it right-footed, inside to Shelby. First time ball goes back. Clark is forward, and then Kraft right of the centre circle to Almiron. Newcastle keeping the ball well. Shelby making a good move off the ball. Now delivers the cross from the right-hand side. Cleared away by O'Shea. Picked back up by Kraft. Enters the penalty area on that right-hand side. Leaves it for Joel Linton. Almost got in each other's way there. Newcastle still have the slender lead. Shelby now takes over. He delivers the cross, but it's too deep, and out of play goes for a goal kick. But that was much better from the home side.
Yeah, more sustained pressure, better sustained pressure from Newcastle. Wasted in the end by John Joe Shelby. Just went for an extravagant cross, wasn't quite there. But when they're at breaking forwards, or when they've got committing players forwards, it's interesting at the back. They still hold 3, 4, 5 players behind the ball. They're still well organised. And when John Joe Shelby did go, Longstaff straight back in front of the centre halves, protect them against the counter-attack.
The fears of Bradford City supporters is that they could become the first team to go from the Premier League to non-league. 2-0 down now at Boundary Park will do nothing to allay those fears. So Harry Keel's side have increased their lead. And it's Bristol Rovers 2, Plymouth 0, and Exeter City 3, Tranmere Rovers 0, a latest score in League 2. As we approach the half hour, you're up to date on BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Tomorrow, 5 Live Premier League Sunday from 12:30. Crystal Palace Tottenham at 2:15, followed by Fulham Liverpool at 4:30, Leicester against Brighton at 7:15. And then we've got the Monday Night Club from 7 o'clock with Mark Chapman on Monday evening. Newcastle still lead here by 1-0. Darlow yet to be tested, really, half an hour in. Rugby, the European Champions Cup, Bath Scarlets, Alfie Reynolds.
Approaching 10 minutes played, it's Bath 3, Scarlets 7. First try of the game scored by Gareth Davies. That responded to Ben Spencer's earlier penalty for the hosts. It's Bath 3, Scarlets 7.
Almiron, forward ball, Callum Wilson lays it off. Kraft joins the attack, right-hand side, delivers the ball, and it's headed behind, and it had to be headed behind. It was by, I think, O'Shea away towards our left-hand side because Joel Linton was lurking. Corner kick to Newcastle.
Joel Linton and Wilson, and Callum, he's causing them all sorts of problems. Just the clever way he wins the ball gives them problems. Ajayi went to get the ball, thought he had it, just a little nudge, just gave him a little nudge, and he went flying, and Callum Wilson was away and Newcastle away. The energy of Almiron down the right as well is causing them problems. There's things that West Brom need to look at here because they're getting through them far too easy.
That's Rob Green, former England international goalkeeper, with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Newcastle lead by 1-0. Corner on this near side the left, taken by Shelby. Joel Linton's header repelled away then by the head of Ivanovic. The acrobatics didn't quite come off, and then Ivanovic will clatter that ball away left-footed. Doncaster Rovers lead Gillingham by 1-0 in League One. But because every yellow and green striped shirt was back in the end away towards our left-hand side, it was easily tidied up back towards Carl Darlow.
I think it was Isaac Hayden going for an overhead kick on the edge of the box, and it was a fair impersonation of me going for one, I think. That.
Here is Shelby. Shelby running back inside his own half and switching play. Steve Bruce was full of praise for Carl Darlow away towards our right-hand side. He's had to wait patiently for his opportunity because of Dubravka's injury. Dubravka, though, is working his way back to fitness, and Steve Bruce was saying he's going to have to make a difficult decision very, very soon, but one of those nice decisions that managers have to make.
Well, he's waited, and also he's been player of the season. He's been their best player so far, and it's not to say that Newcastle have been poor in any way, shape or form, but they've needed him this season, and he's had outstanding performances. I watched him, I was at the Tottenham Stadium for when they played there, and they were unfortunate to come away with only a point. He was brilliant.
Newcastle United, Joel Linton into the penalty area. Joel Linton forced out wide, he checks back. Joel Linton still going and denied by the knees of Sam Johnston at the near post and behind for another corner kick. That was another opportunity for Newcastle. In League One, it's Swindon 0, Fleetwood Town 1. In the Championship, Luton lead Preston now by 2-0. And third against fourth in League One, Ipswich 0, Portsmouth 1 at Portman Road. Corner kick though for Newcastle United. And Joel Linton forcing the save out of Sam Johnston. After the corner's been taken, we'll get news from Mark Webber of that Portsmouth goal, but could be a while away that John Joe Shelby is ambling towards the corner flag at the Lees' end on this near side, the left. Newcastle still lead by 1-0. BBC Radio 5 Live. Shelby just getting a bit of a breather, and now he delivers that corner kick. Unchallenged header away by Ivanovic. Kravanovic brings the ball under control. Sean Longstaff helps win it back for Newcastle. So to Portman Road and Mark Webber.
Ipswich 0, Pompey 1. Ryan Williams unmarked in the middle of the area. An easy slot home for him. It means that Hull and Lincoln dropping points could be advantage Pompey. Ipswich 0, Portsmouth 1.
Robinson, forward ball. Gallagher quickly releases it forward. Kravanovic turns forward of the centre circle. In the Newcastle half, playing from left to right. Back it goes to the Croatian. He was on loan last season as well in the Championship. He plays it out towards Phillips on the left-hand side. Into the penalty area it goes. It's Carlon Grant who's made that run out towards that left touch line. Hayden has gone with him. Hayden filling in as a central defender, as Barrow have equalised at Crawley Town. Crawley 1, Barrow 1 in League 2. West Bromwich Albion. Grant comes outside the penalty area. He's running infield now. Ajayi joins the attack from defence. He plays it behind Furlong, who just started to make a darting run into the right-hand side of the penalty area. And it'll be a West Bromwich Albion throw, and then there's a tussle between Furlong and Lewis. Two of them react, and the referee, Darren England's going to have to get involved. And a little bit of something and nothing.
Yeah, just wanted to get on with the game. Jamal Lewis wanted to take the throw, didn't realise it wasn't his throw. Darnell Furlong wanted to get the ball, nothing doing. Referee's going to have a word, move on. I think he's booking them.
It's going to be a yellow card for Lewis, and probably to Furlong as well, I would imagine. Lewis's name has gone into the book, and a yellow card. So Darren England quickly taking decisive action there, and both players are booked. Though, to be fair, he could have just said, get on with it and cut it out, couldn't he?
Shake hands, move on.
But nevertheless, play will be back underway.
Or touch elbows, I should say, shouldn't I?
There's VAR getting involved. Is that why there is the delay? See, I don't think this is where VAR helps itself. The referee's seen it. The referee has dealt with it. He's given 2 yellow cards. They say that about re-refereeing. That is re-refereeing. The referee's done with it. Where's that high bar? Where's that threshold? Anyway, thankfully now it's done and dusted and we're back underway. Cross comes in, headed away, only as far as Sawyer. Stabs it forward. It might fall to Robinson. Flags up. He'd hit it left-footed and he sliced it and screwed it well wide, but the flag had been raised, and Newcastle still lead by 1-0 with about 10 minutes to go to half-time.
Yeah, that was the first clearance from Newcastle that wasn't perfect. It was just a poor header, a weak header from Isaac Hayden, but a few minutes ago, Joel Linton did brilliantly, ran down the left, beat his man, stepped inside, took a shot at the near post when he shouldn't have done. Callum Wilson and Longstaff have busted themselves to get into the box, and we're both stood there staring at him saying, just roll it square. We were free, and it was just that final ball. It should be 2-0.
Wigan 3, Accrington 0, Carlisle 3, Stevenage 0. That's in League 2. Goal now in the Championship at Wycombe, Emma Saunders.
And it's gone to Coventry City. Liam Kelly, the skipper, putting the visitors ahead here, much to dismay of the 2,000 home fans here at Adams Park for the first time in 9 months. The strike so sweetly taken. He had plenty of time inside the box, looked up, picked his point and hit it past Allsop in the Wycombe goal. It's Wycombe 0, Coventry City 1.
Without a win in 7, Wycombe. Gallagher in field finds Ivanovic, helps it across towards O'Shea on the far side. West Bromwich Albion still looking for the equaliser. They were stunned with that Almiron goal after 19 seconds. As Kravinovic being tracked by Sean Longstaff, runs away from him, forward ball cleared by Hayden on the edge of the penalty area. Shelby then hits it early and Wilson's after it, Callum Wilson. But Sam Johnston, he played under Steve Bruce during his time at Aston Villa. One of 6 loans that he had in his career. So a number of these players for West Bromwich Albion who Steve Bruce has got connections with, and he was quickly out to deal with that threat. On the far side, Grant, left corner of the penalty area. Phillips is behind him, doesn't need him. Instead, he stands over the cross. And it was Furlong who was running in from right wing back. Lewis will deal with it not once but twice, and then has to contend with a sliding Gallagher, who somehow has kept the ball in play. Gallagher now with a cutback from the byline on the right-hand side. Ajayi across towards Phillips. Phillips will shoot from distance. Comes through a crowd of players, and it's saved by Darlow. Let's get an update from Bath Scarlets in the European Champions Cup. Alfie Reynolds.
And it's Bath 8, Scarlet 7. Rory McConaughey finishing a brilliant Bath move down the left-hand side. Zach Mercer, who's on for Talupe Faletau with a great offload. More deft hands from Sam Underhill, released McConaughey. Conversion missed. Entertaining game so far. It's Bath 8, Scarlet 7.
In the early games today in the Premier League, Wolves 0, Aston Villa 1. In the Championship, Cardiff City 0, Swansea City 2. Swansea went second, just a point behind Norwich before the 3 o'clock games were underway. And here at St James's Park, in the gloom and the damp and the wet, as Grant latches onto this ball, looks up, plays it into the penalty area, cleared away by Kraft. Newcastle still lead by a goal to 0 as Gallagher swings an effort goalwards, hits it right-footed, too much underneath it, over the top of the crossbar and out for a goal kick with 7 minutes to go to the break.
First couple of signs that Newcastle are getting a little bit tired. 7 minutes to go. The back four, just for the first time in the game, lost the shape. There was too deep, too high, and they were in. West Brom were in, didn't make the most of it, but you're looking at it. Steve Bruce will be pleased, but he's looking at it there going, whoa, come on, let's reassess, let's regroup, let's reorganise just for these last 5-6 minutes.
Charlton lead Wimbledon by a goal to 0 in League One, and Barnsley have come from behind at Hillsborough, and it's Sheffield Wednesday 1, Barnsley 2 now in the South Yorkshire derby, as Darlow clears with the goal kick. Shea won the aerial duel, it bounced to Almiron, and then Sean Longstaff plays it out to Kraft. Kraft's forward ball headed away by Ivanovic, up in the air it goes, eventually it comes down to Almiron, and Almiron plays it back to Shelby, who now will switch it across to Lewis on the halfway line on this near side. Let's get news of that second goal from Barnsley from Nestor McGregor.
A wonderfully worked goal it was as well. It was a good 1-2 between Connor Chaplin and Dominic Freezer, and when it fell to Freezer inside the box, controlled it with his left foot, the keeper rushed out, and with his right foot he just nutmegged him. As simple as that. Remember, Sheffield Wednesday haven't won under Tony Pulis, and so far so bad. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Barnsley 2.
Drawn 3 and lost 3 in his 6 previous games, as Ritchie comes on the inside away from Furlong. Ball-headed Shelby goes back to Kieran Clark. Grant will put in pressure, but he's released it. Ajayi, though, beats Wilson in the air, flicked on by Furlong. Sawyer's being held a little bit there by Lewis, runs in field. Kravinovic lets the ball come across his body. Referees played the advantage. Out it goes, though, to Phillips on the left wing back inside to Sawyers. And West Bromwich Albion, they've got the ball, Rob, but they're not really hurting Newcastle at this stage.
No, they've got to do something different, and Newcastle are well drilled. We know that, I've talked about that already. When someone steps out of their position, someone feels it. If it's not in the midfield, it's Joe Linton stepping back. If it's not at the full-back, Joe Shelby steps back into full-back. It's someone somewhere. They've just got to try something different to upset Newcastle's shape.
Gallagher shrugs off the challenge of Ritchie, plays it out to Furlong, right-hand side, delivers the cross, headed up in the air by Clark. Almiron did well, he was a little bit off balance, but he stuck out his left foot to prod the ball away. Collected on that far side. Phillips to go on the overlap, not required. Kravinovic with the cross, volleyed cleared though by Kieran Clark at the heart of that Newcastle defence, and Newcastle with 4 minutes to go to half-time still lead by a goal to 0 on BBC Radio 5 Live. Throw for West Brom, left-hand side in front of the east stand, midway through the Newcastle half. Played forward, looking towards Robinson, and the referee has given the decision in favour of Newcastle over on that far side of the field. Let's get an update then from Ewood Park in the Championship. Tom Gale.
Blackburn 0, Norwich 1. Timu Pukki strike the difference. Ian Bree should have had his 50th Norwich goal. Half volley on the penalty spot, rattled the crossbar. Blackburn 0, Norwich 1.
6:06 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage, two former Blackburn players, of course. After Sports Report tonight on BBC Radio 5 Live, 08085909693. Another goal at Rotherham, that's Faruqi.
Rotherham have doubled their lead. Michael Smith able to get on the end of a ball when Bristol City really failing to clear their box. A really odd, flat first 45 minutes for Bristol City here, and they've been made to pay. Rotherham 2, Bristol City 0.
And up until today, they've been quite good away from home. They'd won 3 of their previous 4 on their travels away from Ashton Gate. 3 minutes to go to half-time. Newcastle United still lead by a goal to 0 against West Bromwich Albion. Johnston, all in pink, floats it downfield, headed on by Furlong, the right wing-back. Return ball from Grant, then he's given it away as Darnell Furlong. Peterborough United 4, Rochdale 1, and Sunderland have got a third at Sincil Bank. Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 3. Let's get news of that from Nikesh Ragani.
Yes, Lincoln 0, Sunderland 3, and it was a peach of a goal there from Jack Diamond. It was a brilliant run by Aidan McGeady, who ran from the halfway line to the edge of the box, played it out towards the right, and a beautiful left-footed curling shot into the far corner from Jack Diamond to make it Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 3.
Robinson out to Phillips, left-hand side for West Bromwich Albion, still searching for the equaliser. Phillips sends over the cross, headed up by Hayden, not properly away though, it might fall to Gallagher, and Gallagher's planted it wide, right-footed. That was probably the best chance for West Brom.
Big chance in the context of the game, and a big chance for Gallagher. The goals he's scored this season, it's almost an identical replica of those. It's a little bit closer than the goal he scored off the corner against Sheffield United, and it's just a little bit quicker. It comes at him a little bit sharper, and he just stabs his foot on it, and it squirms wide. But Newcastle are living off. If we allow them the ball down the wings, we allow them to cross, we make that first contact in the box. If we don't make the first, we make the second. That was the first time where they didn't make the first or the second, and they got a strike away. West Brom need to keep asking more questions like that.
Wimbledon have equalised at Charlton in League One. Charlton 1, Wimbledon 1. We're approaching half-time here at St James's Park, but it's West Bromwich Albion coming forward. Gallagher with his long fair hair running towards the right corner of the area, plays it in towards Grant, tries to roll away from his marker, runs into Sean Longstaff, ball breaks back to Darnell Furlong, delivers the cross, headed away by Clark inside the penalty area, headed further away by Lewis. Joel Linton has played it in field, has given the ball away. Callum Robinson plays it back, Ivanovic right side of the centre circle out towards O'Shea, the Irish international. Kravinovic in field, Gallagher. Newcastle United at the minute just can't get hold of the ball. It's all West Bromwich Albion as they look for the equaliser. Out to Darnell Furlong once again on this near side, plays it in field. The return from Robinson slips as he tries to deliver the cross, and Sean Longstaff will clear to Joel Linton, who this time lays it off towards Ritchie, and Ritchie on this near side will look for the outlet for Callum Wilson, cut out though by Ivanovic, who's the central figure of that 3-man defence for West Bromwich Albion. Kravinovic now for West Brom, plays it forward, Callum Robinson, Gallagher's making the run, he spins, does he get the shot away? It was blocked by Lewis and goes behind for a corner kick, as West Brom now are just starting to put Newcastle's defence under a lot more pressure.
Yeah, they got 2 things right. It's much better from West Brom. The first thing they got right is runners off the ball. They've got more runners off the ball going in different directions. Also, when Newcastle did win it, the 3 centre-halves were around Callum Wilson and surrounded him. He couldn't get near the ball, and all of a sudden they got the ball back and came back him again.
60 seconds of additional time, which we're now into. Newcastle still leading through that Almiron goal after 19 seconds, as Walsall have equalised at home to Bolton Wanderers. That's in League 2. Corner kick then on this near side the right. This will be an outswinger to be taken by Phillips. Everybody's in and around the penalty area. In it goes now, crowd of players, comes off the head, I think, of I thought it was Hayden.
It was.
But the referee said a goal kick.
Well, if we're stopping for VAR for everything, then that's blatantly something that can be looked at, because it's a corner just before half-time. It's a big moment.
Well, it was. I'm glad I wasn't alone. All the West Bromwich Albion fans agreed with the two of us as well, Rob. And that should be it as far as the action is concerned. So Newcastle will go into the break leading by a goal to 0 through that Almiron goal after 19 seconds, because Darren England is just ready to blow his whistle, and there it is. And they've had a couple of other opportunities where they've tested Johnston since then, and the best opportunity for West Brom, Gallagher, just before the break, where he put it wide.
Yeah, it's been comfortable from Newcastle. They got a little bit tired towards the end of the half, but you look at organisation, it's a dream start, especially for someone like Newcastle. Just the start they want. We can rely on that defensive shape. We can rely on that organisation. That's what they've done.
So, half-time at St James's Park. Newcastle United 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. Mark.
Is it a bit like, Rob, as Jose Mourinho said after the North London derby last week, well, we're in control now, so it's pointless doing anything that risks us losing that control.
You'd say that, but they're in control without the ball.
Yes.
It sounds strange as it sounds.
Well,
they're
Tottenham were, weren't they? Tottenham were against Arsenal.
Yeah, but I think the difference being is that I sense just with 5-10 minutes to go there, Newcastle were getting a little bit tired, and that's the lack of training. That's the last 10 days, and you don't know who's suffering from what. We have to see in the second half how that goes, because, you know, Steve Bruce will be aware of it. We don't know.
AFC Wimbledon have turned it around at the Valley. Daniel Soka right on the stroke of half-time. So it's now Charlton 1, AFC Wimbledon 2. And there's been another goal at Portman Road. Let's get details of which way this has gone from Mark Webber.
Ipswich 0, Portsmouth 2. Ryan Williams getting his second again, giving too much space in the Ipswich area. The defender's nowhere near him. He tapped it low. Ipswich 0, Portsmouth 2.
Into the Championship, where earlier Swansea beat Cardiff by 2-0 at the Cardiff City Stadium. Half-time at Ewood Park. The leaders ahead. Tom Gale.
Yes, they are, Mark. Blackburn 0, Norwich 1. Teemu Pukki's poker strike on his 100th Norwich City appearance. Back to goal inside the 6-yard box. Lethal into the bottom corner. He should have his 50th goal for the club, though. But his half volley inside the second 6-yard box, as Jermaine Beckford was explaining earlier, rattled the bar. Best Rovers chance saw Sam Gallagher's bullet header excellently denied by Michael McGovern's acrobatic save. At half-time, Blackburn 0, Norwich 1.
Half-time between Forest and Brentford. Katie Shanahan.
And a great start for the visitors as Brentford lead here by goal to nil. Stand-in skipper Henrik Dolsgaard's header from a corner proving the difference. Informed striker Ivan Toney has had a crack too. His ambitious volley skimming over the bar. That would have been good. Forest have gone close too. The best from Sami Amiobi, the brother of the former Newcastle striker Shola Amiobi. His strike from range, testing keeper David Raya. Now Brentford are unbeaten in 10 and deserve to be in the lead here. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 1.
In the Bundesliga this afternoon, Borussia Dortmund have just gone 3-1 down at home to Stuttgart. Back to the Championship. Looks like the home side are going to take all 3 points at the Vitality Stadium. Aaron Paul.
Well in control. Bournemouth 3, Huddersfield 3 goals in 13 minutes have given the hosts a commanding lead here at the break. Dominic Solanke broke the deadlock and doubled the Cherries' lead with 2 poachers finishes. David Brooks made it 3 with a sumptuous goal from inside the D. He should have made it 4 just before the break, but stabbed his attempt wide. Asmir Begovic has, however, had to be alert in the Bournemouth goal with a couple of regulation saves keeping him warm. One fabulous stop as he flung out a massive paw to his right to keep out Janina Bakuna. It's a dream return for Bournemouth fans here so far, Mark, as their team lead Huddersfield by 3-0.
Not the first time I've said this over the many years of hosting Saturday afternoon 5 Live Sport. Goalless at John Southall's game.
And it won't be the last. QPR 0, Reading 0. Actually, having said that, it has been a really good half this. Played against a vibrant backdrop from the 2000 in here. Reading have had one clear-cut chance. Michael Morrison heading wide at the back post went unmarked. QPR have had some good moments. Elias Chair made room for himself on the edge of the area. Good strike palmed away by the goalkeeper Raphael, who also denied Desire Samuel via a deflection. QPR finished the half the better side. Osman Kakai got it all wrong 4 yards out when he was well placed. QPR 0, Reading 0.
Goalless there, goalless at St Andrews as well. Sahil Sahi.
Yeah, not as entertaining as John's Mark. Niggly and feisty and not much else during a forgettable first half. Closest we've come to a goal 9 minutes before the break. Birmingham with the corner driven in. Mikel San Jose with a flick of his right leg diverted his effort onto the post. We're just chugging along here at St Andrews. Half-time, Birmingham 0, Watford 0.
Good first half for Rotherham this afternoon. Masfariki can tell you why.
It definitely is. They're still leading 2-0 against Bristol City here. 2 goals, one at the start, one at the end of this half. Very, very different. One a great header from Matt Crooks after a Dan Laser free kick. The other was a poke, an opportune goal really for Michael Smith after City failed to clear their area. It's been an oddly flat 45 minutes for City, who have tried really to overcomplicate things at times, but Rotherham showing that sometimes the direct approach can work, and at the moment it's they who lead 2-0 at the break.
Coventry have just doubled their lead at Wickham as well. Liam Kelly's second of the afternoon. It's come in the 4th minute of stoppage time. We'll get details from Emma shortly. Goalless at Derby, Pat Murphy.
Derby much the better side. After half an hour, they had 81% of the possession. They should have been ahead. Bursick, fine tip over from Lawrence, and then brilliant defending by Chester to fold Kazim Richards after he'd rounded the keeper, cleared off the line. At the other end, Fletcher, better control, might have scored. Derby 0, Stoke 0.
Let's get details of that second Coventry goal from Emma Saunders.
And it's Liam Kelly again finding the back of the net for the visitors' Chappers. He opened up the scoring with a 20-yard strike. This time it was just prodded home from a set piece. His second goal this afternoon, and may I mention, he hasn't scored prior to this game since April 2018 when Coventry City was still in League Two. So things very much going the right direction for them. But such a shame for Wycombe Wanderers, I should say. They'd started this game so brightly. I think really benefiting from having 12th man, the 2,000 supporters here inside the stadium. They were pressing from the front, but just unable to control anything inside the box at the other end when it's fallen to the attacking players. Perhaps a bit of nerves and adrenaline to blame for that, because remember, this is a big game towards the lower reaches of the Championship. Two promoted sides still finding their feet in this league, and at the break it is Coventry with the advantage here. They lead Wycombe by 2-0.
It's Luton 2, Preston 0 at half-time. James Collins has got both of those, 8 for the season. They've won just one of their last 7 of Luton. It's been a very comfortable first half for Middlesbrough at the Riverside. They lead out of form Millwall by 3-0. 2 of those goals for Duncan Watmore, Marcus Tavernier with the third for Neil Warnock's side. To Hillsborough next, where the visitors have turned it around. Nesta McGregor.
Yeah, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Barnsley 2 going into the break. The home side took the lead after just 4 minutes when Josh Windass kept his cool and rounded the keeper. 10 minutes later, Cauley Woodrow evened things up, poking home from 6 yards. It was a nicely worked corner routine as well. And then a lovely 1-2 between Connor Chaplin and Dominic Freezer ended with Freezer nutmegging the Wednesday keeper. Remember, the home side, 1 win in 12. Bottom of the Championship, Tony Pulis will not be happy. Remember, he's never been relegated as player, coach or manager, but that record is looking under threat.
Borussia Dortmund look like they're heading for their 4th defeat in 11 games in the Bundesliga this season. They've conceded a 4th at home to Stuttgart. So it's Borussia Dortmund 1, Stuttgart 4 in the Bundesliga. Leipzig lead the Bundesliga and they're 2-0 up at home to Werder Bremen. At the moment, into League One, and we will start at Sinsel Bank, Lincoln against Sunderland. Nikesh Regani.
And it's Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 3 at half-time. Lincoln started the brighter of the two sides here. Could have had 2 goals in the first 12 minutes. Both times Brendan Johnson was through one-on-one with keeper Lee Burge, but couldn't find the target either time. After that, it was all Sunderland. Grant Ledbetter put them in front with a penalty after a foul on Josh Scowen. Shortly after, Charlie Wyke poked home from 6 yards out. And the third was a real thing of beauty. Aidan McGeady ran with the ball for 40 yards before laying off to his right. And Jack Diamond unleashed a wonderful 20-yard curling shot with his left foot into the far corner. Sunderland could have had a couple of more, to be honest. They're looking for their first win in 5. Well on course for that here, and a first win for manager Lee Johnson also on the cards in the league as well, against a very strong Lincoln side who came into the match second in League One. But it's Sunderland doing all the bossing at the moment. It's Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 3.
Elsewhere in League One, it's Blackpool 0, Oxford 0. Paul Tisdale's Bristol Rovers lead Plymouth by 2-0. They could be heading for their 5th straight defeat in the league, could Plymouth there. Charlton had taken the lead home to AFC Wimbledon through Connor Washington's 6th of the season. Joe Pigott equalised his 11th of the season, and then AFC Wimbledon scored on the stroke of half-time, as we were telling you. So it's Charlton 1, AFC Wimbledon 2. Crewe 0, Northampton 1. Reece James has given Doncaster the lead at home to Gillingham. Might be a surprise at the KCOM. The leaders, Hull, are behind to Shrewsbury. Hull 0, Shrewsbury 1. As we heard from Mark Webber, Ipswich 0, Portsmouth 2. You've heard Lincoln 0, Sunderland 3. MK Dons 0, Burton 1. Peterborough lead Rochdale by 4-1. Johnson Clark-Harris hit a 22-minute hat-trick for Peterborough. He's now got 11 for the season. Swindon 0, Fleetwood 1. Paddy Madden with the goal there. And Wigan lead Accrington Stanley, who are unbeaten in 7 by 3-0. Into League 2, Hamish Marshall watching Forest Green Rovers, Cambridge.
No goals at the break. Home supporters back here. They've enjoyed seeing the side having plenty of the ball, but few real chances. Odin Bailey forcing the only save from either keeper. Cambridge's dangerman Paul Mullen was denied his 17th goal of the season by the bar in his side's only attack of consequence. Forest Green Rovers 0, Cambridge 0.
Elsewhere, Carlisle have won 6 out of 7 at home this season in the league, are very comfortable at Brunton Park. They lead Stevenage by 3 goals to 0. Crawley 1, Barrow 1, Max Waters 13th of the season, putting the home side ahead. Josh Kay's 4th, equalising for David Dunn's side. Exeter 3, Tranmere 0. At half-time, the 5th in League 2 are Exeter. Ryan Bowman's got 2 of those goals, 8 for the season for him. Matt Jay's 11th of the season came from the penalty spot. It's goalless between Grimsby and Mansfield. Leaders Newport are a goal up at Leyton Orient. Morecambe 0, Harrogate 0. Harry Kewell's Oldham have won 3 of their last 4 in the league. Have had a good first half again. They lead in trouble Bradford by 2 goals to 0. Goalless between Port Vale and Colchester, and Salford and Cheltenham, and Southend and Scunthorpe. Bolton took the lead at Walsall through Owen Doyle's 8th of the season. Elijah Adebayo's 6th of the season has equalised for Darrell Clark's men. So it's Walsall 1, Bolton 1. In the National League, Borehamwood 2, Aldershot 1, Chesterfield 1, Barnet 0, Dagenham and Redbridge 0, Altrincham 1, Kings Lynn 0, Torquay 0, Wealdstone 1, Weymouth 1, and Woking 2, Hartlepool 0. In the Scottish Premiership this afternoon, both Rangers and Celtic play tomorrow. Aberdeen lead Ross County by a goal to 0. Hamilton 0, Hibs 2, Motherwell 0, St Mirren 1, and it's goalless between St Johnstone and Livingston. In the Championship, Arbroath 0, Alloa 0, Dunfermline 0, Morton 1, Hearts 2, Queen of the South 0, Inverness 0, Dundee 1. In League 1, goalless between Adrionians and Montrose. Falkirk are a goal up at Clyde. Dumbarton Cove Rangers and Forfar Partick are both goalless, and it's Peterhead 1, East Fife 1. And in League 2 this afternoon, Albion Rovers 0, Elgin City 1, Queen's Park 0, Edinburgh City 1, Stenhousemuir 0, Stranraer 2, and goalless between Stirling and Cowden Beath. In Rugby Union's Champions Cup, Bristol 38, Claremont 51 is how it finished in the 2 games that kicked off at 3:15. Bath 14, Scarlets 10. It's on Sports Extra if you want to listen to it. And Toulon leads Sale by 13 points to 0. You're up to date with all the scores as we approach 4 o'clock here on 5 Live. Joe Critcher has the news.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. The SNP is accusing the government of gunboat diplomacy. It's after the Ministry of Defence said 4 Royal Navy patrol ships were ready to defend British fishing waters if there's a no-deal Brexit. But a former Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Lord West, says the plans are absolutely appropriate as there could be stormy altercations with foreign fishermen. The UN Secretary-General is calling on all countries to declare a climate emergency. Antonio Guterres was speaking at a virtual summit co-hosted by Britain. Boris Johnson told delegates the UK is committed to its target of reducing carbon emissions by 68% based on 1990 levels by 2030. The Financial Ombudsman Service says banks are too quick to blame customers when they're the victims of fraud. Figures seen by the BBC show complaints about banks' handling of fraud and scams rose by more than a third between April and September, compared with the same period last year. And an animal park in Bristol is asking people to send any unwanted Christmas gifts of perfume or aftershave to them. The Wild Place Project says some animals, such as bears, meerkats and lynxes, go crazy for stronger scents with sweet or spicy aromas. The best live sport.
Tonight, 5 Live Boxing presents live coverage as Anthony Joshua returns to the ring for the first time since reclaiming his world heavyweight titles a year ago.
Left hook from Joshua gets through. He tries a right uppercut. Anthony Joshua is really starting to sense that he can get on top here.
Joshua once again puts the belts on the line as he takes on Bulgaria's Kubrat Pulev, whose only defeat came at the hands of the long-reigning champion Vladimir Klitschko. Anthony Joshua versus Kubrat. Join us ringside tonight from 10 on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
Back at St James's Park, surely when Newcastle lead West Brom by a goal to nil. But let's go to John Hunt at Cheltenham. Another disappointing afternoon for Goshen, John.
Yes, Goshen had been sent off the 6-4 favourite for this afternoon's international hurdle, but pulled very hard throughout the race, Mark, and he trailed in last place. That was form very far removed from the level he demonstrated when so unlucky in the Triumph Hurdle in March. A case very much of back to the drawing board for him. The race was won by Song for Someone at odds of 6-1. He beat Silver Streak by a nose, that securing Tom Simmons' biggest win ever as a trainer. He trains in Herefordshire. His horse, only a 5-year-old, Song for Someone, has now won 3 Grade 2 races consecutively and will now surely be aimed at the highest level, although perhaps not at the Champion Hurdle itself. His trainer said Aintree might suit him better in the spring. It was also here at Cheltenham a good day for Irish trainers. Refreshingly uncommon, the names that were successful. Chatham Street Lad, a 16-1 chance, gave the popular Mick Winters his first win in Britain for 7 years, winning the Caspian Caviar Gold Cup by a stunning 15 lengths under Dara O'Keefe, whilst Make Good at odds of 12-1 decisively landed the Grade 2 Albert Bartlett Novices Hurdle for trainer John McConnell. John enjoying his second win here at Cheltenham in 2 days.
Thank you very much, John. Half-time whistle has gone in the Champions Cup and Toulon leads Sale by 16 points to 0. And at the Wreck, Alfie?
Last play of the first half, Mark, but at the moment it is Bath 14, Scarlets 10. Scarlets got the first try of the match through Gareth Davies. That was responded by a score for Bath from Rory McConaughey. Ben Spencer and Lee Halfpenny have both traded penalties. Overall, Bath have probably edged the opening 40 minutes, but as Scarlets attack just in front of me at the moment with this final play of the first half, in fact, Anthony Watson has just knocked the ball out of play with his boot. So that is the half-time whistle. Bath deservedly lead at the Wreck. Bath 14, Scarlets 10.
Thank you very much, Sports Extra. If you want to listen to that, back to the football here on 5 Live and at St James's Park. Rob Green and Ian Dennis.
We're just underway, Mark. West Bromwich Albion have made a couple of changes. Slaven Bilic looking to try and change things around here as they trail by a goal to 0. Charlie Austin has come on to replace Carlon Grant up front. The other change is Kieran Gibbs coming on to the field of play, and he's replaced Callum Robinson, so he will fill in at left wing back, and it means that Phillips then goes a little bit further forward, so the shape is essentially the same. So you've got Johnston in goal, a back three of Ajayi, Ivanovic and O'Shea. Furlong and Gibbs now are the wing backs, with Kravanovic, Gallagher, Phillips, Sawyers and Charlie Austin leading the attack for a West Bromwich Albion side in their yellow and green striped shirts and green shorts. And as we sit low down here in the main stand, West Brom are defending the Gallagate end and they're attacking the Leases end as they play from right to left. Newcastle with Carl Darlow in goal, a back four of Kraft, Clark, Hayden and Lewis. You've got Ritchie, Shelby, Sean Longstaff and Almiron, Callum Wilson and Joe Linton. And still that Almiron goal after 19 seconds is the difference. But West Brom seeing a lot of the ball in the early stages, but the interception from Almiron, and he'll run it out of play for a throw. Alongside me is the former England international Rob Green.
Yeah, it looks like just has a better feel to this West Brom team now. We had Matt Phillips in the first half, who's a right winger and a centre forward playing left wing back, and immediately they're looking more forward, they're looking more direct. Kieran Gibbs is playing left wing back, he's a left-sided defender, so you've immediately got this automatic sort of feel to a team that looks a lot better balanced. They're going more forward, more direct. It's asking a different question. How will Newcastle cope? We'll have to see.
And of course you know Charlie Austin well from your days at Queen's Park Rangers. It's his first Premier League appearance of the season. His only 2 previous appearances have both been in the League Cup. As an individual, how will he respond to not featuring? Will he be looking to try and take this opportunity with lots of relish?
Yeah, he'll prove a point. Yeah. He'll want to prove a point, and he's a bubbly character, he's a confident lad, and he's a good lad to be around, a good lad to have in the dressing room, but he's one who's also outspoken and who will back himself, so he'll want to do something today.
Well, here he is, getting involved, out towards Kravanovic. They've got plenty of urgency in the early stages, West Bromwich Albion. Still trailing by a goal to 0. Ball played out wide towards that far side, the right, hit by Ajayi, but hit too long and hit too hard, and a couple of bounces. And despite Slaven Bilic applauding, he watches the ball go out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, he's done that 2-3 times in the first half, and immediately at the start of the second half done that. He's hard, fast, straight balls straight down the pitch, and the pitch is wet, the pitch is skiddy, and it's just flying through, and it doesn't need a 3-iron, it needs a little lob wedge or something like that.
Well, the rain thankfully has stopped, but the surface is still very, very wet for the amount of rain that has fallen in the northeast at McDermott Park in the Scottish Premiership. St Johnstone 0, Livingston 1 is the latest score. Sean Longstaff enjoying his best spell in the Newcastle first team. Sends a sliding challenge and a forward ball that Wilson is adjudged to have fouled O'Shea, and that'll be a free kick to West Bromwich Albion, who have conceded the most goals in the top flight this season. That one to Almiron so early on in this game takes their tally to 24. Although it was interesting, you look at Newcastle United, and 14 of their 27 goals involving Newcastle have arrived in the last 15 minutes of games. 7-4 Newcastle and 7-4 the opposition. So we could still have more goals to come here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Phillips trying to play it out towards Gibbs, blocked by Kravanovic, comes back to Phillips, feeds it forward then towards the Croatian, who turns, forward ball, little flick off there by Austin. Required Ritchie to intervene, but Newcastle United are being forced back by this West Bromwich Albion side as Phillips spins away from Kraft, delivers the cross. Austin just over his head, but arriving at the far post was Darnell Furlong. And on the stretch, right-footed, guides the ball into the bottom left-hand corner. And it's his first goal in a year, and Darnell Furlong has brought West Bromwich Albion level with a very well-taken goal.
What a finish! He's hit it like a rocket on the volley, dropping, this cross dropping onto his foot. He's met it perfectly. But West Brom, a complete transformation. They've gone back to front, more direct, asked different questions. Kravinovic getting up front with Phillips and Austin. Gallagher getting up front there. They've got bodies in the box, they've got people in around it, and it's the wing back, the far wing back, crossing from Gibbs to the other wing back, met it on the volley. Absolute bullet finish. In this 5 minutes they've done more than the whole previous 45 of the first half.
There was periods in the first half where they were playing in front of Newcastle, and we actually said that they weren't really hurting Newcastle. But there's been an impetus about West Bromwich Albion since the restart, and deservedly level on just on the basis of that 5-minute period alone.
Yeah, it's become more stretched immediately, and you're taking a risk. Yes, you're out of control a little bit. You're playing into someone like Callum Wilson's hands, but no, if Slaven Bilic is going to get a sack after the game, if they lose, if they're going to go down to another defeat, do it your way, do it fighting.
Well, they've conceded a free kick as Furlong's goal has brought them level earlier in the second half. 1-1 here on BBC Radio 5 Live in the World Service. But Matt Ritchie stands over the free kick. Newcastle haven't really created much in probably since about the 16th, 17th minute. As Ritchie sends over the free kick and nobody is there, and it runs safely through from the West Bromwich Albion point of view and out for a goal kick. Trouble is for Newcastle United is that it's another game without a clean sheet at home. It's their 10th home game without a clean sheet now, and the last time they were in double figures, you have to go back to when Graham Souness was the manager in 2004-2005 season. To Ewood Park, Blackburn Norwich in the Championship. Tom Gale.
Where the Blackburn 0, Norwich 1, but the leaders struggling to get out of their own half. Ian Harvey Elliott's deflected shot inches wide. Sam Gallagher, right foot rocket from 20 yards, rattled the bar. Blackburn 0, Norwich 1.
It's 1-1 here at St James's Park, and Shelby has caught Kravinovic. That'll be a foul to free kick. They're the ones now with their tails up, West Brom.
Yeah, I was just watching the replays of the goal, and just looking at what Newcastle did so well in the first half was meet the balls, go and attack the balls in the box, in their own box. Jamal Lewis didn't do that, waited for the ball, he got punished. Darnell Furlong got in front of him.
West Bromwich Albion lose out. Shelby coming forward, one back though by Phillips. It's all West Bromwich Albion. Phillips will play the ball out towards Furlong. It's a low cross. His dad Paul would have been proud of that goal, I can tell you, if you get a chance to see it tonight on BBC One with Gary Lineker and Alan Shearer and the rest of the team. As Crawley 1, Barrow 2. Barrow have come from behind looking for their first win in 9 in League 2, and they are ahead in League Two down there, but it's here, an animated Slaven Bilic, who's never won here actually as a player or indeed a manager in his playing days. Drew 1 and lost 2. In fact, he was sent off as an Everton player in '97, and he's lost both as a manager. But he'll be heartened by the way that his side have started this second half. Shelby hits the ball looking for the run of Wilson. Flag stays down. Wilson, right-hand side of the penalty area. Ivanovic, hands behind his back. Wilson into the penalty area. Arriving now and placed forward was by Kraft, and now the flag is raised on this near side, and that'll be a free kick.
The West Brom defenders are not... They're thankful for the offside, but they're not thankful it took so long. They knew it was offside. They were waiting, but their hearts are in their mouths for about 10 seconds. I don't know why, whilst they're waiting for the play to develop.
I know as a commentator when you're saying the flag stays down, but they're told to keep the flag down, so in many ways it sometimes doesn't give you a true reflection on whether the goal would stand if play was able to continue.
It adds to the drama.
You could say that. Certainly can complicate and cloud the issue.
We don't need that.
Kieran Gibbs on this near side. St Johnstone have equalised at home to Livingston, 1-1. Gibbs with the throw to Gallagher. Gallagher turns and plays it out towards that far side. Ajayi to Furlong. Only his 3rd goal in his 44th appearance for West Bromwich Albion. Free kick, says referee Darren England, and that will be a free kick to West Bromwich Albion. Newcastle just seem to have lost their way.
I think they've been surprised, been caught out, and it's much by just such a fast start. As much as they had in the first half, it's a fast start from West Brom in this second half, and you give them credit. Sometimes the other team's allowed to play well. They can take the ball by the horns, do something different. That's what we were saying in the first half. Just change it up a bit. Fair play to Slaven Bilic. He's done that. They've got the rewards. Can they sustain it?
The training ground was closed all of last week. They returned to training on Tuesday, but they weren't able to train as a group until Wednesday, so it has been a difficult period for Newcastle United. It'll be interesting to see whether later on in the game whether that affects the fatigue. I know those players who haven't been affected by COVID were just training alone. Sean Longstaff saying yesterday that he lives quite close to a cricket ground. He was just doing laps of the cricket field to keep himself fit. But I just wonder if the fatigue factor might become apparent.
It's not match fitness, is it?
Kravinovic, certainly they're a lot sharper. West Bromwich Albion. Kravinovic coming forward. Gallagher's also there. Austin's up with him. Gallagher might go it alone. It's a low shot, and it was right-footed. There was times in the first half we said they weren't a threat. Now they are looking a lot more threatening, West Bromwich Albion. That was saved by Darlow.
So much more direct, and Kravinovic was said in the first half, every time he got the ball he was going backwards. Slaven Bilic was pulling his hair out at him. Now, because he's got 2 more players in front of him who are a little bit more physical, a little bit more focused there, that the players, he himself has taken the confidence to say, yes, I can go forwards with it, yes, I can bounce it off the front too, and they're getting the rewards from it. There, he just turned, gave it, that Gallagher got the shot away. Again, direct, but it's something that Newcastle are struggling to deal with.
Crewe 1, Northampton 1. Crewe have equalised at Gresty Road. Doncaster Rovers 2, Gillingham 1 is the latest score in League One, and Morecambe are leading Harrogate Town by 1-0. Harrogate just 1 win in their last 9. Lewis delivers a cross, but that's too deep, too high, and it sails out of play for a goal kick here on BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Newcastle 1, West Bromwich Albion 1. West Brom, who've made their worst start to a season since the old First Division in 85-86, when they collected just 2 points out of a possible 11. Their away form has been dreadful. Just that 1 point picked up at the Amex against Brighton and Hove Albion. They're looking to try and build on that as Ritchie hooks it away downfield. Comes back to Ritchie, hits it over the top, volleyed ball. Wilson puts pressure on Ivanovic. Ivanovic heads it back towards Johnston, who quickly throws it out. Got plenty of distance on that, and then O'Shea has put it out of play for a Newcastle throw. Rob Green.
Yeah, just from this fast start and the opening 10-12 minutes, that West Brom, not only have they had the better chances, been more direct on the ball, but off it, it's dragged Newcastle back. Callum Wilson there, they played the ball forward to him. If he had won it, he was on his own. He's a lot more isolated now all of a sudden. He can't get the players up alongside him. So it's a complete shift in the dynamic of the game.
Lewis bursting forward, far side the left, black and white striped shirts, black shorts, playing from left to right. Joe Linton. Hardly mentioned Joe Linton, have we, during the commentary? He's lost out in the challenge to O'Shea. Forward now is Phillips, carrying it forward over the halfway line. Switches play towards Austin. Gallagher on the overlap. Austin with a drive, blocked. They're appealing for that, but it's picked up by Darlow. You said something in the first half. Towards the end of the first half, you said they've got runners off the ball. That was apparent there as Austin picked it up. He did have options going with him in the attack.
Yeah, it was the wrong choice as well. Gallagher was outside him, was free, and you're looking at it, and you statistically, sometimes the managers go, get the stat man Dave on it, a shot from 20 yards with himself, or pass it to Gallagher outside. The stats would suggest you've got a lot more chance after playing a ball through like that. So, wrong choice from Charlie Austin there.
Walsall 2, Bolton 1. Walsall have come from behind, and Crawley have equalised at home to Barrow in League 2. It's now Crawley Town 2, Barrow 2. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. We've got Sports Report with Mark Chapman coming up. Then we've got 6:06. And a big fight tonight as well at 10 o'clock live on BBC Radio 5 Live. Anthony Joshua against Kubrat Pulev with the best in the business, Mike Costello and Steve Bunce. Tom Gale, another goal at Ewood Park.
Blackburn 1, Norwich 1. I'm sure this is a goal Jurgen Klopp will be watching back. Teenager Harvey Elliott dances into the box. There's a nutmeg. It deflects, but it ends up in the back of the net. Blackburn 1, Norwich 1.
Shelby opens it up. Kraft joins the attack. Almiron's making the run. Kraft will float over the ball. Johnston, though, with a confident take, the goalkeeper, and then able to throw it out. And look at the space for Kravinovic to run forward here in the green and yellow striped shirts for West Bromwich Albion. Out to Gibbs, the substitute. That double change that Slaven Bilic made has certainly re-energised West Bromwich Albion, Rob Green.
Yeah, well, it's a treble change, 2 substitutions and 1 with an injection of impetus and energy, hasn't it? He's completely transformed West Brom.
Kravinovic, left corner of the area, lays it out. Phillips drills it in low, first time, cleared by Hayden, who's playing in the central defence for Newcastle today. Forest Green lead Cambridge United by a goal to 0 as Wilson makes a run round the back. Wilson now towards the penalty area, the angle is tight. Wilson still going in, waits for some support. Wilson forced out wide, and in the end it was Ivanovic who just toe-ends the ball behind for a corner kick, and will quickly go to Forest Green and Hamish Marshall.
It was Aaron Collins who got that goal, his third of the season, set up by Odin Bailey. Forest Green deservedly on top. The lead Cambridge 1-0.
Cheers, Hamish. Port Vale lead Colchester by a goal to 0 in League 2, and you're up to date on BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. It's 1-1 here between Newcastle and West Brom. West Brom have got every yellow and green striped shirt back there in the penalty area. Newcastle are playing from left to right. As we look here in the main stand, they're attacking the Gallagate end. And it's going to be a corner kick on this near side, the right, so it'll be a left footer from Ritchie. Should be an in-swinger. Shelby's there as an option. It is Ritchie, delivered towards Kieran Clark, headed away, comes out towards Sean Longstaff, who fires that one in. It was always on the rise, and it was caught in the midriff by Johnston, who's then gone down in a body check there with Callum Wilson. Aberdeen now lead Ross County 2-0 in the Scottish Premiership. And let's get an update from Nottingham Forest. Katie Shanahan.
Where it's still Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 1, but Nottingham Forest thought they'd scored. It was a goal disallowed by the Fulham loanee Anthony Knockaert with a sweeping finish into the bottom left-hand corner, but it was offside. Another one of the players. He's been brilliant since he's come on, charging at Brentford's defence and causing Brentford loads of problems. Nottingham Forest, though, still looking for the equaliser. Still Forest 0, Brentford 1.
We've got 28 minutes remaining of normal time. West Bromwich Albion now with Phillips, central position, floating the ball out towards Gibbs. Gibbs with a header inside. The return from Kravinovic, nicely worked by West Brom. Gibbs looking for the cross, cut out though by Hayden. West Bromwich Albion are the team asking all the questions, Rob.
Yeah, stretching them all over the pitch, and it's the runners in behind. And what it does is it makes the Newcastle back four narrower and narrower, and they get so narrow that they can just play it down the outside.
Ajayi with the cross. Shemi Ajayi caught though by Carl Darlow. Grimsby 1, Mansfield 0, a latest score from Blundell Park in League 2.
Slaven Bilic is applauding Ajayi again, and I'm beginning to pick up a code from Slaven Bilic about Ajayi.
And one that you probably can't repeat on the radio?
Well, I think it's fairly obvious that he might give it away once or twice, and it might be I'm either going to applaud or say something I shouldn't. Yeah.
He's very, very animated down below, where maybe 15, 18 feet away from him. Whereas Steve Bruce watching on with Steve Agnew just behind him. The ball is now at the feet of Kraft, just in front of the Newcastle manager. Still 1-1. Sean Longstaff gets it back from Almiron, plays it out towards Kraft, closed down by Gibbs. Because of West Bromwich Albion, Newcastle United are forced to go back. Hayden, one of the central defenders. Sean Longstaff will switch play out towards Lewis, bouncing ball on the halfway line, under pressure from Gallagher. And Lewis then is caught out by Furlong. Austin plays it back, Gallagher works it inside. Sawyers just had to react just to get there before Callum Wilson, and plays it all the way back to Sam Johnston. The League Two leaders, Newport County, have been pegged back at Leyton Orient. Leyton Orient 1, Newport County 1 is the latest score. Here is Gallagher, Sawyers, Ivanovic shouting in the direction of Kieran Gibbs as O'Shea plays it forward. Phillips has given them an extra dimension, hasn't he, in that advanced role since that change?
Well, him and Charlie have played together for years, and it's not just been here, it was with himself at QPR, and they have that understanding, and one comes short, one goes long, and they can switch and chop and change. And you know, they're not against giants at the back, they're up against physically people who they can match, so that'll give them confidence, you know. And so when it does go up to them, they even if we were saying about Callum Wilson in the first half, he makes it difficult for the opponents, even if he's not going to win it. That's what Charlie, Austin and Matt Phillips are doing now for West Brom.
Gallagher battling away with Sean Longstaff. It breaks in the favour of John Joe Shelvey, and it's 4 against 4. Callum Wilson back to Shelvey. Shelvey works it out to Almiron. Wilson has stayed down in the challenge. Newcastle looking for a free kick, and then Almiron there caught by O'Shea, so 2 Newcastle players are down. Wilson has still stayed down. Almiron's back on his feet. Meanwhile, play continues. Krovinovic forward towards Phillips. There's been another goal at Ewood Park. Tom Gale.
Blackburn 1, Norwich 2. Timo Pukki has his 50th goal for the club. He didn't know too much about it. Emi Wendy, a shot from 25 yards. The Finn just stuck out his boot, deflected it in. Blackburn 1, Norwich 2.
Furlong, right corner of the penalty area for West Brom. Still 1 apiece, 1 step over too many. Wilson grimacing, back on his feet. Newcastle back up to their full quota. St Johnstone 1, Livingston 2 is the latest score in the Scottish Premiership. Goal at Adams Park in the Championship, Emma Saunders.
And it's game on for the host. Wickham have pulled one back. It was Joe Jacobson from the spot. Wickham 1, Coventry City 2.
Coventry City unbeaten in 6 in the Championship. Newcastle United with Kraft. Almiron going to be closed down by Gibbs. Goes to Hayden. Hayden will play it back out towards the right back Kraft. Kraft then hits that forward ball. Cushion header away by O'Shea to Gibbs. Inside to remain Sawyers now outside the centre circle. A wave of the right hand in Slaven Bilic wearing his suit. Still sporting the winter's hat as well on this chilly evening. As Sawyers watching his side attack from right to left. Sawyers infield. Krovinovic helps it towards Gallagher, just outside the D. Forward ball, Austin, just in the nick of time was Isaac Hayden. And you can tell the reaction of Charlie Austin with his hands on his head, because if that reached the striker, it could have been a real moment of promise for West Bromwich Albion. Game's starting to open up now.
Really open up, and you're looking at West Brom and the direct nature. Chance.
Ritchie with a cross, comes off the head of Ajayi. Gibbs will deal with it.
Yeah, he's just looking at it now, and both teams are picking the times just to take a breather on the ball, because when they go, both teams are really going for it, and it's really stretched.
Another goal at Forest Green, Hamish Marshall.
They've doubled their lead over Cambridge by 2 goals to 0. Jamil Mack from the penalty spot after Ebu Adams had been brought down inside the penalty area. Forest Green 2, Cambridge 0.
Third this morning going well. That'll be 5 unbeaten in League 2. Still 1-1 here. Gallagher. I like Gallagher.
He's confident on the ball. He's promising. He's proactive. He's positive. He's someone who's got good quality. He's been their outstanding player. Him and the goalkeeper Sam Johnson this season.
Box-to-box midfielder. Appearances on loan at Charlton and Swansea last season as O'Shea with the cross from the left-hand side, volleyed away by Kieran Clark. Sawyers might have just got a dead leg there in the challenge with Callum Wilson. The loose ball at the minute is just being picked up by West Bromwich Albion every single time.
Yeah, well, Wilson and Joel Linton are now stretched and isolated, so it helps and it makes it that bit easier for West Brom just to pick the ball up. They're just that bit more organised and just that bit more energised.
Well, Dwight Gale is going to be coming on. It's his first appearance of the season. He had knee surgery in September, and it's going to be Lewis who's going to be coming off. So this is going to certainly mean a little bit of a jig around as far as Steve Bruce is concerned, and whilst that actually happens, we will go to Aaron Paul at Bournemouth.
What a goal. Bournemouth 4, Huddersfield 0. Junior Stanislas, who's had a frustrating afternoon, parked out on the left wing, has taken the ball from the centre circle, crossed it, danced past 6 or 7 Huddersfield players and just slotted the ball past the goalkeeper. The Huddersfield players sliding and slaloming as they tried to catch Stanislas, but he's wrapped this one up for Bournemouth. Bournemouth 4, Huddersfield Town 0.
2 goals in 2 minutes. Charlton now lead Wimbledon 3-2 at the Valley. Wigan 3, Accrington Stanley 1. Luton Town have got a third in the Championship at home to Preston North End at Kenilworth Road. Luton Town 3, Preston North End 0, and Colchester have levelled at Vale Park. Port Vale 1, Colchester United 1 in League 2. Mansfield level at Grimsby. 1-1 there at Blundell Park. You're up to date. 5 Live and the World Service. It's 1-1 here. We've got just over 20 minutes remaining. As Kraft on this near side, the right. So Gale up front now alongside Callum Wilson. Joel Linton's got, it's almost 3 up front now, isn't it, for Newcastle? Joel Linton to the left, Gale right of Callum Wilson. Here is Wilson. It might fall towards Dwight Gale. He pulls it back to Callum Wilson, just taken away from his toes by Kieran Gibbs, and out of play it goes for a throw.
Yeah, Matt Ritchie's got it at the left back, and you've got John Joe Shelby and Longstaff in the 2 centre midfielders, and then the rest can do what they like, I think. They're just between the 3-4 of you with Almiron and Wilson and Joel Linton and Dwight Gale, just get in amongst them and play as a 4 up front.
Wilson will win a corner kick on the down by the corner, taking the Gallagate end on this near side as we sit in the main stand away towards our right. We've got 19 minutes remaining. Ritchie's going to come across to take it. So as he trundles over, this will be another in-swinging corner, and they're also guarding against the counter-attack, so Kraft has been told to come back. But apart from that, every other outfield player is in and around the penalty area at the Gallagate end of St James's Park. It's 1-1, it's 5 Live. Ritchie delivers it deep, and cleared off the line. It was cleared off the line by Phillips. I'm not too sure who got it goalwards, but it was Matt Phillips with the vital intervention. Might have been Dwight Gale, you know.
It wasn't the strongest of headers, was it? It wasn't the most firm, but it was goal-bound, and Sam Johnson, I think, knew that Matt Phillips was there, relied on him to head it away. Quite often you see players on the line head it, but not head it far enough. Matt Phillips managed to get it away as well. That's as good as a goal, that's safe.
Goal line clearance then from Matt Phillips, who scored when these two sides last met in the FA Cup at the Hawthorns earlier in the year. Last season, of course, 3-2 to Newcastle United. They were 3-0 up in the end. It wasn't as comfortable as that, and it's certainly not comfortable now. Although, given what's happened, I would imagine that Steve Bruce would, although be disappointed not to win, he'd probably take a point, given what's happened in the build-up to this game, with everything in with the training ground being closed for so long. Joel Linton winning a free kick, is he? Darren England says no. Steve Bruce thought it should have been a free kick. Furlong will clear. Phillips will go after it. Beaten to the ball by Kieran Clark. Another goal at Bournemouth, Aaron Paul.
Bournemouth 5, Huddersfield 0. Sam Surridge tapping in after Dan Gosling squared it in following the counter-attack. Bournemouth showing a real sign of intent at the top end of the Championship. Bournemouth 5, Huddersfield 0.
Gale with a shot, cleared, blocked by Kieran Gibbs, lifts it away. Charlie Austin comes under pressure from Sean Longstaff, and he's fouled by Sean Longstaff. Free kick to West Bromwich Albion. Wigan 3, Accrington Stanley 2. Accrington have got a goal back, and in League 2 the lead is now fallen behind from 1-0 up. Newport County are trailing at Leyton Orient by 2-1. Let's get an update from Derby. Pat Murphy.
It's still Derby 0, Stoke 0, but here's the talking point for 6:06. Ian Lee Buchanan, Derby already booked. He goes down, looked like he's been booked for diving, therefore a red card. But no, the referee decides to give a free kick to Stoke rather than surely a penalty to Derby. A talking point for 6:06, I think, 0-0.
And the number is always 0808 085 909 693. Certainly Chris Sutton is big, looking to try and stamp out that sort of thing, as Shelvey with the outside of his right foot carves it out towards Ritchie. Space to run into. Ritchie then with the cross, doesn't quite reach Gale, and in the end flags up on this near side. There'll be a free kick to West Bromwich Albion. Let's get team news from the Manchester derby then. United against City. Our correspondent John Murray.
And the news is that Pogba and Fred both start for United as Ole Gunnar Solskjaer makes 2 changes from the starting lineup in Leipzig. Looks like a midfield diamond today with Rashford and Greenwood the front 2, Martial's on the bench. And there's no Aguero for City, not at all, not even among the subs. It's Stones and Diaz in central defence, Walker and Cancelo the full-backs, and Fernandinho with Rodri in central midfield. Gundogan was a doubt, he's only on the bench.
Regular updates from John into Sports Report, coming up with Mark Chapman. 1-1 here at St James's Park as Austin for West Bromwich Albion in the yellow and green, the away strip, plays it back to Romain Sawyers. Clip forward towards Phillips, and does it run out of play? No. Cleared by Kraft, an attacking header by O'Shea, hit first time by Sean Longstaff, runs out of play for a West Brom throw. Another goal at Sincil Bank, Nikesh Regani.
It is now Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 4, a second goal for Charlie Wyke. It was a good bit of work down the right wing from Chris Maguire, the substitute, crossed it in, and Charlie Wyke did the rest, blasted it into the top corner to make it Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 4.
MK Dons have just equalised at home to Burton Albion. It's 1-1. It's 1-1 here in the Premier League on 5 Live in the World Service. Austin, Kravinovic, back to Austin. Man over is Gibbs. Here is the former England international. Doesn't deliver the cross first time. Gets it onto his right foot. Works over the cross, just over the head of Austin. Comes out to Gallagher, and he sliced that just outside the D. Wide. Goal kick to Newcastle, 1 apiece.
Slaven Bilic has got his hands on his head. He thought his eyes lit up. Conor Gallagher's eyes lit up. He thought, this is the chance. This is it. This is one. Kieran Gibbs worked it down the right. It was terrific play by Charlie Austin, winning a couple of battles out there. Got the ball out to him. The ball falls to Conor Gallagher. He's, as I'm saying, he scored a couple of goals like that already this season. And you're thinking of all the West Brom players for it to fall to, it'd be him.
Will Newcastle leave it late yet again? We mentioned that half of their goals have been scored in the last, or involving Newcastle, have featured in the last 15 minutes. That's the area that we're moving into now. But they've scored, of their 12 Premier League goals, or 13 since Almiron had scored early in this one, 6 of them for Newcastle have come either in the 84th minute or after that point. 1-1. They're looking for another late show. Shelvey will deliver the cross, punched away by Johnston. Might have taken out one of his own players there. He really took out, it was O'Shea who's just getting a little bit groggy. O'Shea's gone back down again. He's referee's got to stop that. It's a head injury.
Why it took so long, I have no idea. Everyone saw that. Everyone saw it's a head injury. It's an honest knock. It's from his own player. Just stop the game.
Exeter City 4, Tranmere Rovers 0, a latest score in League 2, and Oldham Athletic have got a third. Oldham Athletic 3, Bradford City 0. That will be a 6th straight defeat for Bradford City, as the West Bromwich Albion players taking advantage of this stoppage to take on some liquid refreshment. We'll go meantime to Ewood Park and Tom Gale.
Blackburn 1, Norwich 2, and the visitors have got a free kick here, Ian. It's Timu Puki's double, which is split by a wonder goal from Harvey Elliott. It looks as though Blackburn are going to have to come from behind to salvage something from this one. Blackburn 1, Norwich 2.
Carlisle United 4, Stevenage 0, latest score in League 2. Stevenage then still without an away win. We'll go back to the Championship. Queen's Park Rangers Reading, John Southall.
Still 0-0, struggling for clear-cut chances here. Best moment possibly for QPR, Sami Samuel. Great position, 14 yards out, just had to hit it, but didn't. Chance was gone, 0-0.
Newcastle were looking for back-to-back Premier League wins for the first time since June, but they're still drawing 1-1 with West Bromwich Albion. A rugby union update now. Bath against Scarlets in the Champions Cup. Alfie Reynolds.
53 minutes gone. Bath 19, Scarlets 13. Will Stewart picking and going from 5 metres out with a little help from his fellow forward pack. He scored Bath's second try of the game. Spencer missed the conversion. It's Bath 19, Scarlets 13.
Newcastle are going to make a third and final change with Jacob Murphy, and West Bromwich Albion are going to make a change as well with Kamil Grzycki to come onto the field of play. He wasn't initially included in their Premier League squad, was Grzycki, because on transfer deadline day he was expected to make a move to Nottingham Forest, and when that didn't materialise, West Bromwich Albion made a late request to the Premier League board for him to be added to their Premier League squad, and he was a late addition, but yet to make an appearance in the Premier League. First time he featured was an unused substitute against Palace last time out. Cross from Ritchie, Gale with a chest off, Wilson outside the penalty area, still can't face the way that they're playing. Now he works over the cross, bounces away from Almiron. Almiron might still get there, the angle is tight, blocked though by O'Shea. And this time, after the head injury, he's now got one right in between the legs. So after his head was hurting, his eyes are now watering.
It's just poor defending there from West Brom, really. That Almiron took a really bad touch inside the box, and you're thinking, go on, just clear it. And no one, everyone froze. Everyone was expecting it to be a better touch. But eventually, as you say, O'Shea did get in the way, and rather painfully.
Kraft is the player to come off. Jacob Murphy's going to replace the Newcastle right back. Stevenage, as well as being 4-0 down at Carlisle, are down to 10 men. Luke Prosser has been sent off, and as Grzycki waits to come onto the field of play, we will go to the Championship and at Rotherham. Masfaruqi.
Still Rotherham 2, Bristol City 0. Bristol City have brought on 3 substitutes in the second half: Chris Brunt, Adriana Mappa and Famara Diardu, who of course scored the winner for them in the 82nd minute against Blackburn in midweek, and he's trying to make the difference here, but at the moment Rotherham still leading 2-0.
Thank you, Maz. Grzycki has come on to replace Conor Gallagher, so he'll go out wide, left-hand side. Phillips has gone towards the right, and you've got Krovinovic in the centre of midfield with Sawyers. And all of a sudden, Grzycki's crying out for the ball. We know he's got pace. The ball is floated over. Oh, he almost reached him. It required the header away by Hayden. He was totally unmarked. It would have fallen to the Polish international, who keeps the ball in play, plays it in field to the Croatian Krovinovic, and that's given away by Sawyers. Shelvey, forward ball. Gale, the Newcastle substitute. West Brom, though, got plenty of men back. Callum Wilson, and they're quick to try and crowd out Callum Wilson on this right-hand side. He'll run away from Krovinovic. He now goes into the challenge with O'Shea. Manages to get away from O'Shea. Callum Wilson with a cutback, there was nobody there, and Ajayi steps out of defence to bring it away, but then Ajayi's given the ball away. Dwight Gale, after doing the easy work, it's going to be Shelby. Shot charged down by Ajayi, and got the block in there. Rob.
No one covered themselves in glory there, did they? It was about 10 mistakes in 10 seconds, but eventually Shelby got a shot away and Ajayi got a block, but yeah, really scrappy stuff.
Exeter 5, Tranmere Rovers 0 is the latest score in League 2. With 9 minutes remaining, we'll try and rattle through the latest scores in all the divisions very, very soon, as Murphy delivers a very good cross. Super header from Dwight Gale. What a way to make your first appearance in the Premier League this season, but all about the delivery. But Gale with a header in off the underside of the crossbar. That is a real tonic on Tyneside for Newcastle. 2-1.
Wonderful header, but an even better cross. Murphy doesn't have to beat his man. It's a cross from deep, 35 yards out. Just whips it in over O'Shea's head, over the near post man's head, and Dwight Gale charging in, bullet header in off the crossbar, meets it as sweet as you like. One moment of real quality in this second half. That was an unbelievable ball and a fantastic header.
Well, post-lockdown, 4 goals in 8 games. He then had that knee surgery in September, but he's carried on where he left off, because that's a header that Alan Shearer would be proud of.
It's brilliant, and he's timed the run perfectly, and it's so clever that O'Shea's positioning is probably 2 yards too far to Murphy, and by that I mean he's still 40 yards away from him, but he's 2 yards outside the near post. He's not protecting the goal, and it's just enough to give him that space to run into, and just enough of space for Murphy to deliver the ball. Everything was perfect.
And we said as well about how Newcastle do score late goals. Of all of the games, bearing in mind what they've had to endure in the build-up to this, the fact that they have kept on going will really please Steve Bruce, I'm sure. Southend United, only one win in 20 this season, are leading at Roots Hall. Southend United 1, Scunthorpe United 0, the latest score in League Two. But Newcastle lead West Bromwich Albion by 2-1. 7 minutes remain of normal time. I'll try and give you the latest scores. We'll start off actually in League Two in a moment, as West Bromwich Albion trying to get themselves back level with O'Shea playing it out towards Grzycki. Bouncing ball, up on his head it goes, challenged there by Murphy, and then cleared away by the Newcastle substitute. So Carlisle 4, Stevenage 0. Stevenage are down to 10 men. Barrow are down to 10 men as they trail 3-2 away at Crawley. And that will be 9 without a win. Charlie Austin beaten by Darlow, and Austin's gone down here in that challenge. Darlow's holding the side of his head. The referee quite right to stop play.
Brave from both of them. Charlie Austin, eyes purely on the ball. Carl Darlow the same. He's just beaten Charlie to the ball. Clash of heads, it looked really nasty straight away. Charlie's got his arm up in the air. Both players needing attention.
Let's finish those latest scores in League Two. Exeter 5, Tranmere 0, Forest Green 2, Cambridge 0, Grimsby 1, Mansfield 1, Leyton Orient lead the leaders Newport County by 2-1, Morecambe 1, Harrogate Town 0, Oldham Athletic 3, Bradford City 0. That'll be a 6th straight defeat for Bradford. Port Vale 1, Colchester 1, Salford 0, Cheltenham 0, Southend 1, Scunthorpe 0, Walsall lead Bolton Wanderers by 2-1. Charlie Austin still getting treatment. We will go to one of his former clubs, QPR. John Southall.
QPR 0, Reading 0, but we've had the chance of the half to QPR. Elias Chair on the edge of the D, curling shot, looked destined for the bottom right-hand corner, hit the inside of the post, and away it went. They've chucked on a couple of strikers. We've got 8 minutes to play. It's QPR 0, Reading 0.
Goal now at Nottingham Forest, Katie Shanahan.
Where Brentford have doubled their lead. It's Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 2. An absolute rocket from Josh Da Silva. It came to him on the right-hand side of the box, and then he just curled it in to the bottom left-hand corner. A wonderful finish and relief for him as he gets his first goal in 3 months. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 2.
Austin still getting treatment. Latest scores in League One: Blackpool 0, Oxford United 0, Bristol Rovers 2, Plymouth Argyle 0, Charlton 3, Wimbledon 2, Crewe 1, Northampton 1. Northampton are down to 10 men. Doncaster Rovers 2, Gillingham 1, Hull City 0, Shrewsbury Town 1, Ipswich 0, Portsmouth 2, Lincoln 0, Sunderland 4, MK Dons 1, Burton Albion 1, Peterborough lead Rochdale 4-1, Swindon 0, Fleetwood Town 1, Wigan 3, Accrington Stanley 2. Newcastle have just made a change. Yedlin has come on for Almiron, so his 50th Premier League appearance ends with an early removal. 4 minutes to go. Charlie Austin, thankfully, is back on his feet, but quite rightly they'll still check on his welfare as Martin Atkinson, the 4th official, just comes across to make sure all is okay, Rob.
Yeah, and protocols need to be checked now because it was a proper clash of the heads, that. But Yedlin's gone in at right back, Murphy's just in front, just a more defence-minded right back as opposed to Murphy, who's more of a winger.
Where should we go next then on BBC Radio 5 Live with 4 minutes remaining as the rain returns? It's Ewood Park, Tom Gale.
Where the leaders have had a penalty shout waved away, Ian. It's Blackburn 1, Norwich 2. It's Todd Cantwell on as a second-half substitute, dancing into the box, making a nuisance of himself. He went down delayed like he'd been floored by Anthony Joshua, claiming a fist to the face. Referee waved it away. Blackburn 1, Norwich 2.
Big fight tonight. Joshua against Kubrat Pulev live on 5 Live, the build-up from 10 o'clock on Radio 5. Here's Gibbs. Austin's back on the field of play. 4 minutes of normal time remain. Newcastle lead by 2-1 and cleared away by Kieran Clark. There will be lengthy stoppage time though because of that injury, that clash of heads there with Charlie Austin. Darlow showing no ill effects as the throw ready to be taken, and in fact referee Darren England allowing blew his whistle. Too sure why that was a needless stop, wasn't it, from the referee?
He didn't move an inch. He didn't send him to go anywhere, didn't move.
Dwight Gale clears up towards Wilson, able to turn. Oh, and then he's... Oh, the reaction there of Ivanovic and Callum Wilson. A little bit of afters. And the referee, Darren England, again shows a yellow card. This time it's only towards Ivanovic. Penalty at Birmingham. Sahel Sahi.
6 minutes to play here, Ian. Penalty for Watford. It's still Birmingham 0, Watford 0. It's been a horrible 84 minutes. Troy Deeney's about to step up. Can he score the penalty and also the first goal of the game against his boyhood club? Here he comes, right-footed, straight down the middle. It's Birmingham 0, Watford 1.
Only one win in 10 away from home before today, but Troy Deeney might well have changed that. Birmingham had won back-to-back games, but they had been both away from St Andrews. The result in the Championship earlier was Cardiff 0, Swansea City 2. Latest scores away from that game at St Andrews: Blackburn 1, Norwich City 2. The leaders will still be top 3 points clear of Bournemouth, who are hammering Huddersfield Town by 5-0. Derby 0, Stoke City 0. Luton Town 3, Preston 0. Middlesbrough 3, Millwall 0. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 2. Queen's Park Rangers and Reading is 0-0. Rotherham 2, Bristol City 0. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Barnsley 2. Wycombe 1, Coventry City 2. You're up to date, 5 Live and the World Service, with about 2 minutes of normal time remaining, but we're expecting at least 4, maybe even 5 minutes of added on time because of the substitutions and that injury. But that goal from Dwight Gale might well just be enough for Newcastle United, Rob.
There's been some fantastic goals today. The 2 goals from the crosses have been brilliant, and you know, you can watch them tonight and you can see the timing and the training ground moves and everything you do, but when it gets it right, it's all in the delivery and it's all in about the anticipation of the cross, having that instinct. It was brilliant to watch.
Charlton 4, Wimbledon 2, a latest score in League One. Johnston, the goalkeeper for West Brom, all in pink, away towards our right, hammers it away downfield, flicked on by the head of Charlie Austin, and that was that was Ivanovic, who stayed forward, was trying to get onto the end of it. They were appealing for a penalty. Another goal, meanwhile, at Nottingham Forest. Katie Shanahan.
And Brentford are in cruise control. It's Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 3. The ball was looped up to Ivan Toney, who then just managed to get a toe to it and dink it past Bree Samba, as he becomes the top goal scorer in the Championship with 15 goals in 20 appearances. And what a signing he has been. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 3.
That'll be unbeaten in 11 for Brentford. Ivanovic now playing up front alongside Charlie Austin, as West Bromwich Albion inside the relegation zone, still looking for their first victory away from home, looking to try and pick up a point on their travels to add to the one that they collected at Brighton. And this is O'Shea. Steve Bruce clapping, urging on his players. Might well be starting to run on empty given what's happened in the build-up to this game. Playing the ball back at West Bromwich Albion. We'll be finding out how much added on time as Martin Atkinson comes forward now. It goes long. Ivanovic is in search of it, but it's marshalled out by Murphy for a goal kick. So Martin Atkinson now with the electronic board puts it up, and we will have... It's keeping us in suspense. 6 minutes of stoppage time. Back to Bath in the rugby. Alfie Reynolds.
And 65 minutes on the clock. It's Bath 19, Scarlets 20. The replacement scrum half Kieran Hardy finishing off some lovely hands. The break was made by Dan Jones. And earlier in the half, Scarlets soaked up Bath pressure. They've now taken the lead, the Scarlets. Bath 19, Scarlets 20, 15 minutes to go.
So we're into stoppage time here at St James's Park. Newcastle United leading West Bromwich Albion by 2-1. Carl Darlow all in green. It's like a deep, dark forest green that has been cleared away downfield. And then Ajayi, back then to Furlong. Ajayi, Ivanovic wants it played and hit long. He obliges, but it goes in the direction of Charlie Austin, the substitute, heads it on. Yedlin, who came on for Almiron, sees it out of play, and away from Kieran Gibbs. It bounces the other side of the advertising hoardings. They want to take the throw quickly. It's nudged on by Gibbs, cleared away by Andre Yedlin. His first Premier League appearance of the season. His previous 2 had both been in the League Cup. Newcastle United, of course, have got a League Cup quarter-final to look forward to before Christmas, away to Brentford. Games are going to come thick and fast at this time of the year. Away to Leeds United, Fulham at home next weekend before that last 8 date in the League Cup. Wigan 4, Accrington Stanley 2 is the latest score now in League One. Bristol Rovers 3, Plymouth Argyle 0. West Bromwich Albion, right-hand side, Furlong with the cross, seen behind for a corner kick, and we are into the second minute of added on time, and it's West Brom who've got a corner as they trail 2-1, Rob.
Yeah, probing, West Brom probing, not really being able to get the ball forward enough to get the deep crossing, managing to win a corner. Big moments.
Big moments. There's been a late goal at Queen's Park Rangers. We're going there after this corner kick. It's Grzycki who will deliver it on the right-hand side. Ivanovic rose in the air. A Newcastle player has gone down. That'll be a free kick to the home team as they still lead 2-1. John Southall.
In the 90th minute, QPR 0, Reading 1, and what a goal from Michael Elise. A 25-yard curler into the bottom corner on his 19th birthday. QPR 0, Reading 1.
It's been 5 without a win for Queen's Park Rangers. Darlow's in no hurry to take the free kick for Newcastle United. I'm looking forward to seeing the Dwight Gale header again. It was that good a header, wasn't it?
Bullet header, and it's almost one of them perfect ones which hits the goal, hits the crossbar, hits the goal line, and hits the crossbar again, and then goes in. We're talking millimetres away from that.
Cleared long by Darlow for Newcastle. 2-1 up they lead. At the start of play, they were closer to the European places than the bottom three. 5 points better off than the same stage last season. And in fact, it would be the first time since Alan Pardew was the manager in the 13-14 campaign that Newcastle will have won more than 4 of their opening 11 games. If they're able to see out the next 2 and a bit minutes.
That was my next line. Yeah, it's but they've done well, and when West Brom have been in the ascendancy, they've just dug in. They've conceded that goal, but they've stayed in the game.
And West Bromwich Albion, the talk before this game was that Slaven Bilic's position as manager under real pressure, looking at maybe replacing the Croatian. Signed that 2-year deal when he was appointed in June 2019. Looking for that bounce back after that hammering that they took last Sunday against Crystal Palace 5-1 as they capitulated at the Hawthorns. They have shown fight at times, certainly in the second half. Forest have got a goal back. Forest 1, Brentford 3 is the latest score in the Championship. And Newcastle United, though, round by the corner flag, just quite happy to take the ball down towards that far side, eat up a little bit of time. Let's quickly get news of that goal for Forest from Katie Shanahan.
Yeah, so it's Forest 1, Brentford 3. Ball was played into the box with Worrell there to poke it into the back of the net. The comeback is on, but it's a little too late for Forest, as Forest trail here by 3-1.
Murphy in field, Joel Linton. Still haven't mentioned Joel Linton hardly. Comes back out towards Ritchie. And Ritchie will just hold on to the ball, even though he runs back to Hayden. Playing as a central defender, hits it long. Gibbs heads it in field towards Sawyers. By my watch, we're about to enter the last 60 seconds of stoppage time, and Callum Wilson deliberately kicks the back there of Sawyers, then clears the ball away. He gets a yellow card. Does Callum Wilson. And Darren England just having a word with him, so Wilson gets a yellow. And we're inside the last 60 seconds.
This is it. Everybody forward. Get it in the box.
Now or never for West Bromwich Albion to salvage something. Johnston hits it long, the goalkeeper. Ivanovic climbs on the edge of the penalty area. Repelled by the Newcastle defence. Wilson's gone down holding his head in a duel with O'Shea. O'Shea hasn't... He's holding his head but has stayed on his feet. Wilson has gone to ground, and there will be another stoppage here in stoppage time. And it's 2-1 Newcastle.
Yeah, you look at judging that, you're going to say that West Brom are going to get beat here. That, you know, the manner of the defeat. Yes, they had a horrendous start, an awful start, which was one that no one could have really accounted for. But, you know, in the first half they controlled the ball, they stayed on it. The reaction in the second half, after Slaven Bilic has made his changes, the change of impetus. There's ways of being beat, and I think that today you'd accept that. And you just wonder whether the defeat against Crystal Palace, yes, they had a sending off, but the capitulation there would be the one that gets him a sack if he is sacked.
There is the final whistle. Back-to-back wins for the first time this season for Newcastle United. And what a boost, given everything that's gone on in the build-up to the game. And what a header it was for Dwight Gale to seal the 3 points. They've beaten West Bromwich Albion by 2-1.